Chapter 198 Memories of First Meeting with Lang Xing. This yacht is very large, with 3 decks. The first floor has some sofa booths, a bar, a kitchen, and an open space in the middle where events can be organized. The second floor consists of guest rooms for rest. The third floor has several audio-visual rooms, billiard halls, and gambling halls. When Su Qing walked out of the deck, she exchanged pleasantries with many people before going up the stairs to find Lang Xing. He went up to the third floor, found an empty billiards room and sat down, or rather, waited for Wolf Walk. Although it was supposed to be Su Qing's home turf, he arrived a little late. When he arrived, Lang Xing was already there, playing cards with several young masters in the gambling hall. The room was packed with people, so Su Qing didn't go in. He sat on the lacquered sofa in the billiard room, lit a cigarette, and the hazy smoke drifted everywhere. Su Qing recalled her past acquaintance with Lang Xing, since she often contacted Lang Xing and asked him for help. However, it's true that he knows very little about Wolf. The two are close, and Wolf is one of his few friends. If Wolf suddenly brings up something, he won't be able to respond, and he'll be exposed. Su Qing flipped through the sequel to the original work by the author Go, and finally found the chapter about her memories with Lang Xing. When she turned to a certain chapter, their first meeting was 7 years ago. Wolf Walker's surname isn't actually Wolf, it's an alias. Wolf Walker is the only son of the Bai family, and his real name is Bai Yixing. The Bai family of Luochuan Dai. In terms of actual strength, the Bai family could actually squeeze out one of the 5 major families and enter the top ranks. However, the Bai family doesn't like competition, and many of their industries can't be openly discussed. Overseas, some gray industries mainly involve gambling halls. Their assets are only partially visible, so there's no way to rank them. Ultimately, they became the underground family of Luochuan. The head of the Bai family abdicated early, which is why they say Lang Xing is the underground emperor of Luochuan. That's where it all comes from. 7 years ago, at the end of July or the beginning of August, the sun was shining brightly. To be precise, Su Qing was 13 years old that year, and he had already celebrated his 12th birthday in August. Su Qing was quiet and aloof, and even in summer, she wore a black mask that day. Su Jinghua and Qing Yun were going to take Su Qing to visit the Wolf clan. It's always necessary for prominent families to maintain contact and build relationships. As the old saying goes, meeting once is enough to build rapport. Relationships between people require time and effort to cultivate and nurture. Being unconventional is the style of the Bai family, and their residence is also very special. Located on a small island in the sea south of the city, yes, it's an independent island. The Su family traveled there that day on their family's cruise ship. Qinger, how are you? Are you tired? And Qing Yun sat down next to Su Qing and straightened his collar. Su Qing's clothes were always chosen by Qing Yun, who had excellent taste. She dressed Su Qing in a loose-fitting white short-sleeved shirt decorated with many small badges. It makes the person look humble, polite, and refined, yet also lively. 13-year-old Su Qing was already tall, standing out among her peers. Judging by her height alone, you wouldn't guess she was 13. Her cheeks were a little round and chubby, giving her a touch of baby fat, but he doesn't like to talk, and he looks like a cold-faced CEO when he was young. He has beautiful eyes, a pair of naturally captivating peach blossom eyes that exude a deep and affectionate look. However, he doesn't smile much, and always gives off a lifeless vibe. Su Qing casually stared at a spot. I'm not tired. And Qing Yun smiled. She didn't give Su Qing any special instructions on how to behave when visiting other people's homes. Her son had always been quite sensible, except for his health issues. About an hour later, they got off the island. Su Qing and her family entered the Bai family residence. They have a collaborative project this time, and they can become a large family business. They have a main industry, but that's far from enough. They can't put all their eggs in one basket. It's also important to have the vision to invest across industries. Back then, the Bai family was even more powerful than the Su family, which is why the Su family went to the Bai family to seek cooperation. The Bai family's home was magnificent and their manners were impeccable. They discussed business over dinner. That was also the first time Su Qing and Lang Xing met. Lang Xing was 4 years older than Su Qing, but Su Qing grew faster, and the two were about the same height. They sat next to each other, and at first neither of them spoke to the other. Following Qing Yun's instructions, Su Qing greeted the elders at the dinner table. Although he was not talkative, he was quite sensible. However, when it came to Lang Xing, Su Qing refused. Qing Yun put her arm around Su Qing's shoulder and looked at Lang Xing with gentle eyes. Call him brother. Su Qing was still young, and she was a bit stubborn, with a childlike obstinacy. No. And Qing Yun was stunned for a moment. Why? She knew that Su Qing had always been sensible. Su Qing muttered softly, I think I'm taller than him. Su Qing was very serious. He didn't understand why the adults next to him were all laughing, as if it was very funny. He just quietly watched Joey's people. Su Ching has been a loner since childhood and has always been alone. The idea that whoever is the tallest is the older brother was something he overheard his classmates discussing after school when he was in elementary school. No one taught him this. He just heard others say it and assumed it was true. It was like a fleeting memory. Those words had reached Su Ching's ears and he had remembered them ever since. Perhaps it was envy of others' childhood playfulness. He felt that Wolf Walker was similar to him, and he also wanted to follow the seniority system like his previous classmates. When Longxing was 16 or 17, he was wearing a simple white t-shirt. His features were well-defined and handsome, and the youthful charm was already evident. He sat upright like a model student, and when guests came to visit, he would always show a stereotypical smile, but he has a somewhat rebellious streak. This was the first time he had ever seen a guest at his home so stubborn, not even wanting to say a few polite words. He smiled at Su Ching, looking every bit the serious older brother. Okay, let's go with your calculations. I'm 1.75 meters tall, how about you, little brother? Su Ching's eyes darted around a few times, then she thought, 1.72 meters, Wolf chuckled, a mischievous grin spreading across his face. Then I should be considered the older brother, right? Su Ching frowned. He hadn't won the height contest, elder brother. Later, the adults got carried away with their conversation, but Su Ching didn't like the atmosphere, so he discussed it with his mother and decided to go for a walk outside. The Bai family's home is an independent island surrounded by lush jungles and countless fields of flowers, making it very beautiful. The island is guarded by bodyguards, so it is very safe. An Qingyun felt relieved and let Su Ching go, but he couldn't wear a mask while eating at the table. But as soon as he stepped out of the house, he put the mask back on from his pocket, without anything to shield him. He always felt unsafe, as if he could be recognized, as if he could be kidnapped at any moment, and as if he could be sent back to that dark and gloomy room at any time. Even though the sun is shining brightly now, this is still a very safe place. Su Ching walked into a sea of flowers, with lavender covering the ground, smelling very fragrant, and the purple fields were also very beautiful. Su Ching was sitting there quietly when, after a short while, she heard footsteps. He turned his head and saw Wolf standing behind him with his arms crossed, all traces of his model student demeanor gone, his eyes narrowed and his face full of roguish charm. Seeing Su Ching looking at him, he said bluntly, "My parents asked me to come and keep an eye on you, in case you fall into the water." Chapter 199, Wolf Walk Memories 2, Tensions Rise. Su Ching frowned, somewhat speechless. How did he end up in the water? But she still said, "Thank you." Wolf crossed his arms and looked him up and down. Not calling me brother anymore? Thank you, brother. Su Ching's words were a little stiff, and her brows furrowed slightly, but at least she replied. Wolf knew how old the boy in front of him was, and he casually teased, "Are you in 6th grade? Second year of junior high school." Wolf's eyes widened. Are you in your 12th year of junior high? I skipped a grade. To be precise, I'm 13. Su Ching was telling the truth. In fact, it is normal for someone who is 12 or 13 to start junior high school. However, Su Ching was kidnapped for a while and had to stay at home to recuperate. She started school later than most people, but she was smarter than most people and skipped 2 grades. Su Ching doesn't like to explain these things to people and always speaks of them in a light and casual manner. It often seems a bit pretentious to others. He spoke more to Wolf than any other outsider. He himself didn't know why. Perhaps Wolf was the first person to acknowledge his comparison of size to Wolf based on height. He felt that Wolf Walker was a bit different from the others, perhaps someone he could become friends with. Su Ching walked forward as he spoke, his footsteps making a squeaking sound on the grass, and Longxing followed him. The atmosphere between the two was too quiet, so Wolf started making small talk. Hey, why do you always wear a mask on? When you first came in, I thought you were ugly. You're actually quite handsome. Wolf was a bit reckless and had no idea about Su Ching's past experiences. He stared at the mask on Su Ching's face for a long time, finding it displeasing no matter how he looked at it, and reached out to take it off. To be honest, this behavior touched a nerve with Su Ching, who absolutely hated being touched. Wolf was especially quick. He had already pulled the mask off and was holding it in his hand. Su Ching raised her hand, her face showing impatience. Give it back. You need to face the sun. Look at you, you've welded this thing to your face. I think you're a bit. Wolf wasn't a bad person, but he was young and spoke in a rather unserious way, making it seem like he was playing tricks on people. He wanted to say that Su Ching had autism, but he didn't say the last 2 words. You Su Qing gritted her teeth, her dark eyes fixed on him. Are you sick? Who the hell are you cursing? Wolfstar's eyes widened immediately after being insulted, and he threw Su Qing's mask to the ground. Su Qing has very few opportunities to interact with people, and her chances of getting into a fight are even fewer, but he was so angry that he kicked Wolf. They were about the same height and build. Wolf was stunned by the kick and stumbled back a few steps. The ground was quite muddy, with weeds and dirt mixed in, instantly leaving 2 large muddy footprints on Wolf's white t-shirt. Wolf's brows were furrowed deeply. He thrashed his hands down, glaring fiercely at Su Qing. You little brat, are you trying to mess with us? His eyes grew increasingly dark, and he let out a cold snort. Do you even know where you are right now? Wolf's words carried a hint of "this is my territory." The friendly harmony that had been built up at the dinner table vanished in an instant. The 2 boys were both incredibly temperamental, and neither was willing to yield to the other. Su Qing looked listless, her eyes fixed on him without blinking. She possessed a composure and gloom beyond her years. I don't care where this is. Pick it up. Fuck you. You. Wolf followed Su Qing's finger and looked at the mask on the ground, then told him to pick it up. Who the hell do you think you are? In the tense atmosphere, the 2 looked at each other with faces full of anger. Wolf had never been hit before, and he was furious. He even forgot that Su Qing was a guest at his house and that Su Qing was several years younger than him. After all, Su Qing wasn't much shorter than him, and with that aloof and gloomy expression, she really couldn't remember him being 13. Wolf clenched his fist and kicked Su Qing as well. The beautiful, romantic lavender field became their battlefield. They started by standing and fighting, but then they rolled onto the ground together, exchanging punches and kicks. Su Qing wasn't as strong as Lang Xing, but he was clever. He would throw whatever he could at Lang Xing. He was rummaging around on the ground when he accidentally touched a mask and slapped it directly onto Lang Xing's face. Tui, tui. Wolfwalker's mouth was full of mud, and he spat it out with a grimacing expression. Wolfwalker straddled him, looking at Su Qing's defiant eyes. Tui, you can't beat them, so you resort to dirty tricks, huh? Su Qing gasped for breath, glaring at him for a long time without saying a word. What business is it of yours what method I use? Heh, you. Before Wolf could finish speaking, a voice drew his attention, calling out his full name. Bai Yixing. What are you doing? The person who called him was Bai Huffing, his father, and the head of the Bai family. Holy crap! Wolf looked at the group of people walking towards them and then realized that the person lying on the ground was his guest. He also remembered that Su Qing was several years younger than him. Wolf was filled with regret. Why had he bothered arguing with a child? He glanced at the crowd. His mother, his father, and Qing Yun, and Su Jinghua were all there. He glanced at Su Qing again. Were those red-rimmed eyes about to cry? If she did, he'd be finished. He jumped up immediately. Su Qing, my dear brother, can we settle this matter later? I'll apologize to you and buy you candy later, okay? Let's not let the adults interfere in our affairs. Men, after Wolf finished whispering to Su Qing, the group of people walked towards them. Bai Huffing pointed at Lang Xing and said angrily, Bai Yixing, are you looking for death? It's one thing for you to act like a scoundrel outside, but we asked you to come out and keep your brother company, and what do? You actually hate your brother. Bai Huffing was so angry he almost fainted. He knew what his son was like, but he was only unruly in front of outsiders. At home, he was always well behaved. The Su family is still here today, and important clans still need to interact. But this spendthrift son of mine has caused such a mess, and we could become enemies in no time. Bai's mother was so anxious for her son that her eyes turned red, but with the Su family still there and Bai Huffing so angry, she couldn't say a word. An Qing Yun and Su Jing were incredibly arrogant. They didn't care about communication, cooperation, or family relationships anymore. They only had one son, who had already narrowly escaped death, and now this mess had happened. Even if the King of Heaven himself came, they wouldn't care. We must seek an explanation from the Bai family. The 2 of them walked straight toward Su Qing, but to their surprise, Su Qing brushed the dirt off her clothes and stood up straight. Mom and Dad, Uncle Bai, I'm fine. It wasn't my brother who hit me. Su Qing pointed to the several large footprints on Lang Xing's body. We were just sparring. I was the one who suggested it. As everyone knows, Su Qing has always been smart. He knew how much impact his fight with Lang Xing would have on both families, but that's not why he said that. Although he was young, he had a strong backbone and didn't want anyone to think that he was the weaker party. He preferred to let everyone think that he had hit Wolf, and to pin the blame on himself, regardless of right or wrong. He didn't want anyone to look at him with pity anymore. He was fed up with being the weaker party. Chapter 200. Winning is winning. Su Ching and Lang Xing stood together. Upon closer inspection, the two families noticed that Lang Xing's mouth was not only covered in mud, but also had a cut that was bleeding. It wasn't just Wolf's attack on Su Ching. When Wolf heard Su Ching say this, he was a little confused, but it was better than being scolded, so he agreed with Su Ching. Yes, Mom, Dad, Uncle, and Aunt, we were just sparring, we really didn't fight. To be honest, if you were to say that two children were practicing martial arts in a lavender field, not even a child would believe it, let alone the cunning old foxes of powerful families, especially since Qingyun and Su Jinghua always knew Su Qing's temperament and personality. How could their own son have thought of sparring with others? And he even brought it up himself. Qingyun, deeply concerned for her son, ran 2 steps forward and squatted down in front of Su Qing. Although the heels of her high heels weren't very high, they sank deeper and deeper into the soil, but Qingyun had no time to care about any of that. She grabbed Su Qing's arm and examined every part of his body, her eyes filled with heartache. Qinger, tell your mother, is it true? Su Qing's eyes were dark, and she nodded very seriously. Yes, really, Mom, there was no fight. None of the elders present wanted Su Qing and Lang Xing to actually fight. They all needed to maintain their relationships, and it was best to resolve the matter amicably. Su Qing's words seemed to offer a way out of the awkward situation. That's how boys are when they're together, they all like to compete with each other. Father Bai said to the servants behind him, quickly take the 2 young masters to see where they're hurt. Su Jinghua responded a few times, but his brows remained furrowed as he looked at his sensible son with heartache. On Bai family territory, and since it was the Su family who came to Bai family for business, his son was probably trying to smooth things over. Although Su Qing was young, she was always sensible, and this troubled Su Jinghua, making him feel very sorry for her. But I'm also very happy that my son is becoming more and more like a man, and knows how to consider the bigger picture. The Bai family has a separate medical room, where 2 teenagers sit on 2 hospital beds applying medicine, with a white curtain separating them. The family doctor looked at Su Qing's back and saw her slender body. It was unclear whether she had been scratched by tree branches or pebbles, but 2 long, bloody welts were visible on her back. It hurt quite a bit when the doctor applied the medicine, but Su Qing clenched her teeth tightly and didn't utter a sound. Wolf wasn't much better off than him, his mouth and body were bruised. Su Qing's mask that she had put on his face was probably covered with something, probably some broken stone, and the red marks on his handsome face were shocking. When the doctor applied the medicine to him, Lang Xing gasped sharply. After the 2 doctors changed their dressings, they went to get them clean clothes and left the room, closing the door behind them with a click. The room fell silent. Su Cheng and Lang Xing were separated by a curtain, and neither of them spoke to the other. Wolf wanted to take the initiative to say a few words to Su Qing. After all, this matter started because of him, and Su Qing was quite righteous for not complaining. He felt that he should apologize, but he couldn't possibly accept that. As he pondered, he subconsciously pulled out his phone. The dark screen reflected his own face, and the long scar immediately caught his eye. He turned on the front-facing camera, shifted the angle from left to right to look at the red mark on his chin, and gasped in surprise. Holy crap, this is disfigurement, serves him right. These words were spoken by Su Qing, who was sitting on the other side of the curtain. Wolf snarled, having been thinking of apologizing to Su Qing, but after hearing this, there was no point in apologizing at all. With a hiss, the iron rings on the curtain rattled as Lang Xing pulled the curtain, and a gust of wind swept through the white curtain. You kid, he originally wanted to retort, but he didn't say a word after that because Su Qing had a very deep wound on her waist and abdomen, which was too shocking to look at. Wolf was immediately terrified, his usually cheerful voice now sounding somewhat flustered. Did I do this? Su Qing raised her arms to block the view. No. Then he quickly got up and pulled the curtain between the 2 of them back up. Wolf was truly shocked. He had been in many fights, but he had never seen such a deep and long wound before. I didn't realize you were such a fighter. Wolf Walker assumed that Su Qing's injuries were from fighting. Su Qing's voice hadn't completely changed yet, it was still a very youthful, boyish voice. But his words were deep and cold. What I do is none of your business. Wolf crossed his arms and pouted. He had originally wanted to ease the tension by talking to Su Qing, but he was met with a cold shoulder. It's good that it's all right. Wolf paused for a moment. But you're actually quite considerate. I thought you were going to complain to them. I didn't expect you to actually betray me. After all, you're younger than me, and what I did today was wrong. Wolfwalker is a man of his word. Since he told Su Qing not to tell the adults, he apologized to Su Qing. He didn't intend to keep saying polite words. He was about to say I'm sorry when Su Qing interrupted him. No need to apologize, it's just that I didn't hit you. Wolf was taken aback. What? A win is a win, a loss is a loss. You don't need to apologize to me. Nor do you need to let them know, Su Qing said. Wolf chuckled as he listened to Su Qing's serious tone, thinking to himself, this little brother is quite interesting. On the surface, they are polite and obedient, but deep down they have a temper that is even stronger than yours. There was silence for a while, then the doctor returned with 2 clean sets of clothes. Su Qing took the clothes and looked at their size and style. It was a black polo shirt with a white collar, clearly from Wolfpack. He held it in his hand for a long time, thinking to himself that he didn't want to wear it, but after looking at his white shirt, which was stained with mud and blood, he finally changed into it. This time, it was the doctor who opened the white curtain separating them. Su Qing was fair-skinned, and the black clothes made her look even fairer. He glanced at Lang Xing, didn't waste any more words with him, and turned to walk out of the room. Wolf caught up, casually draping his arm over Su Qing's shoulder. We become friends through a bit of a fight, right? You know. I don't have a younger brother, and you don't have an older brother. The two were standing a distance apart. He turned his head to look at Su Qing and noticed that something was wrong with the expression on her face. She looked to be in great pain, but she didn't say a word. What's wrong with you? Su Qing didn't reply to him. The doctor behind him quickly ran over and stammered, Young master, Su has wounds on his shoulders and back. Please don't hold him. Su Qing glanced at him, then reached out and pulled his hand off her shoulder. I'm sorry, I didn't know. Wolf said awkwardly. You don't need to know. Su Qing said coldly before leaving. Chapter 201. Admitting mistake. Su Qing went out to find her parents, while Lang Xing was called to the study by his parents and given a severe scolding. It was mainly his father who scolded him. His parents would talk to him and then scold him. The way a wealthy family disciplines a child is pretty much the same as that of an ordinary family. Inside the Bai family study, the red sandalwood table made a series of loud thuds as Bai Huffing slammed his book against it. Wolf felt uneasy standing in front of him. Bai Yixing. Don't you have any idea how much older you are than the Su family's child? Wolf looked down at the ground. He's so big, I completely forgot about him. Even if you forget, you can't fight with him in our flower field. What are you thinking? Do you want our family to be at odds with the Su family from now on? Bai Huffing looked at Lang Xing's nonchalant stance. Put your leg back. Wolf quickly assumed a military posture and explained, didn't he say it was just a competition? It wasn't just me hitting him unilaterally. I was wrong, but I got hurt too. I apologized to him, Dad. Bai's mother felt sorry for her son. Hey Huffing, you should say less. Don't you care about your own son? Besides, the Su family asked our family for a favor. Even if Xinger really hit the Su family's child, the Su family would have to turn a blind eye. Both of you shut up. His son has always been the apple of the Su family's eye, not to mention that ever since Su Qing was kidnapped and had her kidney removed overseas, he has been the lifeblood of the Su family. Even if the Su and Bai families can't be on good terms, if Xing really did beat Su Qing today, the Su family will have to go all out to deal with our family. Bai Huffing and Su Jinghua had a good personal relationship. Bai Huffing was also a reasonable person. Even if family ties were not taken into account, it was not right for his son to fight with someone else's son, who was so much older than him. After hearing what his father said, Wolf was dumbfounded. He grasped a few key words: kidnapping and kidney harvesting. Su Qing's injuries were clearly not from fighting. Although Langxing was a bit of a rascal, he was also quite sensible. He immediately realized that he had made a big mistake. He was several years older than the other person, and he was physically stronger. Moreover, he was on his own turf, yet he had managed to fight with Su Qing. The key point is that Su Qing hasn't shifted the blame onto him yet. The 17-year-old boy was hot-blooded and clenched his fist. Dad, it was indeed me who provoked him first. I took off his mask, and he got angry. We started fighting. Wolf didn't mention that Su Qing had attacked first. He usually pretended to be sensible in front of adults. People have many masks, and so did he. His gentle and obedient demeanor helped him avoid many consequences. For example, right now, his father has already pulled out a leather whip and started beating him. How can you be so insensible? By huffing scolded him while hitting him. Wolf grimaced in pain, his teeth almost grinding to powder, but he didn't utter a sound. He knew the responsibility for this matter. Su Qing had already given the adults a good explanation, saying that it was just a friendly sparring match between the two. Whether the adults believed it or not, he could stick to this story. Considering the pros and cons, he should agree with Su Qing, but Wolf suddenly didn't want to do that anymore. Since Su Qing could be so tough, he wanted to be tough too. If he was wrong, so be it. I was just teasing him. I didn't know any of this, Dad. You never told me either. Wolf wasn't making excuses, he genuinely didn't know. He was just telling the truth. Bai Hofeng sighed. After Su Qing was kidnapped when she was a child, she developed some psychological problems. She particularly dislikes seeing him, fearing that if she is recognized, she will be kidnapped again. Why did you do such a bad thing? Bai Hofeng's name contains the character Forked Crane, and his personality is quite carefree and unconventional, as can be seen from his refusal to participate in the ranking of aristocratic families. Today, he is truly furious with his spendthrift son. He raised the whip he was holding tightly, ready to strike Longxing, but instead of hitting him, Longxing grabbed it and stopped him. Bai Hofeng roared angrily, Bai Yixing. Are you trying to rebel? Wolf's eyes flashed with guilt and confusion. And no, Dad, wait until I get back before you call. Has Su Qing left yet? What else do you want? I made a mistake. I'll go and coax him. I really didn't know before. If I had known, I definitely wouldn't have done this. Dad, you know me, I'll handle the matter between Su Qing and me. Wolf Walk was half a head shorter than White Crane Peak, but he spoke with particular determination, his raised neck conveying an air of determination that this matter had to be resolved today. Can you handle it? Bai Hofeng frowned. Wolf loosened his grip, walked towards the door, and turned to ask his father, did you leave by boat instead of taking one from the shore? They shouldn't have left yet. If you go now, you should be able to catch up with them. Okay, Dad. Bai's mother was jumping up and down anxiously. Huffling, how could you let Yixing go? Let the child handle his own affairs, he's grown up by now. Wolf ran there, braving the scorching sun, through a thicket, his back soaked with sweat. At that time, the Su family was walking onto the cruise ship when they saw Lang Xing coming and they all turned around. Su Jinghua and Qing Yun were not happy to see Lang Xing coming over. After all, he had fought with their son. However, their son had already explained, so they had to at least be polite to a child on the surface. Xiao Xing, there's no need to see us off, and Qing Yun said with a gentle smile. Anton. Lang Xing said breathlessly, his hands on his knees and his body slightly hunched over, I've come to see Su Qing. Su Qing stood on the steps, looking down at him with a disdainful gaze. Looking for me? Wolf nodded, trying to straighten up. Brother apologizes to you. Su Qing originally wanted to say that it wasn't necessary, but with his parents behind him, he changed his mind and said, I was the one who suggested the sparring, so there's no need to apologize. I also made mistakes. Wolfwalk took a few steps closer to Su Qing. It's my fault. I didn't know about what happened when you were little. His voice was neither too loud nor too soft, and it was unclear whether Su Jinghua and Qing Yun behind Su Qing heard it, but Su Qing immediately became alert upon hearing those words. What else could be related to his childhood that people bring up as an incident besides kidnapping? He gave Lang Xing a deep look. His face was indeed full of apology and guilt, but Su Qing hated this kind of expression the most, the expression that treated him as a weakling and a victim. Ever since that incident, countless people have looked at him with that kind of gaze. He was a victim, and it's true that people cared about him, but that concern escalated to the point that he had to live under someone else's protection every day from then on, being treated as a pitiful object of protection. Su Qing felt as if she had escaped from a pitch-black room, but instead entered a more secure prison. A new prison devoid of freedom, built with pity, sorrow, heartache, and care. Wolf was about to say something when Su Qing interrupted him. He didn't want his parents to hear, fearing that the prison he was in would become even more secure. Su Qing quickly walked down, grabbed Lang Xing's wrist and let him down, then turned around and said, Mom and Dad, you go upstairs first. I want to talk to my brother for a bit. Chapter 202. The racetrack. The two walked to the back of a tree, where huge branches and leaves covered their location. rustling in the sea breeze. Su Ching glared at him, her words particularly blunt. What are you doing here? We'll never cross paths again. Your brother came to apologize to you. Su Ching pursed her lips and said coldly, I've already said, I don't need your apology. Well, men should apologize when they make a mistake. I really don't know what you were like when you were little. Su Ching's eyes were wide open. Every time he was concerned about those things, he would bring up that dark and hopeless experience again. He didn't want those terrifying experiences to keep haunting him, even if other people's feelings were sincere. He interrupted Wolf harshly. I didn't have a childhood, I don't need a childhood, I have no memories to share with you. Wolf was stunned for a long time before he suddenly understood why Su Ching was so angry. Why did she tell the adults that the two of them were sparring? Why didn't she take advantage of his young age and blame herself for the mistake? Su Ching wanted to bear all of this herself, not because of family connections. He probably wants to be seen as a normal person, instead of being treated like a pitiful creature in need of protection after those tragic experiences. Wolf Walker watched his retreating figure and called out, Su Ching, wasn't I clear enough? Su Ching stood still, looking at him coldly. Wolf Walker composed himself, his apologetic face instantly transforming into a roguish, mischievous smile. Actually, I don't feel like I did anything wrong. You and I are about the same height and build, it's just a normal fight. My parents insisted I come and apologize to you, which was quite bothering me. Hearing you say that puts my mind at ease. Su Ching looked at him with suspicion, wondering why this person had suddenly changed his personality. However, he felt a little better. Finally, someone treated him like a normal person, right? Even though that person seemed a bit of a jerk. Su Ching coldly retorted, now that you say that, I'm relieved. You don't seem like the kind of person who would sincerely apologize, so stop pretending. Su Ching remembered that when the two of them had fought before, what Uncle Bai said to Lang Xing was just to get him to talk and quickly cover up the mistake of the two fighting. Now, it's not surprising that Lang Xing came to apologize because of his parents. In his heart, he felt that Lang Xing was hypocritical, a model student on the surface but a hooligan behind the scenes. However, Su Ching felt that being a hooligan was better than actually coming to pity him or apologize to him. Hey, I'm not pretending anymore, I'm exhausted. He crossed his arms and laughed. How about we become friends? Come watch my match next week. I'm not interested. Su Ching walked forward, but not quickly, perhaps because the word friend was more appealing to her. My brother looks really cool riding a motorcycle, and you'll have a good chance of seeing me fall and break an arm or a leg. It's so exciting, are you sure you don't want to come? Not interested. These were the last words Su Ching said to Lang Xing today, and then she walked towards the cruise ship. They didn't have each other's contact information, but the Su family and the Bai family did have dealings. On the second Friday, the tickets for the wolf racing race were delivered to the Su family. Su Jinghua and Ching Yun went to another city to attend a fashion gala. His parents were always very busy, extremely busy. Su Ching stayed at home with the butler, servants, and bodyguards. When he first received the ticket, he casually placed it somewhere, but Su Ching still went the next day. Su Jinghua and Ching Yun were not at home, and the servants in the house dared not disobey his orders. They could only report to the head of the family and then take Su Ching to the competition venue. Su Ching was dressed in all black, with a baseball cap and a black mask as his standard attire. He always wore this unless Ching Yun offered to pick out clothes for him. Sitting in the back seat, Su Ching frowned as he looked at the admission ticket. He didn't know why he was going. Perhaps it was to escape the constraints of his family. It's also possible that he wanted to see how Wolf Walker ended up with missing limbs after a fall. The racetrack is located in the northern suburbs of the city, within the vast venue. Only one side of the passageway had a grandstand. The rooftop stands are open air, with the VIP stands closest to the venue, and the outer ring consisting of floor-to-ceiling glass windows and individual cubicles. The ticket that Wolf Walker prepared for Su Ching was for the glass room in the very center. Su Ching sat on the soft sofa in the middle, and several waiters brought over drinks and snacks and placed them on the coffee table in front of her. Young Master Su, please have some. Su Ching glanced at the people around her with a puzzled look. The waiters here were dressed well, in standard black suits and white shirts, looking impeccably dressed. The waiter seemed to understand what the young master meant and said directly, Young Master Bai gave the instructions. Su Ching understood. He looked outside. To be honest, his family would never allow him to engage in such a dangerous sport, so he knew nothing about it. However, the buzzing and commotion inside the arena could be heard clearly. He arrived late for the race. The racers were running lap after lap when suddenly a motorcycle sped past him. Under the pure black helmet, Su-ching felt a pair of eyes glance at him. His sixth sense told him that the person who had just looked at him was Wolf Walker. The black and white racing suit had a number written on it, which Su-ching accurately spotted, number 18. He turned to the waiter and asked, "Is number 18 Bai Yixing?" "Yes, young Master Su." Su-ching lowered his eyes and took a closer look before realizing that his question had been asked in vain. There was a display screen in front of him, which accurately showed each driver and their number. The betting options and odds are also listed above. This competition wasn't a professional level event, it was more of an underground competition. The top 3 drivers received 300,000 yuan each, first place, 200,000 yuan, and third place, 100,000 yuan. Wolf certainly doesn't lack that kind of money, but in this kind of situation, there are definitely many drivers who would risk their lives for that money, as well as many skilled drivers. Wolf is here to have fun, and Su-ching has also understood the meaning of the word excitement that Wolf told him that day. Su-ching glanced at the odds on the screen predicting the winner of this match. He laughed, which was very rare for him, when he saw the odds of Wolf's 1 to 20. "Bai Yixing is worth that much?" The remark was clearly sarcastic. The waiter next to him chimed in, "Young Master Su, driver number 28 is a professional, so young Master Bai's odds are higher." As expected, driver number 28 had odds of only 1 to 1, that's why language is an art. Odds of 20 are described as a bit high. Su-ching calmly placed her bet, betting 200,000 on contestant number 28. Su-ching scrolled down again and placed a bet of 10,000 yuan on Longxing and the prediction of which contestant would fall. The odds are also 1 to 20. Chapter 203: Who wouldn't take free money? The last chapter of the Reminiscences with Wolf. Not long after Su-ching placed her bet, a staff member from the venue came over, dressed in a neat suit with impeccable white gloves, and carrying 2 receipts. These were the 2 receipts for the bet Su-ching had just placed. After swiping her card, Su-ching sat on the sofa and watched the game casually. As the competition drew to a close, the first place indeed went to the professional player number 28, and Su-ching won the bet and received 400,000 yuan. To be precise, it's 390,000 yuan. Because Wolf was not injured. Wolf's sharp and handsome appearance gave him a youthful look. Standing on the podium in third place, his eyes were slightly squinted in the sunlight. One corner of his mouth was curled up, giving him a wicked smile. He looked incredibly cool holding the medal. When Su-ching met his gaze, she saw Longxing raise an eyebrow at her. Su-ching felt that Longxing was barking. However, Su-ching did not dislike this feeling. In fact, he felt that Longxing regarded him as an opponent, unlike the pity that everyone else showed him. This feeling is wonderful. He even wanted to keep fighting the Wolf indefinitely. Not long after, Wolf arrived at the private room where Su-ching was. He was dressed in a smart racing suit, his forehead was covered with a layer of sweat, and a helmet was tucked between his arm and waist. He grinned wickedly. "How was it?" "Exciting, right?" "It's all right. Nothing special." Su-ching turned to look at him, but didn't get up to leave. She drank her watermelon juice, looking nonchalant. Wolf chuckled, "Isn't this exciting?" He let out a heavy sigh, looking a little tired. He sat down next to Su-ching, picked up a bottle of water from the table, and gulped it down. After finishing the drink, he squeezed the bottle and threw it into the nearby trash can, making a throwing motion. But when his eyes swept across the panel in front of him, he was surprised to find that Su-ching had placed a bet. He glanced at Su-ching, both angry and amused, and said, "You actually bet on the possibility that I'll break my leg? TSK, what a pity." "It's no pity. I still won 390,000. Anyway, it wasn't you who won." Su-ching's expression was indifferent, but no one noticed that he also smiled slightly, but he immediately suppressed it. But Wolf caught that slight smile perfectly. He knew the person in front of him really enjoyed this kind of game. "There's another competition in 2 weeks. Are you coming?" Su-ching slightly raised her eyelashes, her tone cold and somewhat provocative, and spoke very slowly. "Come on, who wouldn't want free money?" Su-ching attended almost every one of Wolf's subsequent matches. He couldn't understand the game, but that didn't stop him from betting and winning money, nor did it stop him from choosing the option Wolf Walker will fall and get injured every time. He placed just the same bets each time, no more, no less, always the same as the first time. 200,000 against one of Wolf's opponents and 10,000 against Wolf, who would fall and get injured. He won 390,000 each time, although Su Qing always won. Lang Xing couldn't help but come over and tease her. "Do you have OCD?" Young Master Su was so stingy, he only bets 10,000 on me every time. Wolf was right, Su Qing does have a bit of OCD, or more accurately, it shouldn't be called OCD, but rather a kind of paranoia for him. Betting 10,000 yuan each time was like a habit. Su Qing didn't know how long he would watch Wolf's matches. Perhaps he would keep watching if the other option didn't wind up, but in a match 2 years later Wolf did indeed fall. The race was held in a mountainous area, and several underground racers participated. The prize money was extremely high, with a first-place prize of 5 million. Underground racers are different from professional racers. They value money over their lives and like to use dirty tricks. Wolf was knocked off his bike while going around a corner. Fortunately, there was a guardrail on that bend. Wolf ran straight into the guardrail without falling off the cliff. He was just stunned and had 2 broken bones, but the injuries weren't too serious. Wolf has always loved excitement, and he didn't give up on the race. He outscored his opponents by half a lap, so when he got back up, he still came in second place. Su Qing won 2 prizes this time. The first place he bet on won, and the Wolf pack he bet on also won. For some reason, after watching so many of Wolf's matches, big and small, Su Qing finally won the prize money, but she didn't feel happy. It could be considered a kind of obsession, but this time, having won the bet, the obsession was finally let go. Su Qing arrived at the hospital right after the ambulance. After undergoing a minor surgery, Wolf was transferred to a VIP ward. Wolf's face didn't show the defeat Su Qing had expected. His neck was still strapped with a brace, but a wicked smile still lingered on his lips. He struggled to lift his arm, but still managed to pull the medal from his pocket and hand it to Su Qing. "You won this time, we won't compete again. If we meet, I'll give you this medal, and we'll be friends, okay?" Wolf's face was pale, but the spiritedness in his eyes was still there. Su Qing stood by the bed, looking down at Lang Xing, but he smiled, which was very rare for him. He did not refuse Lang Xing and took the golden medal from his hand, saying, "Okay." After recovering, Wolf didn't give up on the competition because of his past experience. He continued to compete. Su Qing will also go and see it. However, on the betting screen, Su Qing no longer selected the Wolf Walk injury option, but instead selected the Wolf Walk first place option, betting 10,000 each time. A competition has ended. Wolf walked in from the VIP stands, his eyes narrowed to slits, one arm holding his helmet, the other arm forcefully wrapped around Su Qing's shoulder. "Holy crap! Are we even brothers anymore? You bet 300,000 on my opponent but only 10,000 on me? For so many years, you've been raising my opponent's bets, and then betting me such small amounts." Young Master Su comes from a wealthy and powerful family, but his stinginess hasn't changed at all. Su Qing glanced at the second place medal hanging on Lang Xing's chest and frowned. "Personal friendship is one thing, but I can't just throw money away. That's really unfair of you. Can't you wish me well for once?" Wolf gave him a hard pinch on the shoulder twice. Su Qing joked, "Didn't I bet you 10,000? Your odds have gone up to 1 to 30. If you win, you'll get the same price as the first place winner, and I'll split it with you." Wolf's brows furrowed. "Damn it! You're talking to me like I'm being insulted." Su Qing couldn't help but laugh. "Brother Xing, I was just praising you for being valuable." Wolf pinched him. "Damn. You're getting better and better at insulting people." As the two had known each other for longer, Su Qing remained incredibly cold to others. Only when she was with Lang Xing did the saying "one is influenced by one's company" become truly evident, her words growing increasingly incoherent beneath her cold tone. Chapter 204, meeting. Half the extra chapter about Su Qing and Lang Xing in the author's original postscript ends here. After reading it, Su Qing couldn't help but sigh. Wolf and the original owner had gone through so much conflict before becoming friends. No wonder they had such a good relationship, with this one and only friend was truly hard one. He was lounging on the sofa when suddenly the door to the pool hall creaked open from the outside. The sound immediately drew Su Qing's attention. A man slowly descended the steps from the entrance. He had a strong, cold jawline, a high nose, and clean, thin lips. Despite his noble and handsome features, he had a pair of upturned eyelashes that exuded a sinister aura. Her flaxen hair was pulled back, and she wore a loose-fitting black jacket, straight-leg pants, and high-top Martin boots. Overall, he's rugged and handsome. The man descended the steps one by one, clutching a file folder in his hand, the contents of which were unknown. This character wasn't described in detail in the book, but Su Qing's sixth sense told her that this person should be Lang Xing'an. To be precise, it was the eye of insight that told him. Character: Wolf Walk, age 23, identity: Su Qing's friend, current head of the Bai family, height 189 cm, appearance 100. Su Qing couldn't help but sigh. This person was the same height as her, and only slightly less attractive. This person is definitely a chosen one. If he were to become my opponent, he would be even more difficult to deal with than Li Tian. However, Su Qing wasn't angry that the man in front of her had such a powerful character setting, for no other reason than that he treated her extremely well. When allies are strong, one's path forward becomes smoother. Wolf and Su Qing hadn't seen each other for a while, but he didn't stand on ceremony with Su Qing. He gave Su Qing a disgruntled look and said, "You arrived later than me. Are you here to welcome me or to welcome yourself?" Su Qing jumped up from the sofa and walked over to Lang Xing, giving him a big bear hug. "I arrived a while ago. I saw you dominating the casino, but there were too many people, so I didn't dare go in. How was your performance, Xingji?" Su Qing smiled and let go of his hand. "Have you forgotten what our family does?" Wolf slammed the file folder in his hand onto the pool table. "Same as always, we split it in half when we meet. You can choose which one you want." Su Qing leaned against the pool table and untied the knots on the file folder one by one. The papers inside were dazzling. A 10 million yuan IOU from the young master of the Zhao family. The young master of the Lin family owns 2 properties in the city center. The Zhang family's young master owns 2,000-acre plots of mountain forest land. The Lu family's young master owns 10% of the shares. This small file folder contains far more than just a few sheets of paper. When put together, it could form the foundation of a whole new family. Wolf's family's biggest business is running gambling halls, including several large casinos. As the only son of the Bai family, Wolf is exceptionally skilled in this area. Those young masters were blinded by greed and got so caught up in gambling that they dared to gamble with Wolf Walk to the very end. It's obvious that bitter tea is about to lose everything. Brother Xing, isn't this a bit too much? Su Qing flipped through the slips of paper, being a little polite. Before carefully selecting what he wanted, Wolf took off his heavy coat and folded it aside. Underneath was a black short-sleeved shirt. Su Qing had told him to dress warmly, as he was terribly hot. Although there was air conditioning in the casino, it couldn't stop everyone else from wearing tank tops and shorts while he was wearing a long-sleeved suit. So, Wolf kept doing one thing all day, rolling up his sleeves. Even after taking off his coat, he didn't change his habit from the past half day. He rubbed his empty arms and then turned to get his golf club from the shelf. At that moment, he was casually wiping the Q-tip with chalk at the pool table when he heard Su Qing's polite words and rolled his eyes at him. The IOUs from the Qian and Sun family's young masters are inside. They have a good relationship with Li Tian. Aren't you trying to get back at Li Tian? Let me tell you, those 2 guys are really clueless. It was quite a struggle to get them to the gambling table, you little brat. I treat you like my own brother, but you treat me like your cousin? Su Qing, if you don't want either of us, then we have no future together. If you don't want it, give it back to me. Su Qing stuffed the IOUs into a file folder and teased Lang Xing. Yes, who wouldn't want free money? Wolf crouched down, pushed with his club, and powerfully launched the ball. He curled one corner of his lips into a wicked smile. You talk exactly the same way you did back then. You said the same thing when I invited you to watch my match. TSK, it seems young Master Su's stinginess is incurable. Hey Su Qing, when do you think I'll be able to get some money back from you? Su Qing smiled, took the cue stick from Lang Xing, bent down and connected the white ball and the solid ball in a line, and with a bang, successfully potted it. He looked at the table, observing the distribution of the balls, then moved to the inner side, selecting a new target. As they walked, he joked with Wolf, turnaround money? Or when I write my will later, I'll write it all down to you, Xingji. Su Qing was really joking. He often said this when joking with his friends in his original world. Generally speaking, isn't the inheritance left to the descendants? That means, roughly, that I am your father. It was just friendly banter. He didn't even look at Lang Xing when he said this. He was crouching down, aiming at the ball, and was about to throw the cue stick. Just as he was about to push it out, Su Qing suddenly stopped and tilted the cue stick to the side. She almost fell onto the table due to inertia. There is no other reason. The reason Su Qing stopped was that she saw Lang Xing's hand was inside the hoop he was aiming at. He pressed his fingers on it with unusual force. Fortunately, Wolf didn't have superhuman strength, otherwise he probably would have pulled the hoop down. The veins on the back of his hand were bulging. Looking up, his face was gloomy. Wolf's eyelashes were naturally upturned, but he showed no sign of smiling. His lips were pressed into a straight line, and the veins on his arms were bulging. Su Qing dodged, initially displeased, wondering why this man was so petty, giving her such a hard time just because she teased him. Are they still brothers? But Su Qing used his eye of insight to take a closer look and realized that it wasn't what he thought. He discovered that his personality was nothing like the original owner's, but he could always say the same things, like leaving an inheritance, which he had mentioned to Wolf before. When the paranoid and depressed protagonist said those words, he meant them sincerely and truly had no desire to live a long life. As for Wolf Walk, the matter of the Bai family gambling hall didn't take him many days to go abroad. His main purpose for going abroad this time was to find a kidney donor for himself in the underground market. Wolf had never told himself about this, therefore, Wolf was extremely angry at this moment, thinking that Su Qing had once again lost all will to live. Su Qing rested his hands on the table and quickly cracked a joke, raising an eyebrow and saying, "Brother Xing, are you worried that the report is being received too late? Anyway, by the time you can receive it, it will be 100 years from now." Hearing this, Wolf's gloomy expression relaxed. He moved his hand away and said with a smile, "Damn. What a fucking stingy guy. Haven't seen him for months, and he's already started making empty promises." Chapter 205. You've changed. The tense atmosphere between the two finally subsided. Su Qing smiled and said, "How about this? When I reach the peak, I'll share half with you, brother." Wolf's club struck the ground twice with a thud, and Su Qing glared at him irritably. "Get lost, hurry up and play your game." The two played ball for a while longer. They were both quite skilled. Su Qing won the first game, and Lang Xing won the second game. The two were picking balls out of their pockets, and before they could even set them up, there was a sudden knock on the door of the billiard room. "Come in." Wolf glanced at the doorway. He knew who wanted to come in, and the man who entered had a decent appearance and a neat, short haircut. Bai Ji walked down the steps from the doorway and stood in front of the two people. "Cousin, I've been looking for you for ages. The thing you asked me to do." Bai Ji paused when he saw Su Qing standing to the side, then said cheerfully, "Hello, young Master Su. Go on, your brother Su Qing isn't an outsider either," Lang Xing said to Bai Ji, leaning against the pool table. Bai Ji nodded. "The king's game for those young masters on the deck has been arranged. The dealer was hired from outside and has nothing to do with the Bai family. The underwater divers have also been disguised and swam over from the shore. I told Yang Feng to stay there and draw the joker cards, and he told Wang Li to jump into the water." Su Qing leaned against the pool table with his arms crossed. He had been listening to Bai Ji's explanation in a daze, but after glancing at the author's original postscript, he finally understood. It turns out that Longxing had specifically arranged for Bai Ji to plot against Wang Li. Su Qing's first impression of Longxing was that his surname was Lang, and she never connected Longxing with Bai Ji. She only realized that Longxing was from the Bai family after reading the extra chapter about him and Langxing. It turns out that the game played by those people on the deck was designed by Wolf, but Su Qing was a little confused about how Wolf Walker operated in the gambling hall, or whether he had planned to scheme against Wang Li and his group from the very beginning. Wolf Walk nodded to Bai Ji. "Go back to your room and rest for a while. Just pretend you don't know anything, so they won't suspect you." Bai Ji paused. Cousin, what about Yang Feng? It's not a good idea to leave him there alone. He didn't suggest the game, and he didn't organize the party, so don't blame him." "Don't worry." Bai Ji agreed, nodded slightly, and went out. "Brother Xing, why, did you plot against Wan Li and the others?" Wolf picked up some powder and wiped the club head, then flicked his eyelashes. "Isn't it you who wants to deal with them?" Su Qing pondered, realizing that she hadn't told Lang Xing about his plan to undermine Wang Li. Su Qing suddenly realized and said with an embarrassed smile, "I forgot that Roy was someone you assigned to me." Wolf bent down and started the game. "What's the point of just letting Roy film them playing with the young models? Wait until your brother unleashes a big move that will scare him to death. Wang Li is such a chatterbox. I heard him gossiping about you as soon as I got on the ship. If this weren't your territory, I would have punched him." As Wolf Walker sat up, he gave a roguish grin. "Damn, now I remember why you told me to dress so conservatively. How come you didn't organize the cruise party? Even if you're dressed completely, the rumors about the yacht and models will still implicate us. Actually, in the postscript to the original text by Go, there was no major plot focus on Wang Li and those minor supporting characters, so Su Qing never intended to focus on dealing with them. He did intend to film the dissolute behavior of the young men who were on good terms with the Li family, and then spread it widely online, thus affecting Li Tian's reputation. Hearing what Lang Xing said, it did make sense. This gathering was organized by Su Qing, and it was common knowledge in Luochuan. The young models were also arranged by him for those young masters. So, he can easily deny it if he wants to. He can just smooth things over by saying that those young models were brought by Wang Liqing and his group. Wolf scored when he teed off, and after taking another shot, he turned to Su Qing, who seemed to be deep in thought, and said, "Anyway, given the Su family's status, you can embellish the story of Wang Li and the others, saying that they were the ones who brought the people here. It's not impossible, since they are all from small families. The Su family is the most powerful family present today, so the other young masters there can't say anything, and dare not say anything. But what will those people think? Won't they be afraid they'll be the next ones targeted? It's not good to make people take precautions in advance. It's better to build relationships than to make enemies. It's never good to do things openly." Actually, Su Qing never thought about the unclear matters. He was currently very lucky, like a chosen one, with all kinds of good fortune on his side. To be honest, his high status and constant success made Su Qing a bit arrogant. He felt that it didn't matter if those people dared not speak out, or if they wanted to plot against him, they couldn't deal with him even if they joined forces. He has the ability to see through things, and he can always get ahead of others. What is there to be afraid of? But what Langxing said does make some sense. It's better to make friends than enemies. He summoned all the prominent young men of Luochuan, precisely to cultivate good relations with various powerful families. If he were to expose Wang Li and his group, those young men would be on edge, which wouldn't be good for him either. Su Qing nodded at Lang Xing with a look of understanding. "That's right, Brother Xing is right." Wolf looked Su Qing up and down suspiciously. "Hey kid, when did you become so obedient to me? I told you not to kidnap Lin Xie, but you wouldn't listen to me. You were too blatant. The Lin family has a surveillance network, and I was even prepared to go to jail to rescue you. Luckily, nothing went wrong. Actually, it doesn't really matter. With the current strength of the Su and Bai families, they can control things even if they want to do it openly. It's just a bit troublesome. As long as you're happy, that's fine. I've never seen you particularly persistent about anything growing up. Is that woman really that great? If you want her, I'll help you." As Lang Xing was speaking, he took water from the refrigerator. He unscrewed the cap, took a sip, and turned around to find Su Qing's expression was off. He swallowed and paused for a moment. "You're not touched, are you?" "Just kidding. If you do something stupid again, I won't care about you." Su Qing was indeed a little moved. How could Su Dezhuang and Su Dezhuang possibly kidnap Lin Xie so easily? At that time, Su Qing had just transmigrated and was focused on how to turn the situation around, from kidnapping others to pretending to be the kidnapped person. Looking back at the original text now, I realized that Wolf's help was involved in everything from tampering with the surveillance cameras along the way to the unnamed property and the unlicensed van. At first, Wolf repeatedly advised him to stop, but in the end, he couldn't resist Su Qing's stubbornness and ended up helping her. The subsequent concealment of evidence, the burning of the villa in the southern suburbs, the timely rescue when Lang Yanfeng tried to kill him, and the handling of Lang Yanfeng abroad, all of these events were thanks to Wolf. Su Qing couldn't help but sigh. The original owner didn't have many friends, probably only this one good friend at most, but this one friend was already worth more than all of them. He recalled the scene in the first original version where Wolf went to the prison to save the original owner but was rejected by the original owner. The bond between the two was indeed closer than that between blood brothers. Su Qing had been deep in thought, his face expressionless and quite serious. He leaned on the pool table with both hands and quickly eased the tense atmosphere between them. He was wearing a loose-fitting aviator jacket, which made his shoulders appear broad. His peach blossom eyes were very relaxed, and when he smiled, even his downward curving eyelashes revealed a few strands of laughter. "I will listen to my brother from now on." The two stood at opposite ends. Lang Xing frowned, placed his hands on the table, and stared intently at Su Qing with a pursed mouth. "I've noticed you've changed." Chapter 206 Wang Li digs a hole for himself. Wolf's words made Su Qing's heart skip a beat. Discovered, has he become more handsome and different from before? Su Qing stammered, how, have I changed? Su Qing knew that his personality was completely different from the original owner's, but he didn't want to live as someone else. Just as he was about to tell Wolf Walker that he longed for sunshine, for nature, and for a better life, upon seeing his expression, Wolf's composure crumbled instantly. He raised his hands, crossed his arms, and chuckled. You've become fucking disgusting. You're really good at being sickeningly sweet. Is talking like that even manly? Su Qing tapped her fingers on the pool table, looked up and chuckled. How can it not count? Damn it! Wolfwalk symbolically rubbed his empty arm and walked towards Su Qing with an imposing air. Hurry up, let's fight. I'll beat you to death. Su Qing walked around the pool table, playing a game of tag with Lang Xing, then turned and laughed. Isn't this something I learned from my brother? Damn it! Su Qing, you're not leaving this room today. One of us has to walk out sideways. Suddenly, both of them stopped in their tracks. Wolf's phone kept ringing. He pulled out his phone, beckoned to Su Qing, and said with a mischievous grin, Stop messing around, stop messing around. Those guys on deck are making a move. Let's watch the show for a bit. The two sat down on the sofa. There was a small projection screen in front of it. Wolf connected it to his phone, and the underwater scene was clearly visible. On the deck not long ago, Wang Li and his friends were having a great time. Wang Li was lucky. In the latest round of the game, he drew the Joker card again. Jump, jump, jump. Wang Li pointed at a young model. Go, jump down. 2 million. The young model in the pink bikini was terrified. She can swim, but jumping from such a height must have been incredibly frightening. It's okay, it's not dangerous, go ahead and jump. The girl in the white bikini next to her jumped over the bar. Although her hair was all wet and her makeup was ruined, this was a lot of money, so did her appearance matter. Before the girl in the pink bikini could even mentally prepare herself, Wang Li stood up, grabbed her arms with his large hands, and pulled her up. Jump now, you have to accept the consequences of your bet. The girl was so panicked she was almost crying. She was practically pushed down by Wang Li with a loud bang. A huge splash rose from the calm sea. The girl didn't surface for several seconds, which terrified some of the people present. However, there were also a few who were just enjoying the show, such as Wang Li, who kept laughing gleefully. In his eyes, what was this? This was a lowly commoner. He wasn't afraid of death. This was on Su Qing's ship, part of a show arranged by someone else. He was at most someone who was pushing things along. Anyway, Wang Li was having a great time and wasn't afraid of anything. Even when the girl in the pink bikini rose from the water, he was still a little unsatisfied. Where's Bai Jiren? He suggested the game, isn't he coming back? Wang Li asked, looking at the sea with little interest. One of the young masters who was with Bai Ji was also present. He was Yang Feng, the young master of the Yang family. His name sounds grand, but he has fair skin and a handsome appearance. His family is in the cosmetics trade, dealing in numerous big brands. However, in the eyes of these rich kids, because his family is associated with the cosmetics industry, he is considered effeminate. I don't know where that logic came from. Those young masters didn't like Yang Feng, and Yang Feng disliked them too, especially Wang Li, who was particularly gossipy and sharp-tongued. The rumor that he was effeminate originated from Wang Li. Just then, Baiji told him about this plan. Everyone would play the king's game, and Wang Li would jump into the water, where someone would be lying in wait to pull Wang Li to a deeper place. They were a perfect match. What is the social standing of the Bai family, and what is the status of the Su family? Even if Wang Li dies here, no one will dare to say a word. Baiji got an upset stomach from eating and drinking too much. He just messaged me saying he's still in the bathroom and wants us to play first. Yang Feng had been sitting in the corner the whole time, and Wang Li hadn't even noticed him until he started talking. Now that Yang Feng has spoken, I suddenly remembered, there's this pretty boy here, haha, let him jump next. Wang Li was incredibly lucky today. He even felt like it was a game where whoever he wanted to jump had to jump. He was thinking to himself that Yang Feng would be the next one to jump down. Wang Li turned around, spread his arms, and gripped the milky white railing beside him. He peeked at the crowd with a mischievous grin, finally fixing his gaze on Yang Feng. How about we increase the stakes? Gambling? Yang Feng asked, sitting cross-legged with his elbows on his thighs, looking somewhat puzzled. Wang Li clicked his tongue, thinking to himself that a sissy is a sissy. He scoffed, "Are you short of money? Am I short of money? Gambling is so vulgar. Let's do diving again, but this time let's add something special. Diving, let's hold our breath underwater for 5 minutes. You can't show your face, not even once, okay?" "I'm fine with either," Yang Feng said. Yang Feng glanced casually at a spot, looking listless, but what others didn't know was that he almost burst out laughing. Wang Li had practically walked right into the line of fire. Cheng Xin frowned. "Brother Wang, don't go too far. This sea isn't shallow. What if something happens?" The young models nearby were terrified. Diving was barely acceptable, but holding their breath underwater for 5 minutes was something some of them simply couldn't handle. And even if they won by drawing the Joker card, they wouldn't dare let these rich young men jump into the sea. "Brother Wang, I don't want to play anymore, Brother Wang." "I don't want to play anymore either, Brother Wang, I'm scared." The girl's voice was incredibly soft and charming, delicate and alluring, but Wang Li was not one to show mercy to women. "I'll double the money I'm giving you. You've lost 4 million. Do you still want to withdraw now?" Who wouldn't be tempted by millions? With Wang Li offering such a high reward, diving underwater doesn't seem like a difficult task anymore. "I'm going to Brother Wang. I also play Wang Ji's game." Several girls agreed. Wang Li raised his eyebrows, looking determined to win, but what none of them noticed was, at this moment, Yang Feng gave the dealer next to him a wink, his eyes revealing a sinister glint. A middle-aged man in a sharp suit gently hooked a thin thread over a Joker card with his calloused knuckles. Chapter 207. Wang Li diving. The game was changed by a few people, and the stakes were increased, making the hearts of the men and women on the deck jump. "If we lose, we'll have to jump into the sea and stay there for 5 minutes. The dealer's expression remained unchanged, and the middle-aged man's voice was polite and courteous. "Gentlemen, please decide on the order of dealing the cards." They used a very traditional way of deciding the outcome, rock, paper, scissors, which was very fair. The group counted to 3 and then stretched out their hands. The ultimate loser was Yang Feng. He frowned as he took the cards from the dealer. Wang Li glanced at his furrowed brows and gave a slick, malicious smile. He thought to himself, "That sissy is just waiting to jump." What Wang Li didn't notice was that when the dealer dealt the cards to Yang Feng, he quickly flicked the bottom Joker card with his finger, and with a flick of the thin silver thread, the Joker card was moved to the top. Of the dealer continued to calmly deal cards to each young master, until they reached Wang Li, who was standing next to him. When Wang Li saw the card in his hand, he was taken aback. It was the 3 of hearts, the lowest card in their game, but Wang Li only paused for a second or two. Among the people present, who would make him jump if they won? A scion of a prominent family? Should these families still maintain a cooperative relationship, young models? Would they dare? Who won this round? Who won? Wang Li was still shouting loudly, completely unaware that danger was approaching him. Suddenly, Yang Feng, who had been sitting cross-legged with a worried expression, flipped the Joker card in his hand over. "Sorry, I won a round." He stared straight at Wang Li. "Wang Li, you can jump." Wang Li grinned, thinking to himself that he was really unlucky. He had just increased his bet, and now he was the loser. But it doesn't matter, it's just to jump in the water, it's not like he can't swim. Wang Li turned around and grabbed the white railing, thinking he looked cool as he turned around. He held his breath, jumped, and splashed a huge spray of water onto the surface with a loud bang. "Won't Brother Wang be in any danger?" the young model asked cautiously, gripping the railing. Though she said that, she was secretly overjoyed. "Brother Wang is a good swimmer," Cheng Xian said. Wang Li was willing to accept defeat. He held his breath and calculated the time underwater. He didn't plan to stay underwater for that long. Anyway, there was no timer. If he came up early, who would dare to say anything to him? Could he be made to jump again? The sea surface shimmered under the sunlight, but Wang Li's visibility underwater was poor. His eyes, which weren't wearing goggles, were squinted, and his hair flew around with the rolling current. He hadn't even stayed underwater for 5 minutes. He couldn't stand it after just 2 or 3 minutes. The main problem was that the seawater wasn't very clean. He felt like he had a white garbage bag stuck to his mouth, which was incredibly disgusting. His legs were thrashing about underwater, and he was just about to swim to the surface when, before his head even came out of the water, he felt that his legs had no strength at all, as if they were bound by something. He wondered if he was entangled in seaweed. As soon as Wang Li looked down, his narrowed eyes widened instantly. He had no interest in how spicy the seawater was or how much trash was. Underwater, the deep blue seawater, with its extremely low visibility, appeared incredibly dark. He saw 7 or 8 enormous objects at his feet, nearly 2 meters tall and 1 meter wide, resembling large trees. They were binding him tightly. The objects binding him were covered in long, dark leaves, and as the seawater surged, they pulled him down as if to drag him into an abyss. The seawater naturally becomes darker and more muted as you go deeper into the water. Wang Li, who was usually fearless, was so terrified by the scene before him that he almost lost his soul. It struggled desperately, managing to avoid the creature beneath its feet, but ended up crashing headfirst into the rocks. The billiard room. 10 minutes at Su Ching and Lang Xing sat comfortably on the sofa, sipping champagne and watching the scene being projected onto the screen. The screen displays the scenery of the sea. The camera was focused on the divers dressed as plankton. Don't say it. Su Ching hadn't seen what those things looked like beforehand. A diver covered in long black leaves was adjusting the camera lens. Suddenly, an image appeared on the screen. The image didn't frighten Wang Li first, but it startled Su Cheng. He was drinking champagne when he suddenly choked and sprayed it all over Wolf. Holy crap! Wolf hurriedly pulled 2 napkins from the table in front of him, his neck soaked with vomit from Su Cheng, which had dripped into his short sleeves. Wolf glared at Su Ching. Are you serious? Cough, 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 you scared me. Su Qingjian choked, her low, hoarse voice becoming even hoarser and somewhat incoherent. How can you be so timid? Wolf turned around and pulled out a few tissues from the table, thinking that Su Ching must have spilled a lot of wine and was about to wipe it off for him. Wolf looked Su Ching up and down as he asked, "Where did you spill the wine?" Cough, cough. Su Ching coughed, then couldn't help but chuckle, touching her dry clothes. Ha ha ha. Wolf looked Su Ching up and down, his lips pursed, and threw the tissue in his hand on the ground. What the hell, you sprayed it all on me? Su Ching smiled and said, "Brother, don't be angry. This outfit I'm wearing is a new gift from the brand, and I'm a little reluctant to part with it." Wolf got up and walked towards the door, but halfway there he found that his wrist had been grabbed. Don't go. Su Ching had just choked, and her eyes were red and she looked rather pitiful. Wolf turned to Su Ching and said irritably, "What are you doing?" Su Ching glanced at the screen and then at Lang Xing. Scared, Wolf closed his eyes tightly for a moment. "I beg you. What do you want from me? If you use reduplicated words with me again, I'll fucking kill you." Su Cheng blinked, this time not using reduplicated words, and said seriously, "I'm really scared." Wolf gave Su Ching a disgusted look. "He's so damn clingy. What's there to be afraid of? I'm going to change my clothes. I'm so sticky." Wolf couldn't stand the sticky feeling all over his body, so he reached inside his clothes with a tissue to wipe himself, then went up the steps and pushed open the door. Actually, Su Cheng wasn't lying to him. Su Cheng was genuinely afraid. Back when we used to watch horror movies in the apartment, I only dared to watch them if Rue and a few other girls were with me. Although it wasn't a horror movie, just an underwater scene, the sea was too dark, and the group of divers dressed like giant phytoplankton looked like trees that had come to life. Who wouldn't be scared in that situation? What? Su Ching took a deep breath. I spread my arms and leaned back on the sofa, trying to calm myself down. Silently repeat a few words to yourself. It's all fake. It's all fake. As the old saying goes, the best way to overcome fear is to face it. At this moment, Su Ching stared directly at the image on the screen. He was putting this saying into practice. Chapter 208. Su Ching saves people. Time passed second by second, and the screen was now split into two, with the huge screen divided into 2.1 shot shows a large area of the seabed with several divers. Another shot shows a camera worn on the head of a diver close to Wang Li, with Wang Li's large face displayed on the screen. His face was filled with terror and panic. He looked like he was scared out of his wits. Watching Wang Li being restrained by the divers, Su Ching tapped her fingers on the back of the sofa, smiling with great interest. Su Ching closed his eyes for a while, and frowned when he opened them again. He had just used his eye of insight to check, and Wolf Walk did not intend to kill Wang Li. However, the author of the original postscript says otherwise. According to what Su Ching knew from the book, the divers did release Wang Li when he was terrified. Although Wang Li did not faint or drown, he seemed to have lost his mind from fright and did not even struggle to escape. The divers couldn't reveal their identities, and it was only after the people on deck realized what was happening that it was too late to call a lifeguard to go down and find Wang Li. But after Wang Li was pulled up and sent to the hospital, he could not be saved. The party was spread like wildfire by Su Ching, and everyone knew that he had organized it. Naturally, the fact that Wang Li died at the party was also widely known. In particular, the yacht parties hosted by wealthy young men, which turned into a scene of debauchery and ultimately resulted in deaths, became a topic of conversation everywhere. Who wouldn't want to see gossip and drama surrounding a young master from a wealthy family? This matter greatly affected Su Qing's reputation. The Wang family, having lost their son, would certainly not sit idly by. They joined forces with several smaller families to launch a covert and overt attack on the Su family. They even found Li Tian and formed an alliance with him. This increased Li Tian's protagonist's luck by several hundred points. This series of events made Lang Xing feel quite guilty. He kept busy trying to block the news and even had to hold a press conference to declare that this matter had nothing to do with Su Qing and that he was the one who planned and did it. Since Lang Xing was so loyal and righteous, Su Qing naturally stopped him from holding a press conference. After all, Wang Li's death hadn't been definitively pinned on Su Qing, and for Lang Xing to take the blame would be murder. The two situations were vastly different. Of course, given the strong foundations of the Su and Bai families, no matter how far this matter develops, it will not shake the Su family's position in Luochuan. But how could we allow Li Tian to gain several hundred points of luck? Su Qing suddenly recalled Lang Xing's words, "It is better to make friends than to make enemies. Don't make things public." A sly smile flickered across Su Qing's lips. Doing good deeds should be done openly, right? The people on deck stopped playing games and were counting down the time as they waited for Wang Li to come up. Why hasn't Brother Wang come up yet? He doesn't have a timer either, so he probably doesn't know what time it is. Should we send someone underwater to look for Brother Wang? Didn't Chang Xin say that Brother Wang is a good swimmer? He'll probably be up soon. A young man who liked to watch the excitement spoke while leaning over the railing and whistling down. Chang Xin frowned, sensing that something was wrong. Given Wang Li's personality, how could he possibly stay until exactly the right time to come up? He wasn't the kind of person who kept his word, but Chang Xin didn't say much. Instead, a hint of disdain appeared in his eyes as he let everyone chatter on. To everyone else, he and Wang Li were old friends, but in reality, their families only had business dealings. They maintained a superficial relationship. He didn't consider Wang Li a true friend at all. He thought Wang Li was stupid, clumsy, and wicked. How could he be worthy of being friends with him? Like most people present, he was actually quite curious to see Wang Li make a fool of himself. A series of footsteps echoed from inside the cabin onto the deck, drawing everyone's attention. The newcomer was wearing a jacket, was extremely tall, and had a pair of almond-shaped eyes that held a humble and gentle smile. Who else could this person be but the host of this gathering? I apologize for the poor hospitality. Did you all have a good time? Su Cheng nodded to everyone and said a polite remark. The people on deck responded in unison. What are you all playing? Count me in. Su Qing smiled, then suddenly paused as she looked around, asking in confusion, where are Brother Wang and Brother Bai? I remember they were here. Yang Feng stood up and politely said to Su Qing, Bai Ji has an upset stomach and is in the toilet. Wang Li, Yang Feng paused, pointing downwards. Su Qing glanced at everyone suspiciously, then asked knowingly, Who? They went down to the cabin? Chang Xin straightened up. We were playing the king's game, and the stakes were diving. Brother Wang just lost and jumped in. Su Qing's eyes widened, her expression saying, You guys are diving in my territory? None of the group knew Su Qing well, and seeing her awkward and embarrassed expression, they exchanged glances, hesitating to speak. Why isn't he coming up yet? Su Qing asked, pointing to the sea. This time we're going to play underwater and hold our breath for 5 minutes. Yang Feng twitched his lips, feigning reluctance, and agreed. Su Qing frowned, her expression grave. How long has Brother Wang been underwater? Su Qing was already tall, and as the most outstanding young master in Luochuan, his gloomy face and overwhelming presence made everyone speechless. Yang Feng called after him again, 6.5 minutes. Young Master Su, they all say Brother Wang is a good swimmer. This. Su Qing took a deep breath, seemingly trying to suppress her impatience. Her voice rose slightly, though she didn't shout, but the seriousness in her voice only intensified. 6.5 minutes already. How deep is this sea? Are they trying to kill themselves? I'll call for help. Yang Feng stammered. He was the only one who still dared to speak to Su Qing, but no one present suspected anything. Even if Wang Li was in danger, they couldn't be blamed, but Yang Feng was different. After all, he He was the one who made Wang Li jump before young Feng could finish speaking. The tall and handsome young master from a prominent family, holding onto the railing with one hand, leaped over it and quickly took off his coat and short-sleeved shirt, revealing his broad shoulders, narrow waist, and smooth, toned physique. With a loud bang, a beautiful splash was left on the sea surface, and the young master of the Su family had already rushed into the sea to look for someone. Before jumping into the sea, he left only one sentence: "The lifeguard is in the lounge below the cabin. Quickly send someone to find him." Completely different from his previous polite and distant manner, Su Qing shouted at the top of his lungs. Anyone who saw him would still think he was that aloof, gloomy, and cold-blooded animal. At the hatch behind the deck, a number of people were standing, peering over the deck and discussing among themselves. Young Master Su is so manly. Young Master Su actually jumped right in to look for someone? Wang Li was gossiping about young Master Su behind his back, and young Master Su actually jumped down to save him? Young Master Su has such a great physique. Chapter 209 Wang Li has gone mad. What the people present didn't know was that the moment Su Qing jumped into the sea, her face showed no seriousness or urgency. In fact, a sly smile even flashed across her lips. Wang Li's life is not important, but Li Tian was competing with him for luck. How could he let Li Tian gain the upper hand? The wolf set up the plan for him, so how could he bear to let his good brother blame himself? How could he possibly pass up such an opportunity to demonstrate his magnanimity in front of everyone? It was such a coincidence. Su Qing found it extremely interesting. Su Qing held his breath and jumped down. The seawater soaked his body, and the dripping seawater covered his tight, fair skin, and with his long arms and legs, he dived into the deep sea and swam towards Wang Li. Following the location shown in the projected video, they found Wang Li, who had lost all will to live, in no time. The divers, dressed as plankton, had already released him, but Wang Li remained motionless, looking completely terrified. Although Wang Li was gossipy and annoying, he wasn't ugly. The genes of a powerful family passed down through generations were of the highest quality, and Wang Li was no exception. With thick eyebrows and big eyes, he sat quietly in the water, dazed and confused, unable to make a splash for a long time, looking rather pitiful. He even had the air of a fallen nobleman. They've completely lost their previous arrogant attitude of watching the spectacle without caring about the consequences, letting this person jump or that person jump. When Wang Ligong saw Su Qing, his eyes widened in disbelief. He felt as if Su Qing had a halo hanging behind her, and he couldn't remember how Su Qing had pulled him up there. When Su Qing pulled Wang Li onto the lifeboat, he saw Wang Li clinging tightly to Su Qing's arm, choking on water and almost passing out, on the verge of tears. Wang Li didn't even care that there were lifeguards on the lifeboat. He pointed his finger along the sea surface and kept muttering to himself. "Thank you, thank you." Young Master Su. Wang Li never imagined that in his most helpless moment, when he was almost giving up hope, the person who would come to his rescue would be Su Qing, the person he always gossiped about. Meanwhile, none of his friends had come to his rescue during the long time he was submerged at the bottom of the sea. "It's all right, Brother Wang." Su Qing sat right next to him, and Wang Li's extremely terrified expression was captured in Su Qing's eyes. To be honest, Su Qing wanted to laugh a little. She guessed that this guy was probably insane even if he didn't die. Isn't that more interesting than death? When they returned to the cruise ship, everyone saw Wang Li's disheveled appearance. Some came up to offer their greetings and concern, some whispered boos, some gossiped about him, and a doctor came to check on his health. However, Wang Li's eyes were lifeless and he couldn't utter a complete sentence. Just as he picked up a towel to cover his face, the underwater scenery flashed through his mind like a revolving lantern. Wang Li spoke numbly. "There are ghosts down there, ghosts, monsters. They're trying to drag me to the bottom of the sea. They're going to kill me." The people around him stared wide-eyed at what he said and whispered among themselves. How could there be ghosts? Young Master Wang must have made a mistake. You must be mistaken. If there were a ghost, it wouldn't be able to get up here. But no one believed what Wang Li said. He looked so distraught that he seemed to have gone mad. The doctor, wearing a white coat, discovered a patch of blood on the back of Wang Li's head when he examined him. Young Master Wang must have hit his head and needs some treatment. I'll take him to his room first. The ship's doctor was one of Su Qing's men, and he looked at Su Qing to ask for his young master's opinion. Su Qing nodded. Go and take young Master Wang to treat his wounds and rest. We can't take him home right now since we're in the middle of the sea. Let's take him back once we reach the shore. Su Qing only had one towel in his hand. He was soaking wet, and his pants were full of water. He couldn't get clean with just one towel, so he had to go back and change his clothes. After speaking, Su Chung stood up and nodded to the people around her, saying, "I'm so sorry everyone, I haven't been a good host. I didn't expect this kind of problem to occur." Before Su Ching could finish speaking, Wang Li, who had just been helped up by the doctor on the sofa behind her, grabbed Su Ching's wrist like a madman. Half dragged, half pulled, he nearly knelt before Su Ching's legs. He was soaked, and bloodstains dangled from the back of his neck. Su Ching quickly helped him up. "Young Master Su, did you see that? There are water ghosts at the bottom of the sea." Wang Li's eyes were bloodshot as he gripped Su Ching's wrist tightly, his expression contorted with rage. Su Ching's eyes flashed with impatience for a moment, but he quickly concealed it, presenting everyone with a magnanimous and warm smile. Sunlight flashed across Su Ching's pupils, causing a glint of light to appear in her originally obsidian-like pupils. His voice was soft, deep, and hoarse, yet utterly sincere. "Brother Wang, there are only fish and reefs on the seabed. Brother Wang, are you seeing things? I'm not seeing things. There are 7 or 8 monsters, one of them is as big as a tree, covered in feathers, and pitch black." Wang Li was completely disoriented, his eyes darting around frantically in their sockets, gesturing wildly in front of him like a mental patient. He looked at everyone, but their eyes only returned Wang Li expressions of doubt, disdain, amusement, and so on. Even some young men from prominent families who had little to do with Wang Li were hugging their female companions, covering their heads and eyes, as if to say they wanted to stay away from that madman. Wang Li.no1 will verify whether Wang Li's words are true or false, and no one will believe him. The only person present who could untangle his inner conflict was Su Ching, but Su Ching would never tell him the truth. Su Ching stood with his back straight, his upper body bare, water flowing down his taut muscles. He gave a wink to the bodyguard and doctor behind Wang Li. "Take young Master Wang back to his room to rest and give him a sedative injection." "Why would I need a sedative? I'm perfectly fine, why would I need a sedative?" Wang Li bared his teeth and brandished his claws, his features contorted in a grotesque grimace, as he lunged at Su Ching. "There really are monsters underwater, young Master Su, you should tell them." Su Ching frowned, looking very embarrassed, and said, "Brother Wang, that's not true, how can I say that?" As Wang Li lunged forward, the people around him started chattering amongst themselves. "Wang Li has really gone mad." Young Master Su jumped down to save him as if he were going to eat young Master Su alive. "That's terrifying. Wang Li is in a really bad situation, he's terrified." Wang Li brought this on himself. He suggested holding his breath underwater for 5 minutes. The seabed is murky, and who knows, he might have been oxygen deprived and mistaken the fish for monsters. Wang Li's nerves were being stimulated by their words, his eyes were lifeless, but his hearing seemed to be stimulated 1,000 times more. He charged recklessly toward Su Ching. If it weren't for the 2 bodyguards holding his arms, it felt like Wang Li could have easily thrown Su Ching into the nearby sea with his current strength. However, he didn't shout anymore. His voice was so hoarse it sounded like blood was seeping out. "Young Master Su, I beg you, please tell them I'm telling the truth." "I'm not crazy." Su Ching didn't reply to him. He shook his head, looking quite helpless. He gave the bodyguard a wink, then casually wiped the water off his body. Chapter 210 Wolfwalk's self-reproach. The people on the first floor of the ship were in a chaotic mess, gossiping and discussing amongst themselves. Fortunately, no one present discussed who started the diving game. In their eyes, Wang Li was just reaping what he sowed, like a monkey in a circus, all bared and looking ridiculous. Their focus was more on Su Ching, the eldest son of a family who bravely jumped in to save people. Su Ching greeted everyone with a polite smile, but she was not entirely satisfied with what they were saying. Besides these sounds, Su Ching also heard an even more beautiful sound, ding. The host has successfully altered the plot, plundered Li Tian's opportunity, and gained 200 villain points and 200 villain luck. Su Ching curled her lip, "It's really worthless." However, as everyone knows, Su Ching is content and not greedy. Now that she has obtained 200 villain points and luck, Li Tian has still lost several hundred luck points. To sum it all up, Su Ching was still doing his calculations when suddenly he felt a weight on his shoulders as an oversized white bath towel was placed over him, and a pair of hands pressed down on his shoulders. He turned his head and saw Wolf standing behind him. The two were about the same height. Su Ching looked at him at eye level, but Lang Xing's eyes were deep and his upturned corners were very profound at this moment. Su Ching subconsciously called out to him, "Brother Xing." Wolf responded, taking Su Ching's shoulder and turning her towards the stairwell. "Come on, let's go upstairs and change your clothes." "Huh? Oh, okay." Su Ching went into her room to take a shower, and when she came out, she had already changed her clothes. He dried his wet hair without using a hairdryer. He sensed that Wolf's expression was a bit off. Wolf was sitting on the edge of the bed, staring at him silently. Su Qing didn't know how to explain to Lang Xing that he jumped in to rescue people. He couldn't say that he knew from the original text that Lang Xing's plan had failed, or that Wang Li had no desire to live underwater, and that he had premonition to go down and save people. Who would believe that? He couldn't say he didn't trust Lang Xing or was afraid Wang Li was dead. Su Qing thought for a moment and decided to just say that he wanted to show off. Anyway, his image had never been very good, so he could take the blame himself. Su Qing smiled and coughed twice, breaking the silence in the room. Good brother, why are you looking at me like that? You're not upset that I ruined your plans, are you? Ahem, isn't this just putting things into practice and making this good thing public, brother Xing? Look at what people outside are saying, my reputation is so good now. Su Qing finished speaking and raised her eyebrows, looking relaxed and lazy, without showing the slightest bit of difficulty. Wolf rubbed the bridge of his nose and interrupted him directly. Don't say anything, Su Qing, I messed up this. Don't make excuses for me. I'm sorry about this. If you had gone any later, Wang Li might have died. Su Qing was stunned for a moment, the towel in her hand seemed to freeze in place. Lang Xing was right, but how did he know? Wolf closed his eyes. He had been feeling sticky, so he took a shower before changing his clothes. But when he returned to the billiard room, he found that Su Qing was gone. He was just about to go out to find Su Cheng when he received a call from his men who had been sent to lie in wait underwater. Brother Xing, Wang Li isn't swimming up at all. He seems terrified and keeps sinking. We can't push him out because it will expose us. The underwater communication equipment wasn't working, so this diver had to swim desperately to shore to make the call to Wolf. Okay, I understand. Lang Xing glanced at the screen in front of him and realized that Wang Li's body was indeed getting heavier and heavier. He had to send someone to pull Wang Li out, otherwise if Wang Li died at the party arranged by Su Qing, he would have done more harm than good. However, he couldn't directly save Wang Li, and how he knew Wang Li would be in danger underwater became a question that needed explanation. It's too easy to be exposed. As he was pondering this carefully, he was surprised to find that there was another person's figure on the screen in front of him, and it was Su Qing. Su Cheng went down to save people. When he ran down, he found that everyone present was talking about Wang Li and the others playing games. Su Cheng went over to greet them and heard that Wang Li had stayed in the water for a long time without going down to rescue people. Returning to his senses, Wolf looked up at Su Qing. You went there because you saw Wang Li not swimming upstream in the video, right? This is all my fault. I really didn't expect that brat. Not a single person went to help him out. What kind of public image does he have? And Yang Feng too. What was the point of sending him over? He just watched the show while someone was in the water for so long. Su Qing could tell that Lang Xing was extremely annoyed at this moment. His toughness and ferocity had faded considerably, and his face was full of self-reproach. He walked over and patted Lang Xing on the shoulder. What's wrong? Wang Li won't die even if he stays underwater a little longer. I really just want to go over there, to show off. It's better to make friends than enemies, isn't that what my brother taught me? I just want him to remember my kindness or something. Su Qing raised an eyebrow, grinning, and spoke with utmost sincerity. Hearing Su Qing's words, Wolfwalk's mood improved somewhat. He looked Su Qing up and down. But, if you jump in to save him, I'm afraid you'll drown along with Wang Li. Su Qing frowned, then clicked her tongue. My health isn't that bad. To be honest, if Wang Li really drowned, Lang Xing wouldn't care. The Wang family is such a small family, they can just accept losing their son. Wolf's current self-blame is mainly due to his worry for Su Qing. When a drowning person sees a lifeline, the force is astonishing. If you're not careful, Wang Li could pull you down and you won't be able to get out. Su Qing agreed with this point, and she also deeply resonated with what Lang Xing said. Back then, the lake at the Su family's place was so shallow that Long Yanluan kept pulling him down, almost killing him, but things are different now. With his current fighting strength, let alone 1 King Li, even 10 King Li. Su Qing smiled, reached her arm behind her head to wipe her hair, and said in a relaxed tone, I'm fine, so don't worry about me. I feel like Xing Ji is even more affectionate than me right now, and I'm not a woman. Fuck you. You little brat. Chapter 211. Don't run away. A cool breeze was blowing in the center of the guest room. Su Qing's hair was still wet, and water was dripping down the back of her neck. Stimulated by the cool breeze above her head, she couldn't help but sneeze. Achoo! Achoo! Wolf frowned at him, his eyes clearly saying, I told you your body wasn't up to par, but you insisted on pushing yourself. Achoo! Su Qing said, quickly drying her hair as she rushed to the bathroom. Brother Xing, I have rhinitis, it has nothing to do with going into the water, I'm a pretty good swimmer. Achoo! Wait while I blow dry my hair. Wolf Walker realized Su Qing was trying to change the subject. He sat on the edge of the bed, put his hands behind his back, and sighed. Su Qing was still putting on a brave face, his health was already terrible, he was sick in every way. I've even developed rhinitis. Su Qing's hair wasn't long, so she dried it quickly, finishing in just 2 minutes. When he came out, his hair was soft and neat. He casually swept it back and said to Lang Xing, let's go, Xingji. We need to appease the guests downstairs, and we also need to go check on Wang Li. Su Qing walked towards the door as she spoke, but Wolf stopped him as soon as his fingers touched the handle. I'll go. Leave the rest to me. Wolfwalker's words carried an air of unquestionable authority. I'll go with you, Su Qing said. Wolf gestured with his chin toward the house, you can rest here. Su Qing pressed his shoulder and pushed him forward. Come on, let's split up. I'll go check on Wang Li. Brother, could you please greet the guests for me? Wolf raised an eyebrow, instantly understanding the hidden meaning in Su Qing's words. He chuckled, a weasel offering New Year's greetings to a chicken. Su Qing shrugged twice. What bad intentions could I possibly have? The two split up. Wolf went down the stairs to help Su Qing take care of the guests. As Su Qing left the room and went straight to the innermost guest room, the one where Wang Li was resting. The lights in the guest room corridor were off, and only a few dim, yellowish lamps in the style of European candlesticks illuminated the walls. The light shone on Su Qing's back, stretching her shadow long and narrow. Wang Li's room was located at the innermost part of the second floor. The room was fully equipped with furniture and amenities. There were 5 people in the room at the moment, but the soft and comfortable cushions were ignored. 4 people were standing, and 1 person was squatting against the wall in the corner. The man's arms were tightly wrapped around his knees, and even though he had nowhere left to retreat, he still leaned against the wall. He hadn't changed his clothes, and he was soaking wet. Even the fabric wallpaper was wet from the seawater on him. His blank expression and twitching lips made him look completely lost and disoriented. He kept repeating, I don't want a sedative, stay away from me. Why doesn't anyone believe me? Why don't any of you believe me? There are water ghosts, monsters, under the boat. Why don't you believe me? Cheng Xian frowned, moved closer to him, and squatted down in front of Wang Li. Brother Wang, stop talking nonsense, you must be seeing things. I'm not seeing things. Why don't you believe me? Why don't you even believe me? Wang Li's voice grew louder and louder, and his scarlet eyes gradually turned ferocious. He covered his head and shook it desperately. The seabed seemed to pull him from an endless abyss, and he would never forget those terrifying and distorted images. But why did no one believe him? He regretted it, he resented, he regretted ever playing the game, he regretted jumping. And it was his own choice to take that gamble. He resented that Yang Feng had chosen him as the person, he resented others for being unharmed. But he was the one who witnessed those horrific scenes. He even resented Su Qing for organizing such a gathering. If it weren't for this gathering, he wouldn't have come here. Why didn't Su Qing see him? Wang Li's mind raced like a revolving lantern as he frantically tried to recall the events that could have reversed the situation. Knock knock knock, knock knock knock. Suddenly, a knock sounded on the door, more like a notification. The person outside opened the door without waiting for the people inside to agree to let him in. The man who walked in was extremely tall, and his beautiful peach blossom eyes shone with a clear luster as they were reflected by the entryway light. How is Brother Wang? Are you feeling better? Su Qing glanced around the room and paused slightly when she caught sight of Wang Li's location. He walked over quickly, nodded to the doctor, and asked, how is the situation? Young Master Wang is very resistant to our treatment. He refuses to be given sedatives and won't even let us treat the wound on his head. The doctor seemed very troubled. Oh, I see. Su Qing looked down at Wang Li, her polite and courteous expression darkening, replaced by a casual smile. He crossed his arms, turned his head to look at the wallpaper stained red by Wang Li's head, and said casually, how can we not treat the wound? People outside will blame me for not being hospitable. Why don't you go and tie him to the bed? Treat young Master Wang's wounds properly. He's not in a good mental state right now. You can't just let him do whatever he wants. Yes, young Master Su. Two bodyguards in suits walked over to Wang Li, grabbed his arms, and pulled him up with all their might. Let me go. Let me go. Wang Li struggled desperately, but how could the pampered young master possibly overcome the strength of two well-trained mercenaries? Several stiff black straps were tied around Wang Li's body, binding him up like a rice dumpling. Cheng Xian was always a deep thinker, and seeing this scene made him think a lot. Although the young master of the Su family standing to the side had a smile on his face, it was not a polite smile, but a smile mixed with amusement. His immediate reaction was that he had to leave. He nodded politely to Su Qing. Young Master Su, I'm going to the restroom. I'll come back to see Brother Wan later. Excuse me. He walked out as he spoke, but as soon as he passed Su Qing suddenly blocked his way, looking down at him with an oppressive aura. Su Qing pointed to the bathroom and the guest room, which was located to the left of the entrance, and the door was wide open. Cheng Xinjuan looked extremely embarrassed. How could he have come up with such a lame excuse? He nodded to Su Qing and walked towards the bathroom, but just as he was about to close the door, several well-defined fingers blocked his way. The dark brown wooden door panel appeared even wider against the ground, and the knuckles moved the door panel slowly and deliberately. Cheng Xian waited for Su Qing's move as if he were waiting for the black hole of an abyss to open. Don't run away, brother. Su Qing took a step up the stairs and followed her inside, then slammed the door shut. Chapter 212. Doing things with me. Su Qing's lips curled into a smile, and her peach blossom eyes curved into a beautiful arc. Su Qing was extremely tall and had a very handsome face, but the two were not contradictory at all. They blended together perfectly. Anyone who saw him would be stunned, as if he were a perfect work of art crafted by the creator. He lowered his head slightly towards Cheng Xian, whispering in his ear, "You want to tell them I planted a hidden camera to film them, right? Or should I tell them that I intend to kill Wang Li?" Cheng Xian's pupils dilated sharply. He had indeed seen it when Su Qing was fiddling with the pinhole camera on the waitress's skirt on the deck. At the time, everyone's attention was focused on the aloof and cold young Master Su's unprecedented attempt to flirt with a girl, but only he noticed the details on Su Qing's palm. Su Qing was pushing that small red camera. But Cheng Xian didn't understand. Su Qing was facing them from behind. Unless she had eyes in the back of her head, how could she have noticed that he had seen her? Su Qing saw it with his eye of insight, and he also knew that the only person who came to visit Wang Li was not Wang Li's friend. Cheng Xian was a smart man, and even if he thought of 1,000 reasons, he couldn't figure out how Su Qing knew. But he didn't ask Su Qing again. He composed himself and said in a low voice, "Young Master Su, I won't tell anyone. I never intended to tell anyone." Su Qing chuckled softly, her fingers lightly tapping on the marble countertop beside her. A living person can't keep a secret. Cheng Xian stared wide-eyed at Su Qing. A red ambient light on the wall flashed across Su Qing's eyes, as if carrying a bloodthirsty gleam, making Cheng Xian panic and instinctively back away. "Young Master Su, I don't understand what you mean." Su Qing pressed closer, her brows furrowing, a cryptic smile playing on her lips. "Haven't I made myself clear enough? I want to kill you. Only the dead can keep their mouths shut, am I right? Oh, by the way, Wang Li wasn't seeing things. There really were a lot of monsters underwater, pulling him and dragging him to deeper places." Su Qing clicked her tongue lightly and smiled sheepishly. "Oh dear, how did I accidentally tell you about this too? It's over. Now you know even more, and I have even less chance of letting you live, young Master Su. This whole situation was arranged by you. If I die here." Cheng Xian never expected Su Qing to be so blunt, especially since she took the initiative to tell him the secret and then used it as a reason to try to kill him. Cheng Xian stared wide-eyed. The person in front of him was simply a freak, and why were they approached in the first place? But after thinking about it carefully, he realized that Su Qing didn't really want to kill him. If Su Qing wanted to kill him, she wouldn't need to tell him in advance. Su Qing tilted her head, examining the beads of sweat dripping down Cheng Xian's forehead. "Threatening me? Of course not today. Your death will be sometime in the future, perhaps on a sunny morning, or perhaps on a dark and stormy night. I'm in the mood today, so why don't you choose the date yourself?" Cheng Xian pursed his lips, sweat dripping from his forehead into his eyes, causing him to close them tightly. His eyelashes, glistening with sweat, trembled slightly. Su Qing couldn't help but smile at his expression. He knew that the relationship between Cheng Xian and Wang Li was superficial, and even the relationship between the Cheng family and the Li family was superficial. It was just a mutually beneficial relationship between businessmen. Moreover, Cheng Xian is not a talkative person, and he is also smart. Wouldn't it be better to keep him for our own use? Su Qing never intended to kill him, she just wanted to scare him. He raised his hand and patted Cheng Xian's shoulder, too lazy to tease him anymore. So now I'm giving you two choices. One is what I just said. Secondly, you'll follow me and become one of my people. Cheng Xian suddenly raised his eyelashes, his eyes widening even more. He was stunned for a moment, and the handsome faces that came into view softened because of Su Qing's words. Upon seeing such a face, Cheng Xian's heart skipped a beat. He suddenly remembered a rumor that the young master of the Su family had never been close to women since childhood, and that he might have homosexual tendencies. Cheng Xian knew he was good-looking, and when Su Qing told him to follow her, could it be hateful? I never imagined that my body and soul, which have been pure and innocent for more than 20 years, would be cruelly taken away by a devilish man at this party. Cheng Xian clenched his teeth tightly. He couldn't. His pride in the education he had received over the years told him that he could not yield to evil forces. Sweat beaded on Cheng Xian's forehead. He steeled himself and raised his hand, but then gently grasped Su Qing's hand. It took him a long time to utter a few words. From now on, I belong to young Master Su. Alas, what could the weak and helpless young Master Cheng do? The two options the man in front of him presented, he had no choice at all. Su Qing glanced at her hands and was almost dumbfounded. What was going on with this tearful and slightly shy look? Looking at the person in front of him with his discerning eyes, he couldn't bear to look at the thoughts that were trying to take him apart. Why, is the author of this story out of their mind? All they do all day is write characters like this. Su Qing quickly pulled her hand away, her brows furrowed tightly. Ahem. I'm asking you to work for me. Cheng Xian bit her lip, her eyes glistening with tears, her gaze conveying the unspoken message, I know, about doing things. Su Qing felt that something was increasingly wrong with this book. He quickly took a few steps back and pulled a packet of white powder wrapped in a transparent plastic bag from his pocket. Su Qing said bluntly, put this packet of powder in water and force it down Wang Li's throat. Don't worry, it'll only drive him crazier. From now on, we're in the same boat. If you don't do anything for me, but you hold something over me, I won't feel at ease, right? I understand, young Master Su. He blankly accepted the white powder Su Qing handed him, then added hesitantly, young Master Su, there are still some guests outside who know that the game was initiated by the young master of the Bai family. Given the relationship between the Bai and Su families, young Master Su, should I go and inform them that it's a diving game organized by Wang Li? Su Qing chuckled. This was also one of the main reasons he sought out Cheng Xian. There were quite a few people present who knew that Bai Ji had initiated the game. Although Wang Li is not dead, he has gone mad. Even though Su Qing rescued him, rumors are bound to spread. Therefore, having Cheng Xian, Wang Li's close family friend, spread this message is the most believable way to do so. When a highly credible piece of fake news is spread, who cares about the small-scale truths? He's definitely a smart person. Su Qing nodded. Okay, go spread the word, and add one more thing. Wang Li and Li Tian are on good terms. Chapter 213 Candlelight Dinner. After a while, time passed by, and the sky outside was already shrouded in mist. Su Qing leaned against the wall, ignoring the sounds of struggle around her. I casually turned on my phone camera and carefully examined my stunningly beautiful face in the lens. She lazily smoothed the hair on her forehead, her fair fingers rested on the dark back of the phone, tapped it twice, and then lazily switched the phone's camera to a rear-facing one. In an instant, the scene that appeared on the phone was eerie and terrifying. Wang Li, who was tied to the bed with his hands and feet bound together, struggled desperately, but his hands were tightly bound to the bed frame, and he could not budge them even with his efforts. The once pristine white pillow was now covered in bloodstains from Wang Li's rubbing, forming a pattern resembling a mural. A man stood beside him, looking down at him, holding a glass of murky liquid. The bodyguards and doctor in the guest room have already left. All that remained was the deranged and collapsing Wang Li, and Cheng Xian, who was about to administer the drug, and Su Qing, the young master of the Su family, was watching the show with great interest, as if he were watching a circus performance. The window was small and covered by a privacy curtain, making the entire room dimly lit. Cheng Xian was seen pinching Wang Li's chin and pouring water from a glass into Wang Li's mouth. Due to Wang Li's struggle, water spilled everywhere. Wang Li choked on the water and coughed incessantly, looking extremely pained. Even the corners of his eyes were bloodshot from the choking. Before long, Cheng Xian had already swallowed all the medicine. Su Qing sat up, slowly closed her phone, and glanced at the two of them with a teasing look. Your interpersonal skills really aren't that great. Su Qing walked towards the door, waving her phone at Cheng Xian before leaving, saying, just do Your job, otherwise, this video would spread throughout the streets and alleys of Luochuan, and everyone would know about it. This trip was very fruitful. Wang Li and Chang Xan. One of the two members of the Li family was driven mad by Su Qing, while the other was successfully caught red-handed by him. The dim lighting in the corridor cast a long, narrow shadow of Su Qing. He raised his hand and lightly traced his fingertip along the wall, a sly smile playing on his lips. Brotherly Tian, what can you possibly do against me? When Su Qing went downstairs to find Lang Xing had already started a banquet for the guests. A huge long dining table was full of people. Su Qing was taken aback. The food on the table wasn't main course. A beautiful young woman was lying on it, dressed in thin cloth, with all sorts of food piled on her body. As everyone knows, Su Qing is not a perverted person. He is simple and kind, and extremely shy in such a situation. He truly hadn't expected Wolfwalker to arrange such a program. Su Qing stood on the stairs and scanned the area around the dining table, but she couldn't find Lang Xing anywhere. A waiter walked past him, and Su Qing called out to him, "Have you seen young master Bai?" The waiter waved his hand, gesturing for the young master to proceed. "Young master Bai is over here." Su Qing followed the waiter, walked past the crowd and exchanged a few pleasantries with them, then walked through a side door to a small dining table. It's outdoors. The sea was a deep, clear blue, serene and undisturbed by the lack of sunlight. The sky was dark and gloomy, and an island lay neither too close nor too far ahead. Wolf sat on one side of the two-person dining table in front, his long legs stretched out, his Doc Martens making a crisp sound as they stepped on the floor. His naturally upturned eyelashes gave him a sinister air. "Is it all resolved?" Su Qing sat down opposite him, crossed her legs, and took a sip of the champagne in front of her. "Yes, it's all taken care of." Wolf snapped his fingers at the waiter, and the tempting dishes were served one by one, including a delicate steak on a smooth, round porcelain plate. There were also several plates filled with salad and soup placed on a pristine white tablecloth. The atmosphere is simply wonderful, and that's not all. A white candlestick was placed in the very center, with 2 red roses beside it. This is fucking the legendary candlelight dinner? Su Qing was quite adaptable, so he wasn't surprised by the idea of having a candlelight dinner with his best friend. After all, he had complained before that he felt the novel was becoming more and more like a female-oriented novel, but female-oriented or not, at least he felt like a male protagonist. However, now, Su Qing was mentally complaining when a voice interrupted his thoughts. "Why the hell are you always rubbing against my leg?" Wolf suddenly put down his steak and glared at Su Qing with annoyance. "Huh? I didn't." Su Qing was in a daze and didn't notice that his crossed legs were kicking Lang Xing. Su Qing pursed her lips. "Shouldn't the word kick be used?" "What the hell is rubbed against?" Wolf suddenly gave a wicked grin. "Alright, I know what you mean. Here you go, you probably don't want to do it yourself, right?" Su Qing stared blankly as Lang Xing handed her the freshly cut steak. "It's over, it's ruined, things are getting increasingly out of control." Su Qing finally understood. The author had portrayed him as far too handsome. Wolf is so handsome. This is both a candlelight dinner and a steak dinner. He's so handsome that even his best friend is eyeing him. As everyone knows, Su Qing is quick to accept things and has a very open mind, but he does have his bottom line. He was a staunchly honest and straightforward man, yet even though Wolfwalker was considerate of him in every way, helping him in every way, and was handsome, rich, and considerate, especially with the reflection of his face in the dim candlelight, his sharply defined jawline, thin lips, straight nose, and dashingly roguish style, even so, Su Qing couldn't possibly abandon her flexible and adaptable bottom line. "Su Qing, are you going to eat or not? My arm is getting sore from holding it up for so long." "If you're not going to eat it, I'll just eat it myself." Su Qing smiled, took the plate, and said, "Eat, eat, eat." He was just too lazy to cut it himself. He definitely didn't mean anything by it. Wolf chuckled. "You used to just snatch mine after I finished cutting it, but now I have to wait a bit. Tisk, it's been a while, and you're acting all high and mighty with me now." As he spoke, Wolf reached out to take Su Qing's plate of uncut steak. The candlesticks and roses in the middle were too crowded, and he almost knocked them over when he took the plate back. He quickly steadied it and then pursed his lips. "Damn, this is such an awkward arrangement for 2 grown men to eat." "I don't know what that waiter was thinking," Wolf said to the waiter behind him. "Get this thing away from me right now." Su Qing nodded silently to herself. "He really is my good brother." Once the waiter removed the food, the atmosphere became much more normal. Chapter 214 Li Tiansen's assassins. The two chatted for a while, and Wolf talked about how he had dominated casinos overseas. Su Qing didn't mince words and gave a general account of what she had done in Luochuan. Wolf smiled with interest. you liked Lin Sierra so much before, and now you say you don't like her anymore? She was so eager for you, and you ignored her? TSK. I really didn't expect that. We have to deal with her, but Su Cheng swirled her fork in the soup. We'll be able to deal with her when we go to Los Angeles in a few days. It's not the right time yet. We need to play the long game. You're really calm now. You even had a woman take pictures of Li Tian. Why don't you just give them to Lin Sierra? That won't do, that would ruin the whole thing. Just dumping it on Lin Sierra isn't enough. Wolf stroked his chin. I've noticed your enthusiasm for dealing with Li Tian is growing stronger every day, Su Cheng chuckled. He also wanted to deal with me, but unfortunately he's too stupid. After another half hour, the ferry was visibly approaching the other side. While eating potato wedges, Wolf said, Su Cheng, are you coming home with me? We're almost there, and my parents have been talking about you. Wolf Walker lives on a secluded island in the southern suburbs of the city. Su Cheng lightly stomped her feet on the floor a few times, smiled, and said, please give my regards to your parents for me. I won't be going today, I still have some things to take care of. The yacht stopped near the island for a while. Su Cheng watched Lang Xing go for a while before setting sail again. He walked up the stairs toward the guest rooms on the second floor. Su Cheng had prepared everything perfectly for today's yacht party. There are 8 or 9 small cubicles on the lower deck, which are staff rest areas. 2 are for chefs and 2 are for waiters. 3 of these rooms were assigned to the beautiful female technicians at Shangshi Housing. They are highly skilled, beautiful, and expensive. The young masters of aristocratic families all love to have fun, and as the host, Su Cheng naturally had to arrange some entertainment for them. 3 girls in one of the rooms were idly playing on their phones, chatting casually. A pretty girl with long, curly brown hair said, did we come all this way for nothing? Why aren't we allowed to go up yet? The woman sitting next to her, while tossing her red hair, said, I heard something happened upstairs today. The young master of the Wang family went mad after falling into the water. I guess they won't be in the mood for anything today. The girl with long, straight black hair, wearing a strapless tank top, pouted and said, what a waste of time. A big boss even said he'd buy me a bag today, and I've wasted the whole day. I didn't even see a single young master. How much is a bag? I asked the manager, and he said that young master Su instructed that even if we don't make any money today, each person will still get this amount. The red-haired woman sat on the sofa, spread 2 fingers, and gestured the number 8 to her 2 sisters next to her. Her long, straight black hair and bright eyes shone. 8,000? The red-haired woman rolled her eyes at her. 80,000 yuan. Young Master Su is so generous. What kind of family is the Su family? And young Master Su is so handsome, he's a dream man. Earning 80,000 without doing anything is great, but if I could catch the eye of a rich young master at the top, I wouldn't have to worry for the rest of my life. How about we go up and try our luck? Whose luck are we relying on? Weren't we not allowed to go up there on our own? The manager didn't even tell us. If we just go up like this, we'll probably be kicked out. The bold get rich while the timid starve. Which of those rich kids isn't a womanizer? Don't you know how to handle men? The 3 of them thought about it for a moment and decided to go up and try their luck. The woman with long, straight black hair was the first to open the door, but when the milky white door opened, she froze. 3 pretty girls in red sundresses were walking past the entrance and heading out. The waiters, cooks, and lifeguards below the cabin were all men. The only women were from the Shangshi Housing crew. The woman with long, straight black hair turned her head and asked, are these people from our grand court? The red-haired girl replied, I haven't seen him before, he's probably new here. The man with long, straight black hair, hands on his hips, complained, the manager only assigned the newcomers to go up, but not us? Isn't this bullying us old folks? Don't they know how to set some rules for the newcomers? Doesn't our Housing always value seniority? It must have been those vixens who seduced the manager to get them preferential treatment. I need to call the manager and have a serious talk with him. She had long, straight black hair and a pretty face, but a fiery temper. She even raised her voice, urging them to hurry up and exclude others. Feeling that the people in front of her were stealing their work, he picked up the phone and was about to make a call. The 3 girls walking ahead of her naturally heard her voice as well. They paused, exchanged glances after a moment of hesitation, and when they turned to look at the 3 of them, a sinister light shone in their dark eyes. 3 women in red dresses quickly walked towards the 3 people at the door. The woman with long, straight black hair wasn't afraid when she saw the group of people walking towards her with murderous intent. She was a long-time employee at the shop, and they were always trying to steal her business and customers. She's had her share of arguments and fights, but she's never been afraid. The man with long, straight black hair stood with his hands on his hips, staring intently at the newcomer.
If you're sensible, give way. Otherwise, get out of the mansion.
Without replying to the woman with long, straight hair, the three men swiftly drew sharp knives from the straps under her skirt, and the leader stabbed her 3 times in the abdomen. In an instant, the pure white strapless bra was stained with a patch of red. The curly-haired girl and the red-haired girl behind them were almost scared to death by this scene, but before they could even cry for help, the other 2 girls in tank tops covered their mouths and stabbed them 3 or 5 times. A
strong stench of blood instantly filled the air. Drag them inside.
They're just unlucky, but it's good that we don't know what excuse to use to approach Su Qing. The 3 women were assassins arranged by Li Tian. They had been lurking beneath the ship's cabin since before the ferry even set sail. There was a young model above who was their contact. Previously, Su Qing had been wandering around outside greeting guests, and they couldn't find an opportunity to make a move. It was only after receiving intelligence that Su Qing returned to her room. The best time for the 3 of them to make their move is once the yacht returns to the southern coast of the city. They originally wanted to find a way to sneak into Su Qing's room through the outside window, although they were likely to be discovered. But there was no better opportunity. Coincidentally, they ran into these 3 people just as they were about to go up. They didn't want to risk any more lives here, as it was too risky. But when they heard the one who had stood up was about to make a phone call, they knew that these people had to die.
They have uniforms here. Change into them and wait on the 2nd floor.
Su Qing has gone back to her room. We'll go in as masseuses, handle things as young Master Li Tian instructed, and then jump out of the window next door and dive into the sea. There are security cameras in the hallway on the guest room floor.
What if Su Qing won't let us in?
One of the girls said while changing her clothes. No, young Master Li said that Su Qing is extremely lecherous and perverted.
He'll let us in.
Chapter 215. The female assassin enters the room. Su Qing sat on a pure black leather sofa in the room, flipping through the original novel of the author, Go, in his mind. He was not very satisfied. The people Li Tian sent this time were really ruthless. They're ruthless killers. Finally, we can have some fun. Are they planning to wait for them to come to them? Then Su Qing will play the game of luring them into a trap. Knock knock knock, knock knock knock. A knocking sound rang out on the door. Su Qing glanced at the doorway. The dim entryway light shone on the door, giving it a mysterious feel. Su Qing smiled, so eager to take his life.
That's really interesting. Please come in.
The door was open from the outside, revealing 3 beautiful girls dressed in elegant and form-fitting sailor uniforms. The black stockings went all the way up to the top of her thighs, with 2 straps extending upwards. Her face was delicate and exquisite, with long, wavy curls draped over her deep V-neck, creating a stunningly white scene before Su Qing's eyes. The 3 women bowed respectfully to Su Qing as he entered, saying, "Hello, young master, we are massage therapists from Shangshi."
Houting.
Su Qing walked inside, glancing at the 3 of them from head to toe.
But
I didn't order this service. The 3 girls exchanged glances, and one of them asked in a sweet, coquettish voice, "Are you young Master Qi?" Su Qing casually picked up a glass of water and drank it, glancing at the group indifferently. "No, you've come to the wrong room.
There's no young master surnamed Qi here today."
"My surname is Su." The 3 girls hesitated and took a few steps back, but they didn't pull the door open for a long time, even though their target was right in front of them.
"Oh, we misheard.
We're sorry to have bothered young Master Su." They took a few steps back, and one of them, as if suddenly mustering courage, spoke in a soft, delicate voice.
"Young Master Su, if you don't mind, could you let us stay? We'll go back now."
She hadn't finished her fabricated excuse. The handsome man in front of them chuckled and stood up, looking intently at them.
"You came here specifically to find me, didn't you?"
No, we got the wrong room." The man's smile widened as he tapped his fingers on the dark table beside him.
"To be honest, it's okay. Quite a few people come here to try their luck."
"It all depends on whether the ladies can make me feel comfortable." The 3 female assassins shuddered, never expecting it to be so simple. What a lecherous man! The word comfortable, emphasized by the man, made even the 3 ruthless killers feel extremely ashamed, but the man in front of them was too handsome. The 3 wondered if they should take advantage of him on the spot and then kill him. Su Qing secretly sighed to himself, "Damn it, I'm just too handsome."
Even the female assassin has feelings for me. Should I let the female assassin toy with me and then kill her in return? Aren't the sisters coming in?
Since Su Qing had spoken, the three of them naturally went inside without hesitation. What the three of them didn't know was that Su Qing was never a lecherous person. The stories they heard were just Li Tian's fabrications about Su Qing. From the moment they stepped over the threshold, their lives were drawing ever closer to the finish line. Su Qing sat at the foot of the bed, looking up at the three people in front of her. What services does your grand mansion offer? Traditional full-body massage, essential oil back massage, traditional ear cleaning, head therapy, double dragon massage. Before the female assassin could finish speaking, Su Qing was already lying face down on the bed, and somehow she had even taken off her clothes. Give me a back massage, my lower back hurts. The three exchanged glances, sat down on the edge of the bed, and reached out with their fair fingers to Su Qing's back. They couldn't take the man's life so soon. Young Master Li Tian had further instructions. They were in their early 20s. But years of training had left their fingertips covered in fine calluses. Su Qing, who was being massaged, naturally noticed this as well. He had delicate skin, and he noticed it as soon as their fingers touched his skin. Young Master Su, is this force all right? Yes, that's good. You're quite energetic, sister. Su Qing lay face down on the pillow, her voice muffled. He thought to himself, female assassins are definitely more energetic than ordinary women. I got a free massage without having to pay. Consider it Li Tian's treat. It's a sure win. You sisters must work very hard, right? Girls shouldn't have to work so hard. Su Qing's voice was muffled and hoarse, but the way she called out sister made it sound rather sweet. It's no trouble for you, young Master Su. Stop working at Houting, why not come with me? You won't have to do anything, why bother with such a hard job? Su Qing's words were loaded with meaning. One of the female assassins said, "Thank you for your kind offer, young Master Su." One of them took out a small bottle and exchanged a glance with the person next to him. The liquid inside was slippery and looked like massage oil, but it was actually a medicine. She applied some to Su Qing's neck, and the scent of roses filled Su Qing's nostrils. The rich aroma spread, and people lost consciousness. One of the female assassins raised her hand and pinched Su Qing's neck hard. He's passed out. You two get the tools. This woman was the eldest of the three, the eldest sister. She turned Su Qing's body around and pulled her to the ground while speaking to the other two. The second and third sisters took out the rope and hung it on the hooks at both ends of the wall. Glancing at the unconscious Su Qing, the third sister looked at Su Qing's face and asked, "Sister, could you?" The second sister teased, blinded by lust. As the eldest sister fastened the rope around Su Qing's wrist, she said, "We can't let him go. If he doesn't die here today, we'll all be wanted by the organization tomorrow. Are you out of your mind? Or do you want us both to die with you?" "No. I never intended to let him go." The third sister's fingers traced Su Qing's face. "He's really handsome. I just want to peel off his skin and make a human skin lantern. After you kill him, you can skin him however you like." Su Qing was bound to the ground by two thick, black hemp ropes. His body was covered with well-defined, firm muscles. Her head was drooping forward, and her light, short hair swayed forward with the movement of her body. The older sister lifted his chin and raised his head, saying, "Go and get a basin of cold water." A cool stream of water cascaded down from Su Qing's head. He shuddered, and when he looked up again, his eyes were filled with misty tears. He stared blankly at the group. He struggled desperately to stand up, but he couldn't break free from the restraints binding him. "What are you going to do?" Su Qing's voice grew louder, tinged with fear, but the women didn't respond. His second sister covered his mouth with her hand. "He's finally awake. I'll make a video call to young Master Li." Su Qing looked up at the screen in front of him, and a resolute and handsome face appeared before him. "Brother Li Tian, if you want to see me, why don't you just call me?" Chapter 216. Giving you a chance. Li Tian leaned back in his soft chair, smugly snorting, but seeing Su Qing biting her lip, a chill ran down his spine. "How was it? Had a good time with your good buddy Wolf, huh? Remember this day well, it's your last day in this world." Li Tian said through gritted teeth. Su Qing's pupils widened, and she said weakly and frantically, "Brother Li Tian, can you please let me go? I know I was wrong, can we make up?" Li Tian chuckled disdainfully, "It's too late to beg for mercy now. Didn't you want to fight me to the end? Su Qing's fear lessened, replaced by a slight smile, but the room was too dimly lit for Li Tian to notice.
Is that so? Brother doesn't want to fight me anymore?
You'll just kill me like this, and then you'll have no opponent left.
Don't you find that boring? You're not worthy to be my opponent. Li Tian gave Su Qing a deep look and uttered 2 words, make your move. Send him on his way.
The following words were spoken to the female assassin. Li Tian had originally planned to watch that scene. Indeed, there was a knock on his door from the outside, and the voice was sweet and delicate. It was Zhang Qing. Whether Li Tian was eager to embrace the beauty or afraid of being seen by Zhang Qing, he quickly hung up the video call. Now only Su Qing and 3 female assassins remain in the room. Su Qing looked up and glanced at the 3 of them. Her face was wet, and she looked rather pitiful.
Sisters, can you please let me go? How much money did Li Tian give you?
I can give you double, triple, 10 times. The eldest sister's eyes were like ice. She lifted her skirt and pulled out a sharp knife tied to the top of her stockings. The blade turned, its sharp white light refracted by the lamplight. He walked over to Su Qing and said, I'm sorry, young Master Su. Su Qing looked at the 3 of them for help, but these well-trained female assassins would not easily switch sides, even if the man beneath her was indeed pitiful. Unfortunately, what they didn't expect was that with Su Qing's current fighting skills, the 2 black ropes were no match for him. It was all an act. Just as the blade was about to pierce him, he struggled fiercely with both hands, pulling not only the 2 ropes but also the silver hooks hanging steadily on the wall from the wall. A huge black hole was exposed in the wall. He quickly stood up, his slender white hand instantly catching the wrist of the woman who had stabbed him. He pulled her forward, and with a forceful pull, the woman's wrist buckled under the weight, and the dagger fell into Su Qing's hand. The second and third sisters next to them never expected that the man in front of them had 2 faces. He had just begged for mercy from young Master Li, but now he broke free of the ropes. It was obviously an act. Once they regained their senses, the 2 drew the bayonets strapped to their legs and charged at Su Qing. Su Qing smiled slyly. Sisters, I gave you a chance just now, so don't blame me for being ruthless. It is said that 2 fists cannot defeat 4 hands, and the opponent was a well-trained assassin who was extremely swift in responding to the stabs from the 2 sharp knives. Su Qing turned around quickly,
pulling the woman he was dragging into his arms from behind.
He covered the woman's mouth with his hand, and with a little force, the female assassin's beautiful face was distorted, her delicate skin twisted, her pupils dilated, and she struggled to break free. Su Qing suddenly turned the blade and stabbed it into her abdomen. When it was first inserted, only a few streaks of blood seeped out around the abdomen, but when Su Qing pulled the sharp knife out of the woman's body, bright red blood gushed out instantly. His hands were covered in splattered blood. In the world of this book, he had never personally taken action before. Although he had dealt with many opponents before, this was the first time seeing the bright red blood on his hands. Su Qing was momentarily stunned. He had killed someone, but, for a first-time experience, Su Qing wasn't afraid. With a bang, he threw the woman in his arms aside, leaving only the blood-stained dagger in his hand. He looked up and followed the gaze of the 2 female assassins in front of him. His eyes seemed to be stained red with blood, making his bloodthirsty aura even stronger. Su Qing exuded an extremely oppressive aura, especially since the light shining on his head was dim, and the oppressive aura directly assaulted the 2 female assassins. The 2 female assassins watched their companion die a horrific death, seemingly frozen in place. They had undergone brutal training together since childhood and shared a deep bond. They were determined to avenge their sister, but the 2 couldn't help but wonder, why, the drug I just gave the man in front of me was a secret medicine that could make a person's body weak and powerless, but it seemed to have no effect on the man at all. Before the 2 could think any further, a low, seductive voice echoed throughout the room. Sisters, a new round of games, it's your turn now. I'll give you 2 a chance. Either you 2 run away, or you 2 kill each other, and I'll let the winner go. Su Qing's voice was not fast, and he even took 2 steps back. It wasn't that he wanted to let the female assassin in front of him go, but he didn't want to suppress them with absolute power. It was too boring. Isn't the game of cat and mouse the most interesting, watching them flee, or watching them fight amongst themselves? This game is absolutely hilarious. He continued, give the older sisters 3 counts. 3, 2 figures rushed towards Su Qing without even considering the options she offered. The woman twisted the handle of the knife with 2 sharp spikes on it, and a person rushed quickly along the low footstool by the bed. Holding the sharp knife in a spiked grip, another person ran straight towards Su Qing. Su Qing glanced at the 2 of them, then spoke calmly. 2. The 2 worked together seamlessly, each using a feint to distract Su Qing, their common goal being to take Su Qing's life.
the female assassin leaped over the low platform, kicking her leg extremely high, aiming straight for Su Qing's neck. The other woman held a sharp knife in her hand, and with a leap, she stabbed it fiercely towards Su Qing's chest. Su Qing casually uttered the last word, 1. Looking at the slender wrists of the two women in front of him and the long legs that were about to reach his neck, he quickly raised his hand and grasped them. He forcefully slammed the person to the ground. A loud bang echoed from the ground. The two women lay on the ground, feeling excruciating pain as if their bodies were being torn apart. Looking down at the two handsome faces under the dim light, he smiled beautifully, his peach blossom eyes deep and bright, his eyelashes drooping, casting a shadow on his eyelids. He bent down and picked up the two short knives from the ground. He took 2 steps forward, squatted down between the two men, and with a swift movement, plunged both knives into their bodies. If the blades had been any longer, they could have pinned them to the ground. When it was pulled out again, blood gushed out, splattering onto the muscular chest, the corner of the mouth, and behind the ear. The two women, pierced by the force, had no chance of survival. Their eyes were wide open in a ferocious expression, bloodshot and filled with rage. They died with their eyes wide open in despair. As everyone knows, Su Qing has always been chivalrous and tender towards women. He raised his hand and gently stroked the eyelids of the two women, closing their eyes with a light touch. He sighed, I gave you 3 chances, and you didn't even cherish them. Chapter 217. What to do? Su Qing wasn't lying, he did give them a chance. In bed, Su Qing told them to follow him. While she was tied up, Su Qing asked them if they could let her go just now. Su Qing gave them 3 seconds to escape, but they didn't cherish even one opportunity, so it's really no wonder he didn't appreciate it. In fact, Su Qing had the opportunity to take their lives much earlier. According to the author's original postscript, he knew that the 3 female assassins would tie him up and show him to Li Tian, so that Li Tian could pretend for a moment. The reason Su Qing didn't expose all of this was simply that the higher a person falls, the harder they fall. Let Li Tian be smug for now. His anger will only rise when he learns the truth. Su Qing looked at the 3 corpses lying haphazardly before her and slowly stood up, hearing the beautiful sounds echoing in his mind. A sly smile crept across his lips. Ding. The host has successfully altered the plot, thwarted Li Tian's plan, and gained 500 points of villainous luck. Ding. The host has successfully altered the plot, thwarted Li Tian's plan, and gained 1000 villain points. Su Qing raised her eyebrows. Although the increase in luck wasn't very high, the points given were quite generous, which was pretty good. He glanced at the ground, thinking about disposing of the corpses in front of him. He couldn't leave them lying on the ground forever, but Hua Sheng and Zhang Qi were downstairs taking care of the guests. However, calling them boss might alert Wolf Walk, and Su Qing didn't want Wolf Walk to know about it, as it would damage his image. He should be a gentle and delicate innocent girl. He looked down at his hands, at the blood on his body. He couldn't let Wolf Walk know about his incredible fighting prowess. He couldn't explain it away. Suddenly, a loud thud came from behind Su Qing as she kicked the door. Thump, bang, stare, it looked like they could kick that sturdy door open any second. Su Qing glanced suspiciously at the vibrating door panel. The force was so great that even the edges of the doorframe were loosened, and not only that, but a lot of white dust also fell down. Did Li Tian send someone else to kill me? Su Qing gripped the short knife tightly while peering through the peephole at the door. Not good. Let's rewind to 20 minutes at go.as. Wolf walked along the garden. The fragrance of wildflowers filled his nostrils. The scent was so strong that Wolf couldn't help but sneeze loudly. Achoo, he sniffed and muttered to himself, did Su Qing give me her rhinitis? As he walked toward home, he made a phone call. Hello, connect to the surveillance equipment in the second-floor cabins on the yacht. The reason why Wolf Walk was able to become the underground king was because he had a lot of talented people under his command. On the cruise ship where Su Qing held a banquet, the surveillance equipment was old and in disrepair. Su Qing had instructed him to set up a circle of pinhole cameras on the ferry and connect them to the equipment. Su Qing's original intention was to find some dirt on the young masters of aristocratic families, but this plan was rejected by Lang Xing, who then devised some inappropriate schemes at the party organized by Su Qing. However, it still had a use later, namely Wang Li. Wang Li was locked in that small room and was given drugs, but the effects of the drugs took some time to take effect. Therefore, the surveillance equipment around Wang Li's room came in handy. We need to find out who went into Wang Li's room, who are his close friends, and whether they might have leaked information while he was still relatively sober. We should send someone to resolve and stop it promptly. The surveillance equipment on the mobile phone transmitted the footage, and the second-floor corridor came into Longxing's view, with several split-screen images coming into view. There was complete
Silence at the doorway on Wang Li's side. Cheng Xian had just walked out from inside. Wolf was just about to connect the monitoring equipment to Su Qing's end so that he could send someone to keep an eye on things. One of the small split-screen images caught Wolf's eye. Upon closer inspection, it showed 3 women dressed in sailor's attire walking up the stairs to the second floor, each carrying a silver toolbox. He walked straight out of Su Qing's room. Wolf shrugged and smiled. So this is what Su Qing meant by something's up. That brat is really getting worse and worse. Wolf zoomed in on the screen, glancing at the girls with a mixture of curiosity and gossip. However, Wolfwalker knew his limits and didn't plan to pry too much into Su Qing's life. But when Wolf was about to put his phone away again, he suddenly noticed something very strange in the video. The woman at the door was wearing a very short skirt, the garter stockings that were originally completely covered by. The hem of the skirt revealed a glimpse of black and silver when the woman slightly raised her arm. The hem of the skirt also bulged out in a long silhouette. The angle is too small to clearly see what kind of object it is. After Wolf zoomed in on that spot in the video several times, the object became clearer. It's a knife. This shows that these 3 women were not the service staff he had initially assumed. Wolf turned around quickly, his wallet billowing in the wind, his face radiating a menacing aura, as he watched the ferry recede into the distance. Knowing that his brother's life might be hanging by a thread, he realized that although he never thought Su Qing was weak, Su Qing's mental and physical strength had always been exceptionally strong. His physical condition has always been terrible. Those 3 women were clearly female assassins in disguise. How could Su Qing possibly defeat them? Watching the ferry sail further and further away, Wolf ran quickly to the speedboat on the shore. He leaped up of the speedboat, with its powerful engine, created huge waves on the originally calm sea. Wolfwalk did not have Su Qing's bodyguard's contact information. The boss and the others are not on the ship, but not far away, on another mission. Wolf called his boss while climbing the white rope ladder beside the cruise ship. Quickly get on Su Qing's ship and block off all the roads around the second floor. Don't let even a mosquito fly out. The eldest brother quickly replied, "Yes, Brother Xing." Wolf moved very fast. Reaching Su Qing's room door, he kicked the door panel with all his might, once, twice, 3 times. Of course, what he didn't know was that the person he was worried about was figuring out how to cover it up. Completely caught off guard by Wolf's rescue, as Su Qing watched the knife in the author's mind loosen, he glanced at the door and realized he had been a bit of a jinx. The person who came was indeed a wolf. As she watched the door about to be broken down, Su Qing was thinking about 2 things. First, how is he supposed to explain to Wolf how he killed several highly trained female assassins with his bare hands amidst the corpses lying on the ground? Secondly, why didn't Wolf just open the door? The door wasn't even locked. Su Qing shook his head. What should he do? Chapter 218. Poor Su Qing. According to the author's original postscript, Su Qing knew that after Lang Xing broke down the door, he was finally relieved that Su Qing was not injured. However, after he asked Su Qing for clarification, Su Qing admitted that he had dealt with the women on the ground and sincerely confessed that he was actually a real muscular man. Wolf stared at Su Qing for a long time before finally uttering a few vicious words. "So you've been lying to me all along." "I rushed over as soon as I got the news." After saying that, Lang Xing turned and left, refusing to listen to Su Qing's explanation. Of course, having known each other for so many years, Lang Xing wouldn't treat Su Qing like an opponent, but he was very disappointed and saddened by him, and a rift had formed in his heart. Su Qing shook his head. "No, telling the truth won't work. Who would believe that he is a transmigrator with a system that can give him endless and powerful abilities? He himself wouldn't believe it. It sounds like something a clown would say." The sound of kicking the door was still echoing. As Su Qing's eyes darted around, and a brilliant idea flashed in her mind. "I've got an idea." With a loud bang, the door was kicked hard against the wall and bounced back. A strong smell of blood hit us. The dimly lit space was illuminated only by a ring of pale yellow ambient lights, offering limited visibility and creating an exceptionally quiet atmosphere. When Wolf looked inside carefully, his brain went blank with shock. There were 2 corpses lying directly on the ground in front of the door, and another one against the corner of the wall to the right. He searched for Su Qing's whereabouts with a heart full of trepidation. His upturned eyelashes were extremely wicked, exuding a strong sense of ferocity and trepidation. He cautiously crept inside, fearing there might be other ambushes lurking in the room, but as he circled the 2 female corpses and made his way inside, besides the sound of his light footsteps, he also heard a faint sobbing. Following the sound, Wolf determined that the location was near the sofa. He turned his head sharply and saw a small gap between the sofa and the wall, and a man was crouching. In that gap, the man's cheeks, chin, and behind his ears were covered in blood. Her beautiful peach blossom eyes were filled with tears, and clusters of crystal teardrops spilled out. Her eyelashes trembled slightly, and her smooth chin quivered as well. His arms trembled violently, his tightly clenched hands holding a sharp knife. Blood dripped from the hilt down the blade, onto the man's fingers. He shook the knife desperately, spitting out words. "Don't kill me, don't kill me. Please, don't come any closer to me. You can have whatever you want, I have plenty of money, you can even take people, just don't kill me." Fine beads of sweat clung to his loose hair, and his strong, handsome body was stained with blood. He looked terrified and helpless. Who else could this person be but Su Qing? "It's all right, Su Qing. It's all right, Su Qing. It's me, my brother's here, he's not a bad person." Although Wolf was full of questions, seeing Su Qing's appearance, he had no mind to ask him what happened to the corpse on the ground. He knelt down in front of Su Qing, his heart filled with urgency. He didn't care whether his posture looked good or not. He reached out and tentatively waved his hand in front of Su Qing's eyes, trying to bring him back to his senses, but Su Qing's hands gripped the knife hilt tightly as she leaned forward, seemingly still unable to shake off her fear. "Don't come any closer. Please don't come any closer. I beg you, Su Cheng. It's me." Lang Xing emphasized this time, but it didn't sound like he was shouting. It sounded more like he was coaxing her. The hand that had been tentatively waving in front of Su Qing's eyes pressed down harder on his waving arm, as if giving him strength. Su Qing was pulled back, and her scattered gaze suddenly became focused, as if she had come back to her senses from a daze. He stared intently at Wolf Walker. It's you. You've come to save me, brother." Su Qing's tears suddenly fell without restraint, and her hands seemed to lose all strength in an instant. The short knife rolled to the ground with a crisp sound. My fingers are still trembling a little, but without hesitation, he grabbed Wolf's neck and gave him a big bear hug, the force of which looked extremely heavy, as if he had finally found a ray of light in an endless abyss. Wolf breathed a sigh of relief and patted his back. It's all right, don't be afraid, your brother is here." Su Qing's shoulders and fingers twitched incessantly, her low, hoarse voice trembling slightly. "Brother, I think I killed someone." His chin rested on Wolf's shoulder, stained with Wolf's blood. Wolf gently stroked him, his voice deep and slightly hoarse. "It's all right, take your time, tell me slowly. Brother has plenty of time to listen, no rush." In Wolf Walk, Su Qing was truly his closest and dearest brother in the world. It was probably only Su Qing who could make such a tough man like him kneel down and say such comforting words, but what he didn't know was that the handsome man who was covering his sobbing face with his arms had a sly smile on his lips, and his eyes, which were still filled with tears, were shining with a sharp light. He. "Brother Wolf believes him, he succeeded." Wolf wanted to pull him up, let him take a shower, and then ask him what had just happened in the room. However, Su Qing seemed too frightened. She had no strength and couldn't get up for a long time. Wolf could only go to the bathroom and get 2 wet towels to wipe Su Qing. Wolf picked up Su Qing's fingers one by one and asked him what had happened in the house. Su Qing frowned as she recalled, and then began to talk nonsense with a straight face. "I originally wanted to get a few people to come and give me a massage, but after these women came in, they tied me up." Su Qing pointed to the black hole in the wall and showed Lang Xing the red marks on her wrist. "They pulled out sharp knives, trying to kill me." Su Qing seemed to find it difficult to speak, biting her lip and unable to utter a single word for a long time. "And then?" Wolf asked seriously. Then, they said I was too beautiful, and they wanted to play with me first, then kill me." Sob. Su Qing had her head resting on her knees, and after saying those words, she bit her lip, looking as if she found it very difficult to speak. She lowered her head even further, leaving only her eyes visible. To be honest, Su Qing wasn't deliberately trying to portray that embarrassing situation. Rather, as someone who always prided himself on being a macho man, he genuinely felt awkward. He made himself sound like Lin Dayu when he heard that, and he almost laughed when he heard it. That's so damn shameful. Chapter 219 Nonsense. Just as Su Qing was feeling extremely ashamed, Lang Xing's words shocked him even more. "Tell me more about it." Su Qing was taken aback. "Tell me in detail how they flirted with me." With acting skills worthy of an award-winning actor, Su Qing kept her head down and continued to cry, her face streaked with tears. She didn't reply to him at all. The reason was simple, he hadn't come up with a reason yet. Su Qing was a meticulous strategist, and she had thought of several versions of the reason in her mind, but none of them felt right. He thought to himself, is my good brother going to stop asking questions now that I'm already in such a miserable state? He couldn't keep up the lie. Su Qing felt a weight on his head as a warm hand touched his head, conveying a sense of comfort. Su Qing smiled, thinking that the matter should be covered up like this. Unexpectedly, Wolf was still asking questions. why did they all end up on the ground?
This wasn't a question, but a question of doubt.
Killing someone was no small matter, and Wolf wanted to find the person behind it all. As expected, Su Qing's sobbing ultimately failed to mask the problem. As Su Qing raised his hazy eyes, a hint of red lingering at the corners. He pointed his finger along the woman's corpse, his lips trembling as he uttered a few words with even greater shame. Bigfoot fought over me. He started spouting nonsense with a straight face. The woman leaning against the wall said she's the eldest sister, so she should go first. The two women behind me refused to back down, and the three of them started fighting. The woman called Big Sister one, and she charged at me. I was terrified. Taking advantage of her momentary confusion, I snatched the knife from her hand and plunged it into her. Su Qing's starry eyes were filled with tears. He spoke with great difficulty, his voice trembling, each word as if he were recalling a terrifying nightmare. He grabbed Wolf's arms tightly.
Brother! I killed someone.
I won't get arrested, will I? Don't cry, don't cry.
Wolf Walker comforted her gently. You didn't kill people, you killed a bunch of beasts. I killed a bunch.
Su Qing cried helplessly. There were no tissues around, and he was in great pain with snot and tears streaming down his face. He leaned forward and rubbed his head against Lang Xing. He twitched his lips, then suddenly realized Wolf's words were wrong. Brother Xing. I killed one, not a pack. As long as you're all right, that's all that matters.
Even if you killed everyone in Luochuan, what difference would it make? Lang Xing paused. Su Qing, do you know who sent them?
Yes. Su Qing did want to tell Lang Xing, and almost blurted it out just now, but after reading through the author's original postscript, he realized that this matter could not be told to Lang Xing. Lian was meticulous and had considered the possibility that the female assassins might be exposed. Therefore, he designed the female assassins' video calls to be destroyed on a timer. It was a very powerful program that made it impossible to crack the original information. According to the author's original postscript, Su Qing learned that after he told Lang Xing went to crack the phone program. Of course, because he had killed a female assassin, Lang Xing did not choose to notify the police to handle the matter, nor could he spread the news of the female assassin infiltrating the gathering of wealthy families to the media to suppress Li Tian. Instead, they sent someone directly to the construction site to find Li Tian. Admittedly, even a starved camel is bigger than a horse.
Even if Li Tian's luck has been severely suppressed, Lang Xing is an ordinary person.
Although his elite team consists of professionally trained talents, they are no match for the chosen one. On a dark and stormy night, the men sent by Wolf Walk not only failed to deal with Li Tian, but were instead killed by him. Li Tian also gained the protagonist's luck because of his successful counterattack. No, we can't let Wolf find out. Su Qing shook her head. It's who they didn't say. I don't know.
Maybe it's because our family has a lot of enemies.
The group that kidnapped me when I was little still hasn't been found. What other crucial things did they leave behind? Wolf was still looking for a breakthrough, but was drawn to the sound at the door.
Brother Xing. Young Master Su.
The eldest brother, along with the second and third brothers, stood ramrod straight in their military green camouflage uniforms and nodded towards the room.
So, what did you find out?
Wolf said to the door as he pulled Su Qing up by the arm. The old man said, the cruise ship has spotted a suspicious person who is preparing to jump ship. Judging from her clothes, she should be a model. He pulled the woman behind him, whose legs were weak and trembling, to the front. The woman stared wide-eyed at the corpses strewn across the ground, sobbing uncontrollably, unable to utter a coherent sentence. I know nothing, I don't know them. Young Master Bai, young Master Su, please let me go. A Wolf Walker said coldly. Did anyone say that you were called here because of your connection to these people on the ground? Aren't you admitting your guilt? He grabbed the woman's arm, kicked her in the back of her knee, and dragged her to the ground, all the way to the corpse. He then pressed his strong hand down on the woman's head, almost causing her to have intimate contact with the corpse on the ground. Wolf pressed her down and said, now tell me, who sent you, and what is your relationship with these female assassins? If you tell the truth, I'll let you go. It goes without saying what kind of power the Bai family has in Luochuan, and Wolf's intimidating presence in the eyes of everyone is extremely strong. The woman wearing a pale yellow bikini could only let Wolf hold her down, and didn't even dare to struggle. The woman shook her head slightly. Young Master Bai, I really don't know them. I have nothing to do with them. The woman wanted to tell the truth, but she was too scared, so she spoke haltingly and slowly. Wolf Walk clearly didn't have much patience to listen to her reminisce. there was a knife stuck in the abdomen of the corpse right in front of him. Wolf pulled the knife out, and blood splattered out, hitting the woman's fair face.
Fine, if you don't want to talk, then you can die with them.
The woman crawled on her knees on the ground, grabbing Lang Xing's legs and shaking them violently.
Young Master Bai, I'll talk. These women found me yesterday. They said they admire young Master Su, but they weren't invited and wanted to find an opportunity to get close to him. Then they gave me some money and asked me to tell them young Master Su's location and whereabouts. I just want to make some money.
Chapter 220. Daring to make up rumors about him. Wolf grabbed her chin, lifting her head up, his eyes dark and sinister.
So you're saying you didn't know these people were assassins? You didn't know their plan?
The woman nodded vigorously.
I really don't know. According to you, you know nothing. No one on this ship announced that young Master Su was assassinated, so why did you run away? Aren't you going to tell the truth?
Wolf glanced at the boss standing at the door, his eyes sweeping over the woman, and casually uttered 2 words, "Take her out." The woman's shoulders were lifted from behind, and she struggled desperately. Young Master Bai, I'll talk. They gave me a lot of money at the time, and I thought I made a good profit, but once I thought about it carefully, if they could get close to young Master Su, that would be much more than the little money they gave me, so Wolf Walker lightly waved his finger,
signaling the eldest and second eldest brothers to release the woman and let her continue speaking. The woman
knelt weakly on the ground, her hands pressed against the floor, ignoring the blood on her hands as she spoke rapidly, saying that this was her last chance to live.
I think I'm just as good looking as them, and if they can succeed, so can I. So I followed them all the way to the stairwell.
I saw them go into young Master Su's room. They used a lame excuse, they had the wrong person. They said they were looking for young Master Qi. I saw young Master Su smile at them and say that it didn't matter if they had the wrong person, as long as they could serve him well. Su Cheng was originally resting on the bed, holding onto the bed frame with her hands and watching the wolf interrogate her with great interest, but when she heard the woman's words, she was suddenly stunned. She really wasn't lying, she did see and hear it. What Su Cheng just told Wolf was, the massage therapist he had called, oh no, were about to be exposed. Wolf was also taken aback. He knew that Su Cheng had long since become a lecherous man. The words coming out of the woman's mouth were completely different from what he had heard from Su Cheng. Go on, Wolf said, staring at her. The woman's eyelashes trembled as she stammered, unable to speak, and stole several glances at Su Cheng before finally saying, as if making up her mind, when I saw them go in, I just wanted to see if they could successfully climb into young Master Su's bed. I went around to the window on the side of young Master Su's room, and on the way I ran into a young master who was drunk and insisted on arm wrestling with me. I arm wrestled with him for a while before leaving him. When I got to the window of young Master Su's room, I found that the curtains were closed, but the side wasn't fully drawn, so I looked inside through that opening. When it came to the crucial part, the woman started to stammer again. A flash of cold white light appeared on the blade, and Wolf suddenly raised his knife and plunged it deep into the gap between the woman's fingers, which were pressed against the floor. Speak. Don't test my patience any longer. If you hesitate for even a second, I'll cut off one of your fingers. The sound of the blade scraping against the floor was distinct, and the woman dared not pause for even a second. The woman's voice trembled as she spoke quickly. When I arrived, I saw that young Master Su was originally tied to the wall, and then a woman was about to get up and kill him, but young Master Su suddenly broke free of the knots on his hands. He pulled the woman close, held her in front of him, and plunged the knife into her body from the front, stabbing her deeply. When he pulled it out, it was covered in blood. Young Master Su threw the woman aside. I was stunned. I finally realized that those women were there to harm young Master Su. Seeing that young Master Su kept backing away, I thought he was trying to run away. I was about to call the police or contact the security personnel on the yacht to rescue young Master Su, but just as I picked up my phone, I saw those 2 women rush towards young Master Su, brandishing knives. Young Master Su effortlessly pinned the 2 women to the ground, then, holding the hilt of his knife, plunged it into their chests and covered their eyes. The woman's lifeless eyes revealed fear and confusion. The Su Cheng she spoke of was completely different from the eldest young master of the Su family who was sitting in the room. One is a bloodthirsty devil, the other is a helpless, pitiful, and unfortunate young master from a noble family. She confessed her true feelings. Young Master Bai, young Master Su, please believe me, I didn't mean to call the police. I was just too scared. I thought that after seeing this, they wouldn't let me off the hook. Young Master Su was only acting in self-defense, I won't tell anyone. Su Qing looked down at her and said that she was really telling the truth, not missing a single detail, and saw everything clearly. He couldn't help but think that the way he was described was actually quite handsome. It would be great if a video could capture his agile physique. This woman wasn't a very important character in the book, so she wasn't mentioned at all in the postscript to the original text by the author Go. Su Qing didn't pay much attention to her either, but now she regrets it a bit. Why didn't she drag this person out and kill her too? Sigh, he'll have to explain to Wolf again. Thinking about it carefully, what he had just told Wolf Walker, that women coveted him, fought over him, and even got into fights for him, that the reason that 2 women died in internal strife, and that he himself killed one of them with a single blow, was far too far-fetched. It was not as convincing as the reason the woman was giving him now. Brother Xing. Su Qing prepared to explain herself. Wolf didn't turn around, but raised his hand to pat Su Qing's leg, then said to the woman in front of him, "Is that the truth?" The woman nodded vigorously. "Yes, young Master Bai. Is there anything I forgot to say, or anything I need to add? Tell me anything you can't remember." Wolf's voice was deep, and his gaze as he stared at her grew increasingly dark. Before the woman could even utter the word "young master," her eyes widened in a ferocious rage, her eyeballs bulging and her eye sockets turning bloodshot. All I saw was, the sharp knife in Wolf's hand had already plunged deep into the woman's body, into the most fatal spot. "Who do you think you are, daring to make up such nonsense about him?" Those were the words spoken by Wolf Walker. They were probably the last words the woman heard before she died. Wolf Walker stood up and asked the leader and the others, "Have you received any other news?" The leader nodded and said, "I just checked down below the cabin and found 3 bodies piled up in a corner of the women's restroom at Heroine. It must have been these female assassins who killed them and infiltrated the ship under their identities." Wolf waved his hand. "I know. Tie up the bodies of those people downstairs and these few people right now, and throw them into the sea. Be quick and don't let anyone find out. We haven't found out who the murderer is yet, and it's hard to explain these people dying here. There are too many rich kids on the ship, and it's not good to make people panic. Go, and be quick." "Yes, Brother Xing." The boss and his group went to handle the scene. Wolf turned back, seemingly oblivious to the fact that he had just killed someone. He sighed, picked up a damp towel, and wiped his hands. Then he turned the towel over to the clean side and used it to wipe the bloodstains on Su Qing's cheek. "Don't be afraid, it's okay. If you're scared, just cry a little longer." "I'm not afraid anymore." Su Qing was suddenly a little moved. Although his acting skills were superb, his words just now were a bit too fake. Even so, Lang Xing believed him unconditionally, which made him wonder if Lang Xing also had feelings for him, and that they were already steadfast to the death. "What are you thinking about?" Wolf asked. "I was just thinking, that woman's story was so vivid and convincing, I almost believed it. Speaking of what those female assassins did just now, it was pretty outrageous. For assassins to be so lustful, if that hadn't happened to me, I'd think it was utter nonsense." Su Qing gave a troubled smile, using a self-deprecating and doubtful tone to emphasize the authenticity of the matter. He wiped the blood off Su Qing's body. "You're good-looking," which certainly aroused their lust. "Assassins live on the edge, so it's normal for them to be psychologically disturbed. I actually hope what she said is true. If you had the strength to subdue 3 well-trained assassins, it would save your brother from worrying about you." Chapter 221. Who invites guests to hit a punching bag? Wolf looked at Su Qing without saying a word for a long time, wondering if he had made Su Qing sound too useless. He knew that Su Qing always had a strong sense of self-respect. He raised his eyebrows and changed his tone to a nonchalant one. "Damn it, I just realized, you little rascal, didn't you promise to throw me a welcome party on a yacht? Now I have to come here and coax you. Get well soon." Su Qing gave a very obedient smile and said, "I understand, brother." Upon hearing his brother call him obedient brother, Lang Xing couldn't help but roll his eyes at the ceiling, but at this moment, he didn't discuss the matter with Su Qing anymore. He then asked, "Are you coming back to the Bai family or the Su family with me?" Su Qing was taken aback. "I'm going back to my apartment. What if there's another ambush?" "Never mind. I guess you don't want your parents to see you like this. Come with me." The cruise ship is now heading towards the southern suburbs of Luochuan City. "If we change course, people will definitely notice something fishy," Wolf continued. "The speedboat is still down there." Su Qing was being pulled along by Lang Xing's arm, and he didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Brother Xing, I have class tomorrow. Sister Yu Yao still wants to give him one-on-one tutoring, boo-hoo. But in the gentle sea breeze, only 2 words remained from Wolf's voice. Take leave, I'll make it up for you. Su Qing was taken aback. Was Lang Xing going to tutor him? Brother Xing, do you know how? In the end, Su Qing boarded the speedboat heading to the Bai family's house, and the tutoring that Wolf mentioned, the next day, Su Qing experienced it firsthand. He really was being tutored. The next day, after having breakfast and resting for a while, Wolf said he would take him somewhere. Su Qing followed him without understanding why. The room, which spans over 100 square meters, is decorated in Assyrian style, with treadmills, elliptical trainers, exercise bikes, and other auxiliary equipment placed around it. Looking towards the center, there is a matted area with a large, bright red sandbag placed there. Wolf was standing next to the sandbag wearing only shorts. His skin was a healthy wheat color, his muscles were well defined, and his posture was upright. Beads of sweat rolled down his neck, and he was wiping them with a dry towel hanging around his neck. He patted the sandbag on the side and gestured with his chin towards Su Qing. Come practice what I just taught you. Su Qing twitched the corners of his mouth, his usually calm expression now almost turning into a bitter gourd who invites their guest to hit a punching bag when they're a guest. Bang, bang. 2 sounds rang out as Wolf slapped the sandbag. Come here. As everyone knows, Su Qing loves life, freedom, sports, and nature. Hitting the sandbag was effortless for Su Qing. The reason he was having such a hard time was simply, he's so strong. His combat strength was a full 170 points. The huge sandbag in front of him was too easy for him. He was afraid that he would punch it through the wall and all the way to Wolf's parents' bed. Urged on by Lang Xing, the kind-hearted Su Qing had no choice but to begin. That he's made up his mind. Since his good older brother Wolf wants him to have the strength to protect himself, he will live up to expectations and show his abilities. Tell Wolf that he was never the weak and helpless younger brother he thought he was. No more words were needed. He wanted to prove himself with his abilities. Call. Call. Su Qing exhaled 2 breaths softly, her firm and well-defined muscles stretching into even tighter curves as she swung her arms. With his feet firmly planted on the ground, he swung his boxing-gloved hand out. The fist flew out like a gust of wind and landed on the sandbag. Su Qing also let out a muffled groan, his low, husky voice sounding very masculine. Wolf looked intently at him, his gaze traveling from his arm down to the sandbag. He crossed his arms, frowned, and stared into deep thought at the motionless sandbag. What kind of stamina does Su Qing have? He could probably fight an ant. Even an ant would probably give Su Qing an over-the-shoulder throw. It was truly a miracle that Su Qing was able to kill the female assassin yesterday. Holy shit! Wolf couldn't help but close his eyes tightly and utter a phrase from the national essence. Su Qing pursed his lips awkwardly. Brother, do you think I'm useless? He really hadn't controlled his strength well. He didn't dare to use any force, and as a result, he really didn't use any of it at all. Wolf nodded subconsciously, the nod lasting only a moment. No. He just found the scene a bit comical. He didn't actually look down on Su Qing. Wolf raised his arm, bit the adhesive part of the glove with a squeaking sound, took off the glove and put it aside, then walked over to Su Qing. He placed both hands on Su Qing's shoulders and pushed Su Qing's left leg forward twice with his feet. He pressed down on Su Qing's right upper arm and began to teach seriously. You also need to use some force here. Push your upper and lower arms forward together, gather the strength in your hands, and push your leg forward on one side as well. Inertia, you understand inertia? Don't just use your body to move, come, feel it. Su Qing nodded. He had acted too fakely just now. This time, he was going to act more convincingly. As a grown man, it would be too fake for him to keep a sandbag completely still. Su Qing took small, quick steps and used only about 20% of her strength to make the sandbag swing. Su Qing stared straight ahead, a sly smile playing on her lips. This time, she had just the right amount of force. While it didn't reveal overwhelming power, it was about the same as a normal man's. He caught a glimpse of Wolf Walker out of the corner of his eye and gave him a look with his all-seeing eye. Su Qing must have already used all his strength. Let's not push him too hard. Sigh. Su Qing is smiling so happily, let's not discourage him, let's try encouragement instead. Wolf clapped his hands. Not bad, very good. Let's practice for half an hour first. A sudden knock on the door drew their attention. Go in, Wolf said. The visitors were the eldest and second eldest brothers. Brother Xing, young Master Su. The eldest brother nodded to the two of them and then said, Brother Xing, we've already contacted Shengshihouting and taken care of their boss in your name. The manager who brought them to the cruise ship yesterday has also been taken care of. The work assignments for those massage girls were issued by the manager. Actually, Su Qing was quite worried beforehand and asked the manager if Su Qing had called any massage girls to the room that he had specifically gone to explain beforehand, but it seems that Wolf has no intention of asking the manager again. Okay. Wolf nodded. He pulled the eldest brother outside and started talking to him. Su Qing, who was standing in the middle of the gym, couldn't hear anything. He didn't like eavesdropping, but since Lang Xing wasn't around, he decided to take a break and went to the small bar near the door to get some water. Chapter 222 Online news spreads outside the gym. Check all the surveillance equipment on and off the ship, and find out all the routes those female assassins took and who their accomplices were. And those people's faces, use a computer program to reconstruct them, find out who their employer is, which organization they belong to, investigate every detail, and give it to me. It was the sound of wolves, which reached Su Qing's ears with exceptional clarity. Su Qing felt a pang of sadness in her heart. Sigh, how did he even hear that? He really did just come to get a drink of water, although he overheard it unintentionally, he couldn't help but sigh. Wolf Walker was having a hard time investigating this matter and probably wouldn't find anything. Those female assassins represented a conflict between him and the male protagonist, Li Tian, but the one who could truly suppress Li Tian was him, the villain. The sound of footsteps stopped at the door. Lang Xing leaned against the doorframe with his arms crossed, looking Su Qing up and down with a roguish smile on his lips. Su Qing was so engrossed in his thoughts that he hadn't noticed when Wolf had ended his conversation with the boss. This sudden discovery startled him. He grabbed the water bottle and nudged it toward Wolf Walker, gesturing, "Tired? Have a drink of water." Wolf glanced at the nearly empty transparent water bottle and chuckled. "You're quite thirsty." He strode towards Su Qing, put his arm around his shoulder, and led him inside, talking as they walked. "If you want to hear it, just listen. I don't have anything to hide from you. I just don't really want you involved." Wolf's voice was sincere, with a hint of melancholy. The dark side of the world is like a deep abyss. If people face the sunlight, they will feel that there is only sunlight in the world, but if you put yourself in a swamp, even just a little bit, you will sink deeper and deeper. Su Qing and Lang Xing spent a full 2 hours in the gym. Under Wolf's meticulous training, Su Qing sweated profusely. He found that exercising did indeed improve his physical condition, making him more energetic and vigorous. After taking a shower at the gym, I went out for lunch. The huge dining table was set with beef, eggs, beans, seafood, and other food suitable for building muscle. It's alright, it tastes pretty good. Su Qing was starving, extremely hungry, and ate her food in large mouthfuls. To be honest, this level of physical exertion was something Su Qing had never experienced before since coming to this world in the book. He ate for a while before realizing that Lang Xing hadn't come over and was probably doing something in the kitchen. "Brother Xing, aren't you eating?" Wolf didn't respond. When he came back, he brought Su Qing a milky white drink. He did choke a little while eating, so he took the rest and drank it down in big gulps. Su Qing pursed her lips and frowned. "What is this? It smells weird, protein powder." Wolf pulled out a chair and sat down. Su Qing asked in confusion, "Huh? Xingji, you're going to build muscle? You're the one who wants to build muscle." Wolf looked him up and down. "You're as skinny as a grasshopper." Su Qing almost choked on Lang Xing's words. "I, at least weigh over 140 pounds. Wolf rolled his eyes at him. "You're 1.89 meters tall. I'll ask a nutritionist to prepare a diet plan for you. When you go back to school, just follow it." Wolf was eating beef when he suddenly looked up at Su Qing and asked tentatively, "You seem to be in good spirits and you're not injured. Are you really not afraid? Should I hire a psychologist to help me get some counseling?" There are actually 2 reasons why Longxing took Su Qing to exercise, lift weights, and box. Firstly, he wanted Su Qing to have some time to relax after such strenuous exercise. Secondly, they wanted Su Qing to improve her physical fitness. Wolf knew that Su Qing was particularly averse to feelings of pity or sympathy from others, so he didn't mention anything about the ship after they left, but he couldn't help but worry, feeling that what happened on the ship had some impact on Su Qing. No need, really no need. Maybe it's because 2 negatives make a positive. Back then, when I was kidnapped and then. Su Qing smiled faintly. "I'm not so scared this time." Wolf asked suspiciously, "Really?" "Really.
Su Ching nodded.
And I found that exercise is really effective, I'd almost forgotten about it.
That's good then. Wolf smiled, glanced at his phone, and said to Su Ching, after a night of fermentation, Wang Li has brought honor to his ancestors. Really?
Su Cheng chuckled twice and opened her phone to take a look. Wang Li fell into the water, and when he was pulled out, people went crazy.
Chang Xian handled the matter well.
Chang Xian spread the word throughout the entire cruise ship, and the message was that Wang Li had taken the initiative to suggest playing the king's game and diving underwater for a few minutes. The story of a scion of a prominent family reporting a cruise ship party, and how the young master of the Wang family suffered the consequences of his own actions by being terrified underwater and going insane upon surfacing, spread like wildfire throughout the streets and alleys of Luochuan, and at the same time, it went viral on the internet. Bloggers are jumping on this newly emerging trending topic, and several TV stations are also broadcasting about it. Most netizens were gloating, saying that Wang Li brought this upon himself, that he was unworthy of his position and that he would surely suffer great misfortune. However, there were a few sighs of regret, saying it was a pity that Wang Li was so young, which was somewhat in line with the idea of respecting the dead. Unfortunately, Wang Li did not die, so those sighs of regret were quickly buried. Of course, there's another thing that's been going viral online. It's about Su Ching. The scene of Su Ching going to the deck to chat with the guests and rushing down to save Wang Li after learning that he had jumped into the water was filmed and uploaded to the internet. Su Ching, the young master of the Su family in Luochuan,
jumped into the water to save someone.
Wang Li, the young master of the Wang family in Luochuan, organized dangerous games, ultimately harming himself as well as others. These two headlines present a stark contrast. Of course, the widespread criticism of Wang Li was largely fueled by two individuals. They were the two young models who lost the king's game and were pushed into the water by Wang Li. Su Ching looked at a girl in the video who was crying uncontrollably and said, "This Wang Li is inhuman. He just took advantage of his high status to force me to jump. I didn't lose the game at all. Wang Li, relying on his position and power, pushed me down. I was just a waiter on the yacht, and he dragged me in to make up the numbers. My family isn't well off, and I finally got into university. I just wanted to earn some money for my meager tuition."
Wang Li.
He even tried to take advantage of my innocence. The young model was crying so pitifully, and she wasn't wearing any makeup. Her eyes were red and swollen from crying, making her look like a college student. The story of a girl from a privileged family who played the victim and worked to earn tuition fees but was bullied by the children of a wealthy family garnered a lot of sympathy from the public. The interviewer was not on camera, the microphone was pushed towards her.
Young Master Su Ching of the Su family was the initiator of this banquet. Why don't you go to him if you encounter difficulties?
In an effort to grab attention once again, the host immediately pointed the finger at young Master Su. The young model's eyelashes trembled slightly.
Young Master Su is fair.
When young Master Wang was about to take advantage of another waiter, it was young Master Su who stopped him.
But Wang Li outwardly flattered the young master of the Su family, but as soon as the young master left, he said, "He and." The young model paused, only uttering half of the word Li. He said he has the backing of the young master, who is of the same noble status as the young Master Su, and that the young Master Su is nothing in his eyes. Chapter 223. Wolf is leaving. The girl looked extremely embarrassed, dejectedly shaking her head at the camera. "Sister, please don't ask anymore, I can't say anymore." The girl emphasized the word can very heavily, as if she meant not can but dare. She dared not say anymore. That was the main point of her words. The deliberately paused sentences made it almost like a close test. It sparked widespread discussion among netizens. Who is the person Wang Li is leaning on, and which family is he backing? The five major families are the Su family, the Li family, the Lu family, the Lin family, and the Leng family. The only family with the closest relationship and direct business ties to Wang Li's family is the Li family, the young master from a prominent family who had a good relationship with Wang Li was Li Tian, the youngest son of the Li family. Li Tianqian was on good terms with the third young master of the Leng family, who then opened a deadly boxing gym. She has now rekindled her relationship with the young master of the Wang family, who is playing a life or death game with people. Birds of a feather flock together. People are grouped by their kind. Although Li Tian did nothing, he was still thrust into the spotlight. Netizens don't mind discussing the misdeeds of a rich young man during their leisure time. Their despicable actions stand in stark contrast to Su Qing's kindness, because among the various videos criticizing those scions of powerful families, there was also a video of Wang Li shouting insanely at Su Qing, his savior,
After Su Qing rescued him. It's practically a real-life version of the fable of
The Farmer and the Snake. Admittedly, the reason why the news of Wang Li's mental breakdown spread so quickly online, even though it was only a day later, was that the two unknown young models and the numerous reposts by netizens could not be controlled. The person behind that was undoubtedly Su Qing. On the internet, the Su family can make people see whatever they want, this is no exaggeration. Time ticked by, and Lang Xing, seeing that Su Qing had rested for a while, asked perfunctorily, "Have you eaten?" Su Qing nodded. "Yes, I'm done eating. Let's go then." "What's the arrangement?" Su Qing asked, in high spirits. He felt that Wolf Walker could always arrange some activities for him, the things that should be done to entertain guests, for example, playing games, attend a girl's party. He followed the wolf, and the path he took became more and more familiar. The further I went, the more helpless I felt. This left Su Qing feeling deeply confused and helpless. Su Qing stopped in her tracks and looked at the familiar scenery before her. Damn it, she was back in that gym with the Syrian style. Su Qing gripped the doorframe, her expression a mixture of helplessness, bitterness, and confusion. "Brother Xing, are we still practicing?" Wolf raised an eyebrow. "Didn't you finish eating?" "Brother Xing, I'm a guest." Su Qing was on the verge of tears, clinging to the doorframe and refusing to let go. However, he had to deliberately restrain the strength between his fingers, feeling that he could easily pry open this cement-colored load-bearing wall with just a little more force. Wolf pulled him aside, looking at him suspiciously. "You still consider yourself a guest?" I'm a model student, a double major, a top student, and I love learning." "I know absolutely nothing about sports," Wolf shrugged and laughed. "Didn't you just say that exercising feels good?" "I'll stretch your muscles in a bit." "Oh, right, your dad also asked me to play chess with him." "Xingji, I've come all this way and haven't even spent time with him yet. My mom and dad are enjoying some alone time, so don't go and be a third wheel." The weak and aggrieved Su Qing was eventually dragged into the hellish world of Syria by Lang Xing. The treadmills made a continuous thump-thump, thump-thump sound to the handsome man, sweating profusely on the treadmill, sighed inwardly, wishing only to end this miserable day as soon as possible. As the old saying goes, moderate exercise attracts the opposite sex, while excessive exercise attracts the same sex. After a grueling afternoon of training, Su Qing finally collapsed onto her bed that evening and slept like a log. The next day, Su Qing was happily wandering in her dream. A knock on the door woke him up. Su Qing mumbled a few words, her voice too soft for the people outside to hear. The door was then opened directly from the outside. Wolf crossed his arms and tapped the door with his fingertips. "Get up, it's 8 o'clock. Eat something and come for a run with me. The air outside is nice." Su Qing pulled the blanket up high to block the sunlight shining directly on his face. He was too tired when he slept and didn't close the curtains, which he now deeply regretted. "I'll sleep a little longer, and run later. I'm so sleepy." He was dragged out of bed by Wolf, not given even a minute to sleep in. He never dreamed that he would begin another agonizing second day. "I didn't even have breakfast before Wolf dragged me to the island for a morning run." Su Qing was certain that Lang Xing was very concerned about his health. Su Qing did go, but she ran along listlessly, weak and listless, as if her young energy had been drained. He felt as if he had stepped into a time loop. "I spent 2 days at Wolf Walker's house." The 2 days passed in a repetitive cycle, not completely unrelated, but exactly the same: gym, healthy meal, sleep. After a day of training, Su Qing couldn't help but think that Lang Xing had great potential to be a fitness coach and wanted to train himself into a bullfrog. Su Qing slept even more soundly and peacefully today than yesterday. The next day, in the morning, Su Qing was enjoying a wonderful moment on the treadmill in her dream when suddenly there was a knock on the door. The sound grew louder and louder. Su Qing covered her head, not wanting to get up. Her whole body ached. Although his combat prowess is off the charts now, to be honest, his physical fitness is just average. He's only human, and it's been a long time since he's exercised. Su Qing felt as if her body was being crushed by several road rollers. With the blackout curtains covering the window, he couldn't tell day from night, and in his dazed state, he forgot where he was. He was grumpy when he woke up and felt unwell. Finally, he stammered and said towards the door, "I'm sleeping, don't knock." The door creaked open from the outside. Suddenly, a beam of light shone in from the doorway and landed on Su Qing's eyelashes. Having just regained his sight from darkness, he subconsciously squinted. A tall, handsome man, dressed neatly, walked towards him. "Brother Xing? I'm not practicing anymore. I want to sleep. Please." Su Qing curled up in the quilt,
feeling utterly hopeless, and rubbed her messy hair this time. Su Ching truly felt like he had entered a cycle of reincarnation. It was the third day of this fitness cycle, and he even considered being reborn. Wolf looked down at him with his arms crossed, a smile playing on his lips. Even if you wanted to train today, I don't have time to train with you. I have some business to attend to in another province and I'll be gone for a while. You can stay here if you want, and if you want to go home, just call the boss and the others to send you back. They're on the island. Chapter 224. What are you thinking about? Su Ching blurted out, her words truly coming from the heart. That's wonderful. The voice wasn't loud, but Wolf Walker caught it precisely. He clicked his tongue and said, "Are you that eager for me to leave?" Su Ching tilted her head back and shook the pillow twice. "It's not that I want you to leave, it's just, if you take me to the gym for another 2 days, I might just die." "Brother Xing, your workout intensity is way too high." Wolf gave a helpless laugh. "Damn it. Okay, I'm not arguing with you anymore." Wolf left a small, exquisitely packaged box. "What is this?" Su Ching reached out to the side, then held it above her head and opened it. When he finally saw what was inside the box in the dim light, he immediately perked up. My morning grumpiness disappeared, and I felt energetic again, so I sat up in a flash. "Holy crap! Brother Xing. Why did you give me a ring?" "Holy crap, we don't do that." "Holy crap, don't you dare kneel down before me." Inside the black leather box was a small, plain white silver ring. Wolf rolled his eyes at the ceiling. "Damn it! What are you thinking about, kid?" "There's a small chip on the front of the ring. I'm worried that if you get kidnapped again, you won't be able to make phone calls or anything." "Don't you also not want the boss and the others following you around all the time?" "The program installed in the ring can call for help regardless of whether there's an internet connection." "Huh? Oh. I see." Su Ching realized that he seemed to have been subtly influenced by Go's writing style, and he was relieved to hear what Lang Xing said. "It seems his only good friend in the book hasn't yet coveted his handsome face. What are you thinking about all day?" "There's a small mechanism on the ring. Tapping it 3 times will trigger a connection to the device. That's all. You can go back to sleep." "I have to go." A wolf walked further and further away, until he reached the door of the room and was about to close it when Su Ching called him back. "Brother Xing." Wolf paused, his fingers gripping the door panel. "Don't wish me safety or anything like that. Going to discuss business isn't dangerous." Su Ching waved the small black box at Lang Xing. Could you customize a chrome hearts for me? This is too plain, it doesn't look good, it doesn't suit my macho image." The door slammed shut from the outside, leaving only Su Ching's voice echoing in the air. Su Ching held the ring box in his hand. This time he was truly awake. Even though the room was dimly lit, he couldn't fall asleep. I decided to open my character panel and review it, as well as the upcoming plot. A screen of light illuminated before my eyes. Host, Su Ching. Age, 19, appearance, 101, note, the maximum score is 100. Combat strength, 170, note, the passing score is 60. Villain's luck value, 18,000. Villain points, 12,000 points. Item/skill, Advanced Eye of Insight, Golden Eye, All Diseases Elimination Pill X11 used, Beat Up Minivan worth 8,000 yuan. Farm X1 Influencer Management Company X1. Su Ching pursed his lips. The more he looked at the second-hand mini bread in his interface, the more displeased he became. He simply clicked the red X next to the product description. Does it take up a lot of backpack space? Host, there's no backpack capacity. Su Ching mimicked the little system's voice. I don't like it. Oh, Su Ching scrolled down the screen looking at the prices of items in the system. A question suddenly came to mind. When he thought he was in danger, the little system had once reduced the price of large stamina potions. Why not try persuading the system to lower the price of your good items? System baby, the little system was taken aback, a little scared. The host is suddenly acting so strangely. Saying reduplicated words is never a good thing. Little darling, do you think your host is lacking something? The little system took a closer look and chuckled, missing an outfit. Host, you have such a great figure, slurp. Su Ching quickly pulled the blanket up and said gently, is it possible that I'm referring to organs? For example, kidneys, you have 2, right? The little system shuddered. Ha! Host, you're not thinking of taking advantage of my kidneys, are you? Absolutely not. Honey, I just wanted you to give me a discount at the online store.
this family doesn't have the authority, we can't give it to you right now, really not? It really won't work, then get lost, you're bad luck. The little system, hands on hips, said, you big jerk, you don't need me to call you baby, and you don't need me to tell you to get lost. I'll have that writer remove your other kidney right now. Oh dear, I'm so scared, the little system looked smug. Now you're scared. Let me touch your abs. Su Cheng choked on the blanket even more, that's a different price. Don't even think about it. Ignoring the little system's flowery words, Su Cheng ignored it completely. The system interface has only a few simple and clear features. View your character information settings and item inventory. Another option is the interface for entering the system's shopping mall. Point 1. Purchase goods. Point 2. Lottery. Time flies, and 5 seconds have passed. Su Cheng was looking at the mall interface when she was surprised to find that the lottery prompts filled the entire screen. It looks like a product placement ad on Pinduoduo. They're utterly useless at everything except boosting consumption. Su Cheng couldn't help but feel contempt for the system. He was a fine young man, not only handsome but also thrifty and good at managing his finances. His control over his wealth was also top-notch. How could someone possibly make an impulsive purchase just because of a tiny pop-up ad? Oh, he'd already been fooled once. He hadn't gotten anything good from the draw. Could he fall for it a second time? 3 seconds later, ding. Host has spent 500 villain points to draw a tattered rag. No limits to making money? Su Cheng didn't mind this first trial run of the lottery today, ding. Host has spent 500 villain points to draw a bus card. System, come out here. Come out here right now. The dimly lit room was silent. The system was playing games with the author in the water dungeon, its feet waiting in the water, completely ignoring Su Cheng. Su Cheng took a deep breath. Lotteries are like gambling. Winners want to win more, and losers want to turn the tables. Su Cheng at this moment perfectly embodied this saying. At least give us something decent, right? Ding. Host has spent 500 villain points to draw one copy of the sequel to the original work by author Go. Phew, damn it. I really did beep. After Su Cheng's luck value kept increasing, Go didn't need to spend any money to buy the sequel to the original novel. It was like he spent 500 villain points to buy nothing at all, which was worth less than a broken rag. Su Cheng waved his finger back and forth in front of the lottery button, feeling that his luck today was really terrible. Smoke, should I not smoke? The little crow said sweetly. I love you all, degree. Chapter 225. Su Cheng organizes the new plot. Su Cheng pouted, I still have 10,500 points left. I'll use them to make it a round number. Ding. Host has spent 500 villain points to draw, extra long duration, those who know, 100 word super long explanation omitted here. Su Cheng's lips curled up slightly, her mood improving somewhat. Although he was exceptionally talented, highly capable, and possessed both literary and military prowess, but this thing sells for tens of thousands of villain points. What a steal, hee. Immediately afterwards, Su Cheng opened the original text continued by author Go, in her mind to view the next major plot. That scene takes place at the unfinished building developed by Los Angeles Longting real estate team leader. Gu had arranged for a bomb to be planted in the unfinished building in advance, so he did not show up at the construction site. The workers had almost finished their work, and with the weather being bad, they prepared to go home. In the end, Li Tian was left alone to inspect the construction site. To be precise, there were 2 other construction workers, but they were quite far from Li Tian at the time and assumed he had gone back first, so they left. A fierce wind howled across the field, followed by an area of effect explosion. Li Tian was in a very dangerous position, but he was strong enough to push away the concrete slabs and pillars that were falling towards him. It was just a minor fracture and concussion. The reason Su Cheng orchestrated this bombing incident was because, in the later part of the original story, Li Tian was left alone in the unfinished building and did not leave in time. Su Cheng precisely timed the placement of the bombs, altering the course of events. It would be even better if Li Tian could be blown up and buried alive in the unfinished building, but they were afraid that the explosion would be too loud and attract the attention of the surrounding people, so they did not use powerful explosives, but only carried out a small-scale explosion. In order to suppress Li Tian's luck, what Su Cheng didn't expect was that Li Tian, who only had 2,000 points of luck left, shouldn't have only suffered minor injuries, even if the explosives weren't very powerful. Harmful. Su Cheng suddenly opened her eyes, looking at a line of text with a hint of bewilderment. The following is the content of the subsequent book. Help! Help! A weak, feeble female voice rang out. Li Tian pushed aside the stone slab covering him and looked in the direction of the sound.
the woman's chestnut brown hair, which should have been glossy, was now covered with a thick layer of dust. A look of intense pain appeared on her small, delicate face. Her legs were pinned down by a large stone slab, and tears welled up in her eyes. However, the author of this passage omitted a portion of it.
The following scene shows Li Tian dragging his swaying arm,
looking like it was dislocated, unable to muster any strength. He goes out to find help, and after a long time, he finally manages to pull Lin Xier out of the large stone slab. In the end, Lin Xier was left with a lifelong disability and became a vegetable. Despite Lin Xier's condition, Li Tian, unable to abandon his childhood sweetheart, still married her and took meticulous care of her. People were deeply moved by Li Tian's righteousness and sense of responsibility, and public opinion of him changed. Lin Outyan also entrusted many of the Lin family's businesses to Li Tian, his good son-in-law, and
I gained 5,000 luck points.
Holy shit! The last time Su Qing was this speechless was the time before. Did Li Tian's alteration of this part of the story lead to a serendipitous encounter? He read the original text repeatedly, and then read the rest several times before setting up the bomb plan. As everyone knows, he has a good memory. There was no scene where Lin Xier was present at all.
It was clearly just Li Tian alone. Su Qing was absolutely certain of this. Damn, Su Qing cursed into her mind.
Author go, why are you still changing the plot like this? The little system chuckled. She said it'll be even more fun this way. He, is she a fucking pervert?
She said you really like it, you just like perverts, stop pretending. Damn it.
Su Qing laughed in exasperation, utterly speechless. Su Qing originally thought that the author could give him a plausible reason. Unexpectedly, this subplot was actually added by the author later to make things difficult for him and create a crisis for him. Su Qing opened her eyes and discovered an even bigger problem. Author's original postscript, the timeline of the events described above, wasn't written. Su Qing only found a few keywords in it. The workers, braving the scorching sun, hurriedly ate a few bites of food, awaiting the inspection of the Li family's young master. Longting is a large real estate developer with a set time frame. The period from 11:30 a.m. to 12:30 p.m. is the workers' lunch break time. The hot sun is also suitable for lunch, and the fact that they are busy taking a break indicates that the lunch break is coming to an end. Li Tian arrived at the construction site around 12:30. Li Tian carefully checked the day's progress, and together with two auditors, studied and calculated the engineering plan and cost issues.
An hour later, a strong wind swept in.
Looking at the drifting dark clouds and the gradually darkening sun, Li Tian told the workers on site to go home. The estimated time is 2 o'clock. Li Tian circled the second floor of the unfinished building before heading down, when he was startled by a sudden explosion, followed by a massive stone slab falling from above. Then Li Tian struggled to his feet and found Lin Xier behind the stone pillar. The circle is the key point. Su Qing didn't know how long the author of Go's circle was designed to be. This is a very important time point. Su Qing had no idea when Lin Xier hid behind the pillar. Su Qing bit her knuckles, her brows furrowed tightly. The situation was somewhat perplexing. He impatiently complained about the author, Go, saying that what was originally a perfectly good light novel had been turned into something akin to a detective novel by that shameless woman. Go, you really shouldn't mess with women. However, Su Qing, being a tough and resolute man, possesses an indomitable spirit. He meticulously calculated the angle of sunlight refraction and the precise values and power of the explosives used. He's racing against time. He needs to solve the puzzle quickly. He needs more time to turn the tide of the story. After performing a series of calculations on the blank page of the screen, Su Qing breathed a sigh of relief. He flashed a radiant smile, the kind of smile only a victor possesses. It was 3 o'clock in the afternoon. As he raised his hand to wipe the fine beads of sweat from his hair, the little system was met with disbelief. Host, the bomb you planted, wasn't it timed? What are you calculating? And it was raining at that time, so where would you get the sun to calculate the angle of refraction? It wasn't mentioned in the original text either. Su Qing smiled with great interest, her shoulders shrugged slightly, and she showed no trace of the tension she had just felt. I know, it's just for fun. The little system smacked its lips, speechless, and said, Host, you're really a pervert. Isn't her acting good? Didn't you fall in love with her instantly? Chapter 226, Losing the People's Hearts. The little system ran away after it finished speaking. Su Qing also began to carefully examine the plot and search for strategies. His eyelashes furrowed as he stared at the subsequent text in the author's original work, and he suddenly realized a very important issue. This time it was for real. Su Qing didn't act anymore. He clearly saw in the original postscript by Go author that Li Tian pushed away the stone slab that was falling on him, and ultimately only suffered minor fractures. with Li Tian's innate superhuman strength and love of training, such an injury wouldn't have been serious enough to warrant dragging his arm out to find help for Lin Xier, which was as if it were dislocated. At that time, the entire unfinished building was shaking, and Lin Xier could easily have suffered secondary injuries. When faced with danger, people will show great explosive power, let alone a gifted chosen one like Li Tian. He understood the reasoning behind it, and Li Tian should understand it too. The only explanation is, in the blank timeline in Author Go's original text, Li Tian simply wanted to put Lin Xier in danger, and had no intention of letting Lin Xier return unscathed. He deliberately stood by and watched someone die. Under the pale blue light of the screen, Su Qing smiled with a hint of disdain and allure. He hadn't expected Li Tian, the chosen one of heaven, has been driven to such desperate measures by the villain himself, who should have been caught in the net of justice in 3 chapters. The woman he has been with for more than 10 years can just stand by and watch him die. That's just how human nature is. It made Su Qing find it somewhat laughable. Li Tiandao's hypocritical facade couldn't be hidden any longer. Well, Su Qing was heartbroken to see Lin Xier express her love for him today, but then she went to find Li Tian. She's such a two-faced person. I really don't have a good impression of her. His death has nothing to do with him, but now Lin Xier can bring Li Tian 5,000 points of luck at once. That won't do. He needs to turn this story around. A sly smile played on his lips. How could this good show be reasonable without him present? Su Qing checked the time and estimated that she would arrive in Luoxi just in time to catch Li Tian and Lin Xier trapped under the unfinished building. The timing was perfect. Su Qing casually put on the hoodie and muttered to herself. After a while, Su Qing came out of the shower and called Hua Shang. Wait for me in the southern suburbs of the city, we're going to Los Angeles. Hua Shang, yes, young master. Su Qing called his boss again and asked them to send a boat to wait for him and take him to the shore. Su Qing was sitting in the car on her way to Los Angeles, idly playing a match 3 game to pass the time. She inadvertently glanced at Lin Xier, whose ranking was lower than hers. He ran his fingertips over the name, chuckled softly, and murmured to himself, "Don't be afraid of the pain, sister. I'll come and save you. At most, you'll break a leg, but you won't be paralyzed for life." Losai on the other end of the workers are working diligently, and the sounds of machinery on the construction site are constant. A migrant worker in overalls, wearing white gloves, was prying at the steel bars on the ground and said to the migrant worker next to him, "This building looks like it could collapse at any moment. The last developer who ran away has been gone for years. It should be rebuilt from the foundation, but instead they want us to reinforce the steel bars inside. This is a damn shoddy construction project. Longteng is getting worse every day. It's bound to have an accident sooner or later. Whether something happens or not is none of our business. It's because Longteng paid us a lot of money. Whoever pays the most money is the boss. My son is still waiting to pay his tuition. It seems Longteng really doesn't want to continue. He brought in Li Tian, such a half-baked guy, to the construction site. What can Li Tian possibly do? He's just putting on a show, trying to impress his father, trying to cut costs and increase revenue on this land. These young people who grew up with silver spoons in their mouths, they just waste their days doing nothing. They're not as good as my son. My son is a top student, he goes to a prestigious university, and he's handsome, just like me." The man was in a good mood when he talked about his son, with a hint of pride. He took out his phone and showed his son's WeChat moments to his co-workers. The co-worker responded with a smile. He took the phone. There are 2 young men in the photo, one with a neat and clean appearance, and the other with a square face. The co-worker immediately understood his intention. He was showing the group photo so that he would praise his son and create a stark contrast between the 2 young men. However, the young man in the photo is indeed quite handsome with fair skin. They are a group of people who work on construction sites and earn a hard-earned living. They don't have much fun usually, so it's normal for them to want to show off their sons. "Brother, your son is really handsome. Look at how he compared the guy next to him. He looks like a Tetris block, all black as a black potato." The co-worker was very generous with his praise. The man's face darkened, and he snatched the phone back. "The Tetris player you're talking about is my son." An awkward atmosphere lingered between the two until a team leader came to announce that it was time to eat, which eased the tension. Everyone collected their boxed meals in an orderly manner. They each found a shady spot to eat. A few people were chatting idly. "You know, that's one of the good things about Longteng. We eat at fixed times, unlike other construction sites where sometimes we're too busy to finish and we have to rush to finish. He picked up a piece of braised pork and put it in his mouth, mumbling, "The food at Longting is pretty good." This loci, he finally got a good day, but it looks like he'll be working all night. If we don't provide him with some good food, who can keep him up? You're so petty. A good meal isn't enough to win you over. I think Longting is pretty good. The two argued their points and each took sides. One person said Longting was good, another person said other construction teams were better, but the person who praised Longting was ultimately proven wrong. "Excuse me for disturbing you all," said the team leader's assistant with an apologetic expression. "As you all know, it's rare to have good weather in Los Angeles. Today is the best day we've had recently, but our project is still behind schedule. And young Master Lee Tian is coming to inspect our work soon, so could we all shorten our lunch break and start work half an hour earlier?" One of the workers immediately protested, "Longting is always punctual, so why does our lunch break and mealtime have to be cut short now that the young master of the Lee family is here? Xiao Lu, if we don't eat our fill, how can we have the energy to work? We still need to go to the toilet and stuff. We've been working all morning." Everyone was unhappy. How could the young master of the Lee family not know about the Longting workers' mealtimes? Coming here at this time, isn't it obvious they're not letting everyone eat? Xiao Lu has a round face and looks particularly kind and honest, like a naive student who has just graduated from school. At this moment, the smile on his face looks increasingly awkward. "Uncles, we're all just employees. I'm just a small assistant. Team leader Gu isn't here today. If he were, I could have discussed things with young Master Li Shang and put in a good word for young Master Li Tian. But, well, we're all discerning people here. Young Master Li Tian is a new official, and he's just saying this to check on everyone's dining environment and food, but if I were to actually inform everyone like that, it would probably be a taboo subject with young Master Li. We all know what he wants to see. Since he came to the construction site early, he definitely wants to see everyone working." The workers present were in an uproar, cursing Li Tian in their hearts while their faces showed disdain. Li Tian is an adopted son, and the fact that he has made a bunch of bad friends has long been widely known. Now he is acting like a spoiled brat and taking away their rest time. "The workers all want to skin Li Tian alive," the little crow said sweetly. "Did everyone enjoy watching?" Woohoo, degree. Chapter 227 Design. The construction site was a mess, with dust flying everywhere. With a sense of timidity and guilt, Assistant Lu bowed deeply to everyone present. "Dear uncles and elders, I know you all work very hard, and the sun is so strong today. I will definitely ask Team Leader Gu to help us get some benefits. My dad works on construction sites just like all of you uncles, and I know how hard you all work. But today I'm here on behalf of our team leader to receive young Master Li, and I hope everyone can lend a hand." Xiao Lu's voice choked with emotion, and when she looked up again, her eyes were already red. Most of the people present had children, and some of the workers' children were in college. They worked hard on the construction site so that their children could have a better life. How could they not be moved when they heard what Xiao Lu said? After a long stalemate, one of the migrant workers sitting on the steps quickly shoveled down a couple of mouthfuls of food and said, "Let's not trouble Xiao Lu. The kid has it tough too. Everyone, eat and work quickly. If you need to go to the toilet, hurry up." Xiao Lu wiped away her tears and bowed to everyone again, saying, "Thank you, uncles and elders." What no one knew was that Xiao Lu retreated to a deserted, open area, took out his phone from his suit trouser pocket, and made a call to Team Leader Gu. "Hey, Team Leader Gu." Team Leader Gu asked directly, "Is the matter settled?" Xiao Lu said, "It's done. They hate Li Tian to death." Team Leader Gu said, "Okay, take account of the number of people, tell their foreman to give everyone a bonus, and say it was arranged by young Master Li Shang." Xiao Lu understood. Team Leader Gu. The workers ate quickly and finished their meal in no time, then got back to work. They worked diligently and efficiently, with no slacking off. However, they naturally had a lot of complaints and grumbles about Li Tian. "These spoiled brats don't even value the lives of ordinary people like us. They deserve divine retribution." "That's true, but I heard that Li Tian is an adopted son. Isn't the Li family in Luochuan? He did a lot of disgraceful things in Luochuan with his cronies, which caused a huge uproar online. He's still a junior in college, and it's probably because of those things that Chairman Li sent him here. Look at how bad the weather is in Los Angeles. What young master spends all his time at the construction site? I think Chairman Li deliberately exiled him here, like an ancient dynasty sending someone as a hostage. Then he probably won't be able to keep up with Li Tian's attitude for long. Sooner or later he'll be kicked out of Longteng. The adopted son is really useless. He has no class at all. He's some bastard who doesn't know where he came from, occupying the position of the eldest son of the Li family. Young Master Li is such a good person. Do you remember last time, in that windy and rainy weather, Li Tian still let us work here? It's all thanks to team leader Gu who contacted young Master Li Shang. To be honest, only when young Master Li Shang is in charge will we hard-working folks have a better life. I really don't know what that idiot is doing here at our construction site in the middle of the day instead of eating abalone and sea cucumber. Does he really think he's a prince, like he's on a secret incognito visit? The man was about to continue cursing when someone next to him patted him twice. Shh, don't say anything. Li Tian is here. A pure black G500 was seen passing a ditch at the entrance of the construction site. The car lurched slightly, kicking up a few wisps of sand and dust. The man inside the car was wearing a pair of dark GM sunglasses and a loose tracksuit. He held the steering wheel with one hand, turned the car around smoothly, and brought it to a stop. Li Tian did not get out of the car immediately, but planned to rest in the car for a while. He came at this time today to visit the migrant workers at the construction site and win their hearts and minds from the bottom up. So you need to adjust your mood and emotions. You can't always have a cold face. If others see it, they'll only criticize you more. These past 2 days, Li Tian's mood has been like a roller coaster. Yesterday, he was in high spirits, thinking that those female assassins could take care of that good-for-nothing Su Qing, but the other party didn't contact him to report back for a long time. There was no news of the Su family's young master being murdered in Luochuan. This made Li Tian and others live in constant fear. Li Tian tapped the steering wheel lightly, considering several possibilities. At first, the female assassin he sent eliminated Su Qing and fled without even having a chance to contact him. The Su family, fearing their only son's death would affect their business, suppressed the news. Secondly, someone rescued Su Qing in time. However, those female assassins should have acted immediately after I hung up the phone, so even if someone went to rescue her, they should have only found Su Qing's corpse. Li Tian's heart skipped a beat, and he suddenly gripped the steering wheel tightly as he considered a third possibility. The third possibility is that Su Qing turned the tables and killed them. Li Tian quickly shook his head, as if he were thinking of a ghost story, and the third possibility was absolutely impossible. How could a disabled person possibly be a match for 3 professionally trained female assassins? Of course, Li Tian's mood was not affected by this incident. The news about Wang Li was spreading like wildfire online, and it naturally reached his ears as well. Originally, Li Tian didn't care about Li Wang's life or death. He just wanted to consolidate his connections so that he could better establish himself in the Li family and Luochuan. It was just a relationship like drinking buddies, but Li Tian never expected that Wang Li would fall into the water and go insane after playing a life or death game on the yacht. He didn't even go to that yacht party, yet he's being dragged into this. Not only that, the news reached Li Jingfeng's ears, and he called him and scolded him. This left Li Tian feeling utterly helpless and unable to express his bitterness. He felt that Li Jingfeng was deliberately trying to find fault with him and drive him out of the Li family. Why do you say he knows Wang Li? Isn't it mainly because the two companies' industries are related? Those people online saying Wang Li has powerful backers, aren't they referring to the Li family? Even if you look for sources that connect him to Wang Li, he thinks this is a problem with the Li family, right? It's all my fault. Li Tian grew angrier the more he thought about it. He gritted his teeth and slammed his fist into the steering wheel in front of him, releasing all the pent-up frustration he had been holding back. At this moment, the steering wheel was no longer an ordinary steering wheel in Li Tian's mind. It is Li Jingfeng, it is Su Qing, it is Lin Xier, it is Lin Outnan, it is Lung Yanfeng, it is Lu Mang, it is Wang Li, it is everyone he despises in his heart. But Li Tianguan was so engrossed in venting his anger that he was stunned when something suddenly grew out of his leg. Holy crap! Li Tian couldn't help but exclaim. What fell onto his lap was his steering wheel. Li Tian made a call out of sheer frustration, and the call was answered quickly. Hello, is this a towing company? Come to the construction site at the intersection of XXX, license plate number Luoe 9999, please tow it to the 4S shop. Okay, our fee is for areas within 3 kilometers. Just as he was replying, Li Tian received a call on his phone. Not a ring ring ring, ring ring ring. Sound is heard. Chapter 228. Lynn Sierra goes to the construction site. The call was from Lynn Sierra. He and Lynn Sierra hadn't been in contact for several days. The day he told Lynn Sierra in the back garden of the Lynn family that she should think it over again, he hadn't contacted her much since that. He wanted to take a long-term approach, and he knew that women were usually more emotional. Lition was still a little worried these past 2 days because Lynn Sierra hadn't contacted him much. He thought that Lynn Sierra was really planning to take advantage of the situation and collude with Su Cheng. Lition looked at the number on his phone screen and sneered disdainfully.
Isn't this just them coming to find me?
He quickly told the towing company, I'll have my assistant contact you about the payment. After Lition finished speaking, he immediately connected to Lynn Sierra's call.
Hey Sierra?
Lition got out of the car, leaving the confined space inside. The construction site was very noisy.
Brother Lition, where are you?
Lynn Sierra was in the car, and there were some sounds of cars speeding by on the road, but Lition didn't seem to notice.
He casually asked, at the construction site, how's Sierra doing lately? Lynn Sierra didn't respond to that. Instead, she asked tentatively in a low voice, Brother Lition, are you alright? I saw the reports online. Don't be influenced by them.
These days, netizens, the two hadn't had proper contact for several days, and even when they did speak, it was just simple small talk on WeChat. To be honest, Lynn Sierra had been trying to give herself some time to calm down these past few days. She was reflecting. She felt she had done something wrong. She thought of the many wonderful childhood memories she shared with Lition. She also thought about the many difficulties Lition faced in the Li family and his powerlessness as an adopted son regarding his status. She hasn't been eating or sleeping well these past few days, and at one point she was completely lost, like a walking corpse. She did think Su Cheng was very nice, and she deeply missed the man who called her sister. But how could a sudden flutter of the heart compare to years of familiarity? She knew that Lition was disappointed in her, especially after he said that although Su Cheng was not very good, her status and position were indeed more suitable than his. Lynn Sierra was extremely embarrassed. Her secret, which she had kept hidden in her heart, had been revealed by her fiancé, which was a very shameful thing, but Lition's attitude towards her was like a spring breeze, so considerate and caring towards her. Lynn Sierra felt that Lition was just like her own brother, thinking about her future and sincerely wanting her to find a better partner. The sincerity and devotion that Lition showed her filled her with shame and embarrassment. Actually, she had already made up her mind. She wanted to completely remove Su Cheng from her heart.
She couldn't let Lition down.
She was just a little embarrassed to say it out loud and didn't know how to talk to Lition about it. She felt like a woman who had cheated on her husband, but seeing the overwhelming online messages last night, every word about Lition, Lynn Sierra couldn't help but feel heartbroken. Although she hadn't personally experienced the predicament Lition was going through, she could imagine that Lition was an adopted son, and his status in the Li family was already difficult. Instead of going to school, he was left in Los Angeles. Coincidentally, he was once again put on the internet and thrust into the spotlight. Lynn Sierra despised herself. Lition had suffered so much, she should have been there for him. But instead, she had become an aggravator of his pain. She barely slept all night, and now she was driving to the Los Angeles construction site to tell Lition in person that she would never leave him. I was quite busy at the construction site and didn't pay much attention to what was going on online, but my dad did call me.
Lition sighed bitterly, it's really unlucky.
Su Cheng organized a yacht party, arranged for a group of young masters from wealthy families to play, but I didn't even go.
In the end, something happened, and they can blame me for it. Sigh, I'm afraid you'll believe them, Sheer. I'm really not close to Wan Li.
I only occasionally get together with them because the Li family and the Wang family have a business relationship.
You know.
I'm in a difficult position with the Li family.
Lynn Sierra's voice choked. I believe in you, Brother Lition.
I vented to you, something I shouldn't have done. All these years, you're the only person I can truly open my heart to, but don't worry, Seal, what I said still stands.
You've seen the situation now. The Li family doesn't really want me anymore. They've left me here in Los Angeles, and I can't even go to school. I don't blame anyone. I come from a bad background. I was born into a small town.
Being able to be a young master for so many years is already a blessing, Seal. I'm serious, let's just call it quits. I have nothing, don't say that.
Where are you? I'll come find you right now.
Lynn Sierra originally wanted to give Lition a surprise, but after hearing what Li Tian said, she couldn't hide it anymore. Her heart felt like it was being cut by a knife. Li Tian licked his lips. His words, though painful, showed no trace of melancholy. They were meant to evoke Lin Xier's soft heart. As the old saying goes, one trick is enough to get by, and this trick has always worked well against Lin Xier. He originally intended to keep Lin Xier hanging for a while longer, but when Lin Xier said she wanted to come see him, he was quite tempted. He took Lin Xier home, and just the two of them, taking advantage of this opportunity, made it a fait accompli and arranged a marriage with the Lin family. He wasn't afraid that Lin Xier would have any other thoughts. No, that won't work as Zheng Qing is still at home. If Zheng Qing starts crying, making a scene, and threatening suicide, refusing to pack her things and leave, and Lin Xier sees her as soon as she arrives, things will be in trouble. Li Tianqing cleared his throat. Ahem. Xier, I don't know when I'll be able to rest at the construction site. This place isn't suitable for girls. You should focus on your studies and come see me again on the weekend in a few days. I'm on the highway right now, heading towards Los Angeles. Before Lin Xier could finish her last few words, she heard Li Tian speaking urgently to someone else. I'll be right there, Xier, the construction site is calling me. I need to talk to the auditors about the cost. I'll probably be busy until late at night. I also have to have dinner with some partners. I really don't have time to spend with you. I'll hang up now. Li Tian's haste, busyness, and alienation were things Lin Xier had never experienced from him before. She wanted to say something more, but all she heard on the other end of the phone was a series of beeps. Lin Xier pressed the accelerator, driving towards Luoxi. She was going to confess her feelings to Li Tian today. She didn't want their relationship to drift further apart. What Lin Xier didn't know was that Li Tian was in an open space, and no one was calling him. If Li Tian had just listened a little longer to Lin Xier's words, he would have known that Lin Xier was already on her way to Luoxi. Chapter 229. Li Tian eats a boxed lunch. There is no separate canteen on the construction site. Instead, there is a makeshift food stall made of white and dark blue steel plastic panels. It's midday, the time when the sun is at its strongest, and the blue panels on the steel plastic composite panels are reflecting light. There are two small windows on one side of the makeshift food service area, where two elderly women wearing white hats and transparent plastic masks stand serving meals. I must say, the chef hired by Longting cooks really well. There are more than a dozen large iron plates filled with home-style dishes that are especially delicious and go well with rice. What deserves praise is that these middle-aged women's hands didn't shake when serving food. Two middle-aged women were standing there waiting for the migrant workers to come and add more food, but they found that the workers sitting there were eating extremely fast. They didn't ask for more food once, and they all wolfed down their food as if they had changed their nature, finishing their meal in more than 10 minutes. Next to the food serving area is a huge trash can for recycling lunchboxes. A migrant worker happened to walk by and throw away a lunchbox. The cafeteria lady poked her head out and asked curiously, "Why are you eating so fast today?" The man pursed his lips, glanced around, and whispered, "What else could it be? The second son of the Li family is coming to inspect the work." "Huh? Inspecting work in the middle of the day?" Longting's rules for its grassroots staff have always prioritized health. Could it be that young Master Li, having tasted all the delicacies of the world, wants to test the quality of our cooking? Perhaps he's trying to improve the dishes for everyone. The man gave the old woman a disdainful look. The reason we came here is because of the food, but even Xiao Lu, the assistant to team leader Gu, said that young Master Li is just using this as an excuse to show off his power and wants to see us finish our rest quickly so we can get back to work. Xiao Lu definitely knows more than we do, and besides, would Li Tian, a spoiled rich kid, really put himself in our shoes and think about things from our perspective? The woman's face was fogged up with steam from her transparent plastic mask. She exclaimed in surprise, "No way. Young Master Li even helped me carry the food buckets once. He's a really nice young man." "You're all thinking too badly of him. Small favors and petty kindnesses are like a weasel offering New Year's greetings to a chicken. They have no good intentions. He's an adopted son who doesn't know anything but still spends all his time on this construction site, pretending to be getting his skills honed at the grassroots level. All those gadgets he made are unusable, and I have to redo them, which only makes things worse." The man realized his voice was a bit loud, so he cleared his throat, suddenly pulled his helmet down a little lower, and said mysteriously, "Didn't you see the reports online? First there was Long Yanfeng's deadly boxing gym, then Wan Li played a death game. Neither of them are good people, and they're both Lier's friends. Birds of a feather flock together, really?
Why would I lie to you? The migrant worker gave the old woman a mysterious look and pointed to her hair. Hurry up and tuck it into your hat, or Lier will come and give you a hard time later. The woman, who had received the reminder in the show of care, winked at the man and said, I'll give you 2 extra chicken drumsticks tonight. Okay. After the man had been gone for a while, a plump middle-aged woman pushed open the steel door and went in. She asked the middle-aged woman who was looking in the mirror and smoothing her hair, Why are you so vain today? Do you think your brother Lee is handsome? The plump woman looked up at the brother Lee she had mentioned. The man was clutching his crotch. You don't seem to have seen the old man before. TCH, no taste. Let me tell you, Lee Tian will be here soon. The plump woman looked at him suspiciously. What's he doing here? In the middle of the day. What can they come here for? To make them rush to finish the work. Capitalists, you're all bloodsuckers. After gossiping about Lee Tian for a while, the two of them got bored and started talking amongst themselves about the happenings at the construction site in which old man was the most handsome. Suddenly, a handsome man with striking eyebrows and bright eyes appeared in front of the food counter. He was wearing a simple black t-shirt, the round neckline of which was stretched down by his sunglasses. Lee Tian flashed a standard smile. Hello, aunties. Young master is here. The two cafeteria ladies were both taken aback, fearing that Lee Tian had overheard their eloquent gossip, not about the handsome old man, but about Lee Tian. And now, seeing Lee Tian smiling so obediently and politely, and looking so handsome, the two kind-hearted women couldn't help but feel a little guilty, as if they weren't the ones who had just called Lee Tian a little bastard. Lee Tian didn't have mind-reading abilities, and he had just arrived, so of course he didn't know what they were thinking. He pointed to the food on the iron plate in front of him and said, The aunties are really good cooks. The two middle-aged women gave an awkward smile, secretly thinking, this was made by the chef, not us, but since the young master has spoken, we can't just argue back. The two middle-aged women smiled broadly and agreed, No, it can't compare to the chef at young master Lee's house. It's just some home-style dishes. Lee Tian didn't put on any airs, making the two older women think that the second young master of Longting had come specifically to chat with them. After chatting for a while, Lee Tian smiled gently and said, Auntie, could you make me a serving? Okay. The woman replied, thinking to herself that Lee Tian had indeed come to conduct a surprise inspection. He was so young, yet so shrewd. Lee Tian took the lunchbox, revealing the spirit of a food blogger exploring a restaurant, the kind who's been paid for promotion. They ate with great relish. Delicious. Lee Tian nodded as he stuffed rice into his mouth, not holding back his praise, but Lee Tian wore a smile on his face. In his heart, he didn't think so. The food in his mouth was a little too salty. Cough. Lee Tian coughed twice, glanced to the side, then turned back to ask the two older women, Why aren't you coming to get your food? The reason Lee Tian waited at the entrance of the food truck and even got a meal was to better integrate into the grassroots workers, become one with them, and win their hearts. He'd been standing there with his back to the sun, eating his boxed lunch for ages, and no one had come to get food. The disdainful look of the cafeteria lady, as if she knew the answer already, was fleeting, directed at Lee Tian. Young Master Lee, the workers at Longting are all dedicated and hardworking employees. Although we set a time limit of 1 hour, they can eat a boxed lunch in less than half an hour. The weather in Luoshi is always changing. When it is a sunny day, they go to work early. Lee Tian shook his head, That won't do. It's not just about eating, your health is also very important. You can't work right after eating. Suddenly a voice came from behind him. Lee Tian turned around and saw a young man in a dark blue suit with a round face. He recognized the man. He was Xiao Lu, the assistant to team leader Gu. Xiao Lu looked harmless and even had a slightly cheerful demeanor. He nodded slightly when he saw Lee Tian and said, Young Master Lee, why didn't you give me any instructions before coming? I should have met you at the door. Chapter 230 Lee Tian, designed by layers. It's nothing. Lee Tian waved his hand and asked in confusion, Longting has never exploited its workers, so why aren't they even eating properly? What if I get physically exhausted? Didn't you leave any instructions? Xiao Lu smiled awkwardly. Young Master Lee Tian, it was all done spontaneously by the workers. Longting offers good benefits, and they treat Longting like their own home. Team leader Gu isn't here either. He sent me to keep watch today, but you see, I'm young and my position isn't high. Who could listen to me? Xiao Lu's eyes widened suddenly. as if a good idea had flashed into his mind. "It's perfect that you're here, young Master Li. Why don't I organize everyone and you talk to them? I'm worried that the workers might get too tired and something might happen on our Longting construction site." Li Tian was actually a little confused. Is work really this hectic these days? Even during normal rest time, they have to work their lives on the construction site, but thinking about it carefully, it's reasonable for Longting to be involved in the leading industry, and the wages and benefits are better than elsewhere. It's just that Luoshi is always cloudy or rainy, so it's not easy for the workers to have a chance to start construction, and it's appropriate for them to want to show their skills. Li Tian held a boxed lunch in his hands and looked at Xiao Lu with a troubled expression. Isn't this a bit inappropriate? It would be most appropriate for young Master Li to go and say it. You are our leader and our backbone. Receiving your greetings will make everyone feel cared for. Moreover, many workers are engaged in high-risk operations, and it would be bad if they didn't get enough rest and another accident occurred. Xiao Lu spoke with great emotion and sincerity, practically casting a halo around Li Tian and describing him as an angel. Li Tian hadn't received this kind of adulation in a long time, and he found Xiao Lu's words extremely helpful. In fact, the difficulty Li Tian showed was merely a way of making concessions. He was very satisfied when Xiao Lu first made the suggestion. It's a great opportunity to care for and comfort those at the grassroots level, but this is a perfect opportunity for Long Tang to win the hearts of the people and establish his prestige. Li Tian sighed and said with difficulty, "What you said makes a lot of sense. I'll go talk to everyone about it. It's too dangerous to work in such a high-risk environment and not get enough rest." Yes, Mr. Li. It must be said that Xiao Lu's ability to take action is something that most people cannot match. Li Tian had planned to blend into the crowd and greet everyone warmly, but just as he went to the trash can to throw away his lunchbox, he heard Xiao Lu shouting loudly, "Everyone, put down what you're doing for now." The workers are not distributed in a concentrated manner. After speaking to the workers who were kicking up sand on the ground, Xiao Lu looked up and shouted to the two workers on the three-layer iron frame of the enclosure, "Uncles, come down for a moment, young Master Li Tian has a few words to say." Xiao Lu was like a little megaphone, searching for workers all over the unfinished buildings, afraid of missing a single one. Ultimately, Li Tian was not given a chance to mingle with the crowd. After a long while, he stood in front of a group of workers. The workers stood ramrod straight, as if they were there to listen to a leader's reprimand. This made Li Tian feel somewhat embarrassed, and he even wanted to beat up Xiao Lu, but Xiao Lu wasn't embarrassed at all. He stood next to Li Tian and even led the applause. At this moment, under the bright sunshine, enthusiastic applause rang out in front of the dusty, unfinished building. Li Tian pursed his lips, feeling that he couldn't really connect with the masses this time. But since everyone was standing there, Li Tian could only bite the bullet and offer his condolences. "Uncles, I know you all love Longting and treat it like your home. I've been working on the construction site for a while now and I know firsthand how hard and tiring this work is. On behalf of Longting, I am grateful to everyone for taking time out of their rest to work. However, Longting's consistent principle is to put everyone's health and well-being first. An hour for lunch break isn't actually that long, so you uncles can use this time to rest and relax a bit." Li Tian was not a bad person. His words were filled with genuine feelings. Li Tian felt sorry for them. He could imagine these people, who were over 50 years old, working hard on the construction site to earn money, and having to take time off to stay in Longtung. In fact, Li Tian felt ashamed and angry when he learned that he was born in a small town, but later he tried to reconcile with his background. Now, looking at the people in front of him, he couldn't help but wonder if his parents had also done such hard work. This stands in stark contrast to the arrogant and domineering Li Jingfeng. To be honest, if the workers hadn't been given a heads up beforehand, I would have really thought they started work on their own initiative. Now, in everyone's eyes, Li Tian is just a hypocrite with a few big words written on his face. The more people looked at Li Tian, the more they disliked him. No matter what he said, even after he had finished speaking, the crowd was silent, and not a single person showed any emotion. The enthusiastic applause that once again resounded on the construction site was started by Xiao Lu. Xiao Lu is like a mood maker in a bar, constantly keeping the speech going even when it's about to fall flat. Xiao Lu turned to Li Tian, bowed slightly, and asked, "Young Master Li, have you finished speaking? Then let them disperse. Well, let everyone go and rest for a while." These were the words Li Tian was about to say, but before he could finish, he heard Xiao Lu waving his hand at everyone. "Let's get back to work."
Xiao Lu wore a harmless, sycophantic smile on his face. Upon hearing this, the workers went back to their respective jobs. What Xiao Lu didn't notice was that Li Tian's gaze towards him was almost murderous.
I just finished speaking, and you're telling them to go back to work? No, Xiao Lu, what are you thinking? Wasn't the purpose of my conversation to let them get some rest?
Li Tian raised his voice a little, and his resolute features appeared somewhat sharp and angry. He really felt that something was off about Xiao Lu. Xiao Lu's words were practically an attempt to trip him up. He had just told the workers to rest, and then immediately told them to go back to work. Xiao Lu was standing next to him, representing him. Doesn't his statement just become a hypocritical, official statement? He seemed eloquent, but his current actions made Li Tian suspicious of his motives. Xiao Lu's face showed both embarrassment and fear, and his mouth was agape as if he was about to cry.
Young Master Li, please don't be angry. I didn't mean anything by it. I'm just a quick-tongued person. Well, they've all started working and finished eating. Letting them rest now would just be letting them sit around doing nothing. It's better to let them finish work early and go home to rest in your name. Li Tian frowned as he stared at Xiao Lu's sincere face, and he did think that what he said made some sense. He didn't argue with Xiao Lu anymore because 2 employees from the audit department came to find him, successfully diverting his attention. Then tell them to leave work early later. Li Tian didn't want to be labeled as someone who wanted to have his cake and eat it too. What Li Tian didn't know was that the workers would be leaving get off work early today, but the reason wasn't because of his preferential treatment of them, but because a strong wind was about to hit the construction site in Los Angeles. Chapter 231. Lin Sierra arrives at the construction site. 2 middle-aged men in suits walked towards Li Tian, each carrying a large briefcase. The 2 nodded to Li Tian and said, "Young Master Li, let's go in. We've brought the blueprints and material quotes." After they finished speaking, the 2 waved towards the unfinished building. Li Tian followed the 2, his gray sneakers kicking up gusts of sand. As he walked, he turned back and glanced at Xiao Lu with a hint of doubt, but said nothing more. I simply suppressed the initial impression that Xiao Lu was smart and sensible, and thought he was just a recent graduate and intern, a greenhorn. Actually, there were other reasons why Li Tian stopped investigating. Li Tian is a meticulous person, and it is basic for him to investigate things thoroughly before doing anything, let alone such a large undertaking as the Los Angeles project. He had also investigated Team Leader Gu, who was under his command. Team Leader Gu was under Li Shang in Longting and had a close relationship with his elder brother. Team Leader Gu had helped him a lot on the construction site and taught him a great deal. Xiao Lu was Team Leader Gu's assistant and followed Team Leader Gu's orders. Therefore, Li Tian didn't think that Xiao Lu would intentionally try to trick him. The conclusion drawn from Xiao Lu's actions was simply stupid. The 3 of them walked to a window on one side of the first floor of the unfinished building. The design manager from the engineering department took out a set of drawings from his bag. The intricate lines on the drawings left Li Tian completely bewildered. But to put it bluntly, Li Tian was just there to nod in approval. His subordinates were all experienced veterans who wouldn't give him any difficult questions. In short, it's good to familiarize yourself with Longting's business by going through the motions. You can learn something and also gain a good reputation for being hands-on. Manager Tang pointed to a reserved window location, but it wasn't finished yet. It was just a rectangular, hollowed-out cement structure. Young Master Li, according to the plan you and the project team designed before, there are several areas that are not big enough. Moreover, the situation of renovating and pouring concrete later is not like demolishing and rebuilding a building. Therefore, it is unreasonable to reinforce the foundation floors. Our latest design plan involves opening up these balconies and extending them outwards. Manager Tang's gaze swept between the blueprints and the adjacent balcony, finally settling on Li Tian as he awaited Li Tian's opinion. Li Tian listened attentively, his eyes fixed on the scale of the blueprint, and then he glanced outside. He humbly asked, "Manager Tang, the balcony originally extended into a small garden, and there was space reserved for a fence. Doesn't this somewhat reduce the area for greenery?" The paper made a crisp sound as Manager Tang pointed at it and patiently explained, "Young Master Li, the developer originally planned to build the main residence here. This area is planned as a villa, so the buildings are relatively low. It's a high-end residential development in the city center, and the first floor is priced higher. The outer area is for residents' small gardens. However, our current plan is to develop an entertainment complex, not use it as a main residence." The designer's idea was to expand the area originally reserved for the balcony and small garden outwards, and then design a whole landscaped garden outside.
Without reducing the usable area of the basic land, the first floor of the building will be used as a dining and entertainment area, without any guest rooms. Hotel-style guest rooms will be designed on the upper floors, with floor-to-ceiling windows on the balconies of the guest rooms. Because we have a central fountain here, it's more suitable to design the accommodation and rest area upstairs. Guests can see the musical fountain in front and the green forest behind, providing a better sensory experience than staying on the first floor. Manager Tang spoke very professionally and vividly, even giving Li Tian a concrete image of what the guest room area should look like.
Thank you, Manager Tang.
I've learned a lot, Li Tianjin said sincerely, with humility and politeness. However, the two migrant workers hanging from the safety rope outside the third floor wall looked down at Li Tian, and only one word came to mind: hypocritical. They started complaining to each other in hushed tones.
Is Li Air fucking sick?
We've all gotten to work, climbed up this high place, and he just calls us down like he's holding a pep rally. He says a few words and then tells us to come back to work.
He's such an idiot. The migrant worker next to him echoed, that's right.
I thought he was telling us to go down and rest, but he just said a few dry words.
The weather was good the past few days, and we worked day and night.
Team leader Gu saw that we were tired from working. Although they didn't ask us to stop working and rest, they were very direct in telling us to catch up on the work, and they even brought us some water and drinks as a gesture of goodwill. Li Tianka, on the other hand, said all the nice things, but didn't do a single good deed. The man said sarcastically, hey, don't blame Li Tian. Everyone knows that team leader Gu is directly under young master Li Shang. Otherwise, how could team leader Gu always be able to talk to young master Li Shang? Although team leader Gu is a project team leader, he's just an employee. He can't possibly do everything for the entire construction site. It's only because young master Li Shang doesn't want everyone to know that he's being so kind. Look at Li Tian again. The difference between a biological son and a worthless adopted son is huge. The co-worker next to him made a shushing gesture. Stop talking, Li Tian has come up to the third floor. As soon as the two finished speaking, they saw Li Tian walk up the steps and greet them warmly. Uncles, you've worked hard.
Hello, young master Li. Li Tian laughed heartily. I'm a junior, uncles can just call me Li Tian.
There's no such thing as young master or not a master here. The two laughed awkwardly, their eyes crinkling into wrinkles. How could he possibly be called by the real name Li Tian? The atmosphere was rather tense for a moment. Fortunately, Li Tian was talking as he walked, as if it were just a perfunctory greeting. The two people didn't respond, and Li Tian didn't say anything more. Ignoring them, they left disdainful looks at Li Tian, their disgust for him reaching a new high. Manager Tang pointed to a window, which offered a perfect view of the center of the entire venue. Young Master Li, look, that's an open space now. In the future, it will be the site for the musical fountain. In addition to the large fountain in the center, there will be fountains around it for people to enjoy. When the music starts, the fountains will rise in rhythm. If guests bring children, they will like it more. Li Tian nodded and followed Manager Tang. What he didn't know was that a champagne-colored Porsche was parked at the entrance of the construction site. A tall woman stepped out of the car, her chestnut brown hair shone even brighter in the sunlight, and her simple white spaghetti-strap dress exuded youthful charm. A pair of apricot-colored Ferragamo flats added a touch of elegance. On her small, delicate face, her eyelashes trembled slightly in the sunlight, her forehead was covered in fine sweat, and her cheeks were flushed. Who else could this person be but Lin Xier? Chapter 232. Trapping Li Tian in an unjust and unrighteous context. Lin Xier was carrying an elegant white lunch bag containing osmanthus cake she had made herself. She vaguely remembered that Li Tian had angrily told her, "I've never even eaten the food you cooked, yet you cook for him." At the time, she only felt that Li Tian was being unreasonable. In such a difficult environment when she was kidnapped, Su Qing was extremely weak and was surviving on that bowl of rice. She really didn't think she had done anything wrong, but after putting herself in his shoes and reflecting on a series of issues over the past 2 days, she understood Li Tian's various disappointments with her. The box of osmanthus cake she held in her hand today was not just an ordinary pastry, but also proof of her stance and feelings for Li Tian. She carried the bag and strode into the construction site. Her white dress, high-end shoes, and jewelry made her stand out starkly at the construction site, drawing lecherous glances from many of the foremen who passed by. As she walked in, she called Li Tian several times, but no one answered. Ignoring the unfriendly expressions, Lin Xier politely asked a passerby, "Excuse me, where is Li Tian?" Upon hearing the name Li Tian, the expression in the person being questioned became somewhat complicated. My first thought was, how come that scumbag Li Tian has such a beautiful girl coming to the construction site to find him? She's probably a gold digger. The migrant worker casually pointed to a small building. Young Master Li is over there.
Thanks.
After speaking, Lin Sierra walked towards that direction. The construction site was messy, dusty, and filled with constant buzzing. Lin Sierra followed the gravel along the way to her destination. The unfinished building only has the most basic cement structure, even the staircases are separate units, and there are no walls to enclose it. Lin Sierra didn't know which door she was in of this unfinished building. She looked around for Li Tian's figure, this time with her determination and sincerity. She looked up expectantly. Without any more hesitation, Lin Sierra walked down the first floor. She originally wanted to call out Li Tian's name, but the piles of steel bars and sand scattered all over the ground almost made her trip and fall. The tone that had just come out of her mouth stopped. She stumbled forward and landed right behind a large pillar. However, at that moment, Lin Sierra glanced up and saw Li Tian's figure at the top of the stairs on the fourth floor. Lin Sierra was overjoyed and waved, about to greet Li Tian, but she stopped herself from speaking. Li Tian stood ramrod straight, with a hearty smile on his face. Even though his clothes were covered in dust, he didn't look disheveled. He was standing there humbly listening to others speak, his whole demeanor humble and polite, like a refined gentleman, with excellent bearing. Although Lin Sierra couldn't hear the other person's conversation, this wasn't the first time she had seen Li Tian like this. It was like a gentle breeze and a bright moon, just like the confident and composed demeanor during every school lecture, exactly the same. It not only pulled her into her memories, reminding her of how sunny, cheerful, and sincere Li Tian was. This is how Li Tian has always looked in Lin Sierra's memory. After so long, Lin Sierra felt that she hadn't seen Li Tian look so radiant in a long time. But Li Tian's appearance reminded Lin Sierra of the past, a time when there were no arguments, no heart-wrenching cries, no desperate roars. Lin Sierra smiled bitterly and sweetly, her eyes sparkling. She felt as if the distance between her and Li Tian had suddenly shrunk again. She was certain of her true feelings, and Li Tian was still the same Li Tian, still the same as before. This moment, it was as if the distance between them had never been far. Lin Sierra didn't want to disturb him while he was working hard, or perhaps she suddenly wanted to give him a surprise. She stopped in her tracks, completely hiding herself behind the pillar that was neither too wide nor too narrow, waiting, observing, and admiring the bright young man she had known for over a decade. The environment inside the unfinished building is poor, with fine sand and dust constantly falling down. Lin Sierra brushed the dust off her clothes and hair, and straightened her dress. She knew that her white dress was Li Tian's favorite style. She wanted to present her best self to Li Tian when they met. Time flies, passing by second. Who could have imagined that the bright sunlight on the construction site, which was originally under a clear blue sky, would suddenly disappear in an instant? The sky has donned a new garment woven from dark clouds. Los Angeles has changed. In an instant, a fierce wind arose, and torrential rain poured down from the sky as if the heavens had collapsed. Pedestrians on the street had no time to react. The crowds walking through the streets and alleys of Los Angeles scrambled for cover, searching for a place to put their feet. The ground pounded loudly from the heavy rain. The migrant workers on the construction site were having a hard time. Some of them were standing outside, their work clothes soaked through by the rain. The safety helmet on my head rattled loudly, the sound amplified as it traveled from above into my ears. The worst off were the migrant workers who were hanging outside the unfinished building. There was only one plank under their feet, and when two grown men stood on it, they swayed violently in the strong wind, looking like they were about to fall. In this awful weather, the safety rope I was wearing was practically useless. The two clung tightly to the wall, gripping whatever part they could get a grip on, as if afraid they might fall if they weren't careful. A strong gust of wind swept by, blowing up a small pebble that struck the man's hand, which was gripping the wall tightly. The wind was so strong that it instantly tore a large gash in the back of his hand. Ah! The pain spread throughout his body, and the man shouted. His hand couldn't bear the pain and went limp, almost falling off in an instant. Fortunately, a pair of hands quickly grabbed the man, saying, "Get on quickly." The owner of these hands had a baby face, and the force with which he dragged the man into the unfinished building seemed to have reached its limit. This person is Xiaolu. "Uncle, are you all right?" Xiaolu asked anxiously, but instead of comforting the injured migrant worker, he rushed to pull up another worker who was still outside in the wind and rain. Xiaolu used all his strength to suck, and his face turned bright red. He gasped for breath. "Uncles, this unfinished building has no shelter. The wind and rain are too strong, everyone's health definitely won't hold up." Although young Master Li hasn't said anything, but Xiaolu lowered his eyes, looking quite troubled. but when he raised his head again a few seconds later, his gaze became unusually firm.
But you can't keep working in this environment, it's dangerous.
Go back to your dorms and rest, there's a shuttle bus waiting at the gate, I've already made arrangements. Both of them understood what Xiaolu meant. Xiaolu wanted to skip over Li Tian and tell everyone to go back and rest. The little crow sleepily said, "The crow loves everyone.
Tomorrow I'll write the scene of the unfinished building exploding and Su Qing causing trouble."
Chapter 233 Unfinished Building Explosion. Although the group of people who did the work were mercenary, gossipy, and not very educated, most of them were kind and simple people at heart, and the two in front of Xiaolu were just like that. "Xiaolu, we know you're doing this for our own good, but you're just a recent college graduate doing an internship. You're a poor kid who finally got a job at Longtong.
What if young Master Lier isn't happy and fires you?
Let's stay here, just in case the rain lets up a bit." Xiaolu smiled and said seriously, "I just sent a message to our team leader Gu.
He will ask young Master Li Shang for his opinion. As everyone knows, wasn't it young Master Li Shang who helped us arrange rest during the last heavy rain at our construction site?
Young Master Li Shang will definitely help everyone this time as well." Xiaolu reached into his pocket, pulled out his phone, and smiled broadly as he looked at the blank message screen. "Uncles, team leader Gu said that young Master Li Shang has spoken, and everyone can go back to rest anytime in this kind of weather.
He vouches for it for you. You can rest assured.
Young Master Li Shang is such a good person." Praise for Li Shang was endless, but Xiaolu gestured for the two of them to be quiet, and then pointed upwards.
"Shu! Uncles, don't make a sound.
Young Master Li Tian is upstairs." Although he's not a petty person, but, before Xiaolu could finish speaking, the two migrant workers in front of him nodded repeatedly. We understand, we understand. Uncles, there is actually one more thing that young Master Li Shang has asked for. As everyone knows, he is in poor health and has been seeking medical treatment for many years. He is also concerned about Longting's affairs, but he is not able to do it. Therefore, he hopes that second young Master Li can inherit the family business."
Xiaolu glanced down and then looked at the two of them. "My subordinates haven't been notified of the break yet.
I hope you two uncles won't say that this break was arranged by young Master Li Shang, but just say it was young Master Li Tian, okay?"
The two migrant worker uncles nodded repeatedly and replied, "Definitely, definitely. Thank you, uncles."
They verbally agreed, but as soon as they turned around, went downstairs, and boarded the shuttle bus with their co-workers, they began to condemn Li Tian's crimes, ignoring what Xiaolu had just said. "It's not that they're unkind, but they really don't want to go against their conscience and praise Li Tian, that spoiled brat, so that Li Tian can establish a good image in front of grassroots workers that doesn't belong to him. In everyone's eyes, Li Tian is a thief who not only stole the identity and love of the Li family's son, but also the hearts of the people that young Master Li Shang should have." What no one knew was that Xiaolu's phone was blank. He had never contacted team leader Gu or young Master Li Shang. The person who truly allowed everyone to go back and rest was Li Tian. Moreover, Li Tian didn't tell them to go back during the height of the storm. Rather, he contacted Xiaolu to inform everyone as soon as he saw dark clouds forming in the sky. At this time, Li Tianzhang and the two managers of the audit department acted separately. Li Tian was in the corner of the fourth floor, comparing the blueprints. Although it was raining heavily, Li Tian felt that he had just grasped a little bit of the ins and outs of engineering projects. He was reluctant to leave this unfinished building, so he decided to observe the planning here a little longer, which could also be regarded as filling in the gaps in his knowledge. While examining himself, Li Tian discovered that he could also use some of his abilities in this situation. For example, at this moment, he casually slammed his hand against a cement wall and discovered that the insulation layer inside was of poor quality, consisting of only a thin layer. As expected, the previous developer's work was shoddy, yet he leaned against the wall and carefully recorded his findings with paper and pen. Manager Tang, who was on the second floor, looked around and asked his colleague next to him, "Have you seen young Master Li?" At the same time, he put his arm around Manager Tang's shoulder and led him out, saying, "No. It's raining so hard outside, they've probably already left. Let's hurry up and go, I feel like it'll get even heavier soon." This was Manager Tang's first time working with Li Tian. He had heard about Li Tian's reputation from others and had even held some prejudice against him. However, after today's conversation, he realized that people had some misunderstandings about Li Tian. Li Tian is very smart and quick to understand, and it's clear that he's genuinely trying to learn from the problems and experiences. Moreover, he's not arrogant or impatient as people say. In his eyes, Li Tian is a very humble and polite person. Manager Tang couldn't help but search for Li Tian's figure in the unfinished building again, but he called out twice without getting a response, so he left with his colleagues. Li Tian was so engrossed in taking notes that he didn't hear anyone calling him. After a while, when he was about to hand over the problems he had just identified to the two department managers, he realized that he was the only one left there. The two department managers had long since vanished without a trace. The unfinished building had no shelter, and it was already chilly inside. Li Tian didn't plan to waste any more time there. Fortunately, when Li Tian asked his assistant to arrange the towing service, he also asked the assistant to reserve a car for him. Although there was still some distance to where he parked his car, running quickly meant getting soaked for a short distance, which was better than standing here in the cold wind. On the unfinished staircase with no obstructions, Li Tian strode briskly towards the first floor. Tap, tap. Li Tian walked down to the third floor. It is now 2:58 and 40 seconds p.m. Tap, 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 tap. Li Tian walked up to the second floor. It is now 2:59 and 15 seconds p.m. Tap, tap. Li Tian walked down to the first floor. It is now 2:59:45 p.m. Li Tian strode towards the door, unaware that, 3 meters away in front of him, inside a concrete pillar, a red light was flickering and emitting a blinding glow in the originally pitch-black concrete structure. The crimson light spread out, and below the light source was a small electronic display screen. If you listen carefully, you can hear a faint sound hidden inside the pillar. Ding, 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 00.0200.01. Li Tian stepped forward, and just as he reached the side of the pillar, the timer inside the pillar stopped at a precise moment. 00.00 in an instant, with a loud bang, several massive concrete pillars in the unfinished building, which were supposed to support the weight of the floors above and below, snapped in an instant. Li Tian's eyes widened in shock. Unable to dodge in time, he quickly raised his right arm to prevent the broken pillar from hitting his head. The exterior of the cement pillar was uncoated and unleveled, covered in dripping construction waste, cement slag, and the original reinforcing steel bars inside, all seemingly aimed directly at Li Tian. Chapter 234. Weighing the options. Despite Li Tian's Vajra fist, which grants him immense strength and physical prowess, he is still flesh and blood. The concrete pillars and steel bars that rained down upon him were like sharp blades, coupled with their incredible speed. On the arm that Li Tian lifted, gruesome wounds instantly appeared, dripping with blood amid the deafening explosion. If you listen carefully, you can also hear the sound of bones cracking. The entire process of Li Tian going from being perfectly healthy to being covered in wounds took only 1 second. Li Tian's body had already been pressed into a squatting position by the sudden gravity, but what he didn't expect was that the storm was not over yet. As the old saying goes, a single hair can affect the whole body. As the concrete pillar broke, the upper floor slab it connected to was also about to collapse. Above Li Tian's head, a huge crack formed in the cement slab connecting to the floor, slowly swaying and preparing to fall onto the man's head below at any moment. At this moment, Li Tian was far from the image of a serene and radiant figure. His ferocious face showed unbearable suffering. He was racing against time, using almost all the strength in his arms to push against the cement pillar pressing down on him, but, as we wished, it happened just as Li Tian was about to see the light at the end of the tunnel. As he pushed aside the concrete pillar and prepared to get up quickly, the rickety floor above his head suddenly slammed down, raising a huge cloud of dust. It fell straight onto Li Tian's back. The force was incredibly heavy. Li Tian was forced to the ground, his face pale, and his forehead was soaked with sweat. Needless to say, if it weren't Li Tian, but an ordinary person who experienced that gravity, they would probably be dead by now. But Li Tian's vitality was very strong. Before long, he pushed away the pile of things behind him. Although he struggled to get up and walked unsteadily, he finally saw a glimmer of hope. The explosions had mostly stopped, but it was unknown whether there were any other explosive devices inside the unfinished building. Li Tian occasionally shook his head, feeling somewhat confused and dizzy, but fortunately he hadn't completely lost consciousness. He clutched the back of his head and limped forward quickly. The explosion and the nearby collapsed buildings had captivated Li Tian's senses, drawing his attention entirely to sight and hearing. But now that the unfinished building had fallen silent, he heard a cry for help. "Help me!" The voice was weak and feeble, the drawn-out ending carrying a hint of pain, but after looking around, Li Tian couldn't see a single person. He thought he was hallucinating from being hit by the stone slab. Li Tian rubbed his ears with his palm. It sounded a bit like it, but he wasn't sure.
He listened again. Help! Brotherly Tian. Where are you? Even though the voice was still weak and feeble, it was clearer this time, and the person was calling out his name. Moreover, the voice sounded very familiar to Li Tian. It was Lin Xier's voice. Li Tian Tong was taken aback. Why was she here? He endured the pain in his body and walked quickly forward. Even though he recognized the voice, he still couldn't be sure that Lin Xier would appear at the construction site at this time. He didn't see Lin Xier until he walked behind a cement pillar. That he was startled and could hardly believe it. The once pampered young lady from a noble family, the proud and eccentric girl, was now lying face down on the ground, her fair face covered in dust, her hair matted with sweat, making her once lustrous hair a mess. But this disheveled state was not the main point. At the moment, underneath the white dress, her long, lotus root-like legs were being crushed by a huge concrete slab, and the area where her legs were pinned down was likely already a bloody mess. Well, this was a stroke of luck amidst misfortune. A huge cement pillar lay peacefully next to Lin Xier, only half a meter away from her. What was pressing on her leg wasn't a concrete slab that had fallen from a high-rise building, but just a concrete partition panel. Normally, an ordinary person could easily push such a panel aside with a little effort. Judging from Lin Xier's current prone position, she must have fallen due to the shock of the explosion, and the board happened to hit her leg. Even if it wasn't that heavy, the sheer force of the impact was enough to make anyone suffer. As Lin Xier watched Li Tian walk towards her, she felt as if she had seen the dawn of life and taken a reassuring pill. She gave a bleak smile, then seemed unable to hold back any longer. She looked up at Li Tian, tears streaming down her face, and raised her soft, pale hand. Brother Li Tian, you've come to save me. I'm in so much pain, Brother Li Tian. She squinted, noticing the gruesome wounds on Li Tian's body, and a trickle of blood flowing from his arm. Her heart skipped a beat, and she exclaimed in surprise, Brother Li Tian, you're injured. Li Tian never expected that Lin Xier would come to the construction site and be trapped under a slab of stone. So my first reaction upon seeing her injured and lying on the ground was to save her. It can be considered a basic human instinct. Li Tian quickly ran after Lin Xier. It's just a minor injury, don't be afraid, Seal, I'm here to save you. His voice was full of urgency. He crouched down, pried open one end of the stone slab with his fingers, and tried to lift it up. With his extremely strong martial arts skills, he easily pried up one end of the stone slab. Lin Xier was pinned down for a long time, trying her best to get off the boards on her legs, but she couldn't break free and was too weak to have any strength left. She didn't turn around, her eyes half closed. Brother Li Tian, take me home. Li Tian sensed that Lin Xier was clearly on the verge of losing consciousness, and now, after a while, the initial impulse to rush over to save Lin Xier out of instinct has gradually subsided, replaced by a weighing of the pros and cons. Those weighings flowed through Li Tian's mind like a revolving lantern. As he pondered, the force with which he lifted the stone slab began to ease. With the decreasing force, the stone slab, which had already left her legs, fell back down. Wearing a mask, Li Tian's expression was reflected in the continuous downpour outside the window, and a shadowy light swept across his eyes. Memories flooded Li Tian's mind like a vivid recollection. When Su Cheng participated in the interview program, Lin Xier did not trust the investigation data she presented, but believed Su Cheng. While Su Cheng was hospitalized, Lin Xier disregarded her status and went to the hospital to see him. She even packed her travel bag to accompany Su Cheng to the hospital. When I went to the Los Angeles construction site, Lin Xier rushed off to be all lovey-dovey with Su Qinglang as soon as I left. It was utterly disgusting. Just a few days ago, Lin Xier was thinking about canceling her engagement to herself. There are too many things going on, too many barriers between the two of them. Li Tian gave Lin Xier's retreating figure a long look. She had changed so much since meeting Su Cheng. Although it seemed that the scales in her heart were now intentionally tipped in her favor, but such a two-faced woman, and all the things that happened between them, had long since chilled his heart and disgusted him. He no longer wanted to place his bets on Lin Xier. There were too many uncontrollable things about her. Not only might the springboard she's using to climb higher be unstable, but if something unexpected happens, there's also a possibility she'll join forces with Su Cheng to deal with her. The crow still loves everyone. Degree. Chapter 235. Preparing to record. Just as Li Tian was pondering, Lin Xier suddenly raised her hand and pushed against the large stone slab pressing on her leg. Unfortunately, even with her fingers rubbed red, she couldn't budge the stone slab at all. The tears streamed down her face. She was in excruciating pain. She felt the board grow even heavier, and she felt like her legs were about to break. It hurts, my leg hurts so much, help me. Brother Li Tian, Xier, when the explosion happened over there,
I was trapped under a concrete pillar and floor slab. My arm seems to be dislocated, I can't use my strength. Li Tian's voice was bitter and filled with self-reproach, but Lin Xier, who was bowing her head and closing her eyes, waiting for her fiancé to rescue her, was unaware of. The stone slab became heavier because Li Tian didn't continue lifting the stone slab. Instead, he pressed his palm down even harder. Xier, just hang in there a little longer, I really can't go on anymore. The two managers in the department shouldn't be far away. Xier, wait for me, I'll go get them. Interspersed between his words was a weak, feeble voice. It hurts, Li. Li Tian's sincere and urgent voice suddenly stopped. He realized that Lin Xier hadn't even managed to utter a complete sentence before, fainting from the pain. He raised his hand and waved it above Lin Xier's head, creating a gust of wind, and whispered, Xier, Xier? Lin Xier didn't respond to him again. After confirming that she had fainted, a faint smile appeared on Li Tian's lips, and the light in his eyes gradually turned cold. Lin Xier is now a double-edged sword. She may be able to help him, but there is also a chance that she will betray him. Li Tian has never wanted to keep a crisis around him. He slowly stood up, his gaze gradually turning cold. He was thinking, if Lin Xier could die here, wouldn't this trouble be completely resolved? Li Tianke had long been extremely disappointed in Lin Xier. He reached out and picked up a stone from the messy pile behind him, then held it high above Lin Xier's head. His lips twitched violently a few times, and his mind flashed back to the things Lin Xier had done to betray him and hurt him. The stone in Li Tian's hand was falling rapidly towards the back of Lin Xier's head. But it suddenly stopped a few centimeters away from her hair, along with the memories of growing up with Lin Xier, going to and from school together, and the innocence and naivety she showed only in front of him. They surfaced from the depths of his memory like an old movie. In the past, Li Tian had never had anyone in his life who cared about him as much as Lin Xier. She had given him a lot of encouragement, and never hesitated to praise and care for him. The complexities of the situation suddenly made Li Tian unable to bring himself to do it. Does he really want to kill this girl he's known for over a decade with his own hands? His mind was completely blank at that moment. He was thinking that if he didn't kill Lin Xier and let her stay here a little longer, her leg would probably be crippled. Wouldn't it be more advantageous for him if her body was crippled than if she died? She could become a better stepping stone for him, without having to cruelly take her life. 10 minutes ago at the entrance of the Los Angeles construction site. A Maybach drove into the construction site through the main gate and parked in a nearby open space. Right in front of us is that unfinished building with explosives planted. Young master has arrived. Huasheng turned to the handsome man in the back seat and said. Su Qing crossed his legs, his posture both relaxed and noble, his fingertips rapidly swiping across the screen as he fought his way through the canyon. He glanced at the time displayed on the screen, smiled, and said, the timing is perfect. I'll finish this game before I go offline. Although the car was well soundproofed, the explosion inside the unfinished building was quite loud. Compared to Li Tian's miserable state, trapped under stone pillars and slabs, Su Qing truly embodied the word calm and collected to the extreme. Su Qing's actions were for no other reason than that everyone knows he is extremely kind-hearted, and he couldn't bear to see his older brothers and sisters in such a miserable state. Even seeing the text version in the postscript to the original article by Go Author, without any video, he couldn't bear to look at it. Su Qing quickly won the game. Thanks to his exceptional talent for it. Su Qing's skill level is extremely high, but as everyone knows, this is only because he has extremely high emotional and intellectual intelligence. He is not an internet addict, he is an excellent man who knows how to enjoy entertainment in moderation and is reliable in handling affairs. As he got up to leave, he was surprised to find a friend request from a female support player named Little White Rabbit. He thought for a full second before passing the verification. It's definitely not because the Little White Rabbit's profile picture is a very cool photo. The real reason is probably loneliness. He doesn't have many friends in this book world, and he usually plays games alone. The little white bunny says, Big brother, can you take me to play? You're having so much fun with Lan. In a sweet and adorable girl's voice. Su Qing smiled and sent a voice message, I'll definitely play with you next time. I'm a little busy right now, so I won't be able to play with you. The little white rabbit's voice sounded both surprised and aggrieved. Big brother's voice is so nice. Are you worried about me because I'm too bad and died over a dozen times? That's why you're not sure you'd carry me? Boo-hoo. No problem, just lie down and relax. Su Qing's deep and magnetic voice is so captivating that it can make people's imaginations run wild, even through a mobile phone. The little white rabbit blushed and murmured, The little white bunny on the other end of the line sent another string of messages, but Su Qing wasn't going to read them. He had to leave now. If he didn't, Lin Xier would probably be crushed into a meat patty.
He wasn't in the mood to flirt. No, I'm not going to discuss the mysteries of the game with my little sister. As Su Qing opened the car door, Wu Sheng handed him a long umbrella. He squinted and noticed an R symbol on it. Are Maybachs now being paired with Rolls-Royce umbrellas? Su Qing took the umbrella, held it in her hand, twirled it around, and nodded to herself. The umbrella's style suited her quite well. Zhangqi glanced at Wu Sheng, then, not to be outdone, pulled out a black cloak with silver trim. Young master, it's windy outside. I prepared this for you in advance. Put it on before you go out. Su Cheng nodded and draped the cloak over her shoulders. He sighed, and looked even more handsome. Outside, it was pouring rain. Su Qing held up an umbrella, the raindrops pattering against the ribs. He wore a simple, loose-fitting bomber jacket and sweatpants, looking flamboyant and handsome, while the handmade custom-made shawl draped over his shoulders made him appear extremely noble. He held an umbrella in his hand, and the rain fell from the edge of the umbrella like pearls from a broken string. The extremely hazy rain and mist half obscured the handsome face of the man under the umbrella, and only a faint sly smile could be seen from the corner of his mouth. Su Qing stepped onto the uneven steps leading to the unfinished building, splashing water under his feet. He casually turned on his phone and switched it to video recording mode. According to the original plot, after discovering that Lin Xier was pinned down, Li Tianke left using the excuse of a dislocated arm, and eventually found two helpers to pull Lin Xier out. So he wanted to record a video of Li Tian abandoning Lin Xier and running away, and to record evidence that Li Tian's injuries weren't that serious, so that everyone could see what kind of person Li Tian really was. Crow loves everyone. Degree. Chapter 236, Su Qing and Li Tian meet. Su Qing followed the timeline and walked to the location of Lin Xier as described in the original text by the author of Go. She stopped at a wall and carefully recorded the scene. Not far from him, a pile of building materials lay scattered haphazardly, while behind a certain cement pillar, a truly spectacular scene was unfolding. It was even more exciting than the footage he originally planned to record. They've really gone all out there. A man was holding a large rock, and a woman in a white dress lay on the ground, barely alive. And who else could this scene be but Su Qing's old friends, Li Tian and Lin Xier, with this video recording, whether Li Tian is a human or a ghost will be known to the whole world. The stone in Li Tian's hand fell rapidly. This part of the plot was not mentioned in the original postscript by author Go. To be honest, such a murder scene made Su Qing's heart skip a beat. He knew Li Tian was a man who would stop at nothing to achieve his goals, but he never expected him to be so ruthless. Could it be that Lin Xier became a vegetable lying on the bed because of this? Su Qing quickly recalled that after Lin Xier became a vegetable, she married Li Tian, and Li Tian's luck increased by 5,000 points because of this plot. Damn it. Su Qing frowned. This matter made Su Qing feel unbalanced. The protagonist could increase his luck even by harming people because he had the male lead halo, and yet, despite being so kind, she's a villain. What the hell gives them the right to do this? But Su Qing wasn't in a hurry to go and save her. After thinking it over carefully, he overturned his conclusion. The reason Lin Xier was paralyzed in bed in this part of the story was definitely not because of Li Tian's heavy blow. After all, if such a large rock were to smash down on someone's head, it would probably splatter their brains out. It wouldn't just result in paralysis, but a few seconds later, just as Su Qing had predicted, the stone that Li Tian was throwing down stopped when it hit Lin Xier's hair. Su Qing shrugged and smiled. As expected of the protagonist, he still has a conscience, especially when he observed Li Tian's inner thoughts with his insightful eyes. He felt that Li Tian was indecisive and not up to the task. Su Qing wasn't in a hurry to go find Li Tian. Li Tian still had 2,000 units of luck left, and this one video in his hand was definitely not enough. He backed away along the wall, covering his footprints with the dust nearby, waiting for Li Tian to meet him. He knew that Li Tian would go out and pretend to find a group of people before going to rescue Lin Xier. He calculated the distance between the two of them. As the sound of footsteps tap, tap reached Su Qing's ears, he took a few steps forward and stopped at a corner, just in time. Li Tian walked from one end of the road to the corner and almost bumped into Su Qing. Li Tian's eyes widened instantly, as if he had seen a ghost. You. A hint of surprise flashed in Su Qing's eyes, as if she had been startled by Li Tian's sudden appearance. She even staggered back a couple of steps. Damn, brother Li Tian, you scared me half to death by appearing out of nowhere. Li Tian wasn't stupid. He knew that Su Qing's coincidence in appearing here, and the fact that an explosion had occurred, meant she wanted to kill him, made it clear that Su Qing was responsible for the explosion. But Li Tian was also surprised. How did Su Qing escape from those female assassins? Su Qing looked him up and down,
then suddenly laughed. "Brother Li Tian, you're really ruthless, sending someone to kill me."
He raised his wrist to show Li Tian, the red marks deeply imprinted on his skin.
"It hurt so much, Brother Li Tian. You have no idea how long they abused me, before letting me go."
"Don't you feel sorry for them?"
Although Li Tian didn't know how Su Qing had escaped, he didn't believe a word of what Su Qing said. Moreover, he was disgusted by what Su Qing said, his body ached, his head was spinning, and he didn't want to say another word to him. All he wanted to do was kill him. Ignoring Li Tian's look of disgust, Su Qing's gaze lingered on Li Tian's arm, looking at the bloody mess, and he spoke to himself. "But it seems like they didn't put in enough explosives. You only suffered minor cuts and bruises.
It's a pity. Otherwise, I could have come over today and collected your body or something."
"You have the guts to say that." Hearing his bluntness, Li Tian relaxed his guard against Su Qing bringing recording equipment. He glanced at the wet footprints on the ground that stopped in front of him and breathed a sigh of relief. If Su Qing had seen him about to kill Lin Xier, things would have been terrible. As Su Qing crossed her arms, her smile widening, and raised an eyebrow at Li Tian. "Why don't I have the guts to say it?"
"I wasn't the one who did it, it was one of your older brother's men, team leader Gu, you remember him? He's the one who did it. Li Shang actually hates you. You're just an adopted son, why do you have so many resources in the Li family?"
"He didn't want you alive for a long time, and it has nothing to do with me, I'm just here to watch the show." Su Qing's words were quite disdainful. However, Li Tian did not believe Su Qing's empty words at all. Li Shang was the best to him in the entire Li family. Moreover, given Li Shang's status and Li Jingfeng's heart, if he was not really good to him, he would have just let Li Jingfeng kick him out of the family. Why would he keep him in the Li family? Su Qing is clearly trying to ruin the relationship between the two brothers and reap the benefits. Li Tian was in a dilemma.
He couldn't advance or retreat. His original plan was to go out and find two people to drag Lin Xier out, delay her for a while, and make Lin Xier more seriously injured, so that his unwavering devotion to her could be highlighted in front of everyone. But now, Su Qing was clearly planning to keep him in this state indefinitely, making him feel disgusted, and he couldn't get away from her at all. What if the delay goes on too long, and Lin Xier wakes up along the way and finds out she didn't save her at all? Wouldn't it make her look like an ungrateful wretch? Just as Li Tian was frowning and at his wit's end, the cement slab above his head began to creak and shake. It was not far above Su Qing. Li Tian gave a cold smirk. Why not let Su Qing die here? This building was just destroyed in an explosion, and Su Qing came in on her own. Therefore, Su Qing's death here is justified and well-founded. He stared at the trembling board and shoved Su Qing on the shoulder, yelling, "Go to hell! The crow loves everyone." Degree. Chapter 237. Don't be afraid, the pain will stop soon. As Su Qing's usually nonchalant peach blossom eyes suddenly widened, and he leaned back, his lips slightly parted, looking extremely surprised. Then, with a thud, he fell onto the solid concrete floor. The huge cement slab above his head creaked and fell down. Fortunately, just as the extremely fast-moving stone slab was about to collide with Su Qing, he rolled to the side, and the cement slab made intimate contact with the ground with a loud bang. In contrast, Su Qing was merely covered in dirt. As Su Qing lay on the ground, casually propped up on the cement floor, and seemed to let out a sigh of relief. She patted the dust off her body, tilted her head back, and said nonchalantly, "Brother Li Tian, what are you doing? Do you know how expensive this outfit is?" "It's a handmade Italian cape, designed by over a dozen top designers, and it takes them a month to complete. It can't be dry cleaned or hand washed, you have to compensate me." Li Tian looked down at Su Qing, his hands clenched into fists, his eyes bloodshot. He really hadn't expected that Su Qing would emphasize a piece of clothing at such a moment. There are some idiots out there. "Go to hell and ask Yama for it." Li Tian kicked Su Qing with a flying kick, clearly indicating that he no longer wanted Su Qing to live. As Su Qing also discovered a major thing, Li Tian had no idea that his fighting ability was now higher than hers. Even when Su Qing held his shoulder and prevented him from moving during the school speech, Li Tian didn't think about it too much. How stupid. Su Qing grabbed the ground and tried to get up. They had already broken off all pretense to this extent, and Li Tian's luck value was so low, what was there left to pretend for? Su Qingting stood up immediately and met Li Tian's leg with a kick. With only a 20-point difference in stamina, the two were evenly matched in terms of physical condition. Admittedly, neither of them was willing to back down and used all their strength. The collision caused both of them to stumble back a few steps, with Li Tian taking a significant portion of the fall. The person stumbled and hit their back on the edge of the corner, gasping in pain. Su Qing clapped her hands and smiled casually.
I've been practicing boxing lately, and Long Yanfeng's life and death boxing gym has closed down.
How about we have a match today?
I'll send my brother to his death. Li Tian's lips twitched twice.
His eyes were already red, and he had no mind to care what Su Qing was saying. He was about to rush towards Su Chang when he suddenly felt the stairs shake. The stone slabs on the ground began to droop intermittently. The reason is simple: although the explosives were not powerful enough, they destroyed several load-bearing stone pillars. The building was about to collapse a second time and would not be able to hold on. Admittedly, under such circumstances, Li Tian had no intention of fighting with Su Cheng here. His first reaction was to run away, but he didn't want Su Cheng to run away. Li Tian reacted quickly, picked up a large rock from the ground, and hurled it at Su Cheng with all his might. When he withdrew his hand, several huge stone slabs had already fallen in front of him and Su Cheng, standing between them, towering high. Like a line between life and death. Where can I find the scene where Li Tian throws stones at Su Cheng in the author's original postscript? It was Li Tian's sudden action, and the force was enormous. He smashed it towards his chest. The immense gravity caused Su Cheng to stagger and fall sideways to the ground. Su Cheng closed his eyes tightly. The impact was too great. His already rosy lips on his porcelain white face turned even redder. The reason was simple: he spat out a mouthful of blood. But cough cough. Fortunately, his current combat strength is 20 points higher than Li Tian's. That if it weren't for Li Tian's combat strength of 150, Su Cheng would probably be dead here by now. Su Cheng raised her slender fingers to the corner of her lips, wiped them hard, and crimson blood slowly flowed down between her fingers. Pa! Su Cheng licked her lips, looked up at Li Tian's figure running towards the door, and said with a half smile, "My brother is finally a worthy opponent, even more ruthless than me. That's great. But it won't last long, so I'll make you happy too." Su Cheng didn't rush to get up. The power of the second collapse wasn't great, and it was mainly concentrated at Lin Xier's end. This is also why Lin Xier became paralyzed. It was because of the secondary collapse. While reading the sequel to the original work by author Go, Su Cheng noticed a detail. When Li Tian and his men rescued Lin Xier, she had 3 stone slabs resting on her legs. At this moment, Su Cheng glanced to the side and saw that Lin Xier was only wearing a piece of clothing on her legs. That's not enough to cripple her. Actually, Su Cheng doesn't need to save her now. After all, he now holds evidence that Li Tian premeditatedly committed murder. Releasing it would ruin Li Tian's reputation, leaving him nowhere to stay in Los Angeles, and could even land him in jail. Although it's unclear whether this incident is enough to completely destroy Li Tian's luck, he's already at his limit, so in Su Cheng's mind he's not much of an obstacle. And Lin Xier, as Su Cheng sighed, her gaze met Lin Xier's and she was surprised to find her fingers trembled slightly by her cheek, and she weakly lifted one eye upward. Su Cheng was taken aback. Could it be that Lin Xier had already woken up? Did you see him and Li Tian there? And their conversation, however, after Su Cheng used his eye of insight to examine her, he clearly knew that she had just woken up. Those eyes, shimmering with tears, filled with a yearning for life and a cry for help, pierced through the chaotic buildings and, through the gaps, met Su Cheng's eyes directly. Her fingers reached forward, tears streaming down her face, a stark contrast to the grime covering her fair cheeks. It was clear to everyone that she desperately wanted to live. Having been unconscious for half a day, Lin Xier was now at her last gasp. It has always been just a bargaining chip in their struggle. Su Cheng couldn't help but feel sorry for Lin Xier. The 2 men she was so infatuated with didn't seem to care about her at all. Su Cheng wiped her lips. Forget it, why bother scheming against a woman all day? Anyway, she wasn't a good person either, she had only ever used her. And wasn't she just affected by the favorability rating? Although Su Cheng didn't like her, she never felt that she had done anything wrong. After all, he was in that position and was doing his job. He was the villain, suppressing the protagonist. Only by dealing with them could he survive in this book for a long time. It's just that we have different paths, and we can't work together today. However, Su Cheng didn't have any grudge against her, and Lin Xier had never harmed her. Saving a life is more meritorious than building a 7-story pagoda. He stood up and walked towards Lin Xier. "Sister, don't be afraid, it won't hurt for long." Su Cheng raised his hand and pushed the large board on Lin Xier's body. It wasn't heavy for him, and he pushed it away easily. "I love you all." Degree, I don't know if you guys like this scene, but this isn't a wish fulfillment story. Some readers suggested that Su Cheng get injured a bit to create a Yandere vibe, which I think is a good idea. I'll see what everyone thinks, and if you don't like it, I'll revise it.
Chapter 238. Su Ching still cherishes and pities women. When the board was opened, the scene beneath her made Su Ching's heart tremble. Her originally fair and straight legs were covered with scratches and were congested with blood, making them appear bright red. He reached out and wrapped his arms around Lin Sierra's neck and legs, preparing to pick her up. Lin Sierra gave a pale smile, then closed her eyes tightly. It seemed that the reason she had been awake for a short while was simply to catch a glimpse of Su Ching and cry out to him for help. A creaking sound came from above Su Ching's head, as a large stone slab was about to fall. It was such a coincidence that not a penny more or less made a difference. Su Ching was now halfway up her, bending over. His best option right now would be to just throw Lin Sierra to the ground, which would give him a chance to get away from being hit by the stone slab. But if he did that, Lin Sierra would get hit again, and she would probably end up paralyzed. Su Ching didn't loosen her grip on Lin Sierra, but leaned slightly closer, saying, "Sister's legs are quite beautiful, I'll take this for you." With a bang, the stone slab crashed down on Su Ching's back, while Lin Sierra was protected perfectly. The blood from the corner of his mouth flowed even more, trickling down onto Lin Sierra's white dress. Fortunately, the stone slabs that fell from upstairs weren't too thick, and Su Ching felt that she was mostly unharmed. A pair of carefree, peach blossom eyes held a hint of a smile. "It seems we've truly weathered the storm together this time." Thinking back to when Su Ching first arrived in this world of the book, the first plot was about kidnapping Lin Sierra. In that small storage room, he said the same thing to Lin Sierra. "Sister, we were kidnapped together too, so doesn't that count as sharing the hardship?" At this moment, Su Ching said something similar, as if they were truly sharing weal and woe. He picked up Lin Sierra and walked towards the door. Behind his towering figure, the upper concrete slabs and hard stones of varying sizes began to collapse and fall in large quantities. To be honest, he doesn't think of himself as a good person at all. He treats human life like dirt and rules as nothing. He is vengeful, but he also clearly distinguishes between gratitude and resentment. Saving Lin Sierra this time is my way of making up for toying with her feelings before. And with Lin Sierra around, Li Tianqin can stay terrified for a while longer. He's already seen the upcoming plot developments, and they're particularly interesting. Li Tian was standing not far from the entrance, waiting for the unfinished building to collapse a second time, crushing Lin Sierra and Su Ching to death inside. If there hadn't been a second collapse, he would have killed both Su Ching and Lin Sierra. Since things had already come to that point, we have no choice but to go all the way. But before long, instead of hearing the sound of the staircase collapsing, they saw Su Ching emerge from the unfinished building, covered in blood. He was still holding Lin Sierra in his arms. Compared to Su Ching's kind, noble, and upright image in times of crisis, Li Tian appears shameless and despicable at this moment. "Brother Li Tian, it's quite a surprise to see me." Without wasting words, Li Tian held a long steel bar in his hand and was about to stab Su Ching through it. This time he was truly determined to kill her, and didn't want Su Ching to have any chance to retaliate. Moreover, the two bodyguards Su Ching brought today happened to be Hua Sheng and Zhang Qi, who happened to be one of their own. It is quite reasonable that a steel bar fell from this unfinished building and pierced a person. This is the best time, but he stopped the next second because Su Ching spoke. "Brother Li Tian, wait a minute. When I came out just now, I took a break and made a phone call to the hospital in the city center. It just so happens that my family has a small share in the city center hospital in Luoxi. This unfinished building was structurally weak and collapsed today. I've come to visit my brother Li Tian. The result was quite unexpected. All three of us were injured by the collapse. Sister Shear's leg was hit, and I was hit in the back and also struck by a large rock. As for brother Li Tian, you were also injured. Your arm was broken, so the naturally strong young master of the Li family didn't go out to rescue us, but went out to find someone to rescue us. The three younger members of the Su, Li, and Lin families have caused such a huge mess in Luoxi. If you were to kill me here, do you think things would get chaotic in Luoxuan? For example, your adoptive father would probably look down on you even more." Su Ching walked down the steps and entered the new umbrella that Hua Sheng had prepared. She then got into the car with Lin Sierra. Of course, the steel bar in Li Tian's hand did not fall on Su Ching, because he clearly saw that there was indeed an ambulance parked outside the construction site. If we don't get out soon, an ambulance will probably come in with a stretcher looking for someone, and everyone will know about it. But Su Ching taking Lin Sierra away put Li Tian in a very difficult position. Lin Sierra was unconscious, but once she woke up and fought back, she would realize that she hadn't been saved, especially after Su Ching made that phone call to the hospital, and considering Su Ching's injuries, Li Tian couldn't help but feel a little regretful. Why had he been so soft-hearted as to let Lin Sierra live? Wouldn't that have given Su Ching the upper hand again? Furthermore, if the hospital staff finds out he wasn't seriously injured but left his fiancée in the unfinished building, his reputation will be completely ruined. What to do? What to do? Li Tian gasped for breath, then quickly thought of a plan.
He raised his hand and pressed it hard against his arm, gritting his teeth and dislocating his arm. But at that moment, something even more interesting happened. As Su Qing's car window slowly rolled down, and following the beaded rain, Su Qing smiled at Li Tiandao. "Hey! Brother Li Tian, you didn't break your hand because you saw that ambulance at the door, did you?" "Actually, I didn't even call the hospital. This is Luoshi, not Luochuan.
Our family doesn't have any shares here." Su Qing's lips were still stained with blood, and his smile was somewhat bewitching. He clicked his tongue and slowly added, "I didn't expect you to actually believe it, but that's not enough to settle the score for throwing a rock at me earlier. Let's take it slow. I guess we can play together for a few more days." Su Qing wasn't lying to him. The reason Su Qing told Li Tian that he had called an ambulance was because he saw that the author's original postscript described it that way. He said he called the hospital, and luckily there was an ambulance at the entrance of the construction site. Li Tian thought it was an ambulance called by Su Qing. Fearing that his lack of injury would give him away, he broke his own arm. Although Su Qing could see the continuation of the original story, he was truly reluctant to change this part of the plot. For a better gaming experience, he followed this storyline. As the saying goes, who wouldn't want to see a joke? Su Qing sat in the back seat, holding the dying Lin Xie in her arms, smoothing the hair that fell across her cheeks, dusting off the dust on her face, and whispering, "I'm more chivalrous, aren't I, sister?" Chapter 239. Going to the hospital. "Young master, where are we going now?" Huashang asked, turning his head. Su Qing said, "City Central Hospital." "Yes, young master." After examining Lin Xie with her insightful eyes, Su Qing confirmed that she was unconscious and then made a phone call to Li Shang. The other end answered the phone very quickly. A weak voice came from the other end of the phone. "Hello. Su Qing. Brother Li Shang, I have something to tell you, but please don't be angry. I just came to see Li Tian. I pinned the explosion on you and told him that you've always disliked him." Su Qing said she was sorry, but her relaxed tone didn't show any embarrassment at all. A helpless chuckle came from Li Shang's end. "Because you know he won't believe you, I know, but you came to apologize." "I'll accept it." "Who said I had to apologize? I'm clearly trying to take credit." "He trusts you more and more now, brother Li Shang. In his eyes, you're his brother, like a blood brother. Don't you feel sorry for him?" "I still feel sorry for you, my good ally." "Brother, could you do something for your good ally?" "I'm not familiar with things at the construction site, but Li Tian already knows that I was responsible for the explosion. Although the explosion wasn't very powerful and the surrounding crowd wouldn't experience significant panic, it would be quite troublesome if Li Tian found out about it." "Okay, I understand what you mean. Let your brother clean up your mess." Su Qing smiled. "Is it that obvious?" "It's quite obvious. Team leader Gu is reliable. He poached people from a rival real estate company and has already helped those two escape abroad. Such a big incident happened at Longting, and we still haven't found the culprit. My dad won't agree to sending people all over the world to find the killer. It will affect Longting's property sales." "I see." Li Shang replied confidently, "Yes, so don't worry, I'll handle it." "Brother Li Shang, please take a rest," Su Qing said politely. Li Shang laughed and said, "Oh, by the way, why don't you use the communicator I gave you to contact me?" Su Qing pursed her lips. Why did Li Shang bring that thing up again? He had already thrown it into the flower pot a long time ago. Cough cough. "Brother Li Shang, the signal is bad here." Su Qing held the phone further and further away. "Why can't I hear you?" "Hey, I can't hear you." Although Su Qing pressed that red button, Su Qing had to admit that he thought Li Shang was a good ally. Li Shang was good at planning ahead and didn't make him worry at all. Yes, he was a little worried before. After all, he had made this too obvious, especially since team leader Gu had talked with him at the coffee shop. Team leader Gu's movements were easy to trace, and there might have been other people at the construction site who had encountered the person who planted the bomb. There were dangers everywhere. Although Li Tian is now much more anxious and his plans seem somewhat flawed due to his foresight, he is still a smart man. If Li Tian finds out, he could easily ruin his reputation. This is why Su Qing specifically told Li Tian that Li Shang loathed him, hated him, and wished him dead. After all, the person Li Tian trusted least in this world was himself. At the same time, Su Qing was greeted by an extremely beautiful sound, ding. Congratulations to Su Qing for successfully altering the plot, rescuing the damsel in distress, and gaining 500 villain points and 500 villain luck points. Su Qing pouted, 500, it's alright. It's just a so-so. However, the increase in this good fortune value was mainly due to my kind heart, kindness to others, and compassion for women. Su Qing lowered her head slightly, a hint of shyness appearing on her face. Host, what are you being shy about?
Didn't I tell you?
The most crucial point in this plot is saving Lin Xier and protecting her. There's more to her story later.
You went to shield her from the stone slabs just to try and play the victim in front of her?
I didn't even have a chance to criticize you for all those inner monologues you had while you were in that unfinished building. Didn't you say that the novel I'm in would also be released online? I'm the villainous male lead. If I make it a little more sentimental, a little more considerate, a little more chivalrous, a little more kind, and the readers like it, isn't that also generating revenue for the author? Go, I refuse to believe that contemporary readers don't like me, this handsome guy who's willing to risk everything.
Hey, you two have no idea.
On one hand, I'm frantically changing the plot to help you improve your performance with this little system, and on the other hand, I'm working hard to attract readers so that I, as a struggling author, can generate revenue. I just think you two girls have it tough too. A beautiful sound came again, ding. Congratulations, host, for your cunning in severing Li Tian's arm. You are rewarded with 500 villain points and 500 villain luck points. Wow, just a couple of compliments and the price goes up. You two are so beautiful. Ding, Lin Xier's favorability towards the host has increased by 5 points, reaching 90 points now.
Su Qing's eyes lit up. 90 points, then wouldn't that mean?
Su Qing suddenly couldn't remember what the official name for 90 points of favorability was. All he knew was that he now had the same level of favorability as Li Tian. He smiled, knowing this was going to be fun. Hearing the electronic voices, Su Qing suddenly realized that he had used the wrong method before. Women couldn't resist a handsome guy like him. Modern girls are all obsessed with looks. Damn, why did he keep cursing the author and the little system? If he had used this method earlier, he would have been richer than a country by now. Although Su Qing was extremely naive and kind-hearted, and not good at flirting, he was an expert at praising girls and bringing warmth and care to everyone. He instantly thought of countless ways to praise the little system and the author. He's going to make a killing off a bunch of, a metaphor for exploited people. Hey, stop being a sucker, stop taking advantage of us, you scumbag.
Young master has arrived at the hospital.
Hua Sheng and Zhang Qi ran down and opened the car door. Su Qing strode into the city's central hospital. When Hua Sheng went to complete the hospital admission procedures, Su Qing was standing to the side holding Lin Xier. A tall, handsome man embracing a pitiful, beautiful woman. Such a scene would attract attention anywhere. At that moment, as Su Qing stood there, she felt a dark and fiery gaze fixed on her back. Su Qing turned her head and saw that it was Li Tian.
What a coincidence!
Brother, you've come for treatment even though your arm is broken. As everyone knows, Su Qing is extremely kind-hearted. He shouted to Hua Sheng, who was queuing in front of him, Hua Sheng, hurry up and register young Master Li Tian, otherwise his arm won't be able to be reattached and he'll become disabled. Young Master Li looks like he has dark circles under his eyes. Let's also get him checked by a nephrologist to see if he's weak. It's young Master. Su Qing turned back and smiled at Li Tian, then winked. Brother, you're welcome. Su Qing's face was covered in crimson blood, Li Tian's arm was broken, and Lin Xier was unconscious with blood all over her leg, standing in the bright lobby filled with the smell of alcohol disinfectant. It truly became a beautiful sight. The hospital quickly arranged consultation rooms and wards for the 3 people. To be honest, even the usually carefree Su Qing felt awkward as soon as she reached the ward door. The crow still loves everyone. Degree. Chapter 240 Li Tian seeks help. The bright and clean ward was not cramped, and it was filled with all sorts of sophisticated and advanced instruments. However, what's most bizarre is that this is a 3-person hospital room. Su Qing looked at the nurse beside her. Hello, do you have a double room? I'm not very familiar with the man next to me. It would be awkward to share a room with him. He should be sharing a room with Lin Xier. I'm sorry, our hospital only has 3-person rooms left in the regular wards.
Do you have a VIP room? Money is no object.
Su Cheng wanted to use her financial power to get rid of Li Tian as soon as possible. Su Qing lay on the hospital bed, his handsome face still impossible to conceal even in his light blue striped hospital gown. He looked up at a nurse who was wiping his wound. but whose eyes seemed to be glued to him, putting aside the fact that the nurse was quite pretty, with big, bright eyes and a slightly rounded nose that wasn't very prominent. It just looked good on her oval face, especially when she was wearing a well-fitting white nurse's uniform, with her nurse's cap neatly placed on her head. It has a unique flavor. Sister, it hurts. Su Qing bit her lip, her irresistible charm bursting forth. The young nurse shyly covered her hair and swallowed hard. Then, please be gentle, sister. Sister, can't we really get a VIP ward? Su Qing blinked. Compared to money, he felt that using his good looks was more effective. The nurse said with difficulty, this is already VVVIP. Isn't this still a triple room? The nurse said, ahem, this is a VIP triple room, Su Qing. In a spacious and luxurious hospital room, Su Qing was lying on the bed near the door, while Li Tian was lying on the bed closest to the window. The middle hospital bed is now empty. Lin Sierra has gone to receive treatment for her leg injury. Su Qing's lacerated back wound looked quite gruesome, especially when mixed with medicine, making it even more shocking. But it has to be said that Su Qing was like a medical miracle. The injury was quite severe, indeed a superficial wound, with no damage to the bones or tendons. The specialists in the consultation room practically had their eyes shining when they looked at Su Qing. Su Qing almost thought the old director was going to use him as a guinea pig for medical experiments. Even though it was just a minor scratch, the nurse still spent an hour cleaning and wiping Su Qing's wounds. After the nurse left, Su Qing lay on the hospital bed and couldn't help but sigh. He was just too handsome, making even the angels in white linger over him. Reluctant to leave, Su Qing lay face down on the hospital bed, her chin resting on the pillow. Her fine, unkempt hair fell smoothly down, and her prominent nose formed a beautiful curve with the pillow. As he was muttering to himself, he noticed the intense gazes directed at his face. He lazily tilted his head to the side, his loose hair trembling slightly, and turned his face to meet Li Tian's gaze. Brother Li Tian, if you want to look, then look. Don't peek at me secretly, it's embarrassing. Li Tian closed his eyes tightly for a moment. You sissy. Shameless. I came all the way to the construction site to see my brother, and I got accidentally injured. Instead of comforting me, you scolded me. Stop acting. It's just the two of us in the ward. I don't understand why you're putting on such a show. Su Qing flicked her hair with her finger. You broke your own arm, but you're still quite satisfied with the story I made up, aren't you? Do you want me to tell Lin Sierra that you abandoned her in the unfinished building and were going to let her fend for herself? Li Tian sneered, feigning composure, and said, do I need to tell everyone that you were responsible for this explosion? Su Qing looked at him blankly. You have to provide evidence when you speak. I'm a law-abiding citizen. If I can't produce any evidence, I can sue you for defamation. I'll say the same thing back to you. Li Tianzheng lay there, not even glancing at Su Qing. He was too upset right now. With such a big incident at the construction site, Li Jingfeng was sure to scold him again. Li Tian regretted not rescuing Lin Xie earlier, as Su Qing gained the upper hand instead. He wished he had rescued Lin Xie sooner, or he would have caused all this trouble. He was already restricted in every way by the Li family, and his reputation was ruined at school. Now, the only two opportunities that could help him climb up the social ladder, the land in the city center and Lin Xie, had both been messed up. Li Tian gritted his teeth, extremely annoyed, and what annoyed him most was that Su Qing was partly responsible for all these setbacks. She already loathed him to the extreme, looked down on him, yet she still couldn't get rid of him. Li Tian felt that his mind was too chaotic right now, and he was likely to make mistakes again. He sat up halfway, leaned against the pillow, picked up the cup, and took 2 big gulps to drive away the restlessness in his body. Li Tian frowned, then suddenly remembered someone who could help him out of his predicament. He quickly got up and went out to make a phone call. Su Qing's hospital bed was the only way to get to the door. As Li Tian walked out, his arm, which was wrapped in a cast, he didn't forget to glare at him fiercely. Faced with such a malicious gaze, Su Qing appeared much more magnanimous, even lazily raising an eyebrow at Li Tian. The ward door slammed shut. Su Qing propped her head up with her hand as she lay on her side, staring at the fine mist falling from the window, and couldn't help but smile. Li Tian went to find someone to help him, but the person he found was no longer his group of cronies, but his good older brother Li Shang. Su Qing watched Li Tian walk towards the door with his phone in his hand, as if she were staring straight at him as he jumped into a fire pit. There are only 3 VIP wards on one floor. The long corridor was very quiet, a stark contrast to the noise and chaos of the regular area. Li Tian leaned against the corridor, glanced around, and called Li Shang. The call connected quickly, but the voice was as weak as ever.
Brother, I'm doomed.
Su Cheng planted a bomb at Luoshi's construction site, but when I sent people to investigate, they only found 2 migrant workers working for real estate developers who had a grudge against Longting. I don't know if Su Cheng colluded with that real estate developer to do it, and he even tried to frame you. I have no evidence right now, and Su Cheng is leading me by the nose. Brother, please help me. Li Shang was lying in the sanatorium, a faint smile playing on his lips. Don't rush, tell me in detail what happened. Li Tian briefly explained it. Li Shang began to seriously analyze the problem for Li Tian. According to what you said, those 2 migrant workers have already absconded, and it's estimated that they will not be found. Furthermore, even if the 2 people you mentioned have connections with another real estate developer, it would be difficult to prove otherwise. Real estate companies nowadays mostly outsource, operating on a labor cooperation basis. Workers are on a job or leave basis, without any affiliation, and, little brother, there's another very important problem with this matter. Things are getting complicated with Dad.
The little crow pouted and said, What will Li Shang do to Li Tian? He. Just thinking about it makes me happy.
Chapter 241. Witnessing at first-hand, Li Shang's words truly hit Li Tian's sore spot. The moment Li Shang mentioned Li Jingfeng, Li Tian's heart skipped a beat. This kind of accident on a construction site, which has now injured people, will seriously affect Longting's reputation and the sales of our properties. Longting is currently bidding, and my father is taking it very seriously.
This matter is really not suitable for in-depth investigation.
Even if there were evidence, we should not publicize this matter. The best solution is to bribe someone in the know about this and publicly announce that the building was demolished because it was slated for reconstruction. Brother, Li Tian hesitated. Li Shang's suggestion was indeed the right choice, but in doing so, wouldn't he be left with a bitter pill to swallow and no way to express his suffering? Even if there is evidence, should we hide that matter? Li Tian frowned and continued, Brother, it wouldn't matter if Su Cheng only targeted me, but what he's doing now is that he's completely disregarding our Li family. Originally, in the rumored rankings in Luochuan, the Li family was ranked below the Su family. Everyone said the Li family was the perennial second in command in Luochuan. If our family swallows this insult, then the rumors about the Su family pressuring us won't be just that rumors. Li Tian spoke with great passion and fervor, as if every word he uttered was for the benefit of the Li family, without considering his own interests at all. This made Li Shang on the other end of the phone laugh. Li Shang leisurely fiddled with the amber beads in his hand, looking at the bright luster emitted by the beads, and secretly scoffed. Who says you're us? However, he didn't reveal a word of his thoughts to Li Tian. Instead, he acted like a good older brother, speaking earnestly to Li Tian. Brother knows you're thinking of our family, but the enemy is in the shadows, while we are in the light. Moreover, the bidding process is about to begin, and it's a very important project for our Li family. Several real estate companies all want a piece of the pie. In the current situation, acting too impulsively, if we create any more unnecessary trouble, it could easily affect the Li family's stock price. You should be patient for now. I doubt Su Cheng will make any more moves on Losai's side. He'll also consider the implications.
Brother, Su Cheng is a madman.
He seems to be afraid of nothing and dares to do anything in the open. He's absolutely reckless. If I turn a blind eye to what he's doing now, he'll only become more and more brazen. Li Tian wasn't lying. He felt that Su Cheng before only knew how to whine and act like a sissy, and now, he's acting like a complete madman. The more mysterious something is, the more frightening it becomes. In particular, that building had been exploded once, and the upper floors were shaking and falling down, yet Su Cheng still dared to stay there. He figured that Su Cheng, with her effeminate manner, should be able to run faster than a rabbit, but she actually went to rescue Lin Xier. This puzzled Li Tian. He frowned deeply. To be honest, Li Tian had always thought that Su Cheng was two-faced and heartless, but he risked his life to save Lin Xier. Li Tian's thought at a certain moment even surprised himself. He wondered, could Su Cheng and Lin Xier be the true love, and I was an accident? Am I the third party who came between the two of them?
Su Cheng's arrogance is indeed too much.
Judging from the fact that he injured you, he cannot be allowed to live.
He simply doesn't respect our Li family at all.
However, Su Cheng may have come at this critical juncture. Recently, our family is really not in a good position to get into conflicts with others, especially with large families. At least we need to be on good terms with them on the surface. Don't worry, little brother. I will definitely make Su Qing pay for what he did to you, and for what he did today, doubly to you. You're injured too, so stay in Los Angeles for a while and avoid the construction site. If people notice your injuries, it could arouse suspicion. Let team leader Gu handle the construction site matters for you. He's one of my men at Longting headquarters, I trust him. Although Li Tian was not entirely satisfied with this hesitant and timid outcome, Li Sheng had already gone this far and had considered all aspects of the matter thoroughly, so he naturally couldn't say anything more. Thanks, brother, I understand. Li Tian was making the call from a small window at the far end of the corridor, where it was the quietest spot and there were no security cameras. As he was speaking, the screeching sound of wheels scraping against the ground drew his attention. Lying on the hospital bed was Lin Xier. The dust on her face had not yet been wiped off, and her face was pale. She looked sickly, and there were wounds on her legs that had been treated with medicine, with several scabs on them. She looked extremely pitiful, a sight to behold. To be honest, upon seeing this scene, Li Tian's first reaction was heartache and self-blame. This isn't fake, he's not a bad person at heart, and he's known Lin Xier for many years. His second reaction was panic. Lin Xier wasn't dead yet. What if she found out? What if she remembered what he had done back then? What should he do then? Brother, I'll go back first. Li Tian was about to hang up when a not-so-urgent cough came from the other end of the line, which startled him. Cough cough, there's no need to thank me, we're brothers. You should rest well and take care of yourself. I'll definitely give you an explanation regarding Su Qing's matter. Li Tian's heart sank. He was so focused on getting revenge on Su Qing that he even brought up the Li family, hoping Li Sheng would help him, and he had completely forgotten that Li Sheng was ill. Moreover, it's daytime here, but there's a time difference where Li Sheng is. Li Tian said guiltily, I'm sorry, brother, I was too anxious and forgot you were still in the sanatorium. Are you feeling better? As he spoke, he glanced toward the ward. Li Sheng chuckled softly, his voice weak but his tone ambiguous, much better. I should be able to make it back for your engagement party. After exchanging a few more pleasantries, the two hung up the phone. Li Tian walked towards the ward. The door to the VIP ward was neither closed tightly nor opened wide. The sky blue door panel had only a small crack left open. Li Tian's eyes widened instantly through the extremely narrow crack in the door. One couldn't see the entire view inside the ward, but the view was perfectly aligned with the two hospital beds at the doorway. The disgust and remorse that Li Tian had felt for his despicable actions collapsed completely in an instant. He clenched his fist so tightly that his rounded nails almost dug into his flesh, and his palm turned white from being squeezed so hard. Inside the room, the hospital bed, which was not originally large, was surprisingly big, but the reason for this was not that it had been replaced. Instead, the two hospital beds at the entrance were placed side by side, pressed together tightly, inseparable. It's practically turned into a double bed. On one side, there lay Lin Xier, who had just returned, and Su Qing, whom he almost wanted to tear apart. Li Tian's eyes were practically green with rage, and he almost choked on his breath. This reaction wasn't just because Su Qing and Lin Xier's hospital beds were combined. At this moment, although Lin Xier's eyes were closed, she was lying on her side with her slender arms wrapped around Su Qing's waist and her head nestled against Su Qing's chest. Her head was covered with a fine layer of sweat, making her look incredibly alluring, like the lingering warmth after an ambiguous relationship between a man and a woman. Chapter 242. Look how scared you are. They look so lovey-dovey and affectionate. If Su Qing hadn't been wearing a hospital gown, this scene would have looked like the opening scene of some kind of banned website. Li Tian was utterly disgusted. He cursed, you two are a slut. Li Tian pushed the door open with a bang. One arm was being held down by a brace, and the other arm was pointing straight at the two of them. The words furious and exasperated perfectly describe Li Tian. Witnessing the scene firsthand, Li Tian's voice trembled with anger. What are you doing? Li Tian's fury contrasted sharply with the handsome man lying on the bed. Su Qing leaned her head up and looked up at him, a hint of amusement playing on her lips. He slowly raised his hands above his head, a gesture that seemed like a plea for mercy, but his words were clearly provocative and inflammatory. Brother Li Tian, please don't misunderstand me. The medical staff who just came and thought we were a couple, so they pushed Sister Xier's bed next to mine, and then, my sister immediately hugged me. Brother, you know I'm weak, practically disabled, how could I possibly compete with Sister Xier? I didn't touch her at all. Su Qing raised an eyebrow, her smile widening. With my sister lying in my arms, brother won't be angry, will he? Su Qing's shoulders shrugged, and as she looked at Li Tian's furious expression, she couldn't help but let out a melodious low laugh. To be honest, Su Qing felt that this was the most genuine laugh he had ever had in this book's world. Seeing Li Tian so humiliated, his smile came from the bottom of his heart.
Have you no shame?
Lin Xier and I are still engaged, and you're so happy to be a mistress.
Su Qing ignored Li Tian's sarcasm. Li Tian was furious.
That's just how men are, especially a man like Li Tian who has ambitions that are higher than the sky but is less fortunate than paper. He wants everything and has an extremely strong possessive desire, even though he had already prepared to abandon Lin Xier and even wanted to kill her a few hours ago, but in his eyes, Lin Xier was still his possession, his person. This is the greed and distortion of human nature. Su Qing couldn't help but find it a bit ridiculous. Shouldn't such a twisted mentality usually appear in villains? Why are male leads now being put on these kinds of shows? Su Qing liked to think, and he came to a conclusion that the source of such human nature was nothing more than this: because Li Tian lost, the adage poverty breeds cunning, wealth fosters conscience remains true.
Ha! How could that be?
It really wasn't me, brother, please don't wrong an innocent person. Su Qing placed her raised hand behind her head, her smile both nonchalant and alluring. I don't even like her.
Isn't this just your fiancé clinging to me? Su Qing narrowed her eyes and looked at him. My sister is really clinging to me, what can I do?
I've always been chivalrous towards women, just like I said before. Su Qing reached down and picked up a strand of Lin Xier's hair, curling it between her fingertips, while glancing at Li Tiandao. The person is still yours, and the person you're engaged to is also you, but whether they're whole or not, I don't know.
This is a scene, which man could stand this?
Fuck your mother. Li Tian roared and charged at Su Qing. Li Tian pinched the collar of Su Qing's blue-striped hospital gown so hard it was twisted into a knot. Li Tian's lips twitched, and it was clear that he was about to break his teeth. Even in this situation, even with such a loud noise echoing throughout the entire ward, Lin Xier did not wake up. Her dark eyelashes trembled, her slender arms still encircling Su Qing's waist, her fingertips fluttering as if in a dream, caressing the fabric of Su Qing's clothes. This intimate gesture seemed to show her complete trust in the person beside her. Li Tian's eyes were blazing with fury. He even wanted to set the two adulterers on the bed on fire and burn them to death in the hospital room, so he wouldn't have to see them and feel annoyed. Su Qing pointed to her cheek and looked at Li Tian provocatively. Want to hit me?
Come on, hit me here.
There are no security cameras in this ward.
You can kill me if you want, just see if you can even get out of this room. Li Tian's anger had reached its peak.
He raised his fist and punched, causing Su Qing's eyelashes to flutter in the gust of wind from his punch, but the fist ultimately did not land on Su Qing's face. Li Tian stopped at the crucial moment. Li Tian felt incredibly frustrated by having to swallow his pride and bear the pain, but he couldn't bring up such an obvious conflict with Su Qing at the hospital. I knew my brother wouldn't be able to bear to part with me, Su Qing said teasingly.
Yes, you're the one I'll miss the most.
If you die, I'll definitely burn paper money for you and burn a few dogs to keep you company. Su Qing clicked her tongue. Oh right, dogs are man's best friend, of course they'd keep a good person like me company. In return, when my brother dies, I'll burn some oxen and horses for you, so he can have some company with his kind. The two of them talked back and forth, their words laced with sarcasm and irony. For quite some time, the difference in their emotions was significant. One was furious, his face flushed and his neck bulging, while the other easily gained the upper hand. Li Tian gritted his teeth. What a fucking idiot. Su Qing squinted her eyes. I didn't expect brother Li Tian to have such a clear self-awareness.
You bitch. Brother Li Tian, are you insulting me, or are you insulting both me and your fiancé?
Ha, you two are both pretty despicable. So they really were cursing at us. Su Qing paused for a moment, dragging out the last syllable of his sentence. He glanced at Lin Xier's side, his eyes suddenly widening, his shoulders trembled as he tried to pull himself back a few times. He was almost embedding himself into the bed frame behind him. He was handsome and kind, but he was so pitiful and helpless that he was practically at his lowest point.
Brother Li Tian.
I didn't mean to steal your thunder by rescuing Sister Xier. I didn't appear in front of you on purpose. I've tried to hide as far away as possible. Didn't you tell me to come to this unfinished building to find you today? Then the explosion happened. Su Qing parted her lips slightly, staring in horror at the slightly bewildered Li Tian in front of her. Brother Li Tian, I don't want to think too badly of people, but but why did the explosion happen when you asked me to go to the unfinished building to look for you?
And why was Sister Sheer inside too?
Su Qing shook her head in disbelief, then looked at the wound on Li Tian's shoulder. When I saw you at the door after my sister and I escaped death, you weren't injured at all.
Brother Li Tian, there's nothing between me and Sister Sheer.
I only see her as a good older sister, and she only sees me as a good younger brother. My relationship with my sister has never been as bad as you think.
Brother Li Tian, I already promised you I wouldn't see my sister again. Why did you still kill us?
Su Qing's voice was weak and feeble, with a hint of sobs in her throat. In just a few minutes, two starkly contrasting faces and behaviors left Li Tian completely bewildered. Li Tian stared at him with wide eyes, noticing that his eyes were red and filled with tears, as if he had suffered a great injustice. Li Tian was suddenly filled with questions. Something unusual must be going on.
Why would he do this? Why did he put on an act? Why did he?
Holy crap! Li Tian suddenly realized what was happening, quickly released his hand from Su Qing's collar, and leaned close to Lin Sheer, saying something rapidly. Like he said.
He plotted against me. I never even contacted him.
He was the one who planted the explosives.
He did everything.
He's still pretending, he just wants to ruin things between us. Li Tian's voice suddenly stopped. He frowned, turned his head slightly to look at Su Qing, and even seemed a little confused. She's not awake at all, Su Qing chuckled, her face showing no trace of panic or fear. When did I say she was awake? He leaned back to find a comfortable position, crossed his arms over his chest, and looked incredibly lazy. My brother knows that I'm in the performing arts department and haven't been to class in a long time, so I need to practice often.
How was my acting, brother? Look how scared you are, hee hee.
I love you all, degree, but. Chapter 243. What nonsense is this? As Su Qing and Li Tian looked at each other in bewilderment, a beautiful sound suddenly entered his mind. Ding. The male protagonist, Li Tian, is in a panic, furious, and impotent rage.
He is now rewarding the host with 100 villain points and 100 villain luck points. Su Qing, he was speechless for a moment. What's the difference between adding 100 points or not? Oh dear. Li Tianqing's luck is running out. There are still two major storylines that haven't started yet.
If we add more, we won't be able to advance the storyline for you. Meow. The little system transforms into a math whiz, furiously calculating with a calculator in hand. Why are you being so obedient and well-behaved today?
No.
Using reduplicated words never leads to anything good. Logically speaking, the small system should have barked like a dog. What are you going to do? The author and I are eager to see the host in this body. We want to use our actions to make the host feel truly welcome and privileged by this system and this book. Su Qing's eyes snapped open. The frail boy was terrified. Those two alluring women were actually coveting him. Su Qing argued logically, woman.
I'm fresh and juicy, not long-term adult, and have an extra long duration.
You're only giving me this paltry favor, and for two people no less.
Don't even think about getting the slightest advantage. This comes at a different price. Humph, scumbag, damn it.
Su Qing turned her gaze away and noticed that Li Tian's lips were twitching. He was clearly anxious.
Fuck your mother.
Li Tian had been tricked by Su Qing, and this time he really didn't want to hold back anymore. He raised his fist and was about to smash it down on Su Qing. They practically wanted to kill him right there. Su Qing, on the other hand, seemed unhurried.
Hey, sister, stop pretending with me.
As Li Tian's fist landed, creating a gust of wind, Su Qing tilted her head slightly, and Li Tian's fist landed squarely on the bed frame behind her, deeply denting the milky white frame. As Su Qing tilted his head to the side, a slight smile playing on his lips, and gestured with his chin toward the door of the ward.
Oh brother.
I didn't explain clearly. It was another sister who came. I don't know him. He should be looking for you. Brother Li Tian. Li Tian turned his head and was stunned for a moment. He saw a woman in a white dress with thick, black hair standing at the door with a look of fear on her face. This person is none other than Zhang Qing. Zhang Qing stood at the doorway, looking at the chaotic scene inside. She was caught in a dilemma, unsure whether to go in or back.
Why are you here? Zhang Qing's sudden appearance caught Li Tian off guard.
It would be bad if Lin Sheer suddenly woke up and ran into Zhang Qing. He quickly walked towards Zhang Qing, sizing her up. Gone was his usual gentleness, his eyes were filled with scrutiny, and his face practically screamed, "You're someone who can't stand the light of day, don't you know that?" This sudden change startled Zhang Qing. She stammered as she explained, I noticed you hadn't come home and weren't answering your phone, and with the rain being so heavy today, I was worried, so I went to check on you at the construction site. I found out from the security guard at the gate that you were at the hospital. She lowered her head awkwardly. I was in a hurry, so I ran over here myself. Li Tian had no chivalrous spirit at the moment, and he didn't listen to Zhang Qing at all. He grabbed Zhang Qing's arm and pushed her out. Go back quickly, my injury isn't serious, I still have things to take care of. But it was clear that Zhang Qing didn't want to be the one who couldn't be seen in the light of day. Li Tian didn't use much force, it was a force that Zhang Qing could resist. She lunged forward and hugged Li Tian tightly, wrapping her arms around his shoulders, not even noticing that Li Tian was wearing a sling, her arms pressing down hard on the knuckles of Li Tian's hand. Her crying was very uneven. She first choked softly twice, then, as if unable to hold back, she burst into tears. I'm really worried about you, and I want to stay and take care of you. Zhang Qing paused for a moment, then her gaze shifted to Su Qing. She noticed Su Qing glancing in the direction of Lin Xier beside her, and knowingly gave Su Qing a slight nod. Then, Zhang Qing's shouts became deafening, and she leaned heavily against Li Tian. I know you have a fiancé, and I also know that I can't ask for more from you, you've already given me so much. I am just a woman from a humble background, while you are a young master from a prestigious family with a noble status. I understand all of this, but you're so wonderful. You've always been so kind and gentle to me, making me feel like I have a home. I don't want to ruin your relationship with your fiancé, but I love you so much and I'm becoming more and more dependent on you. I can go and tell her that I don't want any official title. I just want to stay by her side forever. I can take care of you, or I can take care of both of you, as long as I can see you every day. Li Tian was dumbfounded. 3 people living together, things are going quite well, but is that even realistic? It's true that good fortune never comes in pairs and misfortunes never come singly. Zhang Qing has always been sensible, so why is she trying to trip him up at this critical juncture? Do we still need to talk to Lin Xier? Li Tian quickly broke free from her, ignoring the pain in his arm, and pushed her away with more force. There were pedestrians passing by in the hospital corridor. Although Li Tian was angry, he had no choice but to lower his voice. Are you fucking crazy? Just say what you want. You want money, right? How much do you want? Just tell me, and then get out of here. Before Li Tian could finish saying the last word, Zhang Qing burst into tears instantly, her frail appearance evoking pity. She gently rubbed her stomach, then hurriedly pulled a medical report from her handbag, her voice rising slightly to it attracted the attention of passers-by and even the nurses at the front desk. I've never been after your money, how can you doubt me like that? I'm pregnant with your child. I just don't want our child to be without a father. Li Tian stared at her, his eyes wide with disbelief. He had always been extremely careful with his precautions. How could this be? Li Tian cared most about his reputation, and Zhang Qing's shrewish behavior of crying, making a scene, and threatening suicide disgusted him to the extreme. Especially since it happened in a public place. Feeling the gazes directed at him, he wished he could disappear into a crack in the ground. Li Tian stared intently at her and demanded, what nonsense are you spouting? Chapter 244. Hey? I don't know what to name it. Not far from the entrance of the corridor, an elderly woman in a hospital gown sat in a wheelchair, cracking sunflower seeds in her hand while watching Li Tian. The old woman glanced at her husband beside her. TSK, ugh. Men are like that, they don't know how to take responsibility, ugh. The old man was a pitiful henpecked husband, he muttered under his breath, don't look at me. Faced with Li Tian's questioning, Zhang Qing lowered her head, bit her lip tightly, and remained silent for a long time. She didn't even dare to look at Li Tian anymore, looking utterly pitiful. A mocking voice slowly entered Li Tian's ears from behind, speaking up for Zhang Qing. This lady said, she's pregnant with your child. Brother Li Tian, you're going to be a father. Congratulations. I'll definitely give you a big red envelope when your son turns 1 month old. Su Qing leaned against the doorframe, her arms crossed over her chest. She was wearing a hospital gown, but she looked energetic and like she was watching a good show. Seriously, Li Tian is being driven crazy by the torment. One thing after another is happening, and it all seems to be deliberately going against him. Don't worry, brother Li Tian, I won't tell Sister Xier. I'm going home now. This place in Luoxi isn't good for people, anyone who sets foot here is doomed. Li Tian frowned. He simply didn't believe Su Qing was leaving. Based on his understanding of Su Qing, she was the kind of person who would cheat and harm others and always try to gain an advantage even when she was in the wrong.
he risked his life today, braving the danger of a second collapse to rescue Lin Xier. How could he not tell Lin Xier, and they would definitely try to smear themselves, he's leaving. Li Tian absolutely refused to believe it. Li Tian quickly considered the possible actions Su Qing might take, and the possible events raced through his mind like a revolving lantern. Su Qing was probably going to take a few steps out first, then turn back with a smug smile. You didn't really think I was going to leave, did you? Su Cheng probably wanted to record a video, to record what happened between her and Zhang Qing at the door, and show it to Lin Xier. Su Qing is probably waiting for Lin Xier to wake up, and then preemptively claiming that she did everything herself, just like she was acting just now. Su Qing should be going to. Li Tian's eyes followed Su Qing's every move, his heart pounding wildly. Su Qing was just too cunning. Su Cheng walked back into the ward step by step. Li Tian was furious, having been tricked by Su Cheng once again, but there was also a hint of relief and disdain in his eyes. His assumption was correct. Su Qing had always been a petty person. He should treat Su Qing's words as utter nonsense and not listen to a single word. He has never been led by the nose by Su Qing, can. Su Qing hadn't gone more than a few steps inside when he stopped at the coat rack by the wall, draped his clothes over his arm, and then came back out the door. Seeing Li Tian's complicated expression and the complex thoughts in his mind through her insightful eyes, Su Qing smiled with interest and gestured to Li Tian with the clothes in her hand. Don't panic, brother, I'm just going in to get some clothes. I'll be right there. Li Tian's head was about to explode. What exactly was Su Qing trying to do? Couldn't she just have a clean break? Get out of here. As Su Qing walked out, she turned her head back and glanced between Zhang Chang and Li Tian, her smile extremely roguish. Don't fight, look how much your sister is crying. Brother Li Tian, you can't be a heartless man, she's carrying your child. If you ask me. I reckon Seal will wake up soon too. The three of you should sit down and have a good talk, see if the three of you can live together. After saying that, Su Qing walked down the stairs on the side of the hall. To be honest, Su Cheng wasn't in a hurry for Li Tian to die early. It was so funny to see Li Tian making a fool of himself every day. If Li Tian was gone, who would he be making a fool of himself on? Su Qing left Luoshi for no other reason than he saw through the author's original postscript that Lin Xier didn't wake up until a day later. Although the VIP ward had excellent facilities, it was common knowledge that Su Qing was delicate and precious, and he didn't want to spend the night on that iron-framed bed. And he knew that although Lin Xier was unconscious, she was still somewhat conscious and had heard many things. But her consciousness was somewhat confused, and she couldn't remember them for the time being. It was similar to fragmentary amnesia. He had originally planned to wait until Lin Xier woke up and then preemptively tell her everything, but after reading the sequel to the original article by Go, he changed his mind. He wanted Lin Xier to remember on her own. He wanted to hide himself first, to feign weakness before revealing his true intentions, to play a long game. Didn't he tell Lin Xier before that he didn't want to see her again? What's the point of him showing up like this? Su Qing walked casually down the marble steps to the first floor, her fingers brushing against the wall beside her, a sly smile playing on her lips. This game is really fun. The Maybach stopped at the main entrance of the hospital. Su Qing opened the car door halfway but didn't get in immediately. He slowly turned around and glanced at the VIP ward floor. It met Li Tian's eyes perfectly. Su Qing waved at him. Her tall figure with broad shoulders and a narrow back did not appear pale or sickly even in a hospital gown. Instead, it was full of provocation. He mouthed, "The show's about to begin, brother." With a bang, the car door slammed shut. Su Qing leaned back in her chair, legs crossed, looking relaxed. "Drive, let's go home." "Yes, young master." Su Cheng knew that Li Tian was worried about whether he would really leave Luo Xuan and would be watching him from the window as he left. But when Su Qing turned her head to look at Li Tian, it was not to provoke him, but simply to use her eye of insight. He saw it clearly. Li Tian's mentality had already collapsed due to the numerous obstacles he faced. Zhang Qing's appearance, especially her crying and claiming that she was pregnant with Li Tian's child, further escalated Li Tian's already volatile mental state. Li Tian had no intention of letting Zhang Qing live. He didn't want to keep either mother and child alive. Su Qing has always treated his subordinates well, so he naturally plans out their escape routes in advance. He said, "Hua Shang, make arrangements to send Zhang Qing abroad in an hour." Hua Shang nodded and said, "Yes, young master." The eye of insight only sees a limited portion of the information, consisting of just a few lines of text. In contrast, Li Tian's thoughts are much more complex. He was at least prepared to appease Zhang Qing first, before dealing with the child and the mother. Zhang Chan leaned weakly against the corridor wall,
her fingers occasionally wiping away tears, but she didn't say anything. Lian frowned. He couldn't get rid of her by scolding her, so he decided to calm Zhang Qing down first, let her go back, and then think of a good way to deal with this tactless woman. Tian's image as a refined and gentle man returned to his face, his expression incredibly tender. He held Zhang Qing's shoulders and said, "Qinger, go back and take good care of yourself during your pregnancy. You should know how I've always treated you. I thought you didn't want me anymore, that you were with someone else." Zhang Qing said, glancing furtively into the room. Tian took out a card from his pocket. "Take a look and see if there's anything you need to buy. Take care of yourself first. I've been quite busy lately, as you know. I have to go to the construction site every day, and I even got injured today." He pointed to the ward and continued, "That's my business partner's daughter. She was injured along with me, so I have to stay here to take care of her. It's definitely a work-related relationship." He rubbed Zhang Qing's arm. "Don't make a fuss, okay? Wait until I've finished dealing with things here, then I'll come back to be with you right away." "Really?" Li Tian nodded. "Of course." Zhang Qing's tears had long since dried, and now her face was filled with joy. "I'll wait for you at home." Li Tian watched Zhang Qing's slender figure walk away around the corner with a sinister look, secretly clenching his fist. "Of course, I'm sending you on your way. Crow loves everyone." Degree. Chapter 245. Li Tian regrets. In Li Tian's eyes, Zhang Qing and the child in her womb were a stain on his life. What was his identity, and what was that woman's identity? Li Tian only kept her around because she had always seemed pitiful, adorable, considerate, and sensible. Now that she's starting to cause him trouble, why should he keep her around? Li Tian acted decisively. The moment Zhang Qing was out of his sight, he made a phone call. "Hey, tonight at midnight, at XX Mansion, there's a woman named Zhang Qing. Get her out of there and deal with her." Li Tian's tone was cold. In his words, this was not just a life, and he had never doubted that Zhang Qing was carrying his child. On the other end of the phone, the voice said, "Yes." After hanging up the phone, Li Tian gripped it tightly, veins bulging on his only intact arm. He was going to take Zhang Qing's life that very night. Neither she nor her child could be spared. But what he didn't know was, Zhang Qing, who was originally dejected, pitiful, and sobbing uncontrollably, changed her demeanor after she was out of Li Tian's sight. The sadness and disappointment are still there, but a bit more resentment has also been added. She had long been utterly disappointed in Li Tian, who was a wolf in sheep's clothing. In Li Tian's eyes, she was nothing more than a plaything that could not be presented to the public, and he had no genuine feelings for her whatsoever. Coincidentally, Zhang Qing had just arrived at the hospital entrance when her phone vibrated and she received a message from young Master Su. Li Tian doesn't want you to stay anymore. You should understand what I mean. He doesn't just want to get rid of you, he wants to kill you. Your mission is now complete. Someone will pick you up shortly and take you and your family abroad. The money has already been transferred to your overseas account. We had a pleasant cooperation. Zhang Qing was stunned for a moment. She didn't doubt Su Qing's words. She and Li Tian had lived together for a while, and she knew what Li Tian valued: wealth, status, and fame. These are the things that Li Tian is truly pursuing. Her existence was like a stain on Li Tian's life, and she knew that Li Tian would want to get rid of her, but she and Li Tian didn't know that they had experienced many sweet days and nights together. Li Tian would also say sweet words to her and be considerate to her in many ways. He even told her that he didn't love his current fiancée and that it was just a business marriage between families. He said that he liked her. Of course, she never completely believed those words, but in her broken life, those words were like a ray of light, a piece of candy, and she couldn't help but remember them more deeply. She knew she was a woman who was not decisive or firm enough. Actually, she had a selfish motive for coming to do the task young Master Su assigned her today. She wanted to know Li Tian's attitude towards her. If Li Tian really knew she was pregnant with his child and knew how much she cared for him, would he give up everything to be with her? She was quite scared. They were afraid of getting the outcome they didn't want to see. At the same time, she was also afraid of getting the result she wanted. If Li Tian was truly sincere towards her, wouldn't she be the one helping others harm him? She felt she was unlucky and that she would never get a good outcome. So when Li Tian spoke to her so aggressively and belittled her, she felt lost, sad, and resentful, but mostly relieved. She thought Li Tian would use money to get rid of her, but she never expected that Li Tian actually wanted her dead. Zhang Qing's fingers trembled slightly as she typed on the keyboard. "Thank you, young Master Su. It was pitch black outside, and the heavy rain had long since stopped, with only a light drizzle falling. Zhang Qing didn't bring an umbrella, so she walked in the rain to the hospital to hail a taxi. The rain felt slightly cool on her body, but she needed this rain to cleanse herself. A vibration sounded in my hand, and another message came through as she raised her phone. Raindrops had blurred the text on the screen. No need to be polite, we are partners, everything you get is the result of your efforts, congratulations on your new lease on life. Zhang Qing's eyes were red, and she wiped them with the back of her hand. The water running down her cheeks was indistinguishable between rainwater and tears. Reborn. These words seemed to be instantly imprinted in her heart. Compared to Li Tian's ruthlessness and ridicule, Su Qing, the employer who paid a high price to hire her, was the only person in the world who had ever given her dignity. She gave a bleak smile, her lips didn't make a sound, but her mouth kept reciting those few words. I've been reborn. She hugged her knees and squatted down, crying like a child. She had indeed been reborn. Her mission was complete, and she had countless amounts of money to live on and to take care of the elderly and children. She didn't get pregnant with Li Tian's child, so she could start a new life in a new place. She no longer had to do the lowest level jobs, she no longer had to worry about not having enough to eat, she had everything. She's about to have some good days ahead. Li Tian returned to the ward, sat on the edge of a hospital bed, rested his hands on his knees, and carefully examined Lin Xier, thinking of a solution. He frowned. He couldn't figure out why Su Qing left. Did she get tired of playing around? But it's better for him to leave than to stay and cause him trouble. Now that Su Qing is gone, he can finally take the initiative against Lin Xier. Bored sitting on the hospital bed, he looked around the room. Directly opposite the bed were two small tables pieced together for people to put things on, and right now a beautiful bag was lying on them. Li Tian's eyes darted around, recalling how Su Qing carried Lin Xier into the hospital with this very thing in her hand. Where did Su Qing leave off? Li Tian got up to take the bag, opened it, and prepared to investigate, but when I took the small box out of the box, my fingers suddenly froze. The small box was still warm. It must be an insulated lunchbox. What stunned him wasn't that the lunchbox could keep food warm, but rather, a light pink sticky note was stuck on it, with a few lines of very delicate handwriting. Brother Li Tian, I was wrong before. I didn't put myself in your shoes and thought about things from your perspective. I did a lot of bad things and hurt you. Please forgive me, okay? I'll take good care of you. This is a pastry I just learned to make. I'll learn many, many new dishes for you in the future. We'll always be family. The signature was Lin Xier, but he then suddenly remembered that when Lin Xier was trapped under the stone slab, this bag was lying next to her. It was a gift from Lin Xier. Li Tian looked at the few lines of small writing on the sticky note repeatedly, not because he was fussing over why so many words could be written on such a small sticky note. His heart was breaking. A few days ago, he wanted to keep Lin Xier hanging, hoping to make her completely open her heart to him and choose him. His hatred for Lin Xier had grown too deep over time. After knowing each other for more than a decade, he never imagined that he would one day be like this, not only failing to protect her but even wanting to kill her. The crow loves everyone. Degree. Chapter 246. Don't touch me. Holding the still warm lunchbox in his hand, a flood of emotions overwhelmed him, making him inwardly berate himself. Had he been too cruel? He slowly placed the lunchbox on the table, smiled bitterly, glanced at the unconscious Lin Xier, and whispered, Xier, I also did something wrong. Can you forgive me? He opened the lunchbox and saw a dark brown osmanthus cake with a few decorative petals scattered on top, showing the maker's care. He regretted it. He thought about all the memories he'd shared with Lin Xier over the years, and he regretted it. Li Tian picked up a piece of osmanthus cake from the lunchbox with his bare hands and stuffed it into his mouth in big bites. His love came a little later than this osmanthus cake. His regret came later than this osmanthus cake. He was immersed in endless regret when suddenly the movement of his mouth stopped. Ugh, yeah, spit. Li Tian's face showed a painful and distorted expression. This is absolutely awful. I'd rather have given this to Su Qing. As the old saying goes, the human heart is the most unpredictable thing. Just like now, although Li Tian is complaining, the self-blame and regret in his heart have not subsided. He had been blinded by hatred, but now the box of unpalatable osmanthus cake had somewhat dispelled that rage. He eventually forced himself to eat the whole box of osmanthus cakes despite how unpalatable they were, though he couldn't help but complain about why Lin Xier made so many, a full 7 or 8 pieces. But he also thought to himself that as long as Lin Xier stayed obediently with He would treat her well. After a while, he sat back down beside her, determined to stay with Lin Xier until she woke up. Lin Xier remained unconscious, sleeping in her hospital bed for a full day and night. As we all know, human dreams are chaotic, like fragments that have been broken and pieced back together. She kept dreaming throughout, long, drawn-out dreams that almost made it impossible for her to distinguish between reality and illusion, just as her mind was filled with countless tiny fragments of details. The unfinished building that had weighed her down and filled her with fear was no longer there. Lin Xier felt as if she were in a romantic galaxy, surrounded by twinkling stars, but the universe she was in was vast and boundless, making those tiny starlights seem extremely small, just faint glimmers. She was still enveloped in that terrifying, boundless darkness. She was terrified and frantically searched for directions. She didn't know where the exit was. Suddenly, her eyes widened as she spotted Li Tian in the distance. His tall, strong figure filled her with a sense of security. Lin Xier shouted Li Tian's name loudly, wanting Li Tian to take her away. "Brother Li Tian!" The two of them were far apart. She walked towards Li Tian, but she couldn't catch up with him no matter what she did. In an instant, she saw Li Tian arrive in front of her at lightning speed, his scarlet eyes glaring menacingly, hardly resembling the refined and gentle gentleman he once was. He roared, and somehow found himself holding a huge rock in his hand, which he hurled fiercely in her direction, creating a gust of wind. Lin Xier screamed, instinctively squeezing her eyes shut and shrinking back, but the stone didn't fall. She slowly opened one eye. She saw a pair of deep, beautiful peach blossom eyes looking at her. The man was tall and handsome, with a warm and gentle smile. His upper body was naked, his muscular arms were outstretched towards her, and for some reason, water droplets clung to his delicate collarbone, trickling down his back. A beautifully defined abdominal muscle covered his waist and abdomen. Who else could this man, who appeared like a ray of light in Lin Xier's dream in the boundless darkness, be but Su Qing? Lin Xier's throat tightened. Su Qing. Su Qing reached out her outstretched hand and hugged her tightly. "Sister, it's all right now. I'll take you home." Her voice was soft, yet so alluring, but in a daze, Lin Xier seemed to hear countless voices assaulting her ears. Her injuries are not serious, and this coma is not due to any pathological cause. The patient's prolonged coma is likely due to psychological factors. My suggestion is to use electric shock therapy to quickly restore the patient's consciousness, but there may be some aftereffects, so it's best to confirm this with the family. The doctor looked at Li Tian, who was standing opposite him, and said, "Let's contact her parents." Li Tian said firmly, "I am her fiancé, I can sign the papers." The doctor gave him a suspicious look. It would be best if it were her immediate family. "Are her parents very far away? You said you're from Luochuan, but Luochuan is only a few hours' drive from Luoxi. Such a big thing happened and her parents aren't even coming?" "They went to a very far place." Li Tian spoke ambiguously and hesitantly. He wanted to brush off the doctor, because if Lin Outnian found out about this, he would definitely blame him, and it would be easy for Li Jingfeng to find out as well. "I see." The doctor sighed. "It's such a pity that her parents passed away at such a young age." "Huh?" Li Tian was taken aback, scratched his head and said awkwardly, "Yes, my parents passed away early." The doctor took a small flashlight from his assistant, leaned over to Lin Xier, and shone the flashlight through her eyes. "Now let's see if she still responds to light. Electroconvulsive therapy is a last resort. It would be best to..." The doctor paused. "She's awake." Lin Xier's eyes opened for a moment, then closed again forcefully to avoid the light. She raised her not-so-nimble fingers to cover her eyes. "Where am I?" Xier, you're finally awake. We're at the hospital." Li Tian leaned closer to Lin Xier and took her arm. The dark circles under her eyes were the best proof that she hadn't slept well all night, and there were also fine blood vessels under her eyes. Lin Xier turned her head to look at him, her expression somewhat blank. The two were very close. His hair was disheveled, his eyes were dark, and he looked like he hadn't rested well. There were also fine blood vessels under his eyes, showing his exhaustion. His clothes were covered in mud. Lin Xier had been dreaming for so long that she was momentarily disoriented when she returned to reality. In particular, Li Tian's current appearance was strikingly similar to the image in her dream of him about to kill her with a stone, which terrified her. She even felt that there was a large stone hidden under Li Tian's feet, which she could pull out and smash to death at any moment. Lin Xier instinctively pushed away Li Tian's hand that was on her arm, and even lurched to the side. Don't touch me, the crow loves everyone." Degree. Chapter 247. Troubled by dreams. When Lynn Sierra said these words, the doctors present were stunned. The two middle-aged doctors pursed their lips, revealing an awkward expression. They didn't speak, but were exchanging information with their eyes.
Do they know each other? Is he really her fiancé?
I hope he wasn't kidnapped. Not sure, it looks a bit like it. Let me think about it. Should we call the police? Lee Tian's hand, which Lin Shear had dodged, remained suspended in midair. His expression was a complex mix of emotions, utterly intricate. In an instant, 4 parts embarrassment, 3 parts panic, 2 parts confusion, and 1 part disbelief flashed through my mind. He said cautiously, Seal, have you lost your memory? Lin Sierra's delicate brows were furrowed tightly, and her gaze seemed to say, You're the one who's lost your memory. She paused for a few seconds before shaking her head at Li Tian, her tone softening slightly. No, I just had a really long dream, and I'm still a little dazed. The doctor next to him also breathed a sigh of relief. Li Tian said to the doctors, Thank you for your help, doctors.
Are there any further tests needed? It's okay for now. As long as you're not unconscious, you'll be fine. Go back and observe for a while. Come back if there are any problems.
After the doctor finished speaking, he left, leaving only Li Tian and Lin Sierra in the ward.
Seal, is there anything else that's bothering you?
Li Tian sat on a small chair by the hospital bed, leaning towards Lin Shear as if trying to get closer to her, but Lin Shear visibly avoided the gradually shrinking distance. Lin Sierra raised her hand to touch her leg. It hurt a little. She hissed and gasped, My leg hurts. Li Tian lowered his eyes and said remorsefully, It's all my fault, Shear. If my arm hadn't been broken, you wouldn't have been trapped under the stone slab for so long.
But
I tried for a long time, but I just couldn't get any strength in my arm, so I went out to call for help. Li Tian skipped over the fact that Su Qing had been there. He wasn't sure if Lin Shear remembered that Su Qing had rescued her at the unfinished building.
Anyway, what he said was ambiguous.
If Lin Shear remembered that Su Qing had appeared, he would say that he only saw Lin Shear being rescued after he found her. If Lin Shear didn't remember, he would take the credit for it himself. Hearing Lin Sierra's response, Li Tian knew she didn't remember Su Qing's visit, and she was clearly moved by the injury on Li Tian's arm. Lin Shear's memory seemed to flash back in an instant. She remembered being not far from the stone pillar when a large stone slab crashed down on her. The buildings above creaked and groaned as it fell, crushing her in excruciating pain. The overwhelming force left her feeling utterly helpless and on the verge of collapse. She kept screaming for help, and then she saw Li Tian striding towards her. The moment she saw Li Tian, she completely relaxed, and that sense of security made her stop trying to stay awake and she fainted. What happened after that? She doesn't quite remember. Oh right, she vaguely heard Li Tian tell her that he was injured and couldn't use his strength, and that he needed to find someone to rescue her. She could imagine how painful and helpless Li Tian must have felt, dragging his aching body as he rushed out of the dilapidated, unfinished building to find help and then return to assist her, but she didn't know why. But at this moment she felt a deep fear of Li Tian, perhaps because of the overly realistic dream she had just experienced. Lin Shear gave a bleak smile.
Brother Li Tian, you don't need to blame yourself.
You've already tried your best to save me. Besides, I'm alright, it's just a few superficial injuries, nothing serious, which is already a good thing. But you need to take good care of your injuries. Li Tian was stunned for a moment.
Lin Sierra's current behavior was too indifferent.
Based on his understanding of Lin Sierra, she shouldn't be like this. After all, she had never doubted that he had saved her. Li Tian certainly wouldn't connect Lin Sierra to that dream. He coughed lightly twice to ease the awkward atmosphere between them, then changed the subject. Sierra, actually I really didn't expect. If I had known you were coming to see me sooner, I wouldn't have let you get into such a dangerous situation. It's all my fault, Shear.
Someone was calling me from the construction site, and I hung up the phone in a hurry. Li Tian said with a half-joking expression of regret. The osmanthus cake you brought me was delicious. It's the best thing I've ever eaten. I saw the note above too.
He looked up at Lin Sierra, his eyes, which were cloudy from not having rested for a long time, radiating a very sincere gaze.
It's not your fault, Seal. It's that I haven't cared for and protected you enough. I really regret it. Let's make things better from now on.
I promise I'll treat you well. Li Tian's words completely brought Lin Sierra's purpose for coming to Los Angeles to light. Although her confused mind was still like being in a dream, she felt a chill down her spine when she met Li Tian's gaze, but she didn't show anything and nodded in response. Good. Li Tian tentatively raised his hand, about to put it on Lin Xier's arm, but then caught a glimpse of a troubled look in her eyes, so he lowered his hand again. In fact, Li Tian hadn't slept all night and had reflected a lot. His feelings for Lin Xier, which started as childhood sweethearts, had become less pure over time due to his desire for status. Then, as he watched Lin Xier and Su Qing grow closer, his possessiveness and hatred for both of them slowly surfaced. He was reflecting on himself. In fact, for a long time, he used Lin Xier more than he cared for her. The time he truly cherished her was only when he was young. People tend to have lower expectations of themselves. In fact, when Li Tian thought about it himself, he realized that he was no longer loyal to Lin Xier. He had even considered using her and killing her. When Lin Xier was helplessly pressed under the stone slab, he was blinded by hatred and treated her like a discarded shoe. Turning away, the sight of her crawling on the ground was so desolate and pitiful, yet he walked away without a second thought. Li Tian felt that he had changed a lot. He used to pursue many things, but perhaps because life was going smoothly, he was also sincere in his dealings with people, but now, things are getting worse and worse. His obstacles have somehow become an insurmountable mountain, causing him to lose sight of his true self. Seeing that Lin Xier's heart was returning to him, and with the engagement banquet fast approaching, he felt that things were developing in a positive direction. Once the two of them got engaged, everything would be settled. He was also willing to treat Lin Xier well in the future and erase all the unhappy things that had happened between them before. And his enemies, only two are left. One of them is Su Qing, the culprit who caused him all sorts of misfortunes. One of them is Li Jingfeng, the culprit who made him feel like he was walking on thin ice. Xier, I can't go back to Luoshuan for a while. If my dad finds out I messed up at the construction site, he'll definitely kick me out of the house. Could you stay with me in Luoshi for a few days and ask for a few days off from school? Lin Xier bit her dry lips, turned around, picked up a glass of water from the cabinet, and drank it. She pursed her lips, stammering with difficulty. It's easier to get leave from school, but if I don't go home, my dad will ask me about it. You know his temper, he'll definitely send someone to look for me. Her words weren't entirely excuses. It can only be described as half true and half false. She came to find Li Tian because she had already made up her mind about her feelings. She wanted to be with Li Tian. She also knew that Li Tian had saved her in the unfinished building, and she should be grateful. Seeing the scars on Li Tian's body, she should be sad, but her mind was really in turmoil because Su Qing's image kept appearing in her dreams for a whole day and night. That handsome face, those clear and deep eyes, that body presented in the dream like a work of art. The image of him opening his arms to embrace her and telling her take her home is one that Lin Xier can never forget. The scene was so realistic that she felt Su Qing had truly come to see her. The complex thoughts swirling in her mind were driving her crazy. She really needs to calm down. She couldn't agree to Li Tian's request. Chapter 248. An interesting design for Su Qing. Lin Xier was hospitalized for observation overnight, and Li Tian we sent someone to take her back the next day. In the middle of the night, while Lin Xier was asleep, Li Tian received bad news. Zhang Qing was missing. He tiptoed out of the room and made a phone call to his subordinates. Standing on the balcony, Li Tian said impatiently, "Hey, young Master Li, we went to the apartment to look for Zhang Qing as you instructed, but she wasn't there. We checked the things in the room and found that she had taken her clothes as well. Next, we checked the surveillance footage from several apartment buildings. A car got on the side of the road, and we looked into that car." A bad thought flashed through Li Tian's mind instantly. Zhang Qing's appearance at the hospital was such a coincidence, and Su Qing happened to be there too. Could it be that Zhang Qing was a pawn that Su Qing had placed by his side? The last few words came from the other end of the phone. That car should be a Didi Chuxing. Li Tian, Didi Chuxing, what the hell are you doing, panting like that? Then, where was the ride-hailing car's final destination? Young Master Li. It's too dark at night, and we're not very familiar with the terrain of Los Angeles, so, Li Tian said speechlessly, lost them? The person on the other end of the phone hesitated. Yes, young master. Check where that ride-hailing car last stopped. Check her ID card, check her medical insurance card, check her hospital records, check her family relationships in her hometown, check her hotel records, and use every means to find Zhang Qing. Do you think I'm feeding you all? Do I have to teach you everything you do? Li Tian's tone grew louder and louder. He was furious. How could he have such a bunch of good-for-nothings following him around? Li Degu, Lu Tianzhu, and Wang Dafa were the same. A bunch of blockheads. He couldn't let Zhang Qing live. She held crucial leverage over him, the child in her womb and their past relationship. These were the boulder preventing him from climbing the social ladder. He was about to get engaged to Lin Xier, and Zhang Qing was a ticking time bomb that could explode at any moment. If she goes to the engagement party and says something she shouldn't, I'll be completely ruined.
Yes, I understand, young Master Li.
Just as Li Tian was about to hang up, he heard an urgent voice on the other end of the line. Wait, young Master Li, there's another very important piece of information.
Spit it out.
The surveillance video at the entrance of the community, which faces the street, is very clear. I saw Zhang Qing looking towards the community for a while with reluctance, and she muttered 2 words. I had a professional identifier, and they confirmed that she was calling out young master at the time. Time seemed to stand still for a moment.
Li Tian was stunned.
He looked at the vast darkness through the rain-blurred glass window. Li Tian's heart suddenly skipped a beat. He always assumed Zhang Qing was with him for money, but he completely overlooked the fact that he himself was very charming. Only then did he realize something as if from a dream. Zhang Qing might really have fallen in love with him, and it was his coldness and indifference that had hurt her. That's what made her think about escaping from here and having the child on her own. Not it's the legendary dribbling. To be honest, Zhang Qing's actions, while making Li Tian feel uneasy and disgusted, also gave rise to a slight sense of superiority. Li Tian lowered his voice slightly. I understand.
Go find Zhang Qing.
Keep her here for now, find a place to lock her up, calm her down, and prevent her from spreading rumors. I'll handle it, yes, young Master Li. What Li Tian didn't know was that the ride-hailing car Zhang Qing took was arranged by Su Qing. The way she called out Li Tian so reluctantly from the apartment window was something Su Qing had taught her. However, as Zhang Qing turned to avoid the camera and got into the car, she added the second half of Li Tian's sentence, "Your mother is dead."
Li Tian tapped his head.
He really felt that either he wasn't getting enough rest, or he was suffering from a nervous breakdown due to Su Qing's repeated schemes. And no matter what the situation, she could always connect it to Su Qing. He even considered Zhang Qing as one of Su Qing's people.
He laughed self-deprecatingly. Zhang Qing's original identity was clearly a waitress at Lin Jianfeng restaurant.
What did she have to do with Su Qing? Li Tian doesn't quite understand what love is because he hasn't experienced good family or romantic love.
He's barren when it comes to the word love.
So today, he felt that Zhang Qing was there to cause him trouble and to use the child to blackmail him, but after he finished telling her what had happened, Zhang Qing packed all her things and called his name before getting into the car. Li Tiankai suddenly remembered, Zhang Qing never actually asked him for anything, and she always obediently stayed with him, keeping the apartment spotless, as if she truly considered it her home. He couldn't help but feel that he had been too cruel to Zhang Qing. He ultimately decided to keep Zhang Qing. After all, she was carrying his child and loved him. As long as she behaved well, keeping her around and occasionally seeking some tenderness wouldn't be bad. Li Tian was walking towards the ward when he suddenly stopped. He had just mistakenly thought Zhang Qing was Su Qing's person, but this incident suddenly reminded him of that. Su Qing didn't plot against me, so why didn't I plot against Su Qing? Su Qing is a woman who loves beautiful women and will accept any who come her way if find a few pretty girls to seduce Su Qing, which would limit his time, preventing him from gossiping about Luo Xu with Lin Xier and also leaving them with evidence to spread Su Qing's scumbag behavior to everyone, letting Lin Xier see Su Qing's true colors completely. Chapter 249, The Collision Plot, is here. The following morning, the weather in Luochuan was sunny and bright, and the scenery was breathtaking. As the top university in Luochuan, Luochuan University was packed with people outside its gates, making the entrance completely blocked. There is no other reason for this. 3 or 4 extremely flashy sports cars were parked at the school gate. A bright red Ferrari LaFerrari. A silver gray Bugatti Veyron. A matte black Lamborghini. To on such a nice car. The license plate number must also be an exceptionally cool consecutive number. 1 is Luo A855551 is Luo A233331 is Luo A89999. The cars were parked right at the main entrance of Luochuan University, which sparked a discussion among the crowd. Holy crap! 3 sports cars are parked together? Wow, people from Luochuan University are really rich. Which family's young masters are these? TCH, aren't all the kids from the big families in Luochuan studying at Luochuan University? They've never seen anything like it before. Never seen a sports car before? Sports cars are easy to see, but this is the first time I've seen so many luxury sports cars parked at the school gate. Each one costs tens of millions. You don't even like these? TSK,
I wonder how much wealth you have. Take a picture, take a picture. A girl took out her phone to take a picture, but was stopped by the person next to her. Didn't you see there are still people sitting in the car? What's there to be afraid of when people are sitting down? They drive nice cars out just to be seen, huh? I'm taking pictures to satisfy their vanity. Although the girl said this, she still silently put her phone away. Several young men, dressed in designer clothes, were sitting in the driver's seat of each car. They were young masters from several small families. Although they are not cheap, they have completely disgraced the contemporary rich second generation, and are a few notorious sycophants. The women who were causing them such intense desire, yet whom they could never obtain, were Yang Inger, the campus belle of Luochuan University; Wang Bingbing, a junior at Luochuan Arts College and a campus beauty; Zhou, the campus belle of Luochuan Film Academy. Several stunning beauties, students from different schools. Why would they attract a bunch of spoiled brats to gather at Luochuan University today? There is no other reason for this. The Performing Arts Department of Luochuan University is holding a joint open class this afternoon, and several campus beauties will be there, naturally attracting a number of admirers. At that moment, a Maybach parked across the street had a handsome man in the back seat who could clearly see the scenery in front of the school and revealed a smile of great interest. The man was dressed in a very simple tracksuit, but despite his understated style, he still exuded an air of great refinement. Who else could this person be but Su Qing? He chuckled softly. Li Tian really went all out to deal with me. Hua Sheng and Zhang Qi, sitting in the front seats, glanced at Su Cheng with blank expressions. Young master, those 3 sports cars are nothing compared to the ones in your garage. Li Tian's idea to use them against you is just too brainless, isn't it? Zhang Qi said. Hua Sheng patted Zhang Qi on the shoulder. Li Tian doesn't want to use these things against our young master. He wants to ruin our young master's reputation and undermine his aura in front of the classmates. Zhang Qi said speechlessly. Aren't we saying the same thing? Hua Sheng ignored Zhang Qi and said to Su Qing, young master, should we have the driver bring all the luxury cars in the garage over so we can have a good showdown with them? Su Cheng frowned, leaning back in her chair without lifting her head, and gave the two of them a look of utter disdain. TCH, a few beat-up cars aren't even worth comparing, not to mention that Su Qing now has the system. 100 villain points is worth $1 billion. Just taking the Su family of Luochuan as an example, Su Qing standing on the main road is no different from hundreds of armored trucks standing in the middle of the road. Su Qing doesn't care much about wealth. Even if someone wants to compete with him in terms of financial resources, he's too lazy to waste time on such things. Not to mention, Li Tian wasn't using these few sycophants driving luxury cars to deal with him at all. Instead, it was the few school beauties they were fawning over. Admittedly, the reason those top school beauties remained unmoved by the short young master's pursuit but accepted Li Tian's offer wasn't for money. To be precise, it's not just about money. Those girls were very clear-headed. Most of the young masters from wealthy families were destined for arranged marriages. However, given their humble backgrounds, accepting the fate of those young masters would either mean becoming someone kept outside the family, or being played with for a few days until the novelty wore off and they would be dumped with some breakup fee. This was not their goal, according to Su Qing. Follow-up to the original text by Go. What Li Tian promised them were a naming rights partnership for a plot of land in the suburbs of Luochuan, a materials supply business for a subsidiary of Longting, and a supporting home furnishing partnership for a subsidiary of Longting. All of this was done by Li Tian with Li Sheng's help. What Li Tian gave was far more beneficial than simply giving money. Being able to establish a long-term and stable cooperative relationship with Li's Longting, even if it was just a subsidiary, would directly elevate one's worth, status, and reputation by several levels. Su Qing couldn't help but smile. Li Tian was indeed a smart man. He not only understood people's hearts but was also willing to spend a lot of money. However, Su Qing couldn't help but secretly complain about the author in her heart. After all, weren't all these pure, giving away girls, plots written by the author? Go, sending a daughter away is one of the most hated plots among contemporary readers. Doesn't it get criticized? But Su Qing didn't mind. After all, these pretty girls were a gift from brother Li Tian. He even silently said in his heart, "Thank you, brother." Su Qing mentally reviewed the upcoming plot, then couldn't wait. No. He then got out of the car at a leisurely pace. As everyone knows, Su Qing is extremely naive. He actually disdains such a trick of catching a beauty in his arms. He is even quite angry that Li Tian dared to challenge the bottom line of a modern-day Lu Xiaohui like him. The handsome man walking across the road toward the entrance of Luochuan University was tall and imposing, with a pine-like and cypress-like demeanor.
He wore a simple black t-shirt and light gray sweatpants, looking so upright and stylish. Her peach blossom eyes were slightly squinted in the sunlight, her casually beautiful gaze resolute and spirited. He is a top student with 2 degrees, and a young man who loves life, learning, and nature. He has always been indifferent to beautiful women. While Su Qing was rambling on about saying things against his conscience, he had already reached the school gate. There weren't many people gathered at the school gate, most were heading into the school at this time. But Su Qing knew, soon someone would walk out of the school in the opposite direction from the crowd, and, with a loud bang, Su Qing collided with someone. He staggered and stepped back, only to feel a slender force suddenly gripping his arm, and a smooth, alabaster-like skin brushing against it. The person who bumped into Su Qing also accidentally fell into Su Qing's arms, his rapid breathing landing on Su Qing's chest. Su Qing smiled, and the plot of colliding with him was about to begin. Chapter 250. Su Qing refuses to show off and gets slapped in the face. Moreover, he knew that the person in his arms was Joey, the school beauty of Luochuan Film Academy. She had been waiting at the school for a long time, deliberately waiting for him to bump into her. Su Qing knew she would pretend not to know him, and he planned to pretend he didn't know Joey. "Excuse me, sister, are you alright?" Su Qing politely took her arm and helped her up, then took a few steps back in a gentlemanly manner. Joey slowly raised her eyes, her natural eyebrows framed by a pair of slightly furrowed eyes, her pupils dark and bright, and filled with a thick layer of mist. It was obvious that she wasn't wearing much makeup, except for a touch of light red and glossy lip gloss on her lips. "I'm fine. I'm sorry, I wasn't watching where I was going. I hope I didn't hurt you?" She was biting her lip, which made the lip gloss even more alluring. With an innocent yet alluring look, she wore an apricot-colored silk strapless dress, and her long, straight legs were adorned with rhinestone strap sandals that wound their way from her ankles to her calves, making her the quintessential youthful campus goddess. Just after apologizing to Su Qing and asking if she was alright, she seemed to suddenly lose her balance. Her high heel swayed, and she accidentally tilted her body and fell into Su Qing's arms. A hint of embarrassment flashed across Su Qing's face, but if he didn't support her, the woman would probably fall. The kind-hearted Su Qing could only hold her slender waist to prevent her from suffering any physical pain. Joey secretly glanced at the hands wrapped around her waist. They were pressed tightly together, even gently rubbing against her. In April, Luochuan enjoys a pleasant temperature, neither too hot nor too cold. The warm touch, through the thin fabric, gathered on Joey's body, making her feel a warm current sweeping through her entire body. Her under-eye area, which was only lightly powdered, reddened at a visible speed. Su Qing was indeed exactly as the young master of the Li family had said, a lecherous man. Joey had never had such intimate contact with a man before. If it weren't for her deal with Li Tian, she would never have taken the initiative to get close to a man, especially such a reckless one. She even had a physical aversion to men, but I don't know why. Just as she looked up and met Su Qing's gaze, his deep, affectionate eyes, his straight nose, and his sharply defined features, she was struck by his presence. She suddenly felt a pang of fear in her heart. She was a film school student and had seen countless handsome men, but the man in front of her seemed so different from everyone else. Joey tightly closed her eyes, the reason for which was obvious to her. He's so handsome, his voice is also very pleasant. Underneath his gray sweatpants, ding, congratulations host, Joey's favorability has increased by 20 points, reaching 60 points. Listening to the voice in her mind, Su Qing shook her head and sighed inwardly. What was there to congratulate her about? This was not the answer he wanted at all. He had clearly already deliberately acted in an extremely licentious manner. He just wanted the woman in front of him to hate him and deal with him, instead of falling in love with him. Su Qing is a villain with a lot of integrity. If the sisters come with the intention of opposing him, he can retaliate against them without restraint, but one could treat him with the same longing for a comfortable, luxurious bed. As everyone knows, Su Qing is extremely kind-hearted, but he lacks interpersonal skills and simply doesn't know how to refuse others. He could only drag his weary body along, to provide them with physical and mental satisfaction. He was really tired and heartbroken. "Did you sprain your ankle, classmate? Let me take you to the hospital. It looks pretty bad." Su Qing addressed the woman in front of him in a more formal yet polite way. Zhouyi's heart skipped a beat. He was so gentle. His gentleness even made her hesitate, and she began to compare the man before her with the benefits Li Tian had given her. She weighed the options for a full 5 seconds, but ultimately it came down to money. Zhouyi was very clear-headed. She knew that even if a wealthy family like Su Qing could like her, how could they possibly stay with her forever? Men are naturally less reliable than those with wealth and status. Just as Zhouyi was about to agree to go to the hospital with Su Qing and have some alone time with her, a shout suddenly came from their direction. "What are you doing?" The newcomer was Sunshur, tall and slender, wearing a black Givenchy t-shirt, CL shoes, a green submariner bracelet on his wrist, and a heart of crow necklace around his neck, the typical attire of a young, wealthy heir. This man was Joey's simp. He had been pursuing Joey for 2 whole months and had long regarded Joey as his own possession. He knew Joey's whereabouts and came to wait for her early in the morning. He never expected to see such a scene. Sunshur didn't know Su Qing. He had been sent abroad to study since junior high school and had only recently returned to China. When he went to the film academy with his friends to flirt with girls, he saw Joey and became completely obsessed with her. All he could think about every day was Joey, and he had no time to get to know any other man. This drew the attention of the crowd that had been watching the sports car. "That girl is so pretty, she looks like the campus belle of Luochuan Film Academy. What's she doing at our school?" Today, there's a joint lecture series from several university acting departments at our school. Some big-name directors will be there, so Joey must be here to listen to the lectures. It seems like she's arrived a bit early. Look, Joey is being hugged by a man, and the rich kid in the LaFerrari immediately ran off. What's going on? What could it be? It's some cliché plot where she's spending a rich kid's money while supporting a gigolo. Look at what that gigolo's clothes are wearing, they probably don't even cost 200 yuan. The male classmate, who was nearsighted, was making sarcastic remarks about Su Qing's outfit. Just as he squinted and was about to continue his rant, he was patted on the shoulder by the girl next to him. "You seem to be blind. The guy you called a pretty boy, that's Su Qing, the eldest young master of the Su family in Luochuan." The male classmate was not a local of Luochuan and knew very little about the affairs of the various families in Luochuan. Moreover, he was superficial and could only recognize big brands with logos. So when the female classmate said that the pretty boy he was talking about was Su Qing, he was still asking, is he as rich as that rich second-generation guy who drives a LaFerrari? The female classmate crossed her arms and said, "Let me put it this way, I could buy the whole of Luochuan, but I'm just being low-key." "Do you think everyone's a nouveau riche?" Su Qing was scanning everyone's comments about him with his insightful eyes. He nodded to himself inwardly. He did indeed prefer to keep a low profile. Hateful, he hid it so well, yet everyone still found out. Seeing everyone's praise for him, he couldn't help but sigh inwardly. It seemed the author, Go, was trying to showcase his writing skills and shift towards a male-oriented style, even writing a series of plots for him that resembled a male-oriented wish-fulfillment novel, involving feigning weakness to outwit others, showing off, and getting slapped in the face. This made him really uncomfortable. According to the author's original postscript, he learned that Joey would look at him pleadingly, and then secretly pester him and Sunshur, wanting Su Qing to pretend to be her boyfriend and take her away. Then Sunshur stopped the two of them and mocked Su Qing, saying that Su Qing was a poor student with nothing and that Joey should ride away in his sports car. He spoke loudly so that everyone around could hear him. Then Joey ultimately chose Su Qing and got into Su Qing's Maybach with license plate number 88888. Next, Sunshur was dumbfounded. Everyone present told him Su Qing's identity, and Sunshur felt ashamed and was thoroughly humiliated. Su Qing shook her head inwardly. This kind of plot was really not fun at all. After all, he never cared about money, wealth was dispensable to him, and he had no interest in it. Using things he doesn't care about to attack others makes Su Qing feel incredibly bored. Just then, Joey, who had fallen into Su Qing's arms, cast a pleading look at him. She gently bit her lip and whispered in Su Qing's ear, her breath sweet as orchids. "I've already rejected his confession, but he still contacts me all the time. Can you pretend to be my boyfriend?" Joey thought Su Qing was incredibly lustful and would definitely agree to her request, but Joey hadn't even finished saying the whole sentence yet. Suddenly, Su Qing released her arms from her waist and took a large step to the side, widening the distance between them by a meter. This sudden action nearly caused Joey to fall to the ground. Joey was stunned. Fortunately, there was a wall next to her that she could hold onto, otherwise she would have been thrown off. Su Qing casually spread her hands out and slowly uttered a low, husky voice. "Don't get me wrong, brother, I don't know her." Chapter 251. I come myself. Sunshur's eyebrows and eyes, which were originally twisted tightly, relaxed in an instant. With so many people watching, the man in front of him admitted his guilt, which made him raise his eyebrows and exhale a little. Instantly, he held his arm and looked at Su Qing directly, counting you to know the physiognomy. "Then tell me, why are you holding her?" When he thought about the scene where the two had just been together, Sunshire's anger suddenly rushed up again. Not if this little white face in front of him couldn't give him a good reason today, he would definitely hit everyone looking for teeth. Su Qing pointed to the small entrance door behind him, and his face was exposed. The door is relatively narrow, and he bumped into my brother. Your girlfriend and I really have nothing to do. Don't let it be because I blame it on my sister. I accidentally bumped into her, she just almost fell. Originally, Sunshire was still complacent in apologizing to the tall and handsome man in front of him, but once he heard his words and his careless tone, his anger rubbed against him and he went up. Your sister is also called. You boy, what kind of relative are you climbing? Sunshire pointed at Su Qing. Zhou, who was holding onto the wall, was stunned. It turned out that Su Qing had just pushed himself away because he mistakenly thought Sunshire was his boyfriend and didn't want to cause unnecessary misunderstandings because of him. Su Qing, who clearly came from a noble family, was not arrogant at all, so he didn't have to use his own background to suppress the other party. In order not to destroy his reputation, he was willing to surrender his identity to explain himself. He did it for himself. Ding! Congratulations to the host. Zhou Yi's favorability has increased by 10 points and has reached 70 points. Su Qing shook his head and gave him a full 10 o'clock. He really didn't like this progress. He prefers to fight back with strength. Such a surge in favorability made him really feel unfulfilled. Ding! Congratulations to the host. Zhou Yi's favorability has increased by another 10 points, reaching 80 points. Su Qing bit his lip. The system was really working against him. He was really tired. Ding, gong, Su, 10 o'clock, 90 o'clock, understand? Listening to the system's playful tone, he realized that the extremely perverted system just wanted to see him being ravaged. The system and Go author, if they can't get themselves, want to hurt him. Shao system put his hands on his hips and said jokingly, dare to fight against our two sisters, this is what will happen to you. Come on, behave yourself. Su Qing gritted his teeth in response to the system and Go's bad behavior. Impossible. You guys want me to bow my head? I would rather have each of them torture, ravage, and abuse me than have you two vicious women succeed. Ding! Zhou Yi's favorability has reached 100 points. Love that lasts until death. You guys? And is there still law and justice? Tired of you. Shao system designed his appearance with a tsundere look on his face, and told the truth. I really gave Su Qing a good time. The system can hear that his heart is true. As we all know, Su Qing's words have always been against his heart, and they are all his nonsense. Half a mile. Su Qing followed the small system to fight wits and courage, but ignored everyone present, especially Sunshire who was pointing at him. Seeing Su Qing shaking his head and biting his lips there, Sunshire was furious. He stepped towards Su Qing and pointed his fingers at the tip of his nose viciously. Xingsheng looked like he was ready to hit someone. This attracted onlookers from all around, who took out their mobile phones and started filming. Who doesn't like watching the excitement? At this moment, a beautiful posture in front of Su Qing blocked the pass, preventing Sunshire from approaching. The neckline of the silk fabric on her chest moved in the wind, and was set by the bright sunlight, appearing to be shimmering with water. Su Qing stood condescendingly behind her, and with a casual glance, he settled his mind. Su Qing was the most knowledgeable and even served as a representative in the Chinese language class. This scene cannot help but remind me of an idiom, moving like a rabbit. Sunshire, what are you going to do? I rejected you a long time ago. Does who I'm with have anything to do with you? Joey looked at Sunshire coldly, and his originally beautiful voice seemed a little cold. Sunshichi's gnashing of teeth. Joey, I'm so nice to you. You actually want such a little white face, you see what he can give you. How would you rather follow someone like this? Sun was extremely angry and was gasping for air. Most importantly, her current state was obviously that Joey was looking at people, and the man behind her had been distancing himself from Joey. Damn, in addition to Sunshire, there are two other licking dogs. Although Joey is not the one licking, I caught a glimpse of this scene in the luxury car and wanted to go down and watch the fun. When the two of them were watching from the car glass, they couldn't hear what they both said, and could only see Sunshire's violent movements. Of the two of them and Sunshire are not actually friends, they just met, but after exchanging experiences and licking dogs together, they can be considered a group of people who have common fun.so. When they decided that Sunshire was dealing with a little white face, they decided to give their brother some face. The two got out of the car and walked towards the other end, talking about the future as they walked. Sunshire was amused. The woman he was licking actually came up and licked a white man face. The person next to me gave a meal, grass. Sunshire is in trouble, then step on the horse.
It's Su Qing. These two second-generation rich people were born and raised in Luochuan.
How could they not recognize Su Qing? The two of them stopped their steps together and even took a few steps back.
This is helping Sun sure fart. Of course, such small details were not seen by Sun Shi. Su Qing didn't pay attention to their backward steps. He didn't use his discerning eye to see the two small fish and shrimp. Su Qing subconsciously thought that they were coming to slap him in the face. This kind of plot direction makes Su Qing hate it deeply. He doesn't like being passive or pretending to be forced. This is an indisputable fact. There was no other reason for this.
The author used the style of writing on the male channel and the female channel, describing the emotions with extreme delicacy and writing the movements of the warblers and swallows in detail and shamefully. He had long been accustomed to such entanglement. So Su Qing's style of writing about a series of routines such as pretending to be forced and slapping in the face, pretending to be a pig and eating a tiger. Too unaccustomed it. Besides, the character he's dealing with now, Joey, already has a good impression of him. He didn't have to play with them anymore. Su Qing raised his wrist and looked at the time. It was almost 10:30 in the morning. He had another woman. No. It's the next plot to go on. He can't go on spending time walking the plot here, looking at the crowd pouring towards them, looking at those who were about to help him complete the pretense. Su Qing made a preemptive decision. He dressed himself. I spent almost 10 hours yesterday polishing the entire article without making any major changes.
I fixed typos, some small details, and some paragraphs that didn't flow smoothly.
I'll polish it a few more times and add some interesting and beautiful things, something a little more exciting, cute, and interesting. I'll send you a notification then, and you're welcome to brush it up again.
Chapter 252. I know. How could you choose to follow someone like that?
Sun Shi's irritable words still echoed among the three. The handsome man who had been standing behind Joey took a step forward and smiled at Sun Shi with interest. I have some things to do, so I won't chat with my brother and sister here. I'm free this afternoon, so we can sit down and have a meal together and have a proper chat. I'm a sophomore in the Performing Arts Department, Class A. Su Qing smiled gently and warmly, her tone polite and proper, a stark contrast to her previous troubled demeanor. Sun Shi was taken aback. How could the man in front of him have two faces? Sun Shi hadn't even reacted yet when Su Qing turned and walked towards the school gate. He was just about to call Su Qing back. Su Qing turned around and waved to the two people who were still standing there. Her fair and slender fingers shimmered in the sunlight, and her smile was even brighter than the sun. Oh, by the way, my name is Su Qing. Nice to meet you. Sun Shi froze on the spot. Even if he had never seen Su Qing's true face, how many people in the streets and alleys of Luochuan had never heard of Su Qing and the Su family? He never dreamed that the man he had just rushed up to, pointing and cursing it, was actually Su Qing. Moreover, Su Qing, as the only son of a prominent family, faced with a misunderstanding, first explained instead of using his power to suppress the words, and in the very end, he even used such a gentle approach. Is this what it means to have a broad perspective? Sun Shi's face stung, especially now that Su Qing has left. The surrounding discussions have become quite heated, and Sun Shi realized that everyone had already recognized Su Qing. It made him feel utterly ashamed. A bystander standing a little further away tiptoed and asked the person next to him, "Is that rich kid a friend of young Master Su? Why is young Master Su being so polite to him?" "I don't think so." A classmate who had just rushed back from the front lines of the news said with a laugh, "What friends? That Sun Shi is a simp. He kept asking why that school beauty from the film academy was with that pretty boy Su instead of him." Holy crap, young Master Su can tolerate being called a pretty boy? But why is Sun Shi standing there like a fool? TCH, Su Qing didn't mean to be patient at all. Young Master Su was just too lazy to argue with him. In the end, he got annoyed by Sun Shimo's nagging and introduced himself. Sun Shi immediately fell silent, probably worried that his family business might go bankrupt overnight. He smacked his lips with a pickled cucumber and said, "I didn't expect Su Qing to be so willing to pretend." He still used his status to intimidate others, otherwise what is he? Oh my, what you're saying is really interesting. Does Su Qing need to pretend in Luochuan? Besides, if Su Qing really wanted to pretend, she could just take that school beauty away and make Sun Shi so angry that his teeth itch, and then have someone else tell Sun Shi. That would be much better. Haven't you even read any novels about showing off and getting slapped in the face? Su Qing is probably just too lazy to waste time arguing with that little rascal Sun Shi. The female classmate next to her nodded vigorously, beautiful. But
Su Cheng wouldn't really have fallen for that film academy's beauty queen, would she?
No, I saw what happened.
When Su Cheng entered the school gate, Joey ran out of the school and bumped into him. The joint lecture by several schools was in the afternoon. Why did Joey come to the school at that time, and why did he happen to bump into Su Cheng? Isn't it obvious? Yeah, look at what Joey is wearing.
I don't know if she's going swimming, but she keeps covering her chest as if she's afraid someone will see her.
She's a typical hypocrite. Haven't you heard that saying?
Afraid that boiling sheep will see it, and also afraid that happy sheep won't see it, that's all targeted. 2 rows of lush ginkgo trees lined the campus path, their green shade blocking out the sun.
Thin leaves filtered through the sunlight, casting a halo of warm yellow light on Su Cheng's cheeks. Su Cheng walked away very quickly, as if she had seen a ghost. The reason for this action is nothing more than, just as Su Cheng revealed his true identity to Sunshur and turned to leave, a voice came from the small system. Ding, the host's attitude is friendly, completely lacking the arrogance of a powerful family, making Sunshur feel ashamed. Suppressing such a minor supporting character can actually increase my luck?
Su Cheng's face lit up with surprise, but her expression froze the next second, as if she had been struck by lightning. Affection level reached 90 points.
Sunshur has successfully transformed from Joey's sycophant into the host's sycophant. Holy shit! Damn it! Are you out of your mind?
Hurry up, quickly, now, immediately, give it to us right away, only one of us can live today. Beep beep beep, beep 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 beep. Ching Ching is suddenly so fierce.
It's not just me, it's the author too. Why are you only being fierce to me? Why? Su Qingjin almost fainted from anger. He took a deep breath and said, "Forgot about her? You two come at me together, and neither of you will get away unscathed. If I don't kill you both, I'll change my surname." Oh, the real culprit.
It was just a joke with the host, I didn't increase your affection level.
Don't be angry, that's more like it. Be a good boy from now on, okay? Okay, I got it. The author asked me to ask you, which one is it?
Sudden Su Cheng felt a weight on his shoulder. He hadn't recovered from the shock of being startled by the system and thought it was Sunshur who had arrived. He was just about to turn around and give Sunshur a couple of punches. Fortunately, behind me came a clear, melodious female voice, like that of a nightingale, accompanied by urgent breathing and the pattering of high heels on the asphalt. Su Cheng, Joey Xiong was drenched in sweat, and catching up with Su Cheng in her high heels had almost exhausted all her strength. Seeing that Su Cheng had stopped, she put her hands on her knees and took a good breath. She slightly raised her eyebrows and saw Su Cheng's profile as he turned towards her. The halo of light that shone through the leaves onto his face shone on the tip of his nose and lips, forming a natural coloring agent. The jawline flows smoothly, like the horizon where water meets the sky, perfectly blending the seemingly contradictory concepts of sharpness and fluidity.
What's wrong, sister?
Su Cheng turned around and bent down slightly to ask Joey while she was in a daze.
I want to apologize to you.
Joey frowned, as if she was having some difficulty speaking. She cautiously raised her eyes to look at Su Cheng, and following his gaze, she caught sight of her chest. She quickly covered it, a blush of embarrassment spreading across her face as Joey hesitated, as if he wanted to say something but then stopped. To be honest, when Li Tian accepted her mission and the benefits, she was very decisive. She even automatically put Su Cheng into that persona after hearing Li Tian's description of Su Cheng. Before she came to find Su Cheng, she subconsciously thought that Su Cheng was just a good-looking scoundrel with a superior family background and a lecherous man. So after actually getting to know Su Cheng today and learning a little about him, I realized that Su Cheng is indeed as lecherous as Li Tian said. However, he possesses many admirable qualities that other men lack. Even though he comes from a prominent family, he can restrain his sharp edges. He is gentle, polite, and considerate of others. Such a man truly delighted her, and she even felt a tender longing to stay by his side, even if only for a day or two. Joey clutched her chest tightly. She had never liked wearing such revealing clothes before, but today she was dressed for a specific purpose. The action she dared to take towards Su Cheng, the feminine side she dared to show him, all felt so shameful at this moment. She was prepared to tell Su Cheng everything. Just as she was organizing her thoughts on how to tell Su Cheng what had happened, the man's low, husky voice gradually reached her ears. Does your foot still hurt? Su Cheng glanced at her watch and continued, I have class right now so I can't take you to the hospital, but my assistants are outside. I can ask them to take you.
I'm really sorry. Zhou Yi's heart skipped a beat. He had deliberately stood there and bumped into Su Qing, but Su Qing thought it was his fault and was even thinking about getting medical treatment for him. How could a young master from a prestigious family be so naive and kind? Zhou Yi frowned deeply, looking down at the ground. The words that came out of her mouth sounded both panicked and anxious. No, it's not your fault, it's me. I deliberately bumped into you, it was a chance encounter I created, it's... Someone bribed me to harm you. Zhou Yi found it difficult to speak the rest of the sentence, as if someone was choking him, and he couldn't utter a word for a long time. But if she revealed all her schemes against Su Qing, would Su Qing despise her? Suddenly, a moist breath brushed against her ear, and a seductive voice rippled through her ear canal like a spring breeze. I know you did it on purpose, sister, I'm not angry. But if you really want to apologize to me, then treat me to lunch this afternoon. Chapter 253 Training Room. In the performance department, in the innermost practice room on the third floor, sunlight streamed through the glass, illuminating a pair of slender, jade-like hands and reflecting the distinct black and white piano keys. Wang Bingbing revealed her slender, fair fingers, which lightly touched the piano keys. She concentrated deeply, and suddenly the music began, melodious yet resolute, flowing gently like a mountain stream, its melody captivating and evocative. The woman sitting at the piano had an elegant and upright posture, swaying gently to the rhythm of her fingers. Her straight black hair shone with a delicate luster in the backlight. Her firm calves were on the pedals, and her pale yellow off-shoulder dress made her already fair skin on her shoulders appear even whiter and more delicate. Her delicate nose and slightly narrowed eyes seemed to be immersed in the world of music. Her makeup was light, with only her thin lips tinged with a rosy hue, giving her an extraordinary aura. After a while, Wang Bingbing suddenly stopped moving her fingers. Knock knock knock, knock knock knock. The door to the practice room was open. There stood a tall, handsome man leaning against the door, neither moving forward nor backward. The motion of knocking on the door with his wrist still lingered there. The wind blowing through the window ruffled the hair on his forehead, and the bright sunlight made his eyes squint slightly. His lips were gently curved in a graceful and beautiful smile. The simple sportswear he wore revealed his slender waist under the t-shirt as the wind blew, making him look tall, long-legged, and very noble. Who else could this person be but Su Qing? Hello? Su Qing turned her head and glanced at the classroom number on the door, puzzled. Excuse me. I made an appointment in this practice room at 10:30. Did one of us come to the wrong place? Wang Bingbing stood up, adjusting her skirt, and smiled gently and gracefully. You must be Su Qing? Su Qing nodded, feigning ignorance. Yes, teacher, you said he'd give me extra lessons in this practice room today. Wang Bingbing extended her hand to Su Qing. Teacher, you was busy today. I'm Wang Bingbing, a senior in the music department. I'll make up for your class today. You don't mind, do you? Su Qing chuckled awkwardly. How could that be? I've heard about you before, senior. You're about to be recommended to study at a music academy abroad. You're very talented. Then I'll have to trouble you today, senior. To be honest, Li Tian had told her yesterday that Su Qing was the most eloquent and flattering person. Wang Bingbing couldn't help but nod inwardly, seeing it now. It was indeed true. However, Wang Bingbing has received many compliments, but Su Qing's praise seemed so sincere and appropriate, not like flattery or insincere words, but more like the truth. The main reason is probably because he's so handsome. Logically speaking, someone as handsome as him doesn't need sweet talk, he seems. Genuinely sincere, ding. Congratulations, host. Wang Bingbing's favorability has increased to 70 points. Su Qing was already numb to such bonuses. He didn't say anything more to the little system. Let him bear this storm alone. The two people spoke politely and courteously, perfectly embodying the manner of strangers meeting for the first time. What Wang Bingbing didn't know was that Su Qing already knew that Wang Bingbing would be tutoring him in this lesson, and that she was someone sent by Li Tian. Both of them had their own thoughts, but the class went well. The coursework in the Performing Arts department is mainly divided into two categories: professional courses and general courses. Professional courses include vocal music, diction, physical expression, and acting. Wang Bingbing was first in her major courses in the music department, proficient in many musical instruments, and also achieved outstanding results in vocal music. Therefore, it was reasonable and logical for her to tutor Su Qing in vocal music. Wang Bingbing looked up at Su Qing, who was standing by the piano, and said generously, Su Qing, I know you've taken a break for a while, And you probably haven't practiced your vocalization in a long time. Let's start by choosing some steady scales and climbing exercises as our main practice pieces to solidify our pronunciation in the middle register. Su Cheng nodded, okay. I'll listen to my senior. Wang Bingbing agreed, then let's begin.
She pressed the piano keys with her hands, producing a series of syllables.
Ah, 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 ah.
Wang Bingbing opened her lips as if she had an egg in her mouth, and she was seriously demonstrating how to make a sound.
Su Cheng, you practice it once.
To be honest, Su Cheng was originally a top student in the performing arts department, and singing was a basic skill for her. This was too childish for Su Cheng. As Wang Bingbing pressed the piano keys, Su Cheng followed suit and began to sing.
Ah, 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 ah.
Su Cheng's lips parted slightly, and she uttered the syllables one by one. At this moment, Wang Bingbing stopped pointing, and the expression on her face was intriguing. She thought to herself, isn't Su Cheng a top student who gets scholarships every year?
Why is she singing so off-key?
She's off-key so badly, she almost wants to sew Su Cheng's mouth shut. However, she was satisfied with this result. If Su Cheng's strength was too great, she and Su Cheng would have no chance to interact or contact each other, but what she didn't know was that the man in front of her had a sly smile on his lips. He sang off-key, but he did it on purpose. Su Cheng suppressed her smile and said to Wang Bingbing with a slightly embarrassed expression, I'm sorry, senior.
It's okay, let's try again.
Wang Bingbing played a series of notes. Su Cheng began his performance again.
Ah, ah, cough, cough, cough.
He coughed a few times, then chuckled sheepishly, Senior, I can't quite reach the high notes, I feel like my pronunciation is a bit off. Wang Bingbing was taken aback. She already knew perfectly well how Su Cheng had earned her reputation as a top student and how she had received scholarships for so many years.
Su Cheng, try yawning and see where your breath stops and where you make a sound.
Su Cheng tried the method she suggested, and then practiced her voice a few more times. Wang Bingbing almost felt that he was such a handsome guy, it was a pity he only had a mouth. When Su Cheng wailed like a ghost for the fourth time, Wang Bingbing stood up, looked up at Su Cheng with slightly furrowed lashes, and slowly raised her fingers, speaking with a troubled yet earnest tone.
How about I help you find your vocal placement?
Your basic vocal skills are indeed lacking. You haven't found the right vocal placement. Why is this predicament so difficult? Because she planned to find the sound source on Su Cheng's lower abdomen, which is the legendary chi stored in the dantian. She actually wanted to use this method to get closer to Su Cheng, but she was too shy to do anything like it before. The practice room was extremely quiet. Apart from a few barely perceptible whistles, there was not a sound at all. Chapter 254 Multifunctional Hall. Wang Bingbing felt shy inside, but her face remained calm, filled with a serious teaching attitude, like a strict teacher. But to her surprise, Su Cheng's face was filled with shyness. He was biting one side of his lip, his hands clasped behind his back, and his gaze fixed on the ground, as if he was embarrassed to look at Wang Bingbing. Senior, please come, I know I learn slowly, please don't be mad at me. Su Cheng's lips were red from being bitten, and she looked extremely downcast. Her apology was very sincere. Wang Bingbing felt that he really looked like a student who hadn't paid attention in front of the teacher, and didn't look like a scion of a noble family at all. There was no flattery or sweet talk there. He was more like a weak, helpless, innocent boy who felt he was causing trouble for others. She began to doubt Li Tian's fabrication about the man before her. Su Cheng wasn't as shameless and despicable as he portrayed her. In fact, he was an extremely well-behaved boy. This made her feel extremely ashamed. She had to hurt such a person for her own benefit. At this moment, compared to Su Cheng, the benefits that Li Tian offered were simply insignificant. The scales in her heart are gradually tipping towards Su Cheng. Ding, congratulations host, Wang Bingbing's favorability has increased to 80 points.
No, could you please increase my favorability a little slower?
I am handsome, interesting, cute, innocent, and pure.
But there's no emotional progression at all. Are you in such a rush to be reincarnated? The little system said arrogantly, I do what I want.
It's none of your business, hee hee.
Wang Bingbing shook her head. I'm not angry. Actually, your pronunciation is not bad. I just wanted to help you improve a bit more.
Su Cheng said awkwardly, Senior is definitely angry, but because teacher you asked you to do it, you're too embarrassed to say anything to me.
It's all my fault. I'm so stupid, I'm really not angry, Su Cheng interrupted her, saying, yes. Wang Bingbing sighed, really not. Su Cheng looked aggrieved, yes. Really not. All right then, I believe you don't have it. Su Ching chuckled, then you must teach me well, teach me properly, okay? Okay, senior, I'll help you find the right position to make your voice. Wang Bingbing's fingers landed on Su Ching's firm waist and abdomen, searching for the sound source inch by inch. However, despite her near-perfect musical skills, she seemed distracted at this moment. Through that thin layer of fabric, she could feel the firm, strong lines of his body, not particularly thick. She even longed to. It's a little itchy. Su Ching couldn't help but laugh. He grabbed her wrist, which was almost up to his chest, and pulled it down a few inches, laughing with amusement. Senior, it seems you have the wrong position. Su Ching's eyes were naturally expressive and affectionate. He looked at everything with that same disdainful expression, except when he was angry. However, just one glance was enough to make the usually aloof and self-possessed music student, Hong Wanqing, lose her composure. The warmth of his hand resting on her wrist, along with the thin layer of sweat, made Wang Bingbing's heart flutter. At this moment, Wang Bingbing's mind was completely preoccupied with her plans for Su Ching and Li Tian's mission. Ding. Congratulations, host. Wang Bingbing's favorability has increased to 100 points. At this moment, Su Ching had become extremely calm. Oh, I see. You may leave. I don't like this pace. I suggest you tone it down. We do not accept your suggestion. Half a day passed. Wang Bingbing bit her lip, seemingly about to reveal her true feelings to Su Ching, including his schemes and plots, but Su Ching interrupted him. As Su Ching glanced at her watch, it was almost time for the next girl. Oh no, it's the next part of the story. Time is running out. He said to Wang Bingbing, Senior, I'll treat you to dinner tonight. We can talk about it later. I have something to do now, so I have to go. It was past noon when Su Ching walked out of the training room. He randomly walked into a restroom and carefully wiped away the red marks on his neck in front of the mirror. Looking at her handsome face reflected in the mirror, Su Ching couldn't help but sigh for herself. Sigh. I'm such a hardworking man. It's all Li Tian's fault for hiring 3 people to scheme against him at once. Otherwise, he wouldn't have needed to use his innocence to win the favor of each of the older sisters, just to prevent them from targeting or hurting him. 2 o'clock in the afternoon, the interior of a certain multifunctional hall was shrouded in a gray haze. The melodious and lingering singing continued to fill the air. There weren't many people sitting below. In the front row sat a few schoolteachers, a few directors and assistant directors, and in the back sat a group of students who had come to watch and see what was going on. On the stage, a dark red drape hung wide open, suspended between 2 pillars. At this moment, in the waiting area on one side of the stage, stood a sexy girl with a head of flamboyant and beautiful light orange wavy hair. She wore slightly heavy stage makeup on her eyes, a houndstooth strapless crop top paired with gray-black hot pants, and a pair of white sneakers suitable for hot dancing. It makes her look charming while also adding a touch of youthfulness. Yang Yinger has a mixed-race face with deep-set eyes and a straight nose. Her heavy stage makeup, paired with a sexy outfit, makes her look charming and exotic under the bright lights, appearing both passionate and hot. She stood behind the dark red curtain, peeking out like a lost fawn, seemingly full of curiosity. She smiled politely at the audience, waiting for the previous performer to finish their act. Her gaze didn't linger on the audience for long. After a seemingly casual sweep around, she fixed her eyes on the man in the last row. The man sitting in the last row was wearing a simple t-shirt, with his legs crossed, looking lazy and relaxed. The back row was dimly lit, with only a warm yellow spotlight overhead. However, his superior facial features and long neck made his features clearly visible. Their eyes met for only a moment, but it made Yang Yinger pause for a second, and she felt a sense of amazement at what she had just glimpsed. Chapter 255 Dance. The area under the stage was actually quite dark, with only 2 spotlights shining directly on either side of Su Ching's head. The moment Yang Yinger caught a glimpse of Su Ching, she couldn't help but think that the handsome man with superior features sitting in the last row was the real protagonist of the entire event. The students who had just finished their performance on stage have already left the stage. The host wore a bright red knee-length skirt and high heels, exuding elegance. On the wooden floor, she held up the card in her hand. Let's welcome our next performing guest, a senior from the dance department of Luochuan Art Academy. The host paused, as if leaving a cliffhanger, then waved her hand towards the waiting area and raised her voice, calling out with great enthusiasm, Yang Yinger. In an instant, the audience erupted in applause. However, after the host finished reading the names and was about to leave the stage, his gaze fell on Yang Yinger again. There is no other reason. She stood there blankly in the waiting area, her gaze fixed on Su Ching's seat in the audience. The two looked at each other in the dimly lit area. Su Ching smiled slightly at her, raising her hand slightly to give her a round of applause. Of course, given the distance between the two, Yang Yinger couldn't hear the applause at all,
but Su Qing's actions brought her back to her senses. After regaining her senses, she gave Su Qing a generous smile and walked towards the center of the stage. Yang Yinger is a sunny and enthusiastic person. The moment she paused and panicked was something she had never experienced before. But since she was on stage, she wanted to show everyone her best side. The stage spotlight moved from front to back, landing on Yang Yinger and bathing her in light. The highlighter on her collarbone shone brightly under the light, making her appear to be glowing. She got into position. As time ticked by, the venue was filled with dynamic music, an adaptation of a love song with electronic elements. The song contained both tender and lingering elements of love, as well as a carefree and unrestrained feeling of letting go of everything. Yang Yinger's body is extremely graceful. Sometimes she curls herself up, as if she has found resonance in the gentle rhythm of the music. But as she moves to the rhythmic beat of the drums, she is like an elf who is freely expressing her youth on the stage. Time flies, and Yang Yinger seems to have completed a life through her dance. At the end of the song, there's an extremely soothing rhythm, without drums or electronic music. A melody as refreshing and natural as a mountain stream. Of course, such melodies can be used as a break for dancers to enjoy the stage, or as a time for dancers to freely showcase their superb skills. This moment, a rhythmic stomping sound came from the quiet stage floor. Yang Yinger was performing several difficult jumps in time with the melody, her straight and fair legs forming a straight line, completing a beautiful series of jumps. The final pose was much more graceful. After her jump, she slowly squatted down, hugging her knees with both hands, looking like a newborn baby. The implication was that the end was also a new beginning. She was panting heavily, but even after the intense exercise, she could still control her body's movements with minimal fluctuations. Her face was adorned with glamorous makeup, yet her posture remained poised and elegant. Yang Yinger stood up straight and bowed to the audience, which was met with another round of thunderous applause. What no one in the audience noticed was that after she finished bowing, she looked up and saw the last seat in the audience where Su Qing was placed. Yang Yinger came with a mission. Li Tian assigned her the task of designing Su Qing, but for some reason, she had already put the mission aside in her heart. This mission was more like an opportunity for her to notice Su Qing. Her gaze had already begun to follow Su Qing without her noticing. She seemed to block out all the applause from the audience, watching Su Qing's movements, wondering if she had won his favor and attention. Yang Yinger slipped into the exit area, where a dark red curtain seemed to separate the two of them like a chasm. Su Qing couldn't see her, but she heard the system's voice. Ding. Congratulations, host. Yang Yinger's favorability rating has reached 70 points. Su Qing was fully aware of the little system's determination to repeatedly ruin and torment him. So he wasn't surprised by this increase in favorability. He lightly tapped the ground with his toes and casually remarked, "This is getting more and more outrageous. Where's the absurdity? It was just a fleeting glimpse." Oof. I'm not just referring to Yang Yinger. Su Qing frowned slightly, glancing at a section of the audience seats, where many girls had light blue, high-tech displays floating above their heads. Ding. Wang Li's favorability has increased by 40 points, bringing it to 100 points. Ding. Zhang Jingyan's favorability has increased by 60 points, bringing it to 100 points. Ding. Yan Xiaoqi's favorability has increased by 70 points, bringing it to 100 points. Bite, the dozens, even hundreds, of desires to devour him and share his passion were almost unbearable for the naive young man. He felt like a little snail curled up in its shell. Those unwavering gazes fixed on Su Qing made him feel as if he had thorns in his back, a fishbone stuck in his throat, and he was sitting on pins and needles. He's working so hard, he must have had such a hard time bearing all that admiration and love. Su Qing bit her lip. System, can we talk about something? I have a small suggestion for your system organization, like, before increasing favorability, at least say a couple of words to me. Look at Yang Yinger, she's a main character in this storyline. She didn't say a word and already got 70 points. Your host feels incredibly unsatisfied. Oh, the sense of accomplishment is here. What? You turn your head. Su Qing felt the chair next to her being put down, and the force of sitting down brought a gust of wind carrying the scent of Bulgari perfume. He turned his head, and Yang Yinger had already come into his view. She had striking features with a mixed-race look, and her lips were a bewitching red. As expected of a professional dancer, after such an intense dance, her breathing had already calmed down in the short time it took to walk over. Her limbs were slender and appeared to glow white in the dim light. A thin layer of sweat glistened on the tip of her nose, reflecting the light. I noticed you when you were on stage. Did you watch my performance? If so,
could you give me some feedback?
With a flick of her eyelashes, Yang Inger asked Su Qing a question in a natural and generous manner. Without creating a chance encounter or suspense, she simply and directly struck up a conversation with Su Qing. She was indeed a passionate and fiery girl. Chapter 256. The three campus beauties are all here, of course. I was captivated by your dance moves the whole time. Su Qing took out a pack of tissues from her pocket and handed it to her.
Thank you.
Yang Inger wiped the light sweat from her face, but frowned halfway through and handed the tissue back to Su Qing. I'm afraid I'll smudge my makeup if there's no mirror. Su Qing curved her fingers into a beautiful arc, holding a tissue between her knuckles, and gently patted Yang Inger's nose a few times. The force was very gentle, wiping away the sweat from her nose while keeping her makeup as neat as possible.
All right, senior. Yang Inger turned to look at him, stared at him for a while, and then extended a hand to him. Junior, would you be interested in getting to know me? She was very straightforward, the most straightforward person Su Qing had ever met. Of course, Su Qing's purpose in coming here to watch this multi-school performance was also Yang Inger. Su Qing smiled and took out her phone. Okay, senior, let's add each other on WeChat. I'll treat you to lunch this afternoon. Yang Inger smiled gracefully and said, okay. After exchanging contact information, Yang Inger was called away.
A production company had taken a liking to her dance performance and was preparing to discuss signing her with a company. Su Qing has already won Yang Inger's favor. He watched the program for a while longer, then got up and walked towards the back door. The back door was a carved bronze panel. He held the carved pillars on the panel with both hands and gently pushed it open. The bright sunlight outside shone on his whole body, creating a stark contrast with the dimness inside. He revealed a sly smile at the boundary between light and darkness. The show is about to begin. It was 6 p.m. During the evening rush hour, the streets were completely jammed with traffic, and you could hear horns blaring every now and then, as well as drivers cursing and complaining about the congestion from their seats. Excellence Shopping Center is a large shopping center that integrates entertainment, dining, and shopping. It has a great location in the city center. So the entrance was packed with people, some there to eat, others to shop. However, besides these two, there are also some people who stop here to see the scenery. It's definitely not the view from the outside of the shopping mall building. There were several huge floor-to-ceiling windows at the entrance of number 5, with a number of luxury goods displayed inside. At this very moment, against this backdrop of luxurious luxury goods, there is a scene that seems even more like a rare luxury item. 3 pairs of straight, long legs stood there. The woman on the left has long, light brown hair and a pure yet alluring face. She is wearing an apricot-colored silk bodycon dress and crystal-strapped high heels that go all the way up to her calves, making her calves, which are without an ounce of fat, look even more shapely. This person is Joey, a student in the performance department of Luochuan Film Academy. The woman in the middle is a goddess of elegance, with long, straight black hair cascading down to her waist. Her makeup is light, with only a striking red lipstick that accentuates her already fair skin. Her pale yellow high-waisted dress perfectly elongates her figure. This person is Wang Bingbing from the music department of Luochuan University. The woman on the right had removed her stage costume and makeup, and changed into a black, tight-fitting halter dress. Her legs were encased in thin black stockings, and she wore a pair of CL red-soled high heels. Her makeup was in earth tones, which accentuated her already deep-set eyebrows and eyes, making them even more defined and sculpted. Her lips were painted a touch of fuchsia, making her appear even more alluring and seductive. This person is Yang Inger from the dance department of Luochuan Art Academy, the most beautiful senior girls from the 3 major universities in Luochuan. They're all here. The 3 beautiful figures were even more alluring than the luxury goods behind them. Passers-by stared in disbelief, men secretly coveted her, and women felt a pang of jealousy. Your eyes are practically glued to them. How dare you look? Are you tired of living? A burly middle-aged woman was pulling her husband's ear. The man was as thin as a monkey, and his wife was so big she could practically swallow him whole. He was holding his wife's hand and crying out, "Ouch, ouch, ouch, honey, I'm sorry." The man felt that if he didn't break free, his ear would fall off. A bunch of little vixens, standing there at the door waiting for a rich guy to pay for them, right? Look at all those designer clothes. Can they afford that at their age? Yes, my wife is right. The man was a live-in son-in-law, and the woman, a burly woman, came from a well-off family. However, when she saw a pretty girl, she still forgot that wealthy families also have daughters. To be fair, although the families of the three campus beauties are not among the wealthy, those who can attend art colleges generally come from well-off families. If someone truly had no family wealth and was materialistic, they would have accepted gifts from those sycophants long ago. The reason I accepted Li Tian's conditions was because Li Tian offered so much money and status that very few people wouldn't be tempted. Unfortunately, the scales in the hearts of the three women had already tipped in favor of Su Qing. The three girls were from three top art schools, all had good grades, were in the same year, and knew each other during the art entrance exams. So, standing here together today, they naturally started chatting. However, the three of them only said they were waiting for someone and did not reveal Su Qing's name. It wasn't until a Rolls-Royce pulled up in front of them that they realized they had been invited by the same person. The Rolls-Royce door slowly opened, and a man in the back seat stepped out, backlit. His straight legs looked extremely stylish against his suit trousers, and he wore a pair of handcrafted leather shoes. He wore a black Dior crochet silk shirt, which made his shoulders appear broad and his waist slender. A pair of gold-rimmed glasses sat atop her straight nose, gleaming softly in the slanting sunlight, concealing her amorous, peach-blossom eyes behind them. His entire outfit exuded an air of nobility and formality, while the only thing that still seemed casual and languid on his face was his naturally red, glossy lips. Who else could this person be but Su Qing? He strode towards the three school beauties, and when his figure was reflected in the floor-to-ceiling windows of the luxury store, even the entire building paled in comparison. Su Qing stood in front of them, gently adjusting her glasses, a smile of interest playing on her lips. "Good afternoon, ladies. Sorry to keep you waiting." Chapter 257. Let's talk slowly. Su Qing's lips moved slightly, and the word sisters instantly made Joey, Wang Bingbing, and Yang Inger understand. Wang Bingbing and Yang Inger thought to themselves, so Su Qing is going to treat the three of us to dinner together. Joey secretly clicked her tongue in amazement, so Su Qing asked me to treat the three of them to dinner. The three of them looked at each other for a few moments, then at Su Qing, somewhat confused as to why Su Qing had called all three of them over. Moreover, all three of them have a secret they want to tell Su Qing. How are they supposed to tell it with outsiders present? Su Qing observed their complex inner monologues with his insightful eyes, lowered his chin slightly, chuckled softly, and pointed towards the mall. Shuoyue has opened a new Western restaurant, let's go try it together, seniors. Su Qing gestured for them to go, and then strode into the mall. Su Qing, tall and well-dressed, strode into the mall. His gold-rimmed glasses made him look both refined and noble, but the smile at the corner of his mouth gave him a somewhat bewitching air. As he stepped into the mall, he glanced to the side, his gaze flickering for a moment, and the smile on his lips became even more unrestrained. He raised one eyebrow slightly towards the crowd on that side before walking completely inside. As everyone knows, Su Qing has always been youthful and energetic, and he loves wearing sunny sportswear. He has always looked down on suits and leather shoes. Indeed, why would Su Qing do such a thing? The reason is simple. 100 meters away from him outside the mall, there were several high-definition cameras set up, paparazzi standing behind him, and several internet celebrities broadcasting the scene live on their phones. The narration was pre-arranged. It's mostly negative publicity about Su Qing. Wow! Family, today Xiao Lu just came to go shopping. Look what I saw. A beautiful female anchor in a sexy sequined halter top had already pointed her camera at the Rolls-Royce not far away. From the moment Su Qing got out of the car until he and the three school beauties entered the mall, everything was clearly filmed by the anchor. The chat messages in the live stream room kept scrolling. That car's license plate number is Luoe 88888. Holy crap! This must be the Su family's car. Is that Su Qing, the only son of the Su family, who got out of the car? He's really handsome. No wonder he could date three pretty girls at once. I heard someone say Su Qing wasn't interested in women, but he's clearly a womanizer. Walking together so openly doesn't seem like they're picking up girls. If they wanted to date three top-tier women like that, would the beauties be happy with such blatant behavior? TSK, this is Su Qing, from the Su family of Luochuan. They wouldn't be so blatant, they'd be happy even if they brought 10 girls with them. I just recorded it, when they went in. Su Qing even had his arm around someone's waist. What a womanizer. A man like that is no good. Women these days really have no shame at all. Su Qing took them to excellence, and I reckon when they came out, each of them would be carrying a dozen or so designer handbags. Who could resist that kind of temptation? People in the livestream, as well as many passers-by, saw Su Qing enter the mall with three girls. Everyone is talking about him, but most men envy him. Although they criticize him verbally, they secretly wished they could be like him, but in another group, there wasn't a single word of criticism, it was all envy. While many girls criticized Su Qing for being promiscuous and the women he dated for being materialistic, their eyes were also filled with envy. To be taken out by such a handsome man, good looks, wealth, and impeccable manners, even if it was just a brief affair, wouldn't that be amazing? To be honest, it's easier for people to understand, envy, and even admire a rich young master for doing something like this compared to ordinary people. After all, in the eyes of most people, someone like Su Qing, with her wealth and status, is completely out of touch with the standards of love and life in ordinary people. It's quite surprising and astonishing that someone of Su Qing's stature would become such a good man, devoted to one person for life. That's human nature. The Su family controls most of China's entertainment empire, so how could paparazzi from Luochuan possibly film him without permission? However, this paparazzi shoot and influencer livestream were not actually done by Su Qing herself. As the old saying goes, a great reward will surely bring forth brave men. This large-scale exposure was arranged by Su Qing's old rival, Li Tian'an. However, the three most beautiful girls in Luochuan had already switched sides to Su Qing's side, and they did not reveal the matter of future excellence to Li Tian. It was Su Qing who asked Hua Sheng to tell Li Tian. This is quite interesting. It goes around in circles, but in the end, it can be said that Su Qing designed herself. However, Su Qing didn't care. Li Tian wanted Lin Sierra to see through his true colors, and he did just that, letting Lin Sierra see through his true colors. The Western restaurant on the 18th floor of Excellence Shopping Center is for VIPs only. Its name is Stay. The shop name was written in a flamboyant and elegant style. The interior decoration is extremely luxurious. The lobby features S-shaped, space gray sofas that are connected together, with a round dining table placed in the middle of each curve. Of the entire structure is built against a large floor-to-ceiling window. The restaurant occupies a large area, so even though the spaces are connected, it doesn't feel crowded at all, adding a touch of warmth and liveliness to the otherwise austere upscale restaurant. Actually, this restaurant also has private rooms outside the lobby. But Su Qing still sat in the very center of the lobby with a few girls. This spot faces a large floor-to-ceiling window, and as night falls, you can overlook the entire night view of Luochuan, which is exceptionally beautiful. The reason was simple: the restaurant was empty. It wasn't that Su Qing had booked the whole place, but rather that Su Qing owned the restaurant. Actually, the word open isn't quite the right word. To be precise, this shop was given to us by the system. One day, Su Qing was impulsive, and spent 500 villain points to draw a restaurant. However, one very user-friendly aspect of the system is that the system interface allows users to customize the style they want. Even the name of the store was written by Su Qing himself in the system interface. A middle-aged man with a respectable appearance was wearing a well-tailored three-piece suit. From the shirt underneath to the vest and the dark blue suit jacket over it, everything was meticulously tailored. Below the pocket of the suit jacket, the word Stay was printed in gold lettering. He flashed a standard 8-tooth smile, holding a pure black leather menu in his hand. Young Master Su, the foie gras, black truffles, and button mushrooms you ordered were just flown in by air. The chef's specialty is Wellington, young master, you may wish to try it. The waiter then recommended the signature dishes and other foods that suited their tastes to the three school beauties. After everyone had made their choices, the waiter went to the kitchen to give the orders for preparation. To be honest, the three school beauties still haven't figured out what's going on. The three of them are sitting on one side of the round table, while Su Qing is sitting on the other side. A 1-against-3 situation. If it weren't Su Qing sitting here, she would probably be incredibly embarrassed. After all, Su Qing has never been afraid of embarrassment. His life preparations are, as long as I'm not embarrassed, it's others who are embarrassed. Su Qing crossed her legs, slowly picked up the lemonade in front of her, took a sip, and put down the glass before her eyes swept over every face in front of her. Sisters, don't be embarrassed. You all have something you want to tell me today, and I know what you want to confess. So we're not in a rush, we can talk at our own pace over a meal. Chapter 258. The news takes flight. Throughout her speech, Su Qing emphasized the word frankly with extreme intonation. The three people sitting opposite were all taken aback when they heard this. They looked at each other a few times and then turned their attention back to Su Qing. No one spoke first. First, they hadn't figured out how to tell Su Qing the whole story. Second, they were surprised that Su Qing knew, and that she seemed calm and collected, showing no anger or surprise at being plotted against. In the end, it was Su Qing who spoke up. Sisters, I know how much Li Tian has given you, and it's different for each of you. Of course, I have to admit he gave you a lot, but I can give you even more. Su Qing smiled faintly, her nonchalant attitude suggesting she wasn't someone who had been manipulated. but rather someone who looked down upon everything from a high vantage point. He said no more, but instead took out a file bag from behind him and pushed it toward the three female students. The color of the craft paper bag stood out brightly on the milky white dining table. Neither you seniors nor your families are involved in the real estate business. You are all art majors, and I feel that the art industry is more conducive to your career development. Su Qing's deep, hoarse voice carried an undeniable certainty, which made the three of them, almost unconsciously, open the brown paper bag in front of them. All three were stunned when they saw the contents of the contract. These are cooperation agreements between several media companies, entertainment companies, and MCN agencies. A cooperation agreement differs from a transfer. It's a form of cooperation. These three women have collaborated with many institutions, but there's a crucial clause in the final contract. That is, you can receive 16.6% of the company's dividends every year. Su Qing is right. These media and entertainment companies are a perfect match for their expertise, and those companies are all industry leaders, owned by Su Qing. Developing a career at one of these companies can greatly enhance their prospects in the arts and entertainment industry. With a dividend payout of 16.6%, these companies are generating over 100 million yuan annually, based on their profit levels. Although the contract is only titled a cooperation agreement, it's basically no different from a share transfer. It's true that the three women approached Su Qing with ulterior motives, but after developing feelings for her, they didn't come to confess to her with any ulterior motives at all. At this moment, the three men felt extremely ashamed when faced with such a contract. Su Qing had long seen through their thoughts. In fact, with the favorability boost given by the system, Su Qing could have won over several school beauties without giving away any benefits. But even knowing this, he still made an exchange of benefits. He's not a scumbag. He's rich and powerful, so why would he take advantage of someone else for free, let alone exploit a woman's sincerity? Su Qing smiled warmly. Sisters, don't worry about your subordinates. I know you all sincerely want to help me. You are all kind people and despise Li Tian's despicable and dirty methods. Weren't you originally planning to tell me this directly? I know perfectly well that these few cooperation agreements are just a small gift to you. My sisters have been so good to me. This is just a little something, and I hope they like it. I can't accept it. Zhou Yi's words were drawn out and sounded somewhat slow, but the hesitation in her voice was not due to reluctance to give up this benefit. She was pushing the contract forward very quickly. Wang Bingbing and Yang Yinger were no different. They all pushed the contracts back to Su Qing. Su Qing chuckled and pushed the three contracts back to the three women. Actually, I have some other things I need your help with. You are all top students from various art colleges and are the benchmarks for your respective majors. You can also play a significant role in my companies. And I have a little favor to ask my sisters. I won't go into the details of my grudges and grievances with Li Tian, since he messed with me like this, but I believe no one would want to be set up for nothing. I really want to get back at them, but I don't know if my sisters would be willing to help me. The repeated calls of sister had already stirred the hearts of several school beauties. In addition, the occasional rubbing of their legs by Su Qing's suit pants made their faces flush even more, and their hearts were pounding like deer. There's no reason not to agree. I'll help you. I will definitely help you. I want to help you. The waiter carried in a series of exquisite white porcelain plates. Su Qing smiled and said, Sisters, let's eat and chat. The waiter walked to Su Qing's side, lowered his head and whispered in his ear, Young Master Su, should we clear out any unauthorized personnel at the door? The restaurant wasn't very well lit. The warm yellow light above Su Qing's head shone on his glasses, causing them to reflect colorful light. His peach blossom eyes, hidden behind those glasses, were glancing slightly backward, using their peripheral vision to look at the crowd standing at the restaurant entrance. A sly smile crept across his lips. Those paparazzi and internet celebrities were really bold. However, Su Qing actually wanted them to be even bolder and capture the scene even more clearly. Su Qing raised her hand and waved it, whispering, No need, just let them take the pictures. Yes, young master. The waiter handed 3 VIP cards to Su Qing, who pushed them towards the 3 women, saying, Unlimited credit. Sisters, come often from now on. We're all family here. It didn't surprise them that Su Qing had opened a high-end restaurant. They had already accepted 3 contracts, so there was no need for them to be polite with Su Qing about the VIP cards for the restaurant. Although they were still a little embarrassed to accept the money, he called them one of US. Time flies, night falls. and the group had a good dinner with a great view of the night. Su Qing explained in detail to the three of them the plan she had devised to frame Li Tian, and then sent them home. Su Qing failed to control the online situation, and the paparazzi and internet celebrities worked extremely hard. As a result, after only one night of gossip, a video of Su Qing dining at an upscale restaurant with three of the most beautiful girls from her school spread throughout the country. Pictures don't lie, the rumors spread like wildfire, and naturally reached the eyes of Li Tian and Lin Xier. Their emotions were completely different. He was beaming with joy, a truly delightful feeling. The other, however, was filled with utter disappointment and despair. Su Qing sat at the bar in the apartment, gently tapping the marble rim of his wine glass with the side of the glass. In the dim light, a beautiful smile curved his lips. This game is so much fun, each scene is more exciting than the last. I'm about to see you both filled with disappointment in your eyes. After more than 10 years of relationship, I feel sorry for you. Chapter 259. Memories flood in the next day, before my eyes stretched a vast ocean. The morning breeze was refreshing and pleasant, and the scent of the sea filled my nostrils. White waves stretched across the horizon, rolling in and surging, their power truly awe-inspiring. The scenery was beautiful, but the sounds were completely out of place. The sounds of gunfire, bang, 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 were incessant. On the beach stood dozens of targets, the red dot at the very center of which was tattered and worn. A beautiful woman was relentlessly shooting at the bullseye. His chestnut brown hair shimmered in the sunlight. He stood with his legs apart, extremely steady, and his eyes were slightly narrowed as he aimed at his target. She fired the bullets one by one, and the recoil of the gun caused her arms and body to tremble slightly backward. This person is none other than Lin Xier, who is full of worries. This place is one of the Lin family's training grounds in Luochuan. It is located in the western suburbs of the city, facing the sea, and covers a very large area. Even when people are spread out, it can accommodate more than 1,000 people. Surrounding the field are dozens of training rooms, containing a variety of training programs, and the open space is designed as outdoor training areas. Unlike the patrol services and gatekeeping services offered by ordinary security companies, the Lin family's security group focuses more on guarding services and escort services. Therefore, the requirements for the quality and ability of security personnel are even higher. The resistance underwater is greater, and natural seawater is more challenging than artificial waters. At this time, many of the Lin family's security personnel are training in the sea. Due to the significant disparity in strength between men and women, the male-to-female ratio is very uneven, roughly 10-1. However, their training standards are the same. To become a member of the Lin family security group, compatibility cannot be determined by gender. Lin Xier doesn't need to meet the group's training standards, but she is quite strict with herself. She grew up in this place, and after all, the blood of a former elite soldier flows in her veins. She is inherently very interested in these kinds of training and battles, but her coming here to train today has nothing to do with the training itself. She's in a very bad mood right now. Several thunderous gunshots rang out, bang, 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 and bullets fell one by one behind a target. She was wearing a milky white tank top and very tight yoga pants. The sweat on her cheeks had already dripped onto the fabric of her clothes at the shoulders, and several tangled scabs on her originally fair legs were hidden under her pants. She had been training there for who knows how long. Her legs, which were still not fully healed, were trembling slightly. She was exhausted but did not want to stop. Lin Yu, the maid from the house, was originally standing by with water and a towel, but seeing the sun getting stronger and stronger, she was worried that Lin Xier would be exhausted from training, so she rushed over to persuade her. Miss, you are still injured and have been at the training ground all day. You can't train anymore. Lin Xier turned around, frowned, and gestured for silence with a finger, glancing at the trainer not far behind her with slightly raised eyelashes. It wouldn't be good if Lin Outyin heard that she was injured. Lin Yu realized she had said the wrong thing, so she quickly covered her mouth and whispered to Lin Xier, Miss, don't practice today, you should rest. Lin Xier nodded. Okay, let's go home. Sitting in the car on her way home, Lin Xier leaned back in the back seat, her mind replaying the news she had seen online the night before. The news headline was incredibly sensational. Su Qing, the eldest son of the Su family, simultaneously meets up with 3 school beauties while shopping. A discussion on, are all beautiful women from wealthy families? Why is Su Qing, who has maintained a virtuous reputation for so many years, suddenly changed her ways and started frequenting brothels? Will the 3 school beauties who have fallen for Su Qing get along harmoniously? These explosive news items suddenly appeared and spread overnight, attracting widespread discussion across the internet. In particular, Su Qing's actions, such as entering a shopping mall with several girls, dining at a high-end Western restaurant, and even booking the entire place, were all captured very clearly. There's absolutely no possibility of this being deliberately smeared. There are pictures, there's no proof. In the picture, Su Qing, who appears in the video, is dressed appropriately, exuding the air of a wealthy young master, and treats the school beauties with politeness and propriety. This made many netizens envious, wondering why they weren't Su Qing's guests. Lin Sierra sat in the back of the car, leaning her head back on the cushion, and smiled bitterly. She already knew the answer to Su Qing's series of changes, from what Su Qing said to her in Longcheng, to Su Qing saying he would no longer contact her after returning to Luochuan, to Su Qing arguing with Li Tianqi, and finally, to him saying not to contact her anymore and to delete her. Su Qing was once a handsome and virtuous young master from a prestigious family, but he had never been involved in any scandals. This sudden behavior made Lin Sierra unable to help but connected with herself. The fact that she was photographed and the news spread across the internet was mostly Su Qing's doing, to prevent her from having any other thoughts about him. Su Qing was using himself to bring their unfulfilled relationship to a close. Lin Sierra clutched her chest, she grabbed the already tight-fitting fabric and made it crease even more. Even a bitter tear lingers around her eyes, and in the blink of an eye, a large teardrop will fall. She was so disappointed, she never even had the chance to stand in the sunlight with Su Qing. They never had a clear identity, she couldn't even recognize her own heart. She had clearly decided to be with Li Tian, but after the collapse of the stairs at the Los Angeles construction site, for some reason, she felt a terrifying sensation whenever she saw Li Tian. I don't know why, but after that collapse, I kept thinking about Su Qing, and even in my dreams all night, the person who saved me from my dark predicament was always Su Qing. Her heart seemed to return to the state of weighing things as before. As Lin Sierra was thinking, she heard a squeak sound, and the sudden stop caused her to crash into the back of the chair in front of her. As it turned out, even sitting in the back seat required fastening the seatbelt. Even in a leather-upholstered chair, the sudden gravitational pull made Lin Sierra feel dizzy, but amidst this dizziness, a scene suddenly appeared in my mind, like an old movie playing. She was pinned to the ground by the stone slab, and with her last shred of consciousness and strength, she raised her fingers, tilted her head slightly, and cried out for help. He had a pair of deep, captivating eyes. Blood trickled from the corner of his mouth, and the blood accentuated his fair and smooth face, giving him a bewitching appearance. He walked over to me and picked me up. A low, husky voice slowly drifted over, "Sister, I'll take you home." Chapter 260. Witnessing it firsthand, sitting in the car, Lin Sierra's body was suspended in the middle, as if she were frozen in place. No matter how Lin Yu and the driver called her, she did not respond. That scene kept replaying in my mind. After a whole day of unconsciousness and long dreams, she often felt unable to distinguish between reality and illusion, but the scenes that had just appeared in her mind made her feel an unparalleled sense of reality. "Miss, are you all right? It was my fault for not handling things properly. Please punish me." The driver in front turned around and said remorsefully. Lin Yu held Lin Sierra's arm and looked her over carefully. "Miss, are you all right?" A child was crossing the road too fast. If I had stopped a second later, I would have bumped into the child. Lin Sierra waved her hand. It's okay, as long as no one was hit." "Miss, why don't you go home and have the family doctor take a look at you?" Lin Yu said worriedly. Seeing Lin Sierra's distraught appearance, Lin Sierra shook her head, took out her phone, looked up the number, and dialed it. The waiting process felt like an eternity. After the call was connected, Lin Sierra's heart was in her throat. "Hello, this is Luoshi People's Hospital. How can I help you?" "Hello, I visited your hospital the day before yesterday. My name is Lin Sierra. I would like to ask if anyone named Su Qing was among those who visited the hospital with me. I'm sorry, but the hospital cannot disclose patient privacy information." Lin Sierra seemed a little anxious and stammered, He is my savior, but my memory of the time is a bit blurry. After that, he left, and he also paid my medical expenses. I want to pay him back." The call lasted a long time, but the nurse who answered was very professional and ultimately did not disclose the other patient's information to Lin Sierra. But the nurse did remember Su Qing, and she did remember that they came together. She had previously thought they were boyfriend and girlfriend, but now it seemed that they were probably just acquaintances. The young nurse, being simple-minded, heard Lin Sierra's sincere desire to repay her kindness and spoke to her tactfully. "The person who carried you here was about 1.9 meters tall, and had a pair of very beautiful, almond-shaped eyes." The nurse's description was quite detailed, but Lin Sierra understood as soon as she heard about those peach blossom eyes.
Thank you. Her voice was filled with indescribable emotions. She always believed that Li Tian was the one who ultimately saved her escape. She never imagined that the person who saved her would be Su Qing. Upon learning this information, Lin Xier's mind seemed to explode in an instant. Why was Su Qing there? Why did Su Qing save her? Why didn't Su Qing leave a single word? It's as if she never existed. There were even rumors of a romantic relationship. She had so many questions she wanted to find out. She needs to find Su Qing right now. Let's go to school. Miss, weren't you going to rest at home for a few days? Your health, go to school. It's 4 p.m. now. The school is in the east of the city. Considering the distance between the east and west sides of the city, Lin Xier will probably arrive at Luochuan University around 5 or 6 p.m. Normally, second and third year students don't have classes at this time, but Lin Xier knew that Su Qing would be at school today. The joint event between several universities, which started yesterday, is not over yet. There are many excellent performers from several schools, and one afternoon is simply not enough. In addition to the performances, several prominent directors and media companies also gave speeches and selected participants on stage today. Today's event is even more important than yesterday's. The school also released an invitation list today, which includes not only performing students from various universities, but also outstanding students from all grades of Luochuan University. Lin Xier had seen the invitation list, and since her name was on it, she knew that Su Qing was also on it. Lin Xier couldn't care less about anything else. She had to try her luck. If Su Qing wasn't at school, she would go to Su Qing's house to look for her anyway. She's determined to find Su Qing today. 6 o'clock in the afternoon, the multi-purpose hall was dimly lit. The performance that was taking place on stage has ended, and now a movie poster is displayed on the huge curtain. On the stage stood a middle-aged director, his face exuding authority, meticulously introducing his latest film, which was about to be shot, to the students below the stage. He talked about everything from the story's background and structure to the film's production team and the big-name actors who had already been cast. This perfectly captured the excitement and admiration of the students and the audience. There's also the expectation of entering the entertainment industry. However, the person sitting in the very center of the audience seemed completely out of place with these eager students. He wore a Marcelo Bullen wing pattern short-sleeved shirt, the pure black base with colorful wing patterns sweeping over his shoulders made him look very flamboyant and handsome. He crossed his arms over his chest and smiled slightly. Lin Xier will arrive at the battlefield in 5 minutes. Su Qing turned to Yang Ying'er and Wang Bingbing and said, "Sisters, we can start implementing our plan now." Good. After responding, Yang Ying'er and Wang Bingbing left through the back door, leaving Zhou Yi alone sitting next to Su Qing, holding a bottle of water in her hand. She kept glancing towards the door, her fingers lightly touching the bottle, looking somewhat nervous. Time passed by, second by second. Suddenly, a beam of light shone through the back door that had just been closed, plunging the room into complete darkness. A figure stepped in from the juncture of light and darkness. The woman was dressed in a tight-fitting tank top and trousers. Her simple attire made her stand out from the people sitting in the room. In particular, she had no makeup on her face and a thin layer of sweat on the tip of her nose, making it look like she had run there. The students in the audience were all focused on the director's face on stage. No one paid any attention to someone who had wandered in. Admittedly, Lin Xier's attention was not on the venue at this moment. She was quickly searching for Su Qing's figure. Su Qing was tall and sat in the very center of the multifunctional hall, so Lin Xier saw him in no time. The smile that hadn't appeared on his face for days finally broke out when he looked at Su Qing's smooth and well-defined features. She hadn't seen Su Qing in a long time. The two of them were not far apart, only a few dozen meters apart as the crow flies, but Lin Xier, who was about to take a step towards Su Qing, suddenly stopped, her whole body trembling, unable to believe what she was seeing. She saw a girl in a white off-the-shoulder top sitting next to Su Qing, who was handing a bottle of water to Su Qing. Su Qing did not refuse, but smiled and took the bottle and drank it. The girl sitting next to Su Qing looked petite, charming, and considerate. Lin Xier recognized her immediately from her profile. Wasn't this Zhou Yi, one of the people involved in the rumors with Su Qing? Lin Xier frowned, took a light step back, and felt a sharp pain in her heart as if it had been squeezed. Should she go find Su Qing? Chapter 261. She needs to find Su Qing. Looking at the perfectly matched couple before her, Lin Xier could barely stand. She gripped the back of a chair leaning against the door, her fingertips digging deep into the dark red upholstered chair. The woman now by Su Qing's side has no fiancé, no romantic history, and is not fickle. Looking at herself, Lin Xier suddenly felt that her feelings for Su Qing seemed somewhat inadequate. With Su Qing's looks and character, there would certainly be many girls who like him. Why should Su Qing stay by my side forever? Now that she's gone there, what is her identity? What is her stance?
And how will she interact with Su Qing? She asked Su Qing why he saved her, asked Su Qing why she protected her. They asked Su Qing why she left without saying a word. Lin Sierra's gaze remained fixed on Su Qing, filled with lingering affection, but she took steps backward. The ground was covered with a soft carpet, and she made no sound. Indeed, no one noticed her. Lin Sierra retreated step by step to the back door. At the junction of light and darkness, a tear fell on her fair cheek. She wasn't hysterical, but her eyes were vacant, and she seemed to have lost her soul. Outside the multifunctional hall was a long corridor. Lin Sierra dragged herself toward the inside, intending to wash her face and clear her head. This confusing and boundless relationship should have come to an end long ago, shouldn't it? The students invited to this event are all top students from several art schools and majors. The current time is for the director to speak on stage and for casting. The students in the multi-purpose hall will not come and go as they please. After all, if they are chosen, would they want the director to wait if they are not there? Moreover, the small back entrance that Lin Sierra walked through was not the main entrance, and not many people came and went through it. Logically speaking, there shouldn't be any students in the girls' restrooms at this time, but Lin Sierra stopped in her tracks as she reached the entrance to the women's restroom, almost freezing in place. This restroom is small, with a simple sky blue color scheme. There are 3 individual sliding door toilets against the wall, and opposite them is a sink and a large mirror. At this moment, 2 beautiful girls were standing in front of the mirror. They were Wang Bingbing and Yang Inger. Hearing footsteps at the door, the 2 women exchanged a glance and nodded to each other. Do you think Su Qing can drink the water Joey gave him? Wang Bingbing put her bag on the marble counter and took out her makeup supplies. Yang Inger touched up her powder in front of the mirror, her voice full of disdain. No matter how precious Su Qing is, what's wrong with drinking a bottle of water? Wang Bingbing chuckled softly. How long does it take for that medicine to take effect? The special medicine will work quickly, but I'm afraid Su Qing's body won't be able to hold up, and she might pass out in the multifunctional hall. However, young Master Li probably really wants to see that scene. If the topic of young Master Su openly expressing his feelings at school comes up, the internet will likely crash. As Wang Bingbing spoke, she applied lipstick. Yeah, you know. Su Qing is really easy to fool. I originally thought that when we went to him under the pretext of discussing cooperation, he would ignore us because we weren't famous enough. But he actually agreed so easily. If it weren't for the fact that young Master Li Tian offered so much, I would have switched sides to Su Qing. What a pity. Shoo, keep your voice down. Yang Inger chuckled, lowering her voice considerably. What good is it for you to want to switch sides? Last night, I did give Su Qing some hints. He didn't stay with us for even a minute after signing the contract, and he didn't reply to my messages last night. He's incredibly stubborn, but thankfully he's quite soft-hearted and finds it too difficult to refuse others. Otherwise, it's uncertain whether I'd even be able to sit with him today, let alone drug him. Once we finish taking the photos today, we can report back to young Master Li Tian. This money is so easy to make. We can even try to squeeze another sum out of Su Qing later. The door to the women's restroom was closed, but the sounds inside were crystal clear, reaching Lin Sierra's ears perfectly. Hearing the scheme the person inside had devised against Su Qing, she was nearly dumbfounded. Her eyes widened as she stared intently at a spot on the door, as if she wanted to tear the person inside apart. Lin Sierra originally thought that Su Qing's negative news about being surrounded by beautiful women was something Su Qing did deliberately to bring their relationship to a complete end. Later, she saw the 2 people sitting side by side in the multi-purpose hall and changed her mind, thinking that Su Qing really wanted to start socializing with others. At this moment, Lin Sierra realized that all of this was so complicated, and that it was actually Li Tian who sent her to plot against Su Qing. However, Su Qing, whom they described as easily fooled, had only offered them a job out of kindness, which is why she was posted online, drugging. So that bottle of water was. Lin Sierra instinctively wanted to kick open the door and question the person inside about the whole story, but it was too late to investigate. Su Qing had already drunk the bottle of water in the multifunctional hall, which was just a wall away. Lin Sierra struggled to control her heaving chest and rushed back to the multifunctional hall. The sound of footsteps echoed in the corridor. With a swift movement, she pushed open the door, the light spilling out and illuminating parts of the hall instantly. The students inside all turned to look at this unexpected guest, but Lin Sierra didn't care about what others thought. She ran down the steps while looking towards the side where Su Qing had been sitting, but she suddenly stopped, realizing the person was gone. Lin Sierra's legs, which were not yet fully healed, were in excruciating pain all over her body from the sudden exertion. She managed to steady herself by grabbing the back of a chair. Lin Sierra was completely dumbfounded. Su Qing is so innocent and harmless. He was taken away like that. Where will Su Qing be taken in this short period of time? Will he be taken to a toilet, or perhaps some dark storage room? A vivid image flashed through Lin Sierra's mind, Su Qing being pushed onto a dusty shelf. How could Su Qing possibly withstand the pressure from a grown woman with her physical abilities? She arrived at the right time, and the people there shouldn't have gone far. Lin Sierra hurriedly walked out and ran right into Wang Bingbing and Yang Yinger walking from the other end of the corridor. Both of them had their makeup touched up, however. Compared to Lin Sierra without makeup, the two lacked a certain sharpness. Lin Sierra frowned, looked the two of them up and down, and immediately recognized their identities, but she had no time to ask them about the design in the restroom. All she wants now is to find Su Qing as soon as possible. Chapter 262. Finding Su Qing. Lin Sierra stared intently at the two of them, exuding an overwhelming aura. Her originally clear and melodious voice became low and deep. Where is Su Qing? The two of them paused for a moment, looking quite bewildered. I don't know. Lin Sierra's voice suddenly rose a few decibels. Where? Her voice sounded very abrupt in the quiet corridor. The young lady from the Lin family of Luochuan, the daughter of a top soldier, exuded a formidable fighting spirit. A sense of oppression enveloped the two women, who cautiously said, "Young Master Su was taken to the Ace Hotel by Joey." Lin Sierra took a few steps outside, then suddenly turned and pointed at the two of them. "You better not lie to me. I'll settle this score with you later." After saying that, Lin Sierra walked towards the door without looking back, but the chaotic voices of the two women behind her kept echoing in her ears. "This isn't our fault. It was young Master Li's order. Isn't Miss Lin his fiancée? Why is she tying up young Master Su? Yeah, you can't blame us. We were just following orders." Lin Sierra could hear the two girls' explanations in their fear, but what she didn't know was that after she walked away, the two girls' faces showed no trace of fear. Instead, a victorious smile appeared on their faces in an instant. Wang Bingbing took out her phone and sent a message to Su Qing. "Young Master Su, Lin Sierra has come to question us. We've also subtly revealed that Li Tian plotted against you, and we've also mentioned your instructions, your tendency to refuse others, your helpfulness, and your generosity and friendliness. Lin Sierra seems very anxious and has already gone to the Ace Hotel." The reply on the other end of the phone was quick. Wang Bingbing thought it would be Su Qing praising her for doing a good job, but unexpectedly, "Okay, I understand. But don't repeat that 'I told you so' about not being good at saying no and being helpful, since it's not very meaningful. Don't I have any pride? Ace Hotel is not far from Luochuan University. It is a themed hotel for couples, and every room is a themed room. Upon entering the lobby, you'll be greeted by a distinctively decorated environment. It's unusual for a hotel to decorate its lobby in pink, and with the flowing curtains at the entrance, it's like stepping into a spider's web." Lin Sierra came alone, which didn't seem like she was there to check in. Plus, her fierce expression made her look even more like someone who came in to kill. However, when faced with the smiling staff, Lin Sierra managed to suppress her anger considerably. She politely asked, "Excuse me, which room did Su Qing and Joey, who just checked in, go to?" "I was with them, but my phone is dead and I can't reach them." Lin Sierra rambled on, but she spoke with utmost seriousness. The staff member standing at the front desk believed her, even giving her a look that said, "You're really playing hard to get," before telling her the room number, room 303. The elevator was upstairs, but Lin Sierra found it too slow, so she opened the stairwell door and ran up. At this moment, she had already put aside all the questions in her mind, and there was only one thing on her mind: she had to save Su Qing. Lin Sierra strode up the steps, 2 steps at a time, as if she had returned to the time she went to the hospital to see Su Qing, but the feeling of being torn apart was even stronger. Stepping out of the stairwell door leads to room 307, which is only about 4 meters away from room 303. Despite the proximity, the tightly closed door made Lin Sierra's heart leap into her throat. The dark brown door panel was very sturdy, but perhaps the sound insulation wasn't very good, or perhaps the cries for help inside were just too loud, because Lin Sierra could hear them clearly even before she reached the door. The already deep and alluring male voice now carried an almost cloying huskiness. He's shouting, "No! Please don't touch me, please, Senior." The other female voice wasn't very loud, and Lin Sierra couldn't quite hear what she was saying, but the male voice grew louder and louder. "Senior, please don't do this, let me go." "What?" Lin Sierra gasped for breath,
almost too afraid to rush in and see what had happened. She quickly took the room key she had tricked downstairs and opened the door. A sound of an electronic door lock opening was followed by the sound of a door slamming against the wall. Lincier was completely dumbfounded when she entered the room. The entire room was bright red. It wasn't a suite, just a regular hotel room. Large red curtains hung from the pillars, spreading out. The room was dimly lit with a yellowish light. There was a bright red chair next to the bed, with ropes hanging from its armrests. However, Su Qing was sitting there at this moment. His originally fair arms were tied to the armrests with pure black straps, and his upper body was not wearing clothes. His body was covered with a color as if he were soaking in red wine. He struggled, but no matter how hard he struggled, he could not shake the strength of the straps binding his arms. His eyes were red and swollen, and tear tracks ran down his face. To his collarbone, beside him lay Joey, her clothes disheveled. The scene before her was so tender and ambiguous that it was driving Lincier crazy. She never imagined that her reunion with Su Qing after so long would be like this. "Get out!" Lincier's finger trembled slightly as she pointed at Joey. "Are you also one of young Master Li's people?" "Little sister, you have to follow the order of arrival. I'll take the picture first, then you can take the picture." Joey started embellishing the story, even taking out her phone and turning on selfie mode. The scene infuriated Lincier to the point of rage. She tightly closed her eyes, the pistol she had just used in the training field still holstered at her waist. She drew closer and closer, pulled out her gun, cocked it quickly, and aimed it precisely at Joey's head. "I'm saying this one last time, get out. Who has ever seen such a scene before?" Joey was only provoking Lincier because of Su Qing's instructions, but now that a gun has been pulled out, she was so frightened that she went limp and sat down on the ground. She glanced at Su Qing with a pleading look in her eyes and tugged at her clothes that had slipped down to her arm. She really didn't know what to do, but Su Qing didn't look at her at all. He was biting his lip tightly, looking helpless and ashamed. He looked pitiful as he tried to break free of his restraints. His originally fair skin was all red, and he looked like he had been bullied terribly. Su Qing remained in that awkward position for a while. He frowned, his mind racing. He had originally planned to use Joey to provoke Lincier, but he hadn't expected Lincier to actually be provoked so badly that she had even pulled out a gun and refused to put it down. He stole a glance at Lincier's trembling hand and thought to himself, "Why don't you use both hands? That gun is practically pointed at me." He froze, realizing he couldn't upset Lincier any further. Seeing Joey refusing to leave in her own miserable state, Lincier's hands trembled more and more violently. Sure enough, he was doing a great job suppressing the male lead, but he might very well be ruined by a woman and not be able to celebrate his 20th birthday. Su Qing parted her lips slightly, but seemed unable to speak. Her chest heaved, and the sound she made was tinged with bitter sobs. "Sister Seal, you've come to save me." He lowered his head and gave Joey a wink. Joey then ran out quickly, so fast that she would have been killed if she had been a second later. She even thoughtfully slammed the door shut behind her. Chapter 263. He kept putting on a brave face. The entire room was bathed in dim, lingering light. Lincier stared at Su Qing for a long time. Su Qing, who was sitting back in his chair, had sharp and smooth features, a tall and handsome figure, and his distinct fingers gripped the armrest tightly. The veins on his forearm bulged and spread up, making him very sexy. Beneath the firm muscles of his waist and abdomen, anyone could tell that this was the body of a grown man, but with his head slightly lowered and the blush around his eyes making him appear incredibly soft and gentle. Especially his body, which seemed to be soaked in red wine, made Lincier's heart flutter, and looking at the scenery in front of her, she felt as if her heart was about to jump out of her chest. Su Qing pursed his lips, observing her psychological changes with his insightful eyes. He felt extremely ashamed as Lincier hesitated to let go of him, her gaze fixed on his beautiful body. This even gave Su Qing the idea that she didn't mean to leave him at all, but rather, she wanted to substitute for Joey, who had run away. And in this dimly lit room, this proves that the world is a dangerous place, and boys need to protect themselves too. The two remained silent for a long time before Su Qing finally raised her head, squinting at her with wet eyes, revealing a hint of confusion and bitterness. "Sister Seal, it's been so long. I didn't expect you to see me like this the first time we meet. I'm so useless." Su Qing's words were pointed, and they corresponded exactly to what he said when he and Lincier first broke up in Longcheng. He wanted to emphasize it repeatedly to convince Lincier once again of the words he had fabricated at the time. The chair creaked as it scraped against the floor.
Su Qing strained to raise her arms, clenching her fists as if she were using all her strength to escape, but his limp and powerless body did not budge the bonds binding him.
No. You didn't.
Lin Xier bit her lip, not knowing what to say for a moment. She only realized that Su Qing, who was struggling on the octopus chair, was still tied up. She quickly squatted down, reached under the handrail, and untied the black rope binding Su Qing's arm. She hadn't fully recovered from the shock and fear of what had happened, and her fingertips were still trembling slightly. The moment her fingers touched Su Qing's skin, Lin Xier froze. Only then did she realize that the red covering Su Qing's body was not from the light in the room. His body temperature was extremely high at that moment. "Why are you so hot?" Lin Xier had processed too many things along the way, such as why Li Tian hated Su Qing to such an extent that he actually found 3 women to plot against Su Qing, and why Su Qing rescued her without saying a word and then didn't tell her anything. Lin Xier's heart was in her throat the whole time, but after confirming that Su Qing was safe, she forgot all about the fact that he had been drugged. Su Qing bit her lip, glancing at the knots woven into her hands, and said hesitantly, He paused, swallowed back the words he was about to say, and said, "It's nothing. I probably have a fever, I'll be fine after a nap." He clenched his lips tighter and tighter, and didn't speak again until the restraints on his body were completely loosened. He then stumbled to his feet, seemingly without even bothering to put on a shirt, and headed for the door. Lin Xier subconsciously thought that Su Qing was frightened by this incident and wanted to escape from this place as soon as possible, so she didn't say anything, but just picked up the half-sleeved shirt hanging at the foot of the bed and handed it to Su Qing. "Su Qing, please put your clothes on before going out. There are quite a lot of people outside. My driver is downstairs. I'll have him take you home first, shall we?" Lin Xier's voice grew softer and softer, and her eyes suddenly widened. Su Qing didn't turn around, but reached back to take the clothes. However, she didn't find the right spot and grabbed Lin Xier's forearm. The sudden increase in temperature felt like it was going to melt her. "Su Qing, you're too hot. I'll take you to the hospital." Lin Xier handed him the clothes, but Su Qing reacted slowly, and his body seemed to fall to the side uncontrollably, heading straight towards Lin Xier. Fortunately, Lin Xier supported half of his body and steadied him, otherwise Su Qing would definitely have had a close encounter with the ground. Even though Lin Xier's physique was better than that of the average girl and she often received rigorous training, Su Qing was still an adult man, weighing a full 140 or 150 pounds and tall. Now, with his entire weight pressing down on Lin Xier's arms, how could she possibly bear it? She gritted her teeth, trying to lift Su Qing's body steady and get him downstairs to the hospital as quickly as possible. But unexpectedly, her body trembled and she and Su Qing fell down together on the foot of the bed behind her. A warm wave spread from all around, rushing towards Lin Xier. Her nose and Su Qing's nose seemed to be only 2 centimeters apart, and they could even breathe together. Directly in front of her were Su Qing's not-so-clear eyes, her pupils seemingly filled with a misty haze, a thin layer of sweat on her straight, elegant nose, and her lips gleaming with an alluring luster, opening and closing as if she wanted to say something but found it difficult to speak. He turned his head slightly, leaving Lin Xier with only a clear profile. A small red mole behind his ear seemed to amplify the ambiguity in this tender atmosphere. He sighed inwardly. He hadn't intended to tell Lin Xier, but who would have thought that Lin Xier was so focused on looking at him that she forgot the most important thing. All he could do was remind Lin Xier. "Sister, I feel so awful," Su Qing said, struggling to sit up. "I don't know why, after drinking that water, I felt completely out of sorts." In an instant, 2 blushes appeared on Lin Xier's cheeks. Su Qing didn't know. How could she not know? She had overheard Wang Bingbing and Yang Yinger's conversation in the restroom. She felt a little guilty for forgetting something so important. She should have brought a doctor with her. As she was deep in thought, Su Qing seemed to lose all her strength, but her arms were still firmly supporting her on the bed, trying to get up. "Sister Xier, I'm so hot, I want to take a cold shower." The scene before him was clear to everyone. At this moment, the handsome man at the foot of the bed, even with a beautiful woman in his arms and his body craving to the extreme, still maintained the mind of a righteous gentleman. With his last bit of clarity, he struggled and weakly used his last strength not to take advantage of the person in front of him. "He's putting on a brave face, he's been putting on a brave face all along." Lin Xier felt extremely distressed, as if her heart had been violently squeezed. Chapter 264. The engagement banquet is still on. Seeing his increasingly difficult state, Lin Xier had only one thought at that moment. she had nothing to do with the mundane world. She wanted to possess Su Qing, of course. Su Qing's attempt to show strength was unsuccessful. His powerless body ultimately failed to stand up through sheer willpower. In the very end, he still collapsed. Su Qing licked her lips, and when she looked up at Lin Sierra again, her gaze was unseemly, as if she wanted to devour her alive, but she said helplessly, "Sister Sheer, don't worry about me, you should go." Lin Sierra bit her lip hard, as if she were making the most difficult choice. Su Qing was too pure and too kind. He was tricked and suffered this hardship, but he did not show the slightest sign of being dissolute. His innocence made Lin Sierra's heart tighten. I won't leave you alone." Lin Sierra's voice was very firm, and her hands slowly climbed onto his arms. "Sister Sheer, you have to go. You stay here." Su Qing hesitated, too embarrassed to say another word, but before she could finish, she felt herself being pulled even closer by a force. At the moment of parting, Lin Sierra's eyes were even more murky than Su Qing's. She gasped for breath. "Su Qing, it's alright." "No, Sister Sheer, you have a fiancé, and if your brother finds out about this, he'll be angry." Before Su Qing could finish his teasing remarks, Lin Sheer raised her finger and pressed it against his lips, stopping him from saying what he was about to say. Only the two of them remained, gazing into each other's eyes. Time passed second by second. A torrential downpour began outside the window, pattering against the glass with a series of loud noises. The night passed, and it was already noon. The hotel has blackout curtains, making it almost impossible to distinguish between day and night, but sunlight streamed in through the gaps in the curtains and fell on Lin Sierra's face. She raised her hand to cover her eyes, feeling a little dazed and confused about where she was. As she tried to get up, supporting herself on the bed, she felt a tearing pain all over her body, and only then did she remember what a passionate and intoxicating affair had happened the night before. But when she glanced sideways at the bedside, she realized she was the only one left in the whole house. It felt as if a large empty space had suddenly appeared in my chest. It wasn't until a series of pattering footsteps came from the bathroom that Lin Sierra's eyes regained their sparkle. Su Qing emerged from the restroom half naked, her arms slipped through the sleeves of her shirt, her waist and abdomen concealed by the short sleeves. However, large red marks were scattered across her fair chest and neck. Lin Sierra narrowed her eyes, a blush spreading across her eyelids. She subconsciously pulled the blanket up higher, covering half of her eyes. The usually domineering and arrogant Lin Sierra rarely showed such a shy and demure side. "You're awake." Lin Sierra used a meaningless remark to cover up the awkwardness and silence. Su Qing watched her smile, and the light from the gap in the curtains fell on the corner of his lips, making his lips look glistening and full. At this moment, he smiled casually, yet with great interest. He quickly put on his clothes. "Yes, sister is awake." His voice was deep and hoarse, but it no longer contained that sweet softness. It was obvious that he had gotten everything. He didn't believe that Lin Sierra could still get engaged to Li Tian under these circumstances. He knew that he had completely won in suppressing Li Tian. With just this one plot change, isn't it enough to get 1,000 villain points and villain luck? Even though his victory wasn't exactly honorable, he was the villain, after all. What good would honor do he need? He's never been a good person. Su Qing tugged at her clothes as she walked towards the door, leaving Lin Sierra with only a cold and indifferent back view. "Sister, you should sleep a little longer." "I'll go first." Lin Sierra's eyes snapped open, clearly showing some anxiety. "Su Qing, where are you going?" Su Qing had already reached the door. He turned the doorknob, a sly smile playing on his lips. "Of course I'm going home to wait for the good news of your falling out with Li Tian, and to become the only male protagonist in this book." But in an instant, the smile on Su Qing's lips vanished, his lips tightened, his hands stopped moving, and his eyes were fixed on the door in front of him. Wrong, white, the postscript to the original text by the author Go, in his mind told him very clearly the engagement party is still going on. As Su Qing turned the handle, she turned to Lin Sierra and gave her a very obedient and gentle smile. "I'll go get breakfast for my sister. What would you like to eat?" He hesitated for a moment, raised his arm to look at his watch, and chuckled. "Ha, it's noon now. What would you like for lunch, sister?" Lin Sierra suddenly felt a sense of relief. Seeing the change in Su Qing's expression just now, she had a feeling that Su Qing would just leave, as if Su Qing had become a different person. "I can finally relax now. I'm fine with anything I eat." "All right, sister, I'll keep an eye on things then," Su Qing said, then pushed open the door and left. Lin Sierra pulled the blanket up high, a sweet smile curving her lips. It seemed like the first time in her 20 years of life she had ever felt this way. Her body was still aching, and she was lying in a hotel room, but she felt as if she were floating on a cloud. She made her decision. She wants to be with Su Qing. She couldn't care less about all that. She was just an ordinary person who wanted to follow her heart. Unbeknownst to Lin Xier, the man she was thinking about was sitting helplessly on the sofa outside the hotel. Su Qing rested her head on the back of the sofa, her eyes staring aimlessly at one spot, her mind racing through the sequel to the original text. This engagement party is truly an unavoidable bug. According to the author's original postscript, the engagement banquet still started on the originally scheduled date, and Li Tian, who was about to arrive, swallowed his anger. Not only did he forgive Lin Xier's betrayal, but he also put on a melodramatic show. Su Qing smiled casually. Alright, since brother Li Tian likes it this way, I'll play with you a little longer. Chapter 265. You've helped me a lot. In fact, Su Qing was not discouraged. He had originally saved a bunch of big moves for the engagement banquet. However, after turning the tables on Li Tian's plan this time, he felt that he shouldn't have gained absolutely no villain points or villain luck. I'm honestly speechless. Ding. Su Qing has successfully stolen the male host's favor. Reward, 200 points each of villain luck and villain points. Su Qing pouted. What kind of award is this? A consolation prize? Host, didn't I tell you a long time ago that the engagement party scene would definitely happen? Why don't you believe me? Don't be angry, okay? I'll coax you. Su Qing tapped the armrest lightly with her finger. It's not that I don't believe you, I might just be superstitious. I didn't expect your system organization to be so shameless. Since that's the case, Su Qing picked up her phone and called Zhou Yi, who answered quickly. Young Master Su. Okay, we can send a message to Li Tian now. Tell him my location and that you've succeeded. Let him witness it with his own eyes. He'd probably really want to see it. Su Qing chuckled, a smooth curve running across the corner of his mouth. Since Li Tian could endure anything, he would see Li Tian's latest act of feigned suffering. No, that's not right. To be precise, we should watch how Li Tian performs a hat trick. The author of the original text did not explicitly state which play Li Tian would perform. Su Qing really couldn't figure out how magnanimous Li Tian was, that he could still swallow his anger and marry his fiancée after witnessing her do such a thing. The same goes for Lin Xier. How exactly did she agree to get engaged to Li Tian? Now, his feelings for Li Tian and Lin Xier are about the same. Lin Xier has even had physical intimacy with him. Moreover, he has the eye of insight, and he clearly knows that Lin Xier's heart belongs to no one but him. Therefore, this matter also became a mystery in Su Qing's mind. As everyone knows, Su Qing not only has exceptionally high emotional and intellectual intelligence, but also has some knowledge of psychology. This is the first time he has ever been so puzzled in this book's world. However, Su Qing chuckled lightly, seemingly unhurried, even though his villainous career wasn't progressing particularly smoothly in this part of the story, but finding such a huge joke to watch, he actually found it rather amusing. Su Qing raised her head and looked around. She saw a waiter not far away and waved to him. Hello, please prepare lunch for 2 and bring it to my room. The waiter nodded to Su Qing. Yes, sir. After the waiter finished speaking, he turned to place his order at the front desk machine, but Su Qing called him back. Hey, wait a minute. Is there anything else you need, sir? Prepare for 3 people, a friend will be coming over in a bit, thank you. Su Qing smiled politely, but her eyes held a mischievous glint in them. Having lunch with my older brother and sister, he. Su Qing stood up, walked to the door of the room, and tidied his appearance. He raised his hand and swept his hair back, looking handsome, dashing, and stylish, but just as he was about to knock on the door, his fingers paused. He rolled his eyes slightly, pulled a few strands of hair from his forehead, rubbed his eyelids with the back of his fingers, and his eyes reddened instantly, making him look soft and vulnerable. Knock knock knock, knock knock knock. Coming. A clear, melodious female voice came from inside the room, followed by the sound of light footsteps. You didn't bring your room key. She was already dressed when she went to open the door. Her voice sounded like she was trying hard to remain calm and composed, but her evasive eyes when she looked at Su Qing couldn't lie. She was very shy. Behind her shyness, Lin Xier had felt a bit nervous and uneasy. She didn't know why she had this feeling that Su Qing would abandon her. That feeling lingered for a long time. She felt that Su Qing was like a wisp of wind that she couldn't grasp. However, Lin Xier jokingly concluded that the feeling stemmed from a girl's insecurity and anxiety. After all, Su Qing was always so kind and innocent. He risked the unfinished building to collapse again to save her. He was afraid of putting her in a difficult position and didn't even ask for a favor from her. He gave those school beauties opportunities and job opportunities, but they were completely unaware that they were being exploited and manipulated by others step by step. Just like those people said, he was too easy to fool, especially when Lin Xier saw his reddened eyes and the cautious emotion he exuded. Lin Xier even felt that her previous thought that Su Qing would leave like a scumbag, it's a complete defilement of his pure soul, with such a wonderful person right in front of her. Even if she had to snatch him away, even if it meant going against worldly morality, she was determined to follow her heart and keep Su Qing by her side forever. Su Qing, who was truly watching her inner thoughts, was somewhat embarrassed. He stood at the door, and Lin Xier wouldn't move aside, so he was caught between a rock and a hard place. He is indeed as simple and beautiful as Lin Xier thought, with a pure soul, but the weak and helpless image he is trying so hard to maintain on his face as he stands at the door has already been seen by many passers-by. Okay, he has his pride too. If he continues like this, people will treat him like a sissy. He decisively broke the stalemate, casually pointing to one side of the corridor. Sister Xier, lunch won't be here for a while, please let me in. Su Qing opened his eyes, and his body stiffened, leaning forward. He entered the room, but not by his own will. Lin Xier pulled him in. To be precise, she was pulled into Lin Xier's arms. Her soft, fragrant arms wrapped around his neck. Su Qing was almost dumbfounded. Could this woman be sexually frustrated? He's a patient, however. Brotherly Tian is coming soon, so letting him witness it with his own eyes isn't out of the question. But Lin Xier didn't have any complicated thoughts. A wisp of warm breath slowly rose into Su Qing's ear canal. Thank you, Su Qing. Su Qing, confused, rested her head on Lin Xier's shoulder. I should be thanking you, sister. You've helped me a lot. Why didn't you tell me that you were the one who saved me from the unfinished building? I had a very long dream. In it, you saved me from danger time and time again. The dream was both hazy and real, but it was just a dream. I never imagined you would go to Los Angeles at that time and rescue me. She raised her hand and stroked Su Qing's back with heartache in her eyes. You were injured a lot too, why didn't you tell me? Chapter 266. Why is it you here? Su Qing was slightly taken aback, inwardly complaining. How could Lin Xier think of something so far back? Although it might enhance my masculinity, and I really wanted Lin Xier to remember it, it's just, that's out of place. Shouldn't my sister tell us now that she was framed by Li Tian and then give him a good scolding for being a scumbag? However, Su Qing continued speaking based on what she said, since both of them were quite beneficial to him. I'm not badly injured. I promised my sister I wouldn't disturb her happiness anymore. Actually, I've done a lot of wrong things. Saving you back then was also to make up for my mistakes. Su Qing spoke slowly, with a hint of bitterness in her voice. Lin Xier sighed and immediately realized that Su Qing must have felt guilty for interfering between her and Li Tian, and that's why he made these remarks about making amends. But why should Su Qing blame herself like that? Hasn't she also been loving him with a guilty conscience all along? She hadn't wanted to admit her feelings before, constantly deceiving others and herself, as if by not saying those two words, she and Su Qing could maintain a perfectly legitimate relationship like friends or siblings. But now, thinking about it, it was just self-deception, and it was incredibly sordid. What she didn't expect was that Su Qing's thoughts at the time were completely different from what she had just imagined. He genuinely felt he had done many wrong things and was thinking of accumulating some good karma. Lin Xier's fingers gripped Su Qing's clothes, her fingertips digging into them, as if trying to steal his body heat to give herself strength. She bit her lip tightly. Su Qing, actually, all along, my feelings for you have only ever been those of a brother and sister, or friends. I like you. Will you be with me? Su Qing was a little confused when she heard this. If the plot continued to develop like this, how could Lin Xier still be engaged to Li Tian if she agreed? That didn't make sense. I will take responsibility for my sister. After all, Su Qing frowned and said slowly, but Sister Xier, have you forgotten about Brother Li Tian? How are we going to explain our situation to Brother Li Tian? Lin Xier shook her head. I don't want you to take responsibility for me. You saved me, and I'm not the clingy type. If you don't like me, just pretend I didn't say anything. When the conversation turned to Li Tian, Lin Xier did seem a little embarrassed. She slowly let go of his hand and walked to the window, turning her back to Su Qing to explain. If you're worried about Li Tian, actually, Li Tian and I have known each other since we were very young. We practically grew up together. I always loved spending time with him when I was little, and as I grew up, my feelings for him actually became more and more like familial affection. I had a strict upbringing, and to be honest, I haven't had much contact with boys. So, Li Tian is like a fixed option in my mind, more like a habitual convention. I would feel uncomfortable being with other boys, but Su Qing, you're different. Bright sunlight streamed through the gaps in the curtains and fell on Lin Xier's eyes, forcing her to squint. She had spoken earnestly and confidently before, but she couldn't bring herself to say her confession to Su Qing. Perhaps it was because the light illuminated everything so clearly that she needed to provide an answer. She was too embarrassed to tell Su Qing under the blazing sun that only when she saw Su Qing did she experience those feelings of love and intimacy between girls. That was something I'd never done to anyone else before. He walked over to a chair and sat down. My brother will be sad if he finds out. After all, you two are still engaged. I don't want you to. Because of me. Before Su Qing could finish speaking, Lin Xier interrupted her. I will talk to Li Tian about this. He will understand me. Su Qing gave a barely perceptible chuckle, but among the powerful families of Luochuan, many people know about your engagement. Suddenly breaking off the engagement might not be good for your reputation, sister. Su Qing spoke very seriously, as if she was genuinely considering Lin Xier's well-being. He paused, then suddenly sighed and said, and it's also quite difficult for me, as my sister knows. I've never wanted to be the one who hurts others, and I've deliberately avoided being involved in your relationship. But I really didn't expect that Brother Li Tian would still see me as an enemy, a foe, and even send a few people. I also didn't expect my sister to come to save me, which made everything so unexpected. It's not all Li Tian's fault. He's a good man. He only treated me this way because he cares too much about my sister. It's my fault for not knowing how to handle things properly with her before, otherwise this wouldn't have happened. It's all my fault, actually. I was quite selfish too. I'm a man, and even if I was delirious, I'm definitely stronger than my sister, but I didn't push her away. I just let her. I was so despicable. It was my own fault for not guarding my own heart. Su Qing was moved by her own words, and raised her hands to cover her cheeks as if she was too ashamed to face anyone. Seeing him like this, Lin Xier felt as if an invisible force was violently gripping her heart. Su Qing was still putting on a brave face. Where would he get the strength? If he had any strength, he wouldn't have been tied to the octopus chair by Zhou Yi and unable to move. He clearly wanted to take the blame for himself and make excuses for her despicable behavior. There's only one reason Su Qing said this: he's just too kind. You get set up by someone and then you try to find excuses for them, saying they're a good person. He had no idea how many bad things Li Tian had said about him. His character was clearly inferior. Moreover, he so readily admitted his own feelings. He was truly upright. Su Qing chuckled inwardly. His words had clearly had an effect. Since Li Tian wanted to put on a melodramatic show with Lin Xier, he would go ahead and do it too. The reputation of being a top student in the performing arts department is well deserved. Li Tian's actions were very dishonest, but I admit I wronged him first, so I can't say anything more. But from now on, I will protect your Su Qing. Su Qing nodded obediently. I won't pursue this matter either. Knock knock knock, knock knock knock. Suddenly, there was a knock on the door. It should be the lunch delivery person. Su Qing got up to open the door, but then his body went limp and he slumped back into the chair, his arms propped on the table. Sister, I think I have low blood sugar. Why don't you go? Okay, I'll order you another cup of brown sugar water. Su Qing propped her head up and squinted her eyes slightly to look at the doorway. The door creaked open. A tall, muscular man stood at the door, holding a phone in his hand. His previously confident expression vanished instantly, and his eyes widened as he stared intently at Lin Xier. The two remained silent for a long time before the man outside the door spoke first. Xier. Why? Li Tianran almost burst out laughing. He said in disbelief, why, is it you here? I know you guys aren't too keen on psychological drama, but to maintain a smooth and well-developed narrative, it's essential to write it. The later the story progresses, the more complex and challenging the characters' inner thoughts become. Let's take our time reading. Reading together will greatly enhance the experience.
I'm really exhausted today.
I've revised these 2 chapters several times, but I'm still not satisfied with Lynn's psychological journey.
I wasn't really in the mood to write today.
I'll revise these 2 chapters tomorrow, and you guys can read them again. Chapter 267. Farce. Lynn Sierra's eyes widened in surprise, her expression seeming to say, "Why are you here too?" However, when she looked at the phone in Li Tian's hand, she immediately understood that Li Tian not only sent people to bully Su Qing, but also wanted to film the scene of Su Qing being bullied. Judging from this, the person filming at the Excellence Shopping Center must have been arranged by Li Tian. The image of Su Qing as delicate and vulnerable last night still lingered in Lin Xier's mind. Furthermore, the person who risked their life to save her in the unfinished building was clearly Su Qing, but Li Tian lied to her and didn't mention that Su Qing had ever been there. At this moment, her heart was completely devoted to Su Qing, and she even forgot about how she had wrongly
Tian. Lin Xier questioned, "You orchestrated all of this. Is there any point in damaging Su Qing's reputation like this?" Li Tian instantly realized that Zhou had said she had gotten things done, and Lin Xier's appearance here at midday must mean Su Qing had sent her here to play the victim and ask her to help Su Qing seek justice. Li Tian took back the words he was about to say, and snorted coldly, "Xier, you can't just listen to his side of the story. I admit that I designed the person and sent him there to seduce him, but someone has to be able to resist temptation, you know. If he hadn't been so blatant about taking the girl shopping, the paparazzi wouldn't have had a chance to take pictures. Li Tian put his phone in his pocket, a deeply sarcastic smile playing on his lips. Besides, if he doesn't want to, can anyone else bring him here? One person can't handle this alone. And nobody forced him." Before he finished speaking, the smile on his lips disappeared at a visible speed. His mind went blank for a moment. There was a red mark on Lin Xier's neck. Although it was half covered by her collar, anyone who looked closely could tell that it was a mark left after a passionate and intimate encounter. Li Tian could hardly believe his eyes. He pointed at Lin Xier, then at Su Qing, who was sitting in a chair against the wall, smiling casually at him. The large red mark on his neck seemed to be saying to Li Tian, "You're a cuckold king. Don't tell me, the person who was with him last night was you." Although Lin Xier had made up her mind to break off the engagement and be with Su Qing, she was still nominally Li Tian's girlfriend and fiancée. In such a flustered situation, Lin Xier really didn't know how to defend herself. She originally wanted to have a proper talk with Li Tian, but this put her in a passive position. She bit her lip hard. She didn't want to make excuses for herself like that anymore. She had to admit her mistakes and her true feelings. "It was me. Although what happened yesterday was unavoidable, the people you sent drugged Su Qing, and I came to save him. We did indeed have sex." Li Tian closed his eyes tightly. Hearing these words, he could no longer pretend to be calm, even in front of Su Qing, his longtime rival. Lin Xier was clearly his fiancée, his possession. No matter how much affection he still had for Lin Xier, why should he let someone else have his things, especially that man he hated so much? Li Tian was filled with rage. "He's disgusting." What disgusted him most was that the whole thing started because of him. The people he sent failed, and Su Qing ended up getting all the benefits. Li Tian felt that his dignity as a man was being trampled on. "Why is it that every step he takes is wrong?" Li Tian said through gritted teeth. "Lin Xier, you're quite straightforward. You're too lazy to even lie to me." His finger trembled slightly as he pointed at the two of them. "Lin Xier, how dare you question me about scheming against him? You two have been in cahoots for more than just a day or two, haven't you? Do you two have any shame? You had a great time sleeping with him, didn't you? How come I never realized you were this shameless before?" Li Tian was furious, but luckily there were no pedestrians in the hotel corridor, otherwise everyone who passed by would have pointed and whispered about the three of them. As he shouted, he suddenly realized in that instant that he had been wrong from the start. Zhou and the others hadn't told him about any of their plans at any point, only telling him to come to the hotel now. He initially thought they wanted to succeed before reporting back to him, but now he realized that those bitches had probably been bribed by Su Qing. Lin Xier was incredibly embarrassed. She took several deep breaths before slowly speaking. "I'm sorry, Li Tian, let's break up. I really do like Su Qing. You told me before to take a good look at where my heart truly lies, but I was slow to realize it. Actually, I've always thought of you as an older brother, but I truly do like Su Qing." Although saying such things in this setting was extremely undignified, it was better to cut the Gordian knot quickly than to remain entangled between the two of them.
Lin Xier had truly made up her mind this time and didn't want to give herself another chance to hesitate. Others disliked her and hated her, but she didn't care anymore. Li Tian licked his back teeth, almost suffocating with anger.
Lin Xier.
You cheated on me, and you even took the initiative to break up with me. I've known you for over 10 years, and I must have had the worst luck in 8 lifetimes.
I never want to see you again.
You're filthy and disgusting. Li Tian pointed towards Su Qing inside the room. I set him up, but don't you want to think about it?
The reason I came here at this time is because the people I sent just told me they succeeded. They are in this room.
When I first came in, I thought it was Su Qing calling for help to preemptively strike.
Isn't it clear what happened? Did I really set him up? He just played along.
Lin Xier, why did you trust him so much?
Li Tian's logic was indeed correct, but the burning heat left on Su Qing's body after she was drugged yesterday was equally undeniable. If Su Qing was playing along, why would she take the drug in the first place?
That makes no sense. This is also why Lin Xier is more inclined to side with Su Qing in this matter. Su Qing rested her chin on her hand, watching the two people arguing back and forth at the door of the room with a bored expression. He found it quite ridiculous that human emotions are so fragile. Fortunately, he was the cause that made others vulnerable, not one of them. He seemed to be an observer of this farce, which might be why Su Qing developed complex emotional connections with people. People are complex, despicable, selfish, and capable of finding reasons and excuses for themselves. The desire to find something in others, such as love, is the most uncontrollable thing. Betting your happiness on someone else is definitely asking for trouble, a feeling he has never liked. The most important thing in life is to have fun. Here's a good example. Su Qing, who was in the midst of this incident,
appeared much more composed and dignified, didn't she?
Chapter 268. Try to agree to his request. Su Qing slowly sat up and walked towards the two of them. He took Lin Xier's wrist and pulled her behind him, as if giving her strength. Then he looked at Li Tian, and while avoiding Lin Xier's gaze, gave Li Tian a victorious smile, but his voice was filled with a hint of helplessness. Brother Li Tian, I can understand what you mean. If making Sister Xier feel that I designed them would make you happier, then it's fine if I did design them, but I'm actually quite wronged. Back in Longchang, I made up my mind that I wouldn't get entangled in your relationship anymore. When I went to Losai to find you, I ran into Seal and rescued her. You were there at the time, and I never thought I would become an obstacle between you two. If I really wanted to steal your girlfriend, the best option would have been to wait for Sister Xier to wake up, wouldn't it?
But no matter what, I'm the one who has wronged my brother.
Su Qing bowed slightly to Li Tian, as if she were paying respects at his grave.
Actually, things have come to this point. The three of us are all from prominent families in Luoshuan, and we are all adults. Let's maintain some adult dignity.
I'll give my brother some compensation and see how he can calm down. How about you beat me up, brother? Lin Xier was stunned when she heard Su Qing say that. Su Qing was actually willing to humble himself like this for her.
He was too good to her.
But how could Su Qing's physical strength withstand it? He was clearly someone who could be easily tied up by a woman. Even in a normal situation, he wouldn't have the slightest advantage in a fight with Li Tian, let alone Li Tian's one-sided attack. Li Tian's knuckles cracked as he gripped Su Qing's hand, clearly indicating his agreement with her words. Lin Xier pulled Su Qing behind her. She said seriously to Li Tian, I was in the wrong first, so come at me.
I'm a man, let me do it.
Su Qing pulled her, but couldn't budge her position at all. Lin Xier sighed almost imperceptibly. You're not feeling well, let me do it.
Su Qing pursed her lips. But I have to protect my sister, it's fine. Li Tian, do you think I'm dead? Su Qing chuckled to herself.
Her older sister really knew how to care for her. He looked at Li Tian and said very seriously, actually, I didn't want to hurt my brother either.
It's all my fault. You and Sister Xier have been friends for so many years. If you want to hate someone, hate me. I don't want to see you two not even able to be friends.
He looked at Su Qing holding Lin Xier's wrist tightly and gritted his teeth, saying, you two are a fucking perfect match, one is a slut, and the other is even more slutty. A bitch and a dog, they're really destined to be together forever. After saying these last words, Li Tian turned to leave, but just as he turned, he bumped into a waiter pushing a food cart who was staring at them in disbelief. The young waiter, who looked to be about 17 or 18 years old and was wearing a white shirt, was looking at the scene before him with incomprehension but great shock. He looked up at the room number, confirmed it was 303, and then asked repeatedly, "Hello,
Would you like to eat in the room or in the restaurant?"
The waiter was indeed well-intentioned. Su Ching had ordered a meal for 3, but the hotel room had a table for 2. He assumed that the group would eat and then make some noise. Unexpectedly, the next second Li Tian glared at him and kicked the food cart leg hard. "Eat your mother, you son of a bitch!" The silver food cart, unable to withstand its own weight, tipped over, spilling its food all over the floor. The waiter was so startled he almost burst into tears. Not long after, the back exit of the Ace Hotel is on a small path, surrounded by piles of messy waste, and several huge red trash cans reek of rotting food. A tall, handsome man was leaning against the side of the G-Class parked not far away. It was afternoon, but fortunately the bright sunlight was blocked by the buildings in front. So it wasn't too hot. Li Tian exhaled a thick cloud of smoke, but it did nothing to dispel the vexation in his heart. He closed his eyes tightly, regretting why he hadn't killed Lin Sierra back then. It was all his fault for being too soft-hearted, otherwise, he wouldn't have had to witness such a disgusting thing again.
"I don't have any cigarettes, can I borrow one?"
A voice came from not far away into Li Tian's ears. He turned his head and saw someone who disgusted him even more. Su Ching slowly walked out from the back exit, a relaxed smile on her face. She even waved to Li Tian, as if the two of them had made a prior agreement. "How dare you come here to disgust me?"
Su Ching's smile widened as she walked closer to Li Tian. "Isn't this what I promised my brother? What's so disgusting about you? Didn't you already have an affair with someone else a long time ago?"
"But I really didn't expect you to be so decisive and efficient in breaking off the engagement. I thought my brother might be able to sing some melodramatic songs or something. I was really looking forward to hearing it."
"But I haven't heard it yet, so I'm quite disappointed."
"It's over." Li Tian sneered. "You two bitches are a perfect match, you'll be together forever."
"Don't come here to disgust me again."
Su Ching pulled a cigarette out of Li Tian's pocket.
"Actually, you don't really care about Lin Sierra at all."
"Just now, seeing how betrayed you looked, TSK, I really thought you'd been hurt." Su Ching shook her head, put a cigarette in her mouth, lit it after avoiding the wind, and exhaled a thick cloud of smoke. "Actually, you just want to climb up by stepping on her, so why pretend to be such a romantic?" He raised his arm and offered the cigarette case to Li Tian, but Li Tian slapped it to the ground. Li Tianjuan's handsome face was contorted in anger. He reached out and grabbed Su Ching by the collar.
"What, you're trying to climb on someone else's fiancé? You think you're so elegant?" Su Ching wasn't angry.
He even narrowed his eyelashes slightly and gave a smile that could be described as docile. He stared straight at Li Tian and said, "I'm not elegant, but I admit it.
I'm not a good person. Didn't I tell you that before?"
Su Ching took a puff of her cigarette, creating a cloud of smoke that drifted towards Li Tian. "What a pity, someone as wicked as me can become a Buddha simply by laying down my butcher's knife." Li Tian raised his fist, ready to strike Su Ching's handsome face. He stopped himself when he inadvertently caught a glimpse of a young waiter cleaning up trash at the hotel's back door. He forcefully loosened Su Ching's collar, and the colorful wing pattern that had been twisted into a ball on his collar slowly began to unravel. Su Ching spread his hands and took a few steps back, his smile still on his face. He watched Li Tian open the car door and asked, "Brother, aren't you going to give me a ride?" Li Tian slammed the car door shut and glared at Su Ching through the car window. "Just you wait, I'll be the one sending you to your death." "I don't want to go on the pilgrimage to become a monk, brother." "You should go." A plume of smoke rose from the rear of the car, and Li Tian's car disappeared into the side road. The phone rang. Su Ching opened her phone and saw a message from Lin Sierra. Li Tian said he wants to talk to me tomorrow. It's fine for my sister to make the decision herself. Su Ching smiled as she stared at the billowing smoke left behind by Li Tian's car. In fact, releasing 10,000 bombshells would have been enough to ruin Li Tian right now, but after reading the author's original postscript, he decided not to do anything at this time. Tomorrow, Li Tian will try to gain Lin Xier's sympathy and pity by begging her to hold only one engagement banquet with him. Then, considering Li Tian's situation within the Li family and feeling indebted to him, Lin Xier agreed. Su Ching nodded. Li Tian was indeed a man who could bend and stretch. Seeing such an interesting scene, Su Ching not only didn't want to stop it, but even sent Lin Xier an additional message. "Sister Xier, we're sorry to brother Li Tian. Please try to grant him any reasonable requests he may have. Cave is having a terrible time, there's road construction outside, and it's still buzzing around.
I'm really grateful.
I need to get back into the swing of things, I've planted a lot of foreshadowing.
I'm planning a big surprise at the engagement party.
I'll work on it carefully, probably tomorrow. Chapter 269 Fake Engagement. Not long after Lin Sierra arrived home, Li Tian arrived at the Lin family home. Inside the small living room, Lin Sierra sat in the main seat, while Li Tian sat in a single seat. He looked intently at Lin Sierra. I'm sorry, Sierra, I was too angry at the time. I shouldn't have said those things to you. Lin Sierra was stunned for a moment. Her previously wary expression instantly vanished. She was the one who had wronged Li Tian first, so Li Tian should be the one scolding them. She had initially thought that Li Tian had come after her to scold her again, but now that he suddenly apologized, Lin Sierra felt guilty. Especially when Li Tian said sorry to you all, Lin Sierra felt even more guilty. Lin Sierra rested her hands on her knees, cupped her face, and buried her head deeply. No, Li Tian, no matter how you look at it, I'm the one who wronged you. You should scold me. Actually, I was slow to realize it. We've known each other for so long that I got used to it. I've never been with any other man, so I always thought I loved you, but what Lin Sierra wanted to say next was that it was only after she met Su Qing and got to know him that she truly experienced the feeling of blushing and having her heart race for someone, tossing and turning in bed for someone, and longing for someone, but she was too embarrassed to say those words aloud. She was simply too ashamed. But Li Tian had learned to read people's expressions since he was a child, so how could he not guess what was going on when he saw her expression now? He felt as if several sharp blades were piercing his chest. That bitch, admittedly, the reason he came to see Lin Sierra today was not to reconcile with her. Even though he said he didn't mind and was willing to marry Lin Sierra, judging from Lin Sierra's appearance, she had already decided on Su Cheng. It seems unlikely that reconciliation will happen. There was no other reason why Li Tian came to find Lin Sierra. Li Tian had had enough of them. Now he just wanted to make use of Lin Sierra's last remaining value. Li Tian messed up his project in Los Angeles, and Li Jingfeng, having somehow heard the news, has given him an ultimatum. If he still can't get anything done, he'll have to go back and acknowledge his ancestors. Fortunately, his brother Li Sheng gave him a great project, and the partners there were very satisfied with cooperating with the Li family. The problem is that the other party has somehow heard that he is an adopted son of the Li family, and is about to be kicked out of the family. Therefore, the other party does not think he is trustworthy and only wants to turn to Li Sheng for cooperation. This is a series of interconnected steps. This is driving Li Tian crazy. If he fails to secure new collaborative projects, Li Jingfeng will kick him out of the Li family, leaving him with no ladder to climb higher. His status in the Li family was low, and his business partners did not want to cooperate with him. These two things could have been accomplished perfectly, as long as one of them was in his favor. Both things could have been achieved. In fact, a marriage alliance with the Lin family is the best way to balance these two things, but now, even Lin Sierra is gone. Sierra, I don't blame you. I told you before. I'm not a good choice. The Li family is going to kick me out of the house. None of the projects I've worked on have succeeded. My studies have been put on hold for a long time. I'm practically a useless person now. You and Su Qing are indeed a very good choice. After all, we've known each other for so many years, there's no need to act like we have a deep-seated grudge. I came here to tell you. He slowly raised his dejected eyes and looked at Lin Sierra. In his heart, he cursed and wished he could tear Lin Sierra to pieces, but he said aloud, Sierra, you are a very good girl. I wish you happiness. Lin Sierra shook her head with a bitter expression. You're a very good person, don't doubt yourself like that. Li Tian's voice rose a few decibels, as if each word was stained with blood. I don't know how Su Qing told you about Luo Shi. Actually, I lied to you, Sierra. My arm was broken at the time, so I had no ability to save you. I could only go out to find someone. Who knew Su Qing would come? He's the one who rescued you. I didn't tell you. I was too selfish. I was always afraid you would be moved by him, because from the first time I saw you, my heart ached. I've never been so afraid of losing you. Then you went to the hospital to be with him, and then you went to launching to film. I knew that wasn't a stunt double, but I never said it. I was afraid that if I spoke up, things would only escalate, but I never expected them to actually get worse. Li Tian glanced at Lin Sierra, and seeing her complicated expression, he continued, actually, even though I know you like him, I'm not that angry. We've been together for so many years, from childhood to adulthood, and I can see that you've always relied on me, just like you rely on your older brother. And I probably consider you, to a large extent, like a younger sister, like family. Scolding you today, maybe it was a man's instinct, but thinking about it afterwards, I really went too far. I'm sorry, Seal, I hope you can be happy. After Li Tian finished speaking, he got up and prepared to leave the Lin family. This turn seemed like a farewell. Li Tian's words were so dignified that Lin Xier felt extremely ashamed. Regardless of whether they were related as family or not, they were still boyfriend and girlfriend, and Lin Xier knew how dishonorable her actions were, but Li Tian was still able to maintain such composure and consider her feelings. Wait, brother Li Tian paused, his actions intended to soften Lin Xier's heart. She was always soft-hearted, and it wasn't impossible for Lin Xier to reconcile. He turned around. Seal, Lin Xier stood up and said earnestly, Brother Li Tian, I don't know how to apologize to you. I'm really sorry. I hope I can make some compensation for you. I own several companies, I'll transfer them all to your name, that way, you won't feel too awkward in the Li family. I'll also help you with future business dealings with the Lin family, and I'll give you access to the Lin family's connections. Li Tian sneered inwardly. This bitch not only did such a disgusting thing, but also tried to humiliate him with such a paltry sum. They treated him like a beggar and sent him away. However, it's a good thing that Lin Xier has softened her heart now. Li Tian patiently persuaded, Xier, I know you really want to help me, but how can I accept your things? We're parting amicably, and I don't need compensation from you. Besides, my position within the Li family isn't just about these things. What I need are long-term contracts with the Li family's partners. Li Tian smiled forlornly, but I'm just an adopted son. Given my status, why would anyone want to cooperate with me? Is there anything I can do to help you? I don't want to owe you anything, but I'll feel guilty. Li Tianchao took a few steps closer to Lin Xier. Xier, the method you can use to help me might be a bit difficult for you. You tell me, brother Li Tian. You and I are in a fake engagement? Lin Xier was taken aback. A fake engagement? The crow still loves everyone. Please leave a comment if you love the crow. The part about Li Tian and Su Qing is nearing its end, and it's really difficult to write, especially as it goes on. It seems slow right now, and it's true. I also tried to pull the plot along directly, but it felt disjointed and didn't feel like a complete story when viewed together. I believe that when you revisit this story after I finish writing it, you'll find that, from any perspective, you can clearly see the characters' psychological changes, their behavior, the storyline, and that it's a complete life story. Chapter 270 Engagement Banquet. Li Tian hesitated. I know this will put you in a difficult position, but if we can have a fake marriage, the other side's partners will be able to cooperate with me, and my life in the Li family will be easier. Actually, Seal's engagement and wedding dates are far apart, and the engagement is just a formality. A few months later, spread the word that we're having relationship problems and want to cancel the engagement, or just say it was an arranged marriage by our parents, and canceling it is very simple. Lin Xier frowned, clearly finding it difficult. If you feel uncomfortable, just pretend I didn't say anything, Li Tian said with an awkward smile, his forlorn expression and dignified departure were too much for Lin Xier to bear. She nodded with difficulty. Brother Li Tian, please give me a day to think about it. Okay, but I hope you won't tell Su Qing about this, Xier. He will definitely not agree. Okay, I understand. Li Tian turned and left. However, what he didn't know was that Lin Xier immediately sent a message to Su Qing. Li Tian wants me to have a fake engagement with him. Su Qing replied very quickly, does the older sister want to help the older brother? Lin Xier didn't reply for a long time. Her fingers trembled slightly as she didn't know what to say. Su Qing sent another message, his older sister should help him. A few days later. At 7 o'clock in the evening, night fell. Longzhou International Hotel is located in the very center of Luochuan. It is well connected and every inch of land is precious. The hotel's overall architecture is inspired by ancient European castles, incorporating some modern creative elements. It is a property owned by the Li family. At this moment, the gray-white building was illuminated by shimmering light strips, echoing the vibrant night sky. The hotel is surrounded by lawns. The lush green grass is very pleasing to the eye, and it is refreshing to look at during the day. Although the elegant color cannot be seen at night, the water droplets scattered on the grass are illuminated by the lights all over the place. In the very center of the lawn stands a delicate and beautiful arched flower gate, adorned with elegant white roses. The entire lawn surrounding the flower arch was covered with vibrant roses, creating a colorful and beautiful scene. The entire venue was filled with a fragrant aroma. There were many long tables and soft chairs set up below the stage, covered with white cloths and candlesticks. Unlike the traditional Chinese weddings favored by the older generation, modern young people particularly love this romantic and beautiful wedding style. Right now, luxury cars drove into the gate one after another. The Lin and Li families had invited many friends to witness the event, all of whom were well-known families in Luochuan. The guests were all dressed appropriately, elegantly, and tastefully. Indeed, today is a big day, the 15th day of the third month of the lunar calendar, which corresponds to the 15th day of the fourth month of the Gregorian calendar, is the auspicious day for the marriage and engagement of the Li family and the Lin family of Luochuan, two of the 5 major families in Luochuan. The welcoming staff were dressed in white cheongsams, wore white gloves, and had standard smiles on their faces. Patriarch Zhang, please have a seat here. The man, addressed as the head of the Zhang family, had a dignified expression. He grunted in a nasal tone and led his entire family into the room. Patriarch Chen, please take a seat here. A middle-aged man with a large belly walked into the side seat. Patriarch Lu, the main characters of this engagement party have not yet appeared, but the guests are still inside, toasting and chatting happily. This is how gatherings of prominent families are conducted. For the heads of small families, building connections and cultivating relationships is of paramount importance. The women of each household would also use the opportunity of appreciating flowers and drinking tea to make friends with other wives who might be of use to them. Of course, such petty schemes do not exist among large families. For example, the Su family, who were slowly driving into the gate at this moment, were the people in the entire venue who wanted to curry favor with them. The moment the license plate Luo 88888 came into view, the entire place fell silent. The man stepping out of the car was dressed in a pure black, handmade, custom-made suit. The slightly simple style accentuated his tall and imposing figure. There were also some highlights. The collar of his inner shirt had a French lace pattern and was decorated with black pearls, making him look extremely noble. Unfortunately, no matter how good his fashion sense is, his clothes instantly lose their luster as soon as you look up at his face. His sharp, angular jawline was accentuated by the dim moonlight, and a pair of silver-rimmed glasses perched on his straight nose. His once loose hair was styled with great flair, and the smile on his lips was generous and appropriate, making him look every bit the noble young master. His almond-shaped eyes, hidden behind his glasses, were slightly narrowed, revealing a sly glint. Who else could this person be but Su Qing? But what no one knew was that beneath this air of elegance and outward appearance, Su Qing was secretly thinking, what kind of nice person has an engagement party at 7 or 8:30 at night? I still need my beauty sleep. Su Jinghua and Qing Yun were in another car. Su Jinghua was wearing a navy blue suit, while Qing Yun was wearing a dark green cheongsam. The Su family is so famous in Luochuan that their good looks alone are enough to attract attention. Master Su, Madam and young Master Su, please take the main seat. The waiter bowed and gestured for the three to proceed to the main table. Thank you, Su Qing said politely, but her eyes lingered on the 2 dressing rooms on the 5th floor of the hotel. Through the thin curtains, 2 figures could be seen reflected in the light from inside. As Su Qing walked, he raised a finger to adjust his glasses. A slight, wicked smile curled at the corner of his lips. He was about to make the entire venue erupt in excitement that night. On a side seat, Mrs. Chen was chatting with Mrs. Lu. Look, this is the first time that Su family's child has appeared in such an occasion. He's really good looking, he's inherited all the good looks of his parents. I heard he's also outstanding in his studies. He'll definitely achieve great things when he inherits Dingfeng Media. He's even better looking than on TV, but his health isn't good. Mrs. Lu whispered to Mrs. Chen, he lost a kidney when he was young, and they still haven't found a replacement. Look at his dark circles, it does look rather flimsy. What a pity. She knew what Mrs. Chen regretted. The Chen family had an eldest daughter, and of course Mrs. Chen wanted to find a good match for a man like Su Qing, who was of high status and good looks, but Mrs. Lu curled her lips. Mrs. Chen's daughter looked like a clay pot. Whether Su Qing would have any perverse taste and take a liking to her was another matter. She definitely couldn't carry her. It's no pity. Haven't you heard? Su Qing was photographed by paparazzi a few days ago with several girls, and it's been all over the news. Don't let his innocent appearance fool you, he's probably got some wild thoughts. Come here, let me show you, there's a lot of information. Stop talking, or someone might overhear. Su Qing is looking this way. Mrs. Chen met Su Qing's gaze precisely and nodded to her with a forced smile. However, What the two of them didn't know was that Su Qing had already seen through their scheme completely. They even discovered the errors in Mrs. Liu's mental constructs. Mrs. Shen wasn't regretting not being able to introduce her daughter to herself, she was clearly regretting not being able to introduce herself. Damn it, that's outrageous. What kind of world is this? Couldn't this book have included something else? Why does it have to be filled with such sentimental scenes to grab the reader's attention? Chapter 271 Engagement Banquet 2 At the head of the table. An Qingyun couldn't help but worry when she saw Su Qing frowning, pursing her lips, and tightly gripping the white tablecloth in front of her. She raised her hand and placed it on Su Qing's arm. Qinger, are you feeling unwell? Why don't we have the driver take you home first? Su Qing was taken aback, then looked up and said, No, I'm fine. He's still waiting to see the show. Tell Mom if you feel unwell. And Xingyun patted him and then introduced him to the person sitting in the main seat. This is your Aunt Lang. A woman dressed in a plain white cheongsam sat diagonally opposite Su Qing. Her upturned eyebrows and eyes were sharp, yet also exuded a touch of elegance. She nodded to Su Qing, her eyes filled with tenderness. She remembered that Su Qing had helped the Lang family, and naturally felt a bit more favorably toward Su Qing. Su Qing nodded obediently to the woman directly opposite her. Hello, Aunt Lang. This person was Lan Yanhuan, Lang Yanfeng's aunt. To be honest, Su Qing had done something wrong, and at this moment she felt a cool breeze blowing behind her, and even felt a little embarrassed to look at her aunt. Sitting to Lan Yanhuan's right were Lang's two other brothers, who were handsome and exuded a sense of maturity and solemnity. These are your two older brothers from the Lang family, and Qingyun then introduced to Su Qing. Su Qing nodded to the two people in response, then nodded to the next person. This is your Uncle Lu. Hello, Uncle Lu. Su Qing was taken aback. He was Lu Jia's father. Liu Zhangyan had an upright and unyielding face, with deep-set eyes and three-dimensional features, but he was dressed informally in a simple black polo shirt, which made him somewhat out of place among the elegantly dressed guests present. Very good, Qinger is indeed a handsome man. Lu Zhangyan looked at Su Qing carefully and nodded appreciatively. Qinger, this is your Aunt Jean. And Xingyun waved to a plump and beautiful lady, who was Lu Zhengyan's wife. Hello, Aunt Jean, Su Qing said. Aunt Jean had a very kind personality and didn't put on any airs of an elder. Seeing Su Qing smiling happily, she said, Okay. Why didn't Xiaojia come? And Xingyun clearly had a better relationship with the Lu family, and started chatting with Madame Jean. Don't you know Xiaojia's schedule? She's been filming out of town. But she said she could come today to share in the joy. Just as Aunt Jean finished speaking, a fiery woman with a black halter dress, wine-red hair, and deep-set eyes walked towards the head of the table. Mom and Dad. Aunt and Uncle Su, Aunt Lang. Lu Jia waved to the person in the main seat, then paused when she saw Su Qing's seat. Su Qing, it's been a long time. Su Qing smiled and waved her hand. It really has been a long time. Have you finished filming your scenes in Longcheng, sister? Lu Jia pulled out the chair directly opposite Su Qing and sat down. It's not finished filming yet. It'll take a few more months. Do you think all film crews rush to finish like you did with Royal Power? Su Qing said hey to her and laughed. Sister, don't expose my shortcomings in public. It's because I have no experience. Filming a short drama to practice will save money. Lu Jia put down her champagne glass, gave Su Qing a knowing look that suggested she was just faking it, and then leaned closer to Su Qing and winked playfully. If you consider Su Dishaoya's performance as mere practice, then you'd better practice more in the future. Remember to ask me to film for you, and I'll treat you to a meal. Lu Jia made no attempt to hide her praise for Su Qing. Although the drama Imperial Power that Su Qing produced and invested in was a short series, it became an instant hit upon its release. Now, after only 2 or 3 days of airing, it had already made Lu Jia, the actress, very famous. Su Qing smiled and whispered, Sister seems to have become stingy. Didn't I once ask for 500,000? Lu Jia shrugged. We have to fleece the capitalists. Seeing the two younger people being so friendly, as if they had known each other for many years, and Xingyun and Madame Jean were very pleased. There are still a few empty seats in this main seat, which should be the seats for the Li and Lin families, but they are currently inside greeting guests and dealing with the media. A striking woman with a high ponytail, a small oval face, and wearing a light blue uniform was standing in front of the camera, she waved towards the venue and flashed a standard
8-tooth smile at the camera. Good evening, everyone. We've arrived at the Longzhou Hotel today.
I'm sure you all know what day it is. Lang Yanwan played a little trick, winked at the camera, and then gestured for the photographer to zoom in on the signboard before continuing. That's right, today is the engagement day of Li Tian, the second young master of the Li family, and Lin Xier, the eldest daughter of the Lin family. They have known each other for over 10 years. They are a perfect match, and I believe everyone is eager to witness the grand engagement of this handsome couple. Lang Yanwan also attended the engagement party, but she didn't want to be exposed in front of her colleagues, so she stayed among the media, following the staff for filming and interviews. She had already spoken to the Lang family beforehand. Of course, she also informed Su Qing in advance by sending him a message, asking him not to reveal her identity. However, Su Qing was quite satisfied with this matter. Otherwise, with everyone sitting opposite him, what a chaotic scene it would have been. Before long, the overhead crane lights on the high-mounted stands inside the venue shone 2 light strips onto both sides of the stage. The crowd inside fell silent instantly. Li Tian and Lin Xier walked from opposite sides of the stage and made their way to the center of the flower archway. Li Tian wore a sharp and stylish custom-made silver gray suit. The sharp lines made him look tall, handsome, and imposing. Lin Xier wore a white dress with silver rhinestones, her face was covered in exquisite makeup, and her lips were adorned with a touch of bright red. The two of them standing there did indeed look quite like a handsome man and a beautiful woman. Lin Xier frowned almost imperceptibly. Although she had agreed to cooperate with Li Tian to complete the engagement banquet, however, she had clearly agreed with Li Tian that the Li family should not make a big fuss about the engagement banquet, and should only invite some familiar families. At this very moment, at the engagement banquet, not only were families from all walks of life gathered, but even the media came to interview. Li Tian clearly wanted to make this matter known to everyone. The host kept making opening remarks with the theme of harmonious music. Lin Xier's gaze, however, remained fixed on the seat where Su Qing was seated. She had repeatedly promised Su Qing these past few days that this engagement banquet was just a formality, and that it would be cancelled after a while, citing discord between her and Li Tian. She truly couldn't imagine what kind of expression Su Qing would have upon seeing such a scene. Well, Lin Xier frowned. Su Qing was chatting with someone, and they seemed to be having a good time. It was a girl. Chapter 272 Engagement Banquet 3. The host finally finished speaking, and the scene of Lin Xier and Li Tian being surrounded by people like monkeys finally came to an end. The two of them began the toasting segment, exchanging pleasantries with each family. Admittedly, it's clear that Li Tian seems to be more enthusiastic about this part, showing off in front of the heads of various families. However, the second young master of the Li family has always had a good reputation in Luochuan, whether in academics or in dealing with people. In particular, his appearance is handsome and refined, so he is naturally loved by various families. At this time, many families regret that they cannot marry their daughters to Li Tian. Uncle Chen, I toast you. Li Tian raised his glass and bowed slightly as he toasted the head of the Chen family. After a long while, Li Tian and Lin Xier walked around for a long time before finally reaching the main seat. At the end, the two heads of the Lin and Li families sat together, beaming as they discussed further resource integration and cooperation between the two families. Dad, Uncle Lin. Li Tian bowed slightly and respectfully toasted the two family heads. Lin Xier also raised her glass, but her eyes kept glancing in Su Qing's direction for an unknown period of time. Li Jingfeng rarely smiled at his adopted son, Li Tian. Okay. After drinking it all in one gulp, Lin Outyan said, "Your father and I don't need you two to entertain us. You two go down and talk to everyone." The two people took turns offering toasts, from Aunt Lang, the eldest brother of the Lang family. Su Jinghua, and Qingyun, the head of the Lu family, Madame Jean, and Lu Jie. Finally, Li Tian fixed his gaze on Su Qing, his eyes containing a hint of provocation. Su Qing, it's been a long time. You're having a good time drinking. He stared intently at Li Tian, but the peach blossom eyes hidden behind his glasses held no smile. His gaze was as cold as ice, with only a slight curve at the corner of his mouth. Su Qing picked up her wine glass and even stood up. Brother Li Tian has such a bad memory. Didn't we meet at the Ace Hotel a few days ago? We even chatted for a while. Su Qing watched as Li Tian's previously arrogant smile gradually faded.
Li Tian probably hadn't expected that he would speak and belittle her in front of everyone like this. For each family to prosper, the younger generations of each family must connect and circulate resources among the families, so that the benefits are not shared with outsiders. The heads of various families sitting in the main seats failed to grasp the deeper meaning behind Su Qing's words, genuinely believing that the younger generation in their families had a good relationship, and they were all quite pleased. Su Qing didn't continue the conversation from that point. Instead, he gave a warm, sunny smile. My brother and sister and I have always been so destined to be together. From the very first time we met, I said that the three of us would become close sooner or later. Su Qing raised her cup in a gesture of respect. I'm not very good with words, so you can just wish your brother and sister a long and happy marriage. His words instantly reminded Li Tian of the day they first met. Su Qing's words, our three families are all acquainted, and we met in this environment. It's quite a coincidence. Let's be friends, brother Li Tian. Li Tian frowned deeply. Recalling those words now was truly chilling. However, Li Tian maintained his composure in front of everyone, saying, thank you for your kind words. Su Qing looked at Li Tian's decisive departing figure and smiled disdainfully. It's just a spent force, like a spent arrow. Su Qing was well aware of Li Tian's scheme today. He told Lin Xier it was just a small gathering, but he took it upon himself to arrange such a grand engagement banquet, making it a spectacle for all to witness. This approach is based on two main reasons. Firstly, it makes a grand statement and builds a reputation, which helps in better cooperation with various parties. Secondly, he was in a difficult position. Prominent families were all present, and with the media there, everyone knew about it. Li Tian was in a bad situation himself, and he didn't want Lin Xier and Su Qing to suffer the consequences. If Lin Xier immediately breaks off the engagement and announces her relationship with Su Qing after the engagement banquet, then in the public eye, she will be seen as a promiscuous woman, and Su Qing will be seen as someone who steals someone else's partner. There's a lot that can be done in this area. Li Tian was also gambling, and he had considered that Su Qing wouldn't do anything disrespectful in such a situation. Su Qing smiled slyly, picked up his wineglass, and tasted the wine, the crimson liquid tracing a path down his lips. Li Tian bet was right. Su Qing would never do anything dishonorable. A tense, shouting battle is no match for a well-planned scheme hidden in the shadows. He always does things in a respectable manner, and being a designer is no exception. Time passed by. Second by second, those present chatted and laughed, clinking glasses and enjoying themselves immensely. Many ladies, unable to bear the cool night breeze, went inside the hotel to drink herbal tea, but Li Tian and Lin Xier were still chatting with several families inside, including a business partner that Li Sheng had introduced to them. Of course, with the boost from this engagement party, the collaboration discussions went very smoothly. At the head of the table, Su Cheng and Lu Jie were having a good chat. Lu Jie has a good personality and is not at all shy like a young girl. She can banter with Su Cheng without losing the argument. She is enthusiastic and energetic. Lu Jie put down her wineglass and tapped the screen of her phone on the table. Su Qing, I have to go now. I have a presentation to attend tomorrow, and my flight is tonight. See you next time. After speaking to Su Qing, Lu Jie smiled and stood up slightly, bowing slightly to Lu Zhengyan and Qingyun and the other elders, saying, uncles and aunts, I'll be leaving now. I have some work to do. I hope you all enjoy your drinks. Be careful. It's a good thing that young people are ambitious. Go for it. Let the family driver take you there. It's getting late, Mrs. Jean said with concern. Lu Jie waved her hand obediently and said, my agent and assistant are outside, don't worry, Mom. And Qingyun across from Su Cheng nudged her, go on, see Xiaoji off. Su Qing smiled and stood up. Yes, I was going to deliver it anyway. The two stepped onto the lawn and walked towards the hotel entrance. Going to catch a flight so late? Lu Jie raised her head and smiled at Su Qing. The dim light shone on her face, making her look like she was walking with Su Qing on a path in Longcheng. Well, there's nothing we can do. Celebrities are working people too. Tonight I have to catch a flight to Fengqing to shoot an advertisement during the day, and then I have to rush back to Longqing to film a movie in the afternoon. Sister, take on fewer gigs. Su Qing took off her coat and draped it over Lu Jie's shoulder. You're famous enough already, why push yourself so hard? Lu Jie was stunned for a moment. The warm breath coming from inside the coat made her heart skip a beat. She touched her nose and joked. It's not about competing, it's just that it hasn't become capital yet, it's still not popular enough. Su Qing tilted her head and looked at her. You want to use me as capital in the entertainment industry? How about this? It's easy. How about this? We make a betting agreement tomorrow, and I'll let you win. Lu Jie smiled brightly. I've noticed that you have a habit of giving money away. Crow loves you all, moi. Please praise Crow's writing. Did everyone notice that Li Tian's recollection of Su Qing's past words and his current words creates a connection between the storyline? The connection between Su Qing's initial scheming against him and her impending victory is fantastic. Note, there is no scene of the girl being given away. I saw some people drop the book after reading the engagement banquet. No, just read one chapter. There will be twists and turns. I won't spoil it for you. It will definitely be a great read. I racked my brains to weave the storyline, writing unconventional and novel themes, but people abandon the book and give it a bad review at the slightest provocation. I feel quite bad about that too. This is all original content, pure original, it's so difficult to write. There are definitely parts that aren't well written, I'm not a genius. Please be patient, I'll revise it. Chapter 273 Falling into the water. Su Qing chuckled and said, no way. The venue wasn't far from the outer entrance, and the two of them arrived in no time. A van stood with its door open at the entrance, its assistant and agent waiting for Lu Jie inside. She waved to Su Qing, her deep eyes sparkling like stars. Then I'll be going now. Lu Jie paused for a moment, glanced at herself, and then remembered that she was still wearing Su Qing's coat. She was about to take it off and return it to Su Qing when he suddenly stopped her. It'll be cold tonight, sister. I have a jacket in my car. Okay then. Actually, Lu Jie had a coat in the car, but she didn't say anything, as she was still enveloped in Su Qing's body warmth. Have a safe journey, sister. With her head bowed in a gentle smile, Lu Jie's eyes were full of longing. She paused, then naturally stretched out her arms and wrapped them around Su Qing's back, giving him an ambiguous yet natural hug. Yes, I hope everything goes well for you too. Su Qing nodded and patted her back twice in response. Lu Jie turned and got into the car, leaving Su Qing with only a thin, frail back view. As Su Qing crossed his arms over his chest, gently rubbing his arms, the chilly night wind making him feel cold. He frowned almost imperceptibly as he watched the car drive by through the privacy glass. Lu Jie was staring intently at Su Qing through the car window. The main reason she came here was not to attend the engagement banquet. She and Lin Xier were not close, and she was even less familiar with Li Tian. In fact, there was a direct flight from Longqing to Fengcheng when she went to Fengcheng for her work, but she still made time to attend this engagement banquet. The purpose, of course, is nothing more than to see Su Qing here, to chat with him a bit more like an old friend. That would be enough. After Lu Jie's car drove away, Su Qing put her arms around her shoulders and walked towards a place where she could avoid the crowd. Su Qing took out her phone and called her boss. Hey, you can get ready to start. On the other end of the phone, okay, young Master Su. Su Qing hung up the phone and headed towards the hotel's outer entrance, intending to return to the venue. However, as soon as she stepped inside, someone grabbed her arm and led her to a shady spot under a small tree directly below the venue. The leaves swayed gently in the wind. The lighting here was dim, and the lush foliage made it appear very dark. Su Qing paused for a moment and looked at the person next to her. It was a tall woman wearing a white dress. Her small face, no bigger than a palm, was tightly furrowed between her brows, and her tender lips were gently bitten by her pearly teeth, her emotions filled with countless sorrows. Who else could it be but Lin Xier? She tugged at Su Qing's sleeve, calling his name, Su Qing. Su Qing's first reaction was that Lin Xier was a bit clingy, but his face wore an expression resembling a fan-shaped graph, a mix of 3 parts joy, 4 parts loneliness, and 5 parts sentimentality, with a hint of grievance in his voice. Elder sister. Seeing Su Qing's expression, Lin Xier frowned even more deeply. Su Qing sniffed. Sister, Su Qing suddenly felt a bit nauseous, so he quickly cleared his throat to interrupt Lin Xier and change his image. Sister Xier, why are you out here? Shouldn't you be greeting the guests? Lin Xier gripped his clothes even tighter and slowly shook her head. I was afraid you'd be unhappy. I didn't expect so many people to come today. I told him it would be a very small event and we wouldn't announce it to the outside world. I don't know why we invited so many people, including quite a few media outlets. Lin Xier's words were extremely difficult to understand, her eyes even welled up with tears. Su Qing, don't be upset, Su Qing thought to herself,
You knew it was undignified to make this too public, yet you didn't stop it. But he didn't say that this is the kind of scene he wants to see. The bigger the spectacle, the better. Su Qing enveloped her hand in his palm, as if giving her strength. It was originally our fault for letting brother Li Tian down. I expected him to make such a show of things. But don't worry, sister, I'm not upset. I was the one who did something wrong first. I'd be happy if brother Li Tian could just let it go like this. I understand that my sister has known Li Tian for so many years, and she must feel guilty. A well-organized engagement banquet would probably lessen her guilt a lot. Lin Sierra choked with emotion and said, "Thank you, Su Qing." Su Qing curled his lips into a smile, the lenses of his glasses gleaming in the darkness. He wrapped his arms around Lin Sierra's slender waist. "Sister, you don't need to thank me." As he spoke, he moved the two of them closer together, resting his chin on Lin Sierra's shoulder. "Sister, does this look like we're having an affair?" A slightly seductive and wicked smile lingered on his lips, his tone light and flirtatious, but what Su Qing said seemed to make sense. Across the shade of the trees, which of the guests sitting there wasn't talking about how Li Tian and Lin Xier were a perfect match, a handsome man and a beautiful woman? Everyone was there because of the engagement party. At Li Tian was also chatting and laughing with everyone, exchanging toasts. The media is also giving extensive coverage to this couple who have been together for over 10 years, finally getting married. Can, unbeknownst to anyone, outside the brightly lit venue, in the shade of a small tree, stood one of the protagonists of this engagement party, with someone else standing beside her. The dark, shady forest seemed to divide the world into two parts. This place could not bear the light. Lin Xier frowned. She felt there was a hidden meaning in Su Qing's words, a hint of sarcasm, yet the tone was like a joke. Lin Xier's expression was bitter. At this moment, she couldn't explain anything to Su Qing. She was the one who had made Su Qing feel ashamed. Lin Xier squeezed his arm, not very hard. "Don't say that, sister, I didn't mean anything by it. Let's just walk along the lake and then go back. It's not good for you to stay away for too long." The two walked side by side along the shore of the artificial lake, but what Lin Xier, lost in her despair, didn't know was that Su Qing, too, needed someone else's help to shine. As Su Qing was calculating the time, her body moved closer and closer to the lake. Time passed by, second by second. When she had walked about 10 meters, Su Qing shifted her foot, as if she had stepped on something off target. His body tilted to the side, and he fell straight into the artificial lake with his back to it. "Su Qing!" Lin Xier shouted. Her heart almost stopped when she saw Su Qing fall into the lake, but at this moment, as the man stretched out his arms and fell into the lake, did he show even a trace of fear on his face? However, a sly glint appeared in the eyes hidden behind the glasses. Even the curve of her lips revealed a hint of mystery. Chapter 274 Main Screen. Pang. A tremendous roar of water echoed across the artificial lake. The once rippling lake surface was suddenly punctuated by violent splashes of water, the spray glistening in the sunlight from the nearby crane arm. Su Qing! The artificial lake was not far from the main venue, and the loud splashing of the water and Lin Xier's shouts immediately drew the attention of the guests in the venue. The security personnel from the Lin family, dressed in black suits and carrying walkie-talkies, who were stationed both inside and outside the venue, naturally noticed this scene. Before Lin Xier could even jump down to rescue Su Qing, several bodyguards rushed down to save her. The guests attending the engagement banquet here were all prominent figures. The news that someone had accidentally fallen into the water, and that he was with Lin Xier on the lakeshore, quickly spread throughout the venue. The media personnel, who were originally preparing to leave, rushed towards the artificial lake with their cameras, afraid of missing even the smallest detail. The bodyguards were quick, and since Su Qing was a good swimmer, they caught up very quickly. However, she was soaking wet, her fair face was covered in water stains, and water droplets were sliding down her slender fingers. He looked somewhat disheveled, and the glasses that were originally perched on his nose had been washed away by the water. His eyelashes were slightly squinted, and his eyes were tinged with red from being washed by the lake water. He even looked somewhat pitiful. Upon seeing the media approach, the bodyguards quickly took off their coats and placed them around Su Qing to prevent the young master's disheveled appearance from being seen by the public. What no one knew was that the man, hidden tightly by layers of coats, no longer looked disheveled. His lips, which had trembled slightly from the lake's chill, now curved into a cunning smile. A group of security personnel led Su Qing into the hotel building, while Lin Xier remained alone on the shore. The cameras and everyone's eyes quickly focused on her. "Miss Lin, why did young Master Su fall into the water?" "Miss Lin, today is your engagement banquet with young Master Li. Why are you taking a night stroll by the lake with young Master Su? Excuse me, Miss Lin. The reporters used their sharp tongues to their advantage, asking pointed and incisive questions of the camera and microphone were practically shoved right in Lin Sierra's face. Why did Lin Sierra not host a banquet for guests at her engagement party, but instead spent time by the lake with the young master of the Su family? Why did she fall into the water? This was not only a question that reporters wanted to explore, but also a piece of gossip that the guests present were particularly eager to know. The discussion at the dinner table had already started in a lively chatter. While the Lin family and the Su family may have some cooperation, when did Lin Sierra become so close to Su Qing that they're even taking walks together? Yes, no wonder Li Tian has been the only one greeting guests all day. Could there be some kind of scandal? I heard that the Su family's kid always likes to linger among women. Shu, don't talk nonsense. The relationships between the major families are all trivial. Lin Sierra and Su Qing will inherit the Lin and Su families sooner or later, so it's normal for them to be familiar with each other. Maybe they're discussing business. Besides, Lin Sierra and Su Qing are both acting majors, so maybe they're just honing their acting skills. The person next to him nodded, looking at the dark grove of trees beside the artificial lake. Yeah, they might indeed be discussing business. Have to, the more you apply it, the darker it gets. Standing by the main table, Li Tian clenched his fists so hard that his nails were practically digging into his flesh. It was a perfectly good engagement banquet, but those two couldn't even stand it for long and actually fell into the lake. Li Tian felt something was wrong. He figured it was probably all Su Qing's doing, to attract everyone's attention, expose his and Lin Xier's scandalous affair, and make him lose face at this event. He glared at Lin Xier, who was surrounded by cameras, and cursed her in his heart as a bitch. Li Tian was filled with rage, his face almost turning green with anger. To be honest, if this weren't his home turf, he would have applauded for Lin Xier and Su Qing making a fool of themselves. What can we do? Grass. Li Tian took a deep breath, adjusted his expression, and quickly ran towards Lin Xier, blocking the camera from getting closer. He explained, half politely and half coldly, "Good evening, everyone. Seal is frightened. If you have any questions, just ask me. I've heard some of the questions you all just asked, and I know the reason why they're here. The three of us have always had a good relationship. Su Qing has a new drama that's perfect for Xier, so the two of them found a quiet place to talk. We hope everyone will stop trying to manipulate the public." Li Tian's radiant and spirited appearance and demeanor quickly convinced everyone of his words. His words did indeed have a significant effect. After all, in front of numerous media outlets and prominent families, Li Tian's words essentially set the tone for the relationship between Lin Xier and Su Qing. They are just friends, nothing more. If Lin Xier cancels the engagement party and spends time with Su Qing for whatever reason, today's events will definitely be dug up and made into a big deal, making Lin Xier and Su Qing the target of public criticism, while Li Tian will become the only victim. He didn't believe that Lin Xier would risk damaging the Lin family's reputation to dissolve the marriage. He didn't believe that Su Qing would disregard her reputation and continue to be with Lin Xier. He didn't believe that Lin Xier and Su Qing would dare to appear in everyone's sight together again. He couldn't help but sneer at Su Qing for shooting herself in the foot. She was utterly ridiculous. He himself did nothing wrong, and after being hurt and betrayed by the two, he generously withdrew. Even at this most critical moment, he still protected Lin Xier with dignity, and whitewashed their shady affair. Lin Xier is a soft-hearted person, and Li Tianjin doesn't believe that Lin Xier wouldn't weigh the pros and cons or be moved by this. Su Qing stood at the window of a room, a smile playing on his lips. He clapped his hands lightly a few times, watching Li Tian's inner monologue with great appreciation. Li Tian is indeed a clever person who is shrewd, patient, and knows how to weigh the pros and cons. Li Tian's thinking is all correct. From a broader perspective, Li Tian has the advantage in this matter. Su Qing lowered her eyelashes slightly, watching the elegant ladies walk out of the hotel one by one, and chuckled softly. What Li Tian could think of, how could Su Qing not think of? His purpose in doing so was to create a major event, to attract the attention of everyone, from the members of prominent families inside the venue and the departing media personnel, and to elevate their emotions to a high point, and then, by building their emotions layer by layer, they ignite another story for everyone. Yes, Li Tian's thoughts were very thorough and in his best interest. However, there's a prerequisite. If at this moment, the two intense spotlights don't illuminate the main screen in the very center of the venue. Suddenly, two extremely intense halos appeared on the central screen of the originally luxurious and grand engagement banquet hall. The huge display screen that originally showed photos of Li Tian and Lin Xier are now displayed. Li Tian lay naked on the bed, clutching photos of other women in his arms. Crow loves you all, he I'm sorry to have kept you waiting for so long, as you've all been looking forward to the engagement party scene. However, this part of the plot, from the mutual scheming and intelligence, the open and covert struggles, to the transitions, the unraveling of foreshadowing, and the interweaving of storylines, should be quite exciting. Of course, it will get even more exciting later on, hee hee. Chapter 275. Murderer Lee Tian was shirtless, with the woman nestled in his arms. The two were partially covered by a pure white blanket. The room was dimly lit, with only a faint ray of light falling on the man's face. He was fast asleep, and this enchanting scene immediately drew everyone's attention. The woman's face was captured with exceptional clarity by the camera. This woman was not Lin Xier, but someone whose name no one present could recall. Ah! Who is this Lee Tian? Lee Tian cheated on his wife? And it's even been projected onto the screen? I never expected that Lee Tian, who looks so elegant, is actually this kind of person. Some of the younger generation were already excitedly gossiping about Lee Tian's scandalous affairs, while some of the older generation, especially the women, were too embarrassed to watch such a scene and felt ashamed to even look at them. Some people brought children and quickly covered their children's eyes, as if the picture on the main screen was the virus that was spreading. Especially the two family heads who had just risen from their seats, Li Jingfeng and Lin Outyen, had been pointed at and whispered about for a while. Now their eyes were wide with anger, and their mouths were twitching. They looked like they wanted to devour Lee Tian. Such an exciting scene surprised and delighted the media present. Young Master Lee Tian, could you please explain what happened on the main screen? Young Master Lee Tian, I heard that you and Miss Lin are each other's first love, and there has never been any rumor of a breakup. Could you explain the woman on the big screen? Some reporters quickly pointed their microphones at Lin Xier, who looked completely bewildered. Miss Lin, are you aware that young Master Lee Tian also has relationships with other women? Ms. Lin, are you feeling sad right now? Miss Lin, will you forgive young Master Lee Tian? The questions reached Lee Tian's ears from all directions. The reporters' faces were filled with excitement and curiosity. They all knew that such photos couldn't have been deliberately released by the Lin and Lee families. Someone must have wanted to harm Lee Tian. But who would care? The media only want gossip, only want to explore the despicable aspects beneath the glamorous exterior of aristocratic families, want to see their vulgarity and shamelessness, and their sinister side that, despite possessing such wealth, is inferior to that of ordinary people. Li Tian clenched his fists, his heart pounding wildly. He felt utterly humiliated, as if he had been stripped naked. Why are his and Zhang Qing's photos here? At this particular time, Lee Tian barely needed to think to realize that Zhang Qing was indeed someone sent by Su Qing. He had considered this possibility before, but Zhang Qing's performance had always been excellent. In addition, she was caught on camera calling his name, which made Lee Tian lower his guard. He even considered keeping Zhang Qing by his side and supporting her. No wonder. No wonder they searched for so long but couldn't find Zhang Qing. Lee Tian was filled with regret. Why hadn't he investigated that despicable scoundrel properly back then? Lee Tian quickly adjusted his state, completely suppressing his initial shock and anger, and replacing it with a calm and composed expression. Everyone, I have no explanation for this, because it's fake. AI face swapping technology is very advanced now, and what's on the screen is someone else's deliberate framing. As you all know, AI face swapping is rampant. Many criminals collect victims' images to defraud their families or defame public figures. My information and images are readily available online. It's that easy. Look closely, everyone. The background on the screen is blurry, and it's in a dimly lit environment. Criminals are afraid that the face-swapping technology might make a mistake. Li Tian even gestured towards the main screen, drawing everyone's attention to the photo. His expression was so open and honest, and his connection to AI technology and fraud, which resonated with some people, was so relevant to current events. In such a short time, who could have imagined that this serious, scientifically infused defense was Lee Tian's lie? Many people began to believe him. Li Tian faced the camera with composure. The Lin and Lee families are too prominent and attract too much attention, especially since Longting Real Estate has a bidding project recently. This matter is indeed my fault. The engagement banquet was too high profile. I hope everyone will refrain from manipulating online discussions and trends.
I will take legal action regarding this matter and will definitely investigate to find the mastermind behind it, bringing justice to myself and reassuring the public. Longting Real Estate, the Lee and Lin families of public figures. AI face swapping, public opinion. To take legal action to prove innocence. The guests and media present were completely convinced by Lee Tian's remarks. Lee Tian's ability to influence the public was so strong that even a handsome man watching everything from a window in the hotel applauded him. Su Qing clapped her hands lightly, her smile appearing hazy in the dim light. No wonder my brother can be my opponent, he's really amazing. However, how could such a small-scale image on the main screen be Su Qing's big move for this engagement banquet? Under the intense light of the main screen in the center of the venue, the screen suddenly went black for a moment, just when everyone thought the prank had been dealt with by the staff and the screen was about to return to the theme of the engagement party. A shocking scene began to play on the main screen. Inside a dark construction site, large slabs of stone and fallen pillars lay scattered about. The camera shakened, the sound of heavy rain was deafening, and as the camera zoomed in, the scene that slowly unfolded made everyone present gasp in horror. There stood Lee Tian, leaning to the side, holding a huge rock in his hand. His gaze was intense, and the rock was aimed directly at the back of a woman's head. He was covered in dust, his clothes were obviously torn, and his arms were covered in blood and wounds. The expression on his face was absolutely terrifying. The person on the ground was not clearly visible, their face was pressed tightly against the ground. However, with slender white arms and long hair, it was vaguely possible to tell that the person on the ground was a woman. Looking back, one could see that her legs were being pressed hard against a large stone slab. Lee Tian showed no intention of saving anyone, instead, he was committing a crime. Suddenly, the beautiful piano music that had been playing all around stopped and was replaced by the sound of a man's roar. "Bitch! I will be the one to send you to your death. I'm going to kill you." Clearly, the furious voice that erupted belonged to the protagonist of this engagement party, Lee Tian. At this moment, everyone was looking at him with horrified expressions. That murderer. In fact, if the camera on the screen were to be positioned directly facing Lee Tian, it would be clear that he did not open his mouth or speak at that time, but no one would know that this audio, which fits so perfectly with the video's plot, was a compilation of recordings from Su Qing and Lee Tian's conversations. Unfortunately, the person filming him won't give him a chance to explain his innocence. Chapter 276. The tragic Lee Tian. The video showed private photos of a woman, followed by a video of a murder in progress, and today was Lee Tian's engagement party. Moreover, the woman in the picture is not Lin Xier. These scenes clearly suggest that Lee Tian is keeping a mistress, and that woman is harassing him. Perhaps she wants Lee Tian to give up his marriage with Lin Xier, and then Lee Tian wants to kill her. Unfortunately, that heart-stopping murder video ended just as the stone was about to hit the woman's head. Therefore, the ambiguous part of this video, in everyone's eyes, means that, in the end, Lee Tian definitely smashed the stone in his hand. The reporter, standing in front of Lee Tian and having watched the entire video, began to tremble. "There's a murderer right in front of me," the reporter frowned deeply, even his sharp words became hesitant and stammering. "Young Master Lee Tian." It was all so sudden, that even the usually composed Lee Tian became panicked. Of course, he could tell at a glance which day the video was from, and he also knew that the woman in the video who was on the verge of death was Lin Xier, who was standing next to him in a daze. Lin Xier didn't know how to describe her feelings at this moment. In her memory of being unconscious, she originally thought that Lee Tian was dragging his injured body around looking for someone to save her. If she hadn't seen it with her own eyes, Lin Xier would never have dared to imagine that Lee Tian had actually considered killing her, and the wound on his arm was clearly not there, and this was at a time when she had already decided to be with Lee Tian properly. Looking back now, the joy I felt when I went to see Lee Tian is ironic. However, Lin Xier also breathed a sigh of relief. Lee Tian's ruthless actions, and even the fact that he had been having an affair with a woman, eliminated her guilt towards Lee Tian. At this moment, Lin Xier felt a great sense of relief. She could finally be with the person she loved without any worries. Lin Xier and Lee Tian exchanged a glance, their expressions filled with disdain and a hint of relief. She didn't say anything more to the media, and she didn't intend to reveal the details of the matter in front of the media. She also did not reveal that she was one of the main characters in the video. Let's see how Lee Tian tries to justify himself. Whether he succeeds or not depends on his own fate. This could be considered her last bit of affection for Lee Tian after knowing him for more than 10 years. From then on, she didn't want to have anything to do with Lee Tian. The scales in her heart had completely tipped over. Su Qing. Su Qing was the one who saved her from the brink of death. Su Qing was the one who, out of fear that she would feel guilty, allowed her to go through with the engagement.
Disregarding her entanglements with her ex. Su Qing had no ulterior motives in his feelings for her. In fact, he liked her so much that he felt inferior and even plotted against her in Longqing out of fear that she would think he was useless. He always thought his feelings were always suppressed. Lin Xier quickened her pace, running towards the hotel with her long dress trailing behind her, her heart and eyes filled with anticipation and hope for their future. However, Lin Xier did not point out Li Tian's hesitation at the time, nor did she give Li Tian a good opportunity to defend himself. There is no other reason. Lin Xier's decision to leave directly clearly demonstrates her disappointment with Li Tian. At this moment, everyone had already made up their minds that Li Tian had committed adultery and murder. Meanwhile, the sirens of police cars blared at the main gate. Li Tian stared at the red and blue light, his pupils dilating. He was so angry that he was trembling all over. All of these interconnected events were designed by Su Qing. Photos, videos, and audio are all linked together. The media personnel Li Tian summoned, along with the guests gathered there, were practically helping Su Qing. How can he explain those things to the police? The technician Su Qing found must be very capable, and the police system may not be able to clear his name. The main thing is, that video isn't fake. Although he stopped in the end, should he be asked to reveal that he was planning to kill Lin Xier but then had a change of heart? Li Tian's heart was pounding violently as he pondered whether to flee or not, but in the end, he decided not to run away. After all, Lin Xier had seen the video and knew what he had done. He no longer needed to maintain a good man image around Lin Xier, and she wouldn't believe him anyway. But if he runs away now, he will be admitting his crimes in front of everyone. Then he would be a fugitive in Luochuan, and even in China, then he has no chance of turning the tide. The police officers were already approaching him, wearing a crisp uniform, holding up identification in his hand. A solemn and authoritative voice rang out. "We have received a tip from a concerned citizen. Please come with us." Li Tian nodded. Although his actions were somewhat immoral, at least he did not cause any real harm to Lin Xier. But what Li Tian didn't expect was, a man in uniform walked up to him and said, "We are from the Commercial Crime Investigation Department. Please explain the matter of your embezzlement of public funds at Longting Real Estate." Li Tian was stunned, completely dumbfounded. This matter, he had no explanation. It was true. He started making preparations last month. He felt that Li Sheng was cured of his illness and that he was always in danger of being kicked out of the Li family. So he began to move his assets from Longting overseas. It's only been a month, and it just so happens to be today. This is true. Since the investigation team has come, they must have obtained some evidence. He can't escape punishment for this. Even if Li Jingfeng issues a letter of leniency to him for such a large amount of commercial crime, he would probably still be locked up for a while. That is impossible. Li Tian had already caught a glimpse of Li Jingfeng's expression out of the corner of his eye, an expression that seemed to want to devour him alive. He can't spend his whole life in jail. He won't allow that to happen. Li Tian turned and ran towards the side wall, moving so fast that the people behind him couldn't even touch him. But there are security personnel stationed near that wall. In this situation, how could the security personnel not stop him? Several burly men immediately grabbed Li Tian and stopped him. Li Tian gritted his teeth and glared fiercely at the security personnel who rushed towards him, his gaze shifting to their hands gripping his body. Li Tian's innate superhuman strength was no joke. He kicked the person in front of him hard, and then twisted the hand that was holding him tightly. They quickly dealt with the bodyguards, each of them showing signs of pain. Li Tian has completely lost his dignity. Chapter 277. That's it. Li Tian scrambled over the fence in a disheveled and hurried manner, even missing a step in his haste, and staggered forward when his feet landed. Ignoring the pain in his legs, he ran frantically outside, crossing a wide road and dodging cars that were rushing towards him. During his escape, he frequently looked back, keeping track of how far away those people were before they could catch up with him. Originally, it was a marriage alliance between the two great families of Luochuan, which should have been dignified and solemn. Who could have imagined that Li Tian's many crimes would be exposed to the world on this joyous day? Li Tian was originally full of vigor and politeness, handling all kinds of occasions with ease and being calm in front of the media, completely like a young master or nobleman. Compared to now, he struggled and fled like a rat crossing the street. His appearance made everyone present feel both terrified and sympathetic. I never expected that the second son of the Li family would be this kind of person. It's not a problem for a man of the Li family's status to have some women outside, but this guy, he actually went and killed someone? Have you heard? Li Tian is actually an adopted son, and Li Sheng is the only biological son of the Li family. Now that Li Shang has found the elixir, Li Tian can't sit still anymore. Some smaller families that were not closely connected with the Li family were unaware of this matter, and they were quite surprised when they learned of it.
Oh my. No wonder he's started transferring assets. His position is about to become unstable. He's trying to arrange marriages and transfer assets. He's really a wolf in sheep's clothing. How did he manage to pretend so well all these years? No one could see through his intentions. He's such a good actor. How heartbroken must the head of the Li family be? He's always treated Li Tian like his own son. How could any outsider like us tell that he's an adopted son? The heads of the Lin and Li families are now so ashamed they have nowhere to hide. Look at their faces, they're almost green with anger. What everyone says is true of the two family heads standing next to the main seat were so angry that they almost lost all semblance of dignity, and the two big shots looked at each other in bewilderment. This created a situation where Lin Outyan, having lost all face, wanted to tear the Li family apart. His gaze was fixed intently on Li Jingfeng. If there hadn't been so many people present, Lin Outyan would have almost punched Li Jingfeng. Even though Li Jingfeng was shrewd and knew Li Tian's ambitions, he never expected that someone would find such a weakness in him. He was so ashamed that he didn't know where to put his face. Li Jingfeng, your family's actions have made the Lin family lose all face. If you don't handle this well, it's either me or you. Even when his own daughter was kidnapped, Lin Outyan would refrain from conducting a thorough search to save face. This legendary soldier, with his illustrious achievements and immense reputation, was humiliated by a mere youth. He truly wanted to grab Li Tian and kill him outright. Moreover, the security personnel present were all sent by the Lin family. If more than 10 people couldn't catch Li Tian, who in the Lin family's security team will be trusted in the future, with things having come to this point, Li Jingfeng had no choice but to apologize to Lin Outyan as if he were ceding territory and paying reparations, and to give Lin Outyan double the dowry he had originally promised for the marriage alliance. Li Tian ran away, and the media's cameras finally focused on Li Jingtian. Chairman Li, are you aware of this matter? Chairman Li, what is your opinion on this matter? Even though Li Jingfeng was filled with impatience, he still had to maintain basic decorum in front of the media. After all, what the media captured would eventually reach every corner of Luochuan. This is not just a matter of whether it's shameful or not, it could also easily affect Longting Real Estate's stock price. Li Jingfeng waved his hands, indicating that he should calm down. I was unaware of Li Tian's actions, and the allegations of malicious injury and misappropriation of Longting's funds are still open to discussion. I believe in and support the law's verdict against Li Tian. If his wrongdoing is proven true, I will unconditionally cooperate in bringing Li Tian to justice and giving the public the best possible explanation. From now on, all of Longting Real Estate's operations will be controlled by myself and my sole heir, Li Shang. I will soon have the group's legal department thoroughly investigate any instances of embezzlement or misappropriation of public funds, providing answers to our shareholders and partners. If such actions are found, Longting will not tolerate them and will definitely compensate everyone. Li Jingfeng is nearly 60 years old, and his face is etched with the marks of time. When he bends his back deeply, he looks even more weathered. The media professionals also gleaned a crucial point from his words. Li Tian is an adopted son. Although such rumors exist, this is the first time Li Jingfeng has personally admitted to them. Mr. Li, do you mean? Li Tian isn't the Li family's biological son, right? Does your intention to arrange a marriage between Li Tian and the Lin family mean you intend to groom him as your successor? Where is your son now? It's rumored that young Master Li Shang's health has never been very good. Is he able to support the entire Longting? Li Jingfeng took a deep breath. These unscrupulous media outlets, it's like stabbing him right in the heart, but he had no other choice. In this situation, Li Jingfeng still had to use the media to maintain everything. Yes, Li Tian is our Li family's adopted son. In fact, I have always treated him as my own son. My biological son, Li Shang, has been sickly for many years. I hope that the two brothers can work together to make Longting a success. In fact, Li Shang's health has almost fully recovered. To sigh. Maybe that's why Li Tian finally revealed his wolfish ambitions. I never thought that Li Xinghao would abandon Li Tian and kick him out of the house as soon as he came over. I have always regarded him as my own son, and everyone can see that.
Otherwise, I would not have agreed to his marriage with the Lin family, but Li Tian's actions today are truly disheartening. From now on, Li Tian will no longer exist in the Li family. Everyone present sighed in dismay. Li Jingfeng is clearly a father who raised an ungrateful wretch. He's utterly heartbreaking. Standing at the window, Su Qing, who was looking down on everything, gently raised her hand and pulled up the curtains, blocking out everything outside, as if this farce had come to an end with the curtains blocking the view. At the same time, a beautiful voice appeared in his mind. Ding. Congratulations, host, for successfully suppressing the male lead Li Tian and gaining 500 points of villainous luck.
Ding.
Congratulations, host, for successfully suppressing the male lead Li Tian and gaining 500 villain points. Ding. Congratulations, host, Lin Sier's favorability has increased by 5 points, reaching 95 points. Su Qing licked her lips. That's all. Does this mean Li Tian still has 400 points of luck left? Su Qing chuckled dismissively. Anyway, like a grasshopper in autumn, it wouldn't be able to jump around for many more days. He guessed that Li Tian still wanted to fight him. Chapter 278. A good alliance. To be honest, he thought Li Tian was a smart man. If he didn't have a prophecy, a script, or the ability to control everything in advance, he probably wouldn't have been able to defeat Li Tian so easily. It's a pity, but Su Qing just happened to have it. He felt that what Li Tian should do now was to find a place where no one could find him, to eke out a living, and at least to live a decent life. Unfortunately, the original male lead is the original male lead. According to Su Qing, follow-up to the original text by Go, Li Tian had absolutely no desire to live a life of ignominy. Su Qing was sorting out the follow-up content. Suddenly a phone call came in. Su Qing took a look. That's his good ally, Li Shang. Su Qing said cheerfully, Hey, brother Li Shang. Are you satisfied with the gift your brother gave you? Of course. I'm very satisfied. But why didn't my brother even glance at this interesting occasion? The gift Li Shang was referring to was none other than the police officers who arrived quickly. The commercial crimes committed by Li Tian at Longting were not easy to prove, and Su Qing was indeed very grateful to Li Shang for that. Ha, my brother doesn't seem very surprised. It's as if he knew in advance that I was the one who did it. Su Qing exclaimed, oh dear, and chuckled softly, no way, I'm not a fortune teller. Actually, I was surprised for a moment too. I thought I was the one who caused it. However, upon closer reflection, the only way to uncover such detailed criminal evidence against Li Tian through Longting, prompting the Commercial Investigation Department to be involved, could be Li Shang's doing. My younger brother is really smart, Li Shang said. It's alright, otherwise how could I be an ally of brother Li Shang? Didn't my brother say he was coming to the engagement banquet to see me today? I'm afraid I'll have to break my promise. My mother and I are still abroad and haven't had a chance to go back yet. We encountered some turbulence here, and our flight was delayed for a few days. Besides, today's occasion isn't really suitable for me to go. Su Qing placed her fingers on a corner of the curtain, pulled it up slightly, and looked at the chaotic scene before her, slowly using her eye of insight to search for Li Shang's whereabouts. The light blue electronic screen seemed to cover the entire venue, but unfortunately Su Qing didn't see Li Shang's trace either, so it seemed he really didn't come. His fingers, which had been resting on the curtains, slowly moved down, his movements so gentle that even the crystal tassels at the very bottom of the curtains were carefully protected by Su Qing. Without making a sound, Su Qing sighed softly and exchanged pleasantries casually. Today is Li Tian's most miserable day, and also the most helpless day for the Li family. I think brother Li Shang should come. Not only can he see Li Tian's misfortune, but he can also help his father. Plus, he can assert his dominance in front of the media and the family. I feel today is a really great opportunity. It's such a pity that brother Li Shang couldn't come. Li Shang smiled weakly, it's no pity. I've already seen the situation I wanted to see. I'm not going to help clean up the mess left by the Li family. I don't want to help Li Jingfeng either. For so many years, when I was bedridden with a serious illness, my mother was always by my side, while Li Jingfeng had long since become one with his youngest son, who was just like him and full of wolfish ambitions. Actually, he wanted me to get better because I am his biological child, but he also didn't want me to get better because he cared a lot about Li Tian. So I also wanted to show him what kind of results Li Tian had delivered, and whether they satisfied him. Su Qing nodded understandingly. He could understand Li Shang's resentment towards Li Jingfeng. After all, When Li Shang fell ill, the person who had been busy looking for medicine for him, taking care of him, and feeling sorry for him was his mother. Su Qing had a good memory. He remembered that the first edition of Author Go's original text mentioned that it was Li Shang's mother who found the miraculous medicine for Li Shang. This was probably foreshadowing of the relationship between the characters. In contrast, Li Jingfeng took Li Tian home after Li Shang fell ill and treated him almost like an heir. Li Tian's wolfish ambition, scheming, and all the other traits that make him despicable at this moment, weren't they all taught to him step by step by Li Jingfeng? Li Jingfeng's bad luck is a case of reaping what he sowed. Su Qing agreed. That's true.
So, what else does brother Li Shang want to do regarding Li Tian? Li Shang countered, Su Qing, what do you want to do?
Su Qing, I want him to go back to his small town and take a look. Li Shang, I want him to acknowledge his ancestors and return to his family. The two of them laughed when they said the same thing at the same time. They really are natural allies. People are divided into different classes. Li Tian has been hoarding resources for too long, which has made him think that he is also in this class.
I really want him to go back and see.
Brother Li Shang is really ruthless. He's like a devil incarnate.
Don't like it? If you don't like it, then brother will change it.
Of course I like it. How could I not?
It would be even better if you were a little more ruthless. The two devised a plan for the incident.
Since Li Tian had once trusted Li Shang a lot, Li Shang would lead Li Tian back to Dexin town, and the catalyst used this time is Su Qing. Su Qing hung up the phone and went to the bathroom. He wiped the wet water on his forehead and hair, and then made his hair and the pajamas he had just changed into a little messy. He carefully adjusted himself in front of the mirror, revealing a pitiful and endearing appearance. He then lay down on the large bed in the room. The room was not brightly lit, only a dim lamp was on, placed against the wall by the bedside. As the light swept across Su Qing's superior face, a sly smile appeared at the corner of her mouth. Someone is coming to see him, a woman who is heartbroken yet full of hope and dreams. Su Qing lowered her eyes, her dark eyelashes reflected in the lamplight on her lower eyelids, making her look exceptionally desolate. At the same time, with a creak, the door to the room was opened. A series of light footsteps reached my ears. At this moment, Su Qing's acting skills were on full display. He furrowed his brows tightly, his fingertips gripping the corner of the blanket, and the veins on his fair palms bulged from the force, coupled with the fine beads of sweat on his forehead and the disheveled state of his clothes. He looked utterly terrified and suffering from a nightmare. Soon after, he felt the slender fingers that had touched his arm. Though soft, they seemed to be giving him strength as they held him. Why pathetic state should be worth at least 5 points of favorability.
Right.
Su Qing suddenly woke up, and at the same time, she had planned out exactly how to call out sister in a husky and sexy voice. The person paused for a moment. Something's not right. Another hand draped over his arm, and then another. Help, is this some kind of sleep paralysis? Wait a minute, I didn't sleep either. Su Qing's eyelashes trembled slightly, and she secretly opened one eye a crack to look at everything in front of her. Then, with a look of utter despair, he tightly closed his eyes. There is no other reason for their actions. 3 people were gathered around his bed. Chapter 279. Why are you all cursing me? Standing to the right is Lu Jia, a popular young actress with reddish-brown hair, deep-set features, and a black suit jacket draped over her shoulders. She should have been boarding a plane. Standing next to Lu Jia was Long Yanwan, a reporter with a high ponytail, a delicate oval face, and wearing a uniform. She was supposed to be conducting interviews downstairs, with chestnut brown hair, a delicate oval face, and a high-fashion gown. Su Qing had initially thought Lin Sierra would be the only one to come looking for him. While at the meeting, Su Qing was secretly pleased that these people were all doing their jobs and wouldn't run into each other. It's like Murphy's Law has struck again. The thing you least want to see comes to pass. What a chaotic scene this is. The weak and helpless Su Qing even considered changing how she addressed them, replacing good sister with grandma. While Su Qing was unconscious, the 3 of them watched her with concern and secretly glanced at each other out of the corner of their eyes. They all had the same thought in their minds. What are you doing here? Lu Jia's school and work arrangements are mostly in Longchang, and she doesn't often attend gatherings in Luochuan, so she doesn't recognize Long Yanwan. However, she knows that Long Yanwan interviewed Su Qing before, and she is a media member at this event today. She is quite certain that Long Yanwan is here to get first-hand information about Su Qing falling into the water. Lin Sierra was the host of this event, so it was perfectly reasonable for her to come and take a look. Liu Jia politely said to Long Yanwan, I'm sorry, young Master Su will not be giving interviews about falling into the water today. If needed later, young Master Su will contact the media when he wakes up. The order to leave was so clear that it left Lang Yanwan stunned for a moment. Although Lin Sierra knew Lang Yanwan's identity, she did not want to speak up for her. She also wanted to see what Lang Yanwan's intentions were in looking at Su Qing. After all, the Lang family and the Su family have no relation whatsoever. The Lu family, to which Lu Jie belongs, has a good relationship with the Su family. Lu Jie is currently affiliated with the Su family's Dingfeng Media, so it is reasonable for her to come and visit Su Qing to enhance the friendship between the two families. Lang Yanwan didn't cause Su Qing any trouble. She took out a small blue and white porcelain-style medicine bottle from her pocket. Lu Jie, you misunderstood. I'm here to deliver medicine to Su Qing, not to do an interview. Lin Xier was relieved to hear that the medicine would be delivered. You must be the youngest daughter of the Lang family. You weren't on the guest list, that's what I remembered. Lin Xier nodded to Lang Yanwan and then looked at Lu Jie, explaining to her, this is the youngest daughter of the Lang family. After a surprised exclamation, Lu Jie nodded apologetically to Lang Yanwan. Oh, I see. I'm so sorry, I don't stay in Luochuan often. I thought you were from the media. Lang Yanwan smiled generously. It's all right, it's all right. I deliberately concealed my identity, so it's not Lu Jie's fault. Final, the cold words were warm. The arrival of a descendant of a family of traditional Chinese medicine practitioners to deliver medicine became both logical and reasonable. Su Qing couldn't help but applaud their imaginations. They had actually resolved the situation themselves. Su Qing decided to pretend to be asleep and wait for the others to leave when they had had enough, so as to avoid the awkward situation of being outnumbered 3-1. These girls were all born into prominent families, and they understand social dynamics better than most people. Since I am a patient, they will surely let me rest well, right? But as it turns out, Su Qing was wrong. After the three of them had figured out each other's intentions, they sat down on either side of Su Qing's bed without any hostility and started chatting about everyday things. On the soft bed, the three of them suddenly sat down, creating a small indentation. The indentation on Lang Yanwan and Lu Jie's side was larger, causing Su Qing, who was already lying on her right, to lean further to that side. Su Qing frowned deeply, his body stiff as a board. If he leaned any further back, he'd end up lying on their laps. Lang Yanwan looked at Lu Jie. I remember you left, didn't you? Someone from another TV station wanted to interview you, but when they came back they said you'd already gone to catch a flight for a promotional event. Lu Jie nodded. Yes, we had already left, but I was watching your channel's live broadcast and saw Su Qing fall into the water, so I asked the driver to turn around and come back to see how he was doing. Lang Yan, with a hint of jealousy, said, Oh, I see. I remember you can only make it tonight's flight for that filming. You and Su Qing really have a good relationship. Lu Jie nodded generously. It is indeed quite good. This is my young master, so I have to cling to his coattails and wait for young master Su to give me some support. She then looked at Lang Yanwan with suspicion. Sister Yanwan, how do you know so much about my schedule? Lang Yanwan chuckled awkwardly. It's media work, you know. The station had originally arranged for me to interview you, so I did some research, but don't worry, Lu Jie, it's all work-related. Our reputable TV station won't investigate your privacy. It's quite a coincidence, Su Qing even offered to set me up with you back then. Lu Jie smiled generously. Now it's not like Su Qing has set us up, right? I don't have any filming or announcements next weekend, so if you have time, Sister Yanwan, come visit me. Su Qing secretly straightened herself up and glanced at the two of them again, thinking helplessly, how did this interview even happen? That makes sense. Lu Jie and Lang Yanwan are connected through work, so naturally they can chat easily, but now, after being ignored for half a day, Lin Sierra's expression was off. She could tell from the conversation between the two people opposite her that they were familiar with Su Qing, and her jealousy rose sharply. She clearly remembered Su Qing telling her that he didn't have many friends. Just as Lin Sierra was about to tell him to leave, she heard something that made her even more annoyed. While holding Su Qing's wrist, Lang Yanwan earnestly comforted Lin Xier. Don't be too sad, Xier. Although the engagement banquet has already been held, it's good that you saw through Su Qing's true colors early on, which can be considered as cutting your losses in time. Su Qing, no, my dear sister, what do you mean by seeing through my true colors? You've misjudged the person. Lu Jie also looked at Lin Xier and sighed. Although I didn't watch the whole live broadcast, everyone around me was discussing it, so I know a little bit about it. He really is a scoundrel. It's good that we saw through him sooner. Su Qing, no, my dear sister, why are you still responding? That scoundrel is Li Tian, that's Li Tian, why?
Why are you all yelling at me? Chapter 280 corresponds to the book title, Spoiled to the Heavens, right?
Yes, we saw through Su Qing's true colors sooner. Lin Xier paused for a moment, then gave a helpless smile.
It's Li Tian, slip of the tongue.
A slip of the tongue, Su Qing breathed a sigh of relief.
He almost became a scumbag, boo-hoo. What happened today is truly regrettable.
We've had this relationship for so many years, but we can put emotional matters aside for now and try to control the online comments. Otherwise, it will also affect the reputation of the Lin family and your reputation, Xier.
Lin Yannuan said earnestly and regretfully.
Yes, the situation is out of control right now, Seal, don't be too sad.
But don't worry too much about things on the internet. The internet has no memory, and after a while everyone will forget about this. Then we can suppress the news, and things will be much better.
Actually, it would be best to issue another statement or something to sever ties with Li Tian. That way, Lin Yannuan and Lu Jie are both warm-hearted. Their intention was genuinely to offer advice to Lin Xier. They didn't know the specific emotional impact of this matter on Lin Xier, but they had experience in dealing with the bigger picture. The two were indeed trying to comfort and reassure Lin Xier. What they didn't know was that Lin Xier had no desire to be associated with Li Tian at all. She felt disgusted just thinking about that name. She was completely focused on Su Qing, wanting to see him wake up quickly so she could be the first to see him. She even felt that Lu Jie and Lin Yannuan's current concern and warmth were extremely cumbersome. Lin Xier cleared her throat. Actually, my relationship with Li Tian isn't as good as the rumors say. My marriage to him was a family alliance, a result that satisfied both families. So Li Tian's current predicament and subsequent departure due to negative news is a relief for me. Actually, I now have someone I like, and I'm quite happy to be with him without any worries. Lin Xier hadn't finished speaking, so Lin Yannuan and Lu Jie didn't know what she meant by have, and were still looking at her expectantly, but Su Qing saw it clearly. Su Qing, kill me.
Stop torturing me. You're not leaving already, why are you talking more and more?
Cough cough cough, cough cough cough. A violent cough interrupted Lin Xier from what she was about to say. The handsome man on the bed, his face deathly pale, slightly opened his eyes. He squinted and looked around, paused for a moment, then weakly parted his lips. Cough, cough. Sisters, you've come to see me. The three people spoke anxiously.
Su Qing, are you feeling better? Su Qing, how are you feeling right now? Lin Yannuan reached out and touched Su Qing's head.
It's okay, you don't have a fever, but you're sweating a lot. Su Qing's left hand was originally resting on his side, but when he glanced over and saw that Lin Xier was going to pull his hand, Su Qing quickly reacted by raising both hands and grabbing his small blanket, pulling it all the way to his neck to prevent them from continuing to grope him. Su Qing stole a glance at Lin Yannuan's side pocket, preparing to administer the medicine. After all, she couldn't let her sister's efforts go to waste. He activated his eye of insight to observe what medicine Lin Yannuan had brought. I instantly felt a tightness between my eyebrows. The fever medication wasn't too outrageous. But what happened next? It replenishes blood. It is used to treat physical weakness. It is used to treat kidney failure. It is used to treat neurasthenia. It's for treating constipation. The most outrageous thing is regulating women's postpartum period. None of these are suitable for me. Cough, cough. The doctor examined me, and there's nothing seriously wrong with my body, but I'm a bit too frightened. I've been having nightmares. Su Qing ultimately chose the most plausible symptom for her treatment. Neurasthenia, you're sweating a lot.
Besides being overly frightened, you probably also have some digestive issues. I just took your pulse. Lin Yannuan took out 2 small pills for treating weakness and neurasthenia from her pocket and handed them to Su Qing. She also brought a glass of warm water from the window. Su Qing, take your medicine. It's a little bitter. Drink more water. Seeing that Lin Yannuan meant to feed him, Su Qing quickly sat up and took the medicine and water from her. He held the medicine and water in both hands, his lips pursed, revealing a bitter expression. His eyes swept over the 3 women's faces. The hotel lighting was very dim, especially since Su Qing had just opened her eyes, and her 3 older sisters were still backlit. For a moment, Su Qing felt that the 3 of them looked somewhat blurry. She could only make out 3 pale, human faces. It's true what they say, when you do something wrong, you're afraid of being haunted by ghosts. If he didn't have the ability to see through things, he would really think that his 3 older sisters had seen through his philandering and were
Coming to kill him out of a shared hatred, the weak and powerless Su Qing swallowed the pill under the watchful eyes of the three people. Su Qing smacked her lips with a distressed expression, cough, so bitter. Whether it's a coincidence or this book has gone to such lengths to oppose Su Qing, it's hard to say. As Su Qing uttered these words, three slender white hands reached out to her simultaneously, saying in unison, "I have some candy here. I have some candy, I have some candy." Su Qing almost laughed out of anger. He muttered to himself, seriously, just kill me, right now. Who the hell am I taking? Whose is it? Su Qing quickly picked up her water glass and gulped down some more water. Cough, I don't really like sweets. I'll just drink more hot water. Hot water cures all ailments, right? I'm still a little tired, but I think I'll feel better after a while. His suggestive words went unnoticed by his sisters, who continued to stare at Su Qing without blinking. It was as if they could see right through him. Just as Su Qing was feeling utterly hopeless, a series of footsteps suddenly rushed into the room. A woman wearing a dark green cheongsam appeared, her originally dignified demeanor now showing signs of panic, her delicate peach blossom eyes seemingly filled with mist. It isn't Qingyun. Qinger, are you feeling better? She walked quickly towards Su Qing, her voice slightly choked. Mom! Su Qing called out in a drawn-out voice, as if she had seen a savior. Lin Sierra called out Anton and stood up to make room for Qingyun. And Qingyun did not refuse and sat down by the bed, hugged Su Qing tightly, and then lifted Su Qing's face to look at it from left to right. How are you, Qinger? Do you still feel unwell? Chapter 281. She wants, are you feeling better, Qinger? And Qingyun asked, looking at him. I'm not feeling unwell. Sister Yen Nuan brought me medicine. Su Qing turned her head and glanced at Long Yen Nuan. An Qingyun nodded to Long Yen Nuan, thank you, Xiaonuan. You're welcome. And seeing that Qingyun hadn't left yet, Lin Xier, Lu Jia, and Lang Yenhuan left the room first so as not to disturb the mother and son's conversation. However, none of them went far, as if they wanted to stay and check on Su Qing for a while longer. However, the three people standing at the door had no idea that as soon as they left, and Qingyun's worried and anxious expression disappeared, replaced by a mysterious and unpredictable smile. Su Qing never deliberately hid anything from his mother. His parents always sided with him in everything, so he had nothing to hide. Su Qing told Qingyun that he had jumped into the lake on his own, although he didn't go into the details of the cause and effect. And Qingyun didn't ask him any further questions. Qingyun ruffled Su Qing's hair. Are you scared? Why did you put the three of them together? Su Qing pouted, scared, all right, don't feel aggrieved. Luckily, Hua Sheng told me earlier, otherwise, your little secret would have been exposed sooner or later. To be honest, being told this outright by his mother made him feel a little ashamed, being so naive. Su Qing blinked awkwardly and said sheepishly, thank you, Mom. I'll go out and tell them you need to rest well and let them go back first. Qinger, you should rest well. The water in the lake is still cold. I'll have someone bring you some hot soup later. After saying that, Qingyun walked towards the door. Su Qing smiled, and asked with some confusion, Mom, why do you spoil me so much? And Qingyun turned to Su Qing and frowned, you're my only precious son. If I don't spoil you, who else should I spoil? No matter what you do, as long as you're safe and healthy, I'll be satisfied. Thank you, Mom. Su Qing's words were very sincere. He has always been like this, liking unconditional favoritism and love. Qingyun went out and told the three of them that Su Qing needed to rest well, and the three of them obediently left. An hour and a half later, all the guests had left, and the engagement party ended in a disgraceful and embarrassing manner. Lin Xier didn't go back with her family, but instead went back to see Su Qing. She was worried about Su Qing's injuries, and she really had so much to say to Su Qing. She was also overjoyed that their relationship could finally be made public. In a girl's eyes, the desire to share is the most romantic thing. She wanted to share everything with Su Qing. She was excited, especially since there was no one else in the room, just the two of them. Even if he hadn't woken up, Lin Xier wanted to be alone with Su Qing in the same space, watching over him. With a creak, she pushed open Su Qing's room door. In the dim light, her eyes were misty and her eye sockets were red. She walked anxiously to the bedside. Lin Xier frowned slightly. The crumpled blanket was neatly placed on one side of the bed, but the man who should have been lying there was nowhere to be seen. Just as she was hesitating about whether Su Qing had left and was thinking of calling him, she suddenly heard a soft sob in the quiet space. Hiss, woo, Following the sound, Lin Xier discovered a bulging object under the curtains hanging on the windowsill, with a crystal pendant at the bottom swaying along the wall, making a clear, tinkling sound. Lin Xier hesitated before heading towards that spot. As the scene was too eerie in the pitch-black night, she slowly drew the curtains. The delicate silk curtains had a layer of fine gauze on the outside, and as the gauze was gradually lifted, a pair of rosy peach blossom eyes were hidden behind the crocheted pattern. Those eyes were incredibly beautiful, with glistening teardrops scattered on their long eyelashes, echoing the twinkling stars outside the window. When Lin Xier's eyes met those eyes, she instantly felt at ease, but after a few more seconds of eye contact, she also felt a pang of heartache. What reassured me was that the person in front of me was Su Cheng. What's heartbreaking is that he was crying. Lin Xier pulled the curtains open completely. Su Cheng's appearance at this moment was also fully observed by her. He was gripping his phone tightly in both hands, crouching against the cold wall. His shoulders were heaving, and he was still sobbing, his whole body trembling and choking. Even her slightly parted lips trembled a little. "Su Cheng, why are you squatting here? It's so cold." Lin Xier didn't know what had happened to Su Cheng, and she felt very sorry for him seeing him like this. He even stammered when he spoke. She reached out and grabbed Su Cheng's arm, trying to pull her up, but to everyone's surprise, before Lin Xier could even touch him, Su Cheng dodged away. He quickly pulled the curtains that had just been pulled open back in front of his face, but not completely, revealing a pair of pitiful eyes that occasionally stole glances at Lin Xier. "No! Don't open it. I don't want Sister Xier to see me like this. How could I be so useless?" He sobbed in a low voice, sounding like he was talking to Lin Xier, but also more like he was condemning his own uselessness. Lin Xier said nervously, "Su Cheng, don't do this. The ground is cold. You're not well, you'll catch a cold." She tried to pull on the curtains again, but Su Cheng held them tightly. "Once my sister's affection level is maxed out, I'll let her see." Feeling weak and aggrieved, he mocked himself. "Yes, I can't do anything right, I'm so useless, and my health is so poor." He raised his bright eyes and looked at Lin Xier with sincerity in them. "Sister Xier, I am not good enough for you. Actually, Li Tian is such a good person, he is the best match for Xier. I feel like my feelings have hurt my sister." Su Cheng's words became increasingly bitter, as if his words instantly pulled Lin Xier's memory back to the villa in the southern suburbs of the city. To the day the two first met, she vaguely remembered that Su Cheng had once said something with a hoarse voice, "I can't have someone I like, nor can I let someone entrust their life to me. I don't even know how long I have left to live. Wouldn't that be wasting someone else's life?" When Lin Xier heard this, she didn't think much of it. She just felt that Su Cheng was a kind person who didn't want to hold others back, but now Lin Xier suddenly realized that Su Cheng had probably fallen in love with her at first sight, and that sentence was Su Cheng's serious confession to her. Day after day, Su Cheng's roundabout yet pure love was once hidden very deeply. But when one thing after another was connected, she truly felt how deep Su Cheng's feelings for her really worked. She thought, if only time could turn back, on the day she was kidnapped, she would hold Su Cheng tightly and tell him that she had fallen in love with him at first sight. No matter what he looked like, no matter if he was the best, no matter if he was healthy or not, she had decided on him. She thought that if she could go back to that day in Longcheng, she could know in advance what tricks Su Cheng had planned, and then cooperate with him to make him happy and let him show his masculine side. Perhaps that way he could happily rescue her and say to himself, "Sister, I'm late. I'll protect you from now on." She would suppress all her fighting spirit, hide by his side, praise his prowess, and give him all her admiring glances. Chapter 282. Sincerity is the only ultimate weapon. This time, Lin Xier pulled on the curtains so urgently that Su Cheng didn't even have time to react and try to take them from her. She stopped and wrapped her arms around Su Cheng's neck. Su Cheng is tall, so his position is also high, making it seem as if Lin Xier is hanging on him. The angle at which he squats down is a bit uncomfortable. She rested her chin on Su Cheng's shoulder and shook it rapidly. "No, Su Cheng, you've always been the best. How can Li Tian compare to you? He's a complete scumbag. You left after you got out of the lake, you didn't see what happened." "Li Tian has been having affairs with other women for a long time," Su Cheng asked in surprise. "Really?" Lin Xier nodded, and in the explosion in Los Angeles that day, Li Tian wasn't actually seriously injured at all. "Not only did he not save me, trying to kill me. He is absolutely terrifying." His crimes were displayed on a big screen, and the police came to arrest him, but he got away. Su Cheng hugged her tightly, using a little force, so much so that her fingers dug into the fabric of her dress. "How could this happen?" His tone was one of astonishment, as if he could hardly believe what Lin Xier had said. But what Lin Sierra didn't know was that his expression was completely different from what he said. A triumphant smile appeared on his lips, and his eyebrows and eyes were relaxed and beautiful, but Su Qing didn't expect that either. The next second, Lin Sierra actually sat up and looked him in the eye. Damn it, it was incredibly fast. He didn't even have time to retract his bared teeth. In such a tense and imminent moment, Su Qing could only improvise, turning down the corners of her mouth and furrowing her brows again. Her expression, a mix of crying and laughing, was complex and awkward. Su Qing's performance this time was not good enough, allowing the perceptive Lin Sierra to immediately grasp his complex emotions. Lin Sierra said bluntly, "Su Qing, you're actually happy, aren't you?" Su Qing blinked. "I didn't." "Su Qing, don't lie to me. I can tell you're happy." Lin Sierra held his hand, her delicate fingertips tracing his joints, and suddenly smiled. "I'm also happy for Su Qing that we don't need to hold an engagement banquet, and we have nothing to owe Li Tian now. No one will condemn us for this anymore. We can be together openly and honestly." Lin Sierra's eyes were full of joy and relief. Su Qing nodded, silently thinking to herself, "Beautiful." Lin Sierra pulled him up, and this time Su Qing did not resist, letting her pull him all the way to the soft edge of the bed. As night deepened, it started raining outside. The raindrops pattered softly against the windowpane. A few wisps of breeze drifted in through the cracks in the window, bringing a cool sensation. The two sat side by side, and Lin Sierra took two tissues from the bedside and carefully wiped the tear stains on his cheeks. "Su Qing, you still haven't told me why you were hiding there crying?" she asked cautiously, afraid of touching Su Qing's sensitive heart, but Su Qing's answer was quite frank. "The lake water was quite cold and dark in there. Actually, I was a little scared when I first came up. I even had nightmares while I was sleeping. I was actually woken up by a nightmare when you came in." Su Qing suddenly turned her gaze to Lin Sierra. "I really wanted to hug Sister Sierra back then, but Lan Yanwan and Lu Jia were also present." "Isn't today Sister Sierra's engagement party? Even though it's fake, they don't know, and I'm afraid of ruining my sister's reputation, so I've been holding back." Lin Sierra suddenly realized why Su Qing had dodged her outstretched hand and pulled the blanket around herself, looking as if she was afraid of getting involved with her. Women are very sensitive and perceptive. She felt a chill in her heart at that moment, and for a moment she even thought Su Qing didn't want those two women from the Lu and Lang families to see this, so it turns out he was just afraid of ruining his reputation. She thought such a filthy thing about Su Qing. Lin Sierra's imagined scenarios unfolded before Su Qing's discerning eyes like a string of code. As the cold wind swept in, the rain began to intensify. He then added insult to injury, further aggravating Lin Sierra's self-blame and sadness. "After you left, I didn't sleep either. I kept waiting for you to come back, sister." He lowered his eyes, looking extremely forlorn. "But you never came back. I stood at the window and watched you taking care of the guests, and I saw the beautiful fireworks in the venue. At that moment, I felt so superfluous. At the time, I didn't know that Li Tian had done such a thing. I just thought, I'm so useless, dragging around such a sickly body. I'm holding you back too much." I was thinking, if only I had been kidnapped on the Lantern Festival, then we would never have met. I was thinking, if only I could go back to the day Li Tian tricked me, I wouldn't have drunk that medicine, we wouldn't have done anything wrong, and I could have stayed far away, secretly watching over my sister and wishing her happiness. Su Qing wiped away her tears, then smiled knowingly. "Luckily, Li Tian isn't that kind of person. I accidentally saved my sister from him. I feel like this is the best thing I've ever done in my life." Su Qing's tone was a mixture of joy and sorrow, and her entire speech was extremely sincere. Lin Sierra covered her mouth, her eyes brimming with tears, which fell in streams as if defying gravity, running down her cheeks and onto the edge of her palm. Su Qing, why didn't you tell me sooner? Those things made us miss so much time. I only regret not being able to go back to those times, hold your hand tightly, and tell you my feelings." Lin Sierra, disregarding her ruined makeup from crying, suddenly wrapped her arms around Su Qing's neck. Deeply moved, the hotel's soft bed seemed to catch Lin Sierra's leaning force off for a moment, and Su Qing's body tilted, causing both of them to fall straight onto the bed. Su Qing was even satisfied with this result. To be honest, he was even a little moved by his own performance. The reason was simple: he got so into character that he became so immersed that he actually believed he was so humble and miserable. Indeed, sincerity is the only surefire way to win. Chapter 283. Su Qing, who cherishes and pities women. The following day at noon, the window was hazy with raindrops, and the bright sunlight shone through the misty raindrops into the room, casting a beam of light onto the face of the man standing by the bed. Su Qing was putting on a simple t-shirt with both hands. The red marks on her chest and the fingernail marks on her back seemed to be silently proving something. He walked towards the bathroom while getting dressed, fixing his hair in front of the mirror, his slender fingers casually brushing the hair on his forehead to one side. The smooth mirror reflected her flawless features, and a sly, unrestrained smile, so different from yesterday's bitterness, lingered on her lips. He peered through the transparent glass of the bathroom onto the bed. The woman lying there was beautiful and sleeping peacefully, with the blanket loosely draped over her body. Her slightly disheveled hair was complemented by faint teeth marks on her neck, but Su Qing wasn't looking at those. She was looking at the character panel to which the women belonged: female lead, Lin Sierra, affection level, 100 points, and unwavering love until death. This appealing font has been enlarged and bolded in a very user-friendly way. Su Qing raised an eyebrow, picked up a tissue to wipe the water droplets from her fingers, and walked towards the hotel entrance while wiping them. He stood at the boundary between light and darkness, a wicked smile curling his lips, causing his smiling eyes to narrow slightly as well. He raised his hand and waved in Lin Sierra's direction, his low, husky voice sounding both mocking and indifferent. "Sister, our game is over, so I can't play with you anymore." After having lunch at the hotel restaurant, Su Qing returned to her apartment. He lay back in the soft chair, sorted out the plot, and then started playing the game, feeling relaxed and comfortable. Suddenly, Su Qing's phone screen, which was pushing the opponent's fountain, changed to an incoming call display. He died. "Here we go again. It's down again. Next." "She's so clingy." Su Qing answered the phone helplessly. A worried female voice came from the other end. "Su Qing, where did you go?" Cough. "Sister, I forgot to tell you, something came up at home, so I have to go home first." Cough. Although she was still calling him sister, her cold tone immediately made Lin Sierra lose her composure, especially since Su Qing had repeatedly hung up on her earlier, but in the end, she didn't think too much about it. After all, Su Qing's self-blame and miserable appearance yesterday was like a brand on her heart, and she trusted Su Qing unconditionally. Instead, she wondered if Su Qing was feeling unwell and had gone home to see a doctor. She thought he had just had an injection and took medicine and was sleeping, yet he still insisted on answering her phone. She even blamed herself for not considering Su Qing's condition on that cold, rainy night yesterday, and for taking unlimited things from him. "Su Qing, are you still feeling unwell? You should rest well first, and I'll come to see you when you're rested." Su Qingyang tapped the back of her phone with her fingers, making a series of arrhythmic, crisp sounds, indicating her impatience. "Sister, please say everything at once." Lin Sierra was visibly taken aback. "Su Qing, what do you mean?" As everyone knows, Su Qing is extremely kind and innocent, and she cherishes women the most. He suppressed his impatience and explained, "No, sister, don't misunderstand. Actually, I'm at the hospital right now. I was talking to the doctor just now, so it's not good to answer the phone. I'm going for a physical exam in a bit, so I probably won't be able to answer the phone for a long time. I was afraid my sister might have something important to tell me, and I wouldn't be able to answer it then." Lin Sierra finally breathed a sigh of relief. "Actually, it's nothing, and it's not appropriate to talk about it now." "Su Qing, you should go quickly." "It's okay, sister, I still have half, woof woof." Su Qing looked up at the living room, gestured for and ran to be quiet as she was about to speak to him, and then got up and walked towards the study while talking. Someone even brought a dog into this hospital. "Sister, wait a minute while I find a quiet place." With a bang, Su Qing closed the study door. "Sister, I'm going to the lounge." "Where were we?" "Oh, right, it's still more than half an hour before it's my turn. Talk to me, it'll keep me from getting bored." Lin Sierra clutched her rapidly heaving chest. Su Qing was even willing to share her precious rest time with her. "Actually, I wanted to discuss with you when to tell everyone about our relationship." Su Qing licked his lips. He could keep Lin Sierra by his side. After all, she was a beautiful older sister. But Lin Sierra clearly wanted to move in and into his life. He had no intention of being with Lin Sierra for life, but he couldn't just tell Lin Sierra directly that Li Tian still had 500 points of luck left, in case something goes wrong. Su Qing said seriously, "Sister Sierra, now is not the right time. Although your engagement banquet with Li Tian ended without a result, the news is still circulating throughout the streets and alleys of Luoshuan. I'm a man, so it's not a big deal for me. I'm just worried about my sister's reputation." It would be better to postpone this matter a little longer. Besides, a proposal shouldn't be rushed.
We're not in an arranged marriage, right, sister? Su Qing, you're right.
We're not in an arranged marriage.
I was just thinking too hastily.
Su Qing wasn't a jerk. He chatted with Lin Shear for a full half hour before hanging up. He leaned back on the sofa and opened the game again, but as soon as the Timmy sound rang out, a string of numbers ending in 7 popped up on the screen. Su Qing rubbed her temples.
Do all women love to chat?
Sister Sierra, I really don't have much time right now. The doctor called me. The voice on the other end of the phone was weak, with a few soft laughs.
Oh, really? Well, brother, this call is really unfortunate. When would be a convenient time for me to call back?
Su Qing was stunned for a moment, then glanced at the phone number displayed on the screen. Although the last 6 digits all ended in 7, the prefix was clearly different from Lin Xier's. This number belonged to Li Shang. Su Qing chuckled awkwardly. No, I have Brother Kong right now. Li Shang chuckled lightly. So what you were doing just now was...
Oh, I see, you've got a lot of romantic entanglements coming your way.
Brother Li Shang, please don't make fun of me, Su Qing said bluntly.
Tell me, when will our plan be implemented? I'm available anytime. I have good news for you, and bad news for you. Which do you want to hear first? Su Qing said with great interest, It's bad, isn't it? The bad news is that the date will be delayed for a few days. And the good news? Good news.
The reason for the delay of a few days is that Li Tian escaped to a small village in Lincheng, gave some money to someone, and settled down there.
Unfortunately, that outbuilding was poorly made, and Li Tian fell ill yesterday due to the wind and rain.
So, let him rest for a few days. After all, he's my brother, and I should at least show him some care.
Su Qing clicked her tongue and said, Oh my.
Chapter 280 For the tragic fate of Li Tian. Li Shang said slowly, it would be so boring if Li Tian became sickly.
I'm just worried that you won't have enough fun.
Brother Li Shang, you really do have a somewhat wicked sense of humor, Su Qing said with a smile.
Do I seem to enjoy playing around that much in my brother's eyes?
Actually, it wouldn't be a bad idea to just call the police and have him arrested.
I was just joking with you. The main problem is that I don't know where he is. Li Tian is very wary now.
I doubt he would have answered the phone if I hadn't called him. He was the one who brought it up first. He wanted to rest for a few days to adjust his condition, and then see how to escape overseas and hide for a while. He asked me to help him put in a good word with Li Jingfeng to see if he could get a letter of forgiveness.
He didn't actually kill anyone.
If he could get the letter of forgiveness, he probably wouldn't want to be a fugitive anymore. Li Jingfeng, it's unlikely he'll get a letter of forgiveness. Besides, there are shareholders and investors involved.
How can he still have the intention to stay in Luochuan? He's all bark and no bite, quite naive, Su Qing said.
Actually, Li Jingfeng will give him a letter of understanding. After all, it is a scandal of the Li family, and Li Jingfeng also has feelings for Li Tian. It is also easy to resolve the issue with the shareholders.
They can digest it internally and then use some company data to process the losses he took. There is no problem.
If he hadn't run away immediately, he probably would have only had to stay in the station for a few days. Unfortunately, he didn't believe the Li family or Li Jingfeng would help him. Su Qing laughed. It's a pity he's too impatient, and Brother Li Shang won't plead for him. Certainly, Brother Li Shang, when are you going to tell him that you killed me? That's right, this is the plan that Li Shang and Su Qing devised to lure Li Tian out.
Tomorrow I will first tell him that Li Jingfeng does not agree to give him a letter of understanding.
Since this path is blocked, he will definitely ask me to help him escape from China. When that time comes, I will tell him the news of your death. Su Qing hesitated and said, he has a chance to escape and live on right in front of him.
Would he choose to come and see a corpse like me? Su Qing, you don't seem to have a clear understanding of your own position.
He will definitely see you with his own eyes before he'll be willing to leave. In fact, he knew this because he possessed the author's original postscript, but he knew that Li Tian was hiding in a dilapidated house made of tiles and thatch, exposed to wind and rain. He knew that Li Tian had not told Li Shang his exact location. He knew that Li Shang was not lying to him. He even knew the exact time, exactly 3 days later, But he still asked Li Shang one question after another with a tone of doubt and surprise. You need to know whether your allies are reliable or not. 3 days later, the dilapidated house in a small village was damp and cold, with a few drops of water falling from the eaves and splashing into the iron basin next to it. Li Tian was lying on a wooden plank bed that was about to fall apart, staring fixedly at the ceiling, his fist clenched so tightly that his fingernails were almost digging into his flesh. He hated it so much. It seems he never gained the upper hand. Su Qing repeatedly schemed against him, harmed him, seduced his fiancée, and even plotted against him in front of everyone. Lin Sierra betrayed him, repeatedly breaking his heart. Zheng Qing, the person Su Qing sent to plot against him, what a waste that he had treated her with such sincerity. And those snobbish people from the powerful families, Li Jingfeng, Lin Outyan, one by one, disgusted Li Tian to the extreme. Li Tian suddenly clenched his fist as if deflated. Given his current situation, he could be arrested and brought to justice any minute if he went out. With his current reputation, he'd be universally hated if he went out. Li Tian has always been good at weighing options and strategizing, so even though he was filled with hatred, he knew very well that now was not a good time to take revenge. He's waiting to see if his older brother, Li Shang, can get him a letter of forgiveness. If not, he needs to escape and hide somewhere else first. He believes that with his abilities and strength, as long as he manages things for a while, it will be a piece of cake for him to make his mark overseas. As for his enemies, he believed that revenge was a dish best served cold, and he didn't believe those people would always have the upper hand. Knock knock knock, knock knock knock. The old door was knocked so hard it shook. Li Tian propped himself up on the bed and looked at the woman who came in through the door. Xin, you're here. Xin is the daughter of this family. She came to deliver water and medicine to Li Tian. When Li Tian fled here and asked to rent a room, the homeowner refused because Li Tian was an unregistered resident and couldn't even produce an ID card. Who would dare let someone like that into the house? Li Tian didn't dare use his mobile phone, let alone electronic payment. He had fled in such a panic at the engagement banquet that he only had a few loose bills in his pocket, so the landlord was even less willing to let him stay. In the end, it was Xin who begged her mother, and Li Tian finally got a place to stay. She thought Li Tian was handsome and imposing, so he couldn't be a bad person. He might even be a down-on-his-luck young master. She thought she had fallen for him and thought about Li Tian every night. Here it comes, brotherly, please drink your medicine quickly. It's cold here, and your house is built like a pigsty, it's really not suitable for people to live in. Or, brotherly, why don't you stay in my room tonight? I trust brotherly's character, he definitely won't do anything to me. Cough cough cough. Li Tian had only swallowed half of the water he had just put in his mouth when he heard Xin's affected and pretentious words and almost choked to death. It would be nice if she were a beautiful farm woman. Li Tian secretly glanced at Xin. She looked like a pig's head, heavier than himself, and when she spoke those two sentences in a coquettish voice, it was as if she had a big phlegm stuck in her mouth. Even if he is now fallen from grace, living under someone else's roof, and needing their help, he would never trample on his own dignity. But Xin completely failed to notice Li Tian's disgust, and even thought that his gloomy appearance made him look like a melancholy nobleman, which excited her even more. Xin raised her hand to wipe the water dripping from the corner of his mouth down his neck, but Li Tian blocked her way. Xin stumbled from his push. Brotherly, I just wanted to help you wipe it off. What are you doing? Li Tian gave an awkward smile. No, it's nothing, I'm just not used to it. Fortunately, an old woman appeared at the door just in time, breaking the awkward atmosphere. The old woman was thin and had a curly hairstyle. She had a sharp and mean-spirited appearance. She originally wanted to go inside, but the room was small, and her daughter alone almost filled up all the space, so the old woman simply stood at the door with her hands on her hips. Li Feng, go and dig up the land behind us. Stop eating and drinking for free at our house every day. Li Feng was an alias given by Li Tian. Xin was unhappy. Mom, brotherly is still sick. His medicine is free. You're not even willing to do a little work. I'll go get to work. Li Tian stood up and walked outside, completely disregarding what Xin was saying behind him. After all, digging outside was much safer than staying in the house. Chapter 285. Su Qing is dead. The sun shines brightly after the rain. Li Tian was sweating profusely in the field, not from exhaustion, but mainly from the sun. He felt somewhat helpless, as he had always been said to have extraordinary strength since childhood, truly a standout among men, But he never imagined he would be so destitute that he would have to use all his skills to do this. When Li Tian returned to the cabin to rest that evening, he was covered in sweat, and his skin had been tanned a shade or two darker. He picked up a towel, soaked it in the basin, wrung it out until it was half dry, and used it to wipe away the dirt and fatigue from his body. Suddenly, his phone rang in his pocket. Li Tian was startled and quickly threw the towel aside. This is his newly purchased black card, known only to his brother Li Shang. "Brother, how is it? What did Dad say?" A sigh came from the other end of the phone. "It's not that your brother doesn't want to help you, but Dad, he's almost driven crazy by you. He doesn't agree. He said he never wants to see you again." Li Tian suddenly felt as if a huge rock had been thrown into his heart. That he knew that Li Jingfeng would definitely not help him. Li Tian said urgently, "Brother, please help me go overseas. I don't want to hide here forever." "Brother will definitely help you, but there is one thing that is difficult. You are currently wanted by the police, and my bank statements will definitely be monitored by the police. If you don't have identification, the only way to get you out is by smuggling you across by water, which is relatively easy, but I can't help you with your life abroad, little brother. I can only wait until the statute of limitations for your case expires, otherwise you could be discovered at any time and deported. It's okay, brother. As long as you get me out of here, I can support myself. I can find an underground boxing gym to fight in underground matches, or I can work in a restaurant. I can do anything I can. Okay, I'll make some arrangements for you in the next couple of days. Although the bank and card-related electronic devices can't transfer money to you, I'll try to find a way to get you some more cash so you won't have to live such a hard life." Li Tian said gratefully, "Thank you, brother. Why are you being so polite with me, brother?" "Sigh, it's all my fault for having such a weak body. If only I had come back sooner, I could have helped you solve everything. It's all my fault, brother. I messed everything up," Li Tian said dejectedly. "Sigh, if you could have been a little more patient and hadn't brought your conflict to the surface so quickly, he wouldn't have had a chance with you at all, brother." "What do you mean?" "When you were in Los Angeles, I told you to hold back and wait for me to deal with Su Qing's matter. I've already taken Su Qing's life for you." Li Tian was utterly astonished. What? He simply couldn't believe that in just a few days, his mortal enemy had been killed so easily by Li Shang, but the video that was sent to his phone the next second clearly told him that what Li Shang said was true. In the video, the night is dark and desolate, the wildly swaying tree branches resemble a swarm of ghosts, and the howling wind sends chills down your spine. The reason for all these bizarre sights is none other than this. Instead, that's a cemetery, the orderly rows of tombstones. Behind them looked extremely eerie in the darkness. Su Qing's face was directly facing the camera. His arms were tightly bound to his sides with a thick black hemp rope. There were several bright red marks on her cheeks, like knife wounds. On her fair face, those bright red wounds were still bleeding. His face showed a mixture of fear and panic, as if he were terrified. "Don't kill me! Don't kill me! Who sent you? Was it Li Tian? I'll pay double." "No. I'll pay 10 times the price, please don't kill me." Su Qing's eyes were bloodshot, and he retreated step by step, the sound coming from his throat almost a roar. There was no trace of his usual cunning and dissolute appearance. It must be said that even though Li Tian hated him to the bone, Su Qing's fair and handsome face was still very beautiful in the dark night. Even though there were a few wounds on it, they were like decorations. He felt that if Su Qing's face were burned and covered in scabs, that would be the best punishment for him, so that he wouldn't go out and flirt with other women all day long. The video was not over yet. It was clear that the person who had taken Su Qing there was not swayed by his self-interest, and didn't even bother to say a word to him. A figure wearing a wide, pure black trench coat and cloak walked towards Su Qing from behind, obscuring half of her. The back of the trench coat was covered in mud. The man instantly raised his hand, his huge sleeves billowing as he did so, and the sharp knife in his hand flashed a white light in the night. The man was only a step away from Su Qing in front of him. He didn't say a word. He just took a step forward, flicked his wrist, and used the blade to slice straight down Su Qing's neck. Bright red blood gushed from his neck. Su Qing's eyes widened in disbelief, and even the area around his severed Adam's apple instinctively repeated the action of swallowing. A splash of bright red blood even splattered onto the camera lens, blurring the video, but Su Qing's misfortune didn't seem to end there. The next second, the man in the black trench coat kicked Su Qing in the stomach, and he fell straight into the pit that had been dug for him. He lay there with lifeless eyes, the surrounding sand being swept up by gravity, clinging to him like quicksand. 4 people surrounded the pit, all dressed in black trench coats and cloaks. Their faces were unrecognizable, and they wore various masks to completely cover themselves. Their actions were perfectly synchronized. They were all using shovels to throw dirt into the pit. Soil fell on Su Ching. It landed on his face. Blood and dry sand mingled together, staining them both with mud. It was clear that Su Ching was not completely dead yet. His body was struggling and throbbing, and he was in so much pain that he felt like he was suffocating. He desperately wanted to steal a breath of air that could give him life. As time passed, he was completely buried in the soil. Those ferocious and dejected eyes disappeared completely into the darkness. At the end of the video, the man in black who had just stabbed Su Ching stood there, bowing respectfully in front of the camera. Young Master Li Shang, everything has been taken care of. The white clown mask was still stained with blood, which had congealed over time. It belonged to Su Cheng. Li Tian's expression was incredibly interesting as he watched the video. First came astonishment, further doubts remained, then came excitement. Su Cheng is dead. Chapter 286 Cemetery. For a moment, Li Tian was somewhat dazed. His longtime rival, the person he regarded as his opponent, was actually so easily defeated. Su Cheng is dead just like that. So what did all my fighting against him amount to? Li Tian was somewhat bewildered. How could such a useless person have tormented him to this extent? He fell into deep self-doubt. Not only was there doubt, but also regret. If he hadn't held that engagement party, would Su Ching have refrained from plotting against him on that occasion? If he hadn't sent someone to deal with Su Ching back then, perhaps the two of them could have reached a truce for a while. If he did nothing, wouldn't he be able to wait for Li Shang to kill him, and then he wouldn't have to hide like a rat in the street? Li Tian quickly dialed back to Li Shang. Brother, thank you for helping me deal with Su Cheng. It must have been very difficult, right? He really wanted to hear from Li Shang about how difficult it was to kill Su Cheng, or how long it took to lure Su Ching to that place and kill her, but in the end, Li Shang's casual words shattered his illusions. No, Su Ching is in high spirits lately, indulging in pleasure every day and doesn't want any bodyguards around. So I arranged for a few people to tie him up, kill him, and bury him. He's much easier to deal with than I thought. Ah, I see. Li Shang could easily understand the frustration in Li Tian's heart, but that was exactly the kind of frustration he wanted to see. Okay, wait for my news in the next day or two. I'll arrange a boat for you to escape. Just as the call was about to be disconnected, Li Tian hesitated for a moment and quickly said, Brother, wait a minute. Where is Su Ching buried? I want to go see her. Li Tian trusted Li Shang, but he was still somewhat unwilling to accept that the person he had fought with for so long had died through the hands of another. He needed to see Su Ching's body lying there before he could be satisfied. Li Shang sighed, seemingly reluctant for Li Tian to get involved in this mess, but unable to dissuade him. Go if you want, it's in Wangue town, in the cemetery on the northern outskirts. Good. After hanging up the phone, Li Tian stared intently at the location, as if trying to see through it. What he didn't know was that killing Su Ching was much simpler than Li Shang had described. 2 hours ago in the afternoon, the sun gradually set. Su Ching kept track of the time and also took the opportunity to glance at Amy and ran. Then, bathed in the afterglow of the setting sun, we headed to Wangue town. As everyone knows, Li Tenjia was originally called Dixin town, but it was renamed Wangue 7 or 8 years ago. The reason was simple. Too many people from that town went out to work, leaving behind many women and children. Some of them stayed home with their children to take care of the elderly, while others simply went out to work with their spouses. So the people who remained in that remote and impoverished area longed for their families to return every day, and thus changed their name to Wangue, meaning longing for return. Li Tian had never investigated the origins of his own life, which he considered a disgrace, so he was unaware that his hometown had been renamed. This also became a great help for Su Ching and Li Shang to lure him to the past. The town and Luochuan were not too far apart. Su Ching and her group arrived after a little over an hour's drive. He brought quite a few people with him this time. In Su Ching's own words, he wanted to give Li Tian an ultimate visual experience. Logically speaking, Su Ching shouldn't need to do anything for that exhausted male lead, but alas. Su Ching especially likes to play around. The northern suburban cemetery was bustling with unprecedented activity upon the arrival of Su Ching and her entourage. The barren weeds crunched underfoot. The crew members responsible for filming, lighting, and special effects makeup were all busy at work. There were also several muscular men in black trench coats digging a hole there. The cemetery suddenly looked like a film set. At this moment, Su Qing was sitting on a stool putting on makeup, with several dark gray tombstones behind her. He held up a small mirror, looking at the streaks on his face caused by the buildup of skin wax. He turned his head and spoke to the makeup artist next to him. Sister Linlin, please add some more color to the transition areas of the wound, and also to the depth of the wound.
Su Qing frowned.
He was a person who paid attention to details, otherwise he would not have made a special trip to this place to do his makeup, just to compare the lighting and environment here, and to create the most perfect special effects makeup for Li Tian to shoot. But I'm really not satisfied with my makeup right now. However, Su Qing was always chivalrous and didn't say anything harsh. She just pointed to a section of wound that had already been drawn on her face and discussed it with her. The gaps in the upper part of the wound are smaller, so it should heal faster. It would be better if the color were a bit darker and the blood droplets in the middle were a bit more abundant, don't you think, sister? The people who came with him were all his confidants, and Linlin had helped Su Qing with her makeup when they were in Longcheng. Su Qing is generous and handsome, making him an excellent employer.
So when Linlin received Su Qing's work assignment yesterday, she came over without hesitation.
Being able to work with Su Qing made her both excited and trembling, but ever since she followed her in and started doing Su Qing's makeup, she was terrified. The location wasn't a film studio, but a real cemetery. Filming here in the dead of night, with a cliff right next to it. What the young master said is true. Linlin was on the verge of tears, and her hands trembled more and more as she touched up Su Qing's makeup. Linlin drew several more places, but Su Qing was still not satisfied. Sister Linlin, over here. Suddenly, a gust of cold wind blew past and hit Linlin's face, making her shiver. Especially since the large pit next to her had been dug to a certain depth, and someone had just been digging inside, and their eyes met Linlin's as soon as they poked their head out. She burst into tears, her delicate face streaked with tears, her slender waist swaying precariously. Young master, I'm scared. Can I go back? Su Qing awkwardly tugged at the corner of his lips, trying to reassure her from a different angle. He had only brought this one makeup artist with him. What would he do if she left?
Sister Linlin, don't think about those scary things.
Actually, if you look up, look at the sky full of stars. They are actually many people's deceased loved ones, watching over them from afar. And the wind blowing across the mountains, the sand and stones covering the ground, they are everywhere. So the people buried underground are just a kind of tangible representation. Okay, after Su Qing spoke poetically and beautifully, Linlin cried even harder, and goosebumps rose on her arms. She was originally only afraid of the underground world, but now she's even starting to fear the stars and the air. The words Su Qing uttered echoed in my mind. They are everywhere.
Chapter 287. Who's dancing on my grave?
They're everywhere.
Linlin hugged herself tightly, feeling the place grow increasingly eerie and terrifying. She cried uncontrollably, sobbing towards Su Qing, Young master, I want to go back.
Young master, please send someone else. I'm too scared. Su Qing frowned, looked up at her, and thought to herself, don't girls all like to hear these beautiful and touching things?
He said a lot, how come she only remembered that one sentence? Damn, I should have brought a male makeup artist.
This girl is such a coward. He glanced at the lighting technician and the photography technician standing beside him. Look at him, even though his face is ashen like he ate a bitter melon, and his fingers are trembling, but at least he didn't cry, and he's still working diligently.
Sister Linlin, please reconsider. How about I double your salary?
Su Qing used her financial power, but Linlin remained unmoved and shook her head. At this moment, she felt her face darken, and if she didn't leave soon, she might not see the sunrise tomorrow.
Young master, I want to go back.
All right. Despite the allure of beauty, Linlin remained unmoved, her only concern being her own life. But as she turned to leave, Su Qing grabbed her arm. Linlin felt a burning sensation on her skin, as if it were on fire. Upon hearing this, a deep, hoarse voice rose slowly like a clear spring in the quiet, eerie environment. Sister Linlin, I was too selfish filming here today. I was too focused on realism and detail, and I shouldn't have imposed my artistic pursuits on you. Alas, the pursuit of art is a lonely path, and the fast-paced, superficial film and television environment has long been deeply ingrained in people's minds. Alright, Sister Linlin, you can go back now. He turned to the lighting and photography instructors and said, if everyone is scared, you can all leave. This time it was my fault for not notifying you in advance, and the fees will be settled as usual. Su Qing's subtle expressions carried a hint of bitterness, but her voice remained calm without a trace of impatience. He didn't shout or become cynical, but with just a few words, he vividly expressed his frustration with the film and television environment, the apathy of filmmakers, and the fast-paced commercialization of the modern film industry. His face practically screamed,
"Does the world being shrouded in darkness mean that purity is wrong? Young master, I'm not leaving."
"Young master, I'm not leaving either." The lighting and photography instructors quickly expressed their determination. Lin, whose arm was being held by Su Qing, felt a sense of awe after hearing Su Qing's words. This was a dedication to art, and an effort to set an industry benchmark. She secretly blamed herself. Su Qing, a pampered young master, was able to accept the difficult environment, so how could she, who was earning a high salary, leave prematurely because of a little difficulty?
"Young master, I'm not leaving."
Su Qing smiled gently and pointed to her face. "Then I'll have to trouble you, sister." When he picked up the mirror again to examine the wound on his face, a satisfied smile appeared on his face. He turned the mirror in his hand, admiring the gloomy scenery behind him, and thought to himself,
"Brotherly Tian, I've gone to great lengths for you. I just don't know if you'll be satisfied after you arrive." Everyone present was a professional.
Apart from a slight mishap with the makeup artist, the camera lighting and the grave dug for Su Qing had all been taken care of.
"Young master, should your full name be engraved on the tombstone?"
Su Qing walked to that side, looking somewhat embarrassed. "Engrave it, yes, young master."
After receiving Su Qing's instructions, Lao Lu quickly began carving on the tombstone. "Let's not engrave the full name, it feels a bit unlucky.
Just the surname will do, and then, find some grass on the grave mound to cover the bottom." "Yes, young master." Even after the sixth brother stopped, he wondered if blocking the grave with grass would bring good luck. But he didn't say anything more, as he was looking at the character Qing in Su Qing's name, which was difficult to write. With all the preliminary preparations complete, Su Qing stood in front of the pit and began to teach Zhang Qi how to tie himself up, but then he was taught how to slit his own throat with a knife. This made Zhang Qi, a professional security guard, start to tremble with fear. While tying up Su Qing, he said, "Young master, if the knife strikes too fast, the layer of skin wax sticking to the neck will be easily pierced through. It's a bit too thin." "It's all right, there's still a blood pack in the middle, it's not a big problem. It's best not to do it a second time, it's too much trouble to do it every time." Zhang Qi hesitated before saying, "Okay, young master, then, young master, where did I kick you?"
"It's nothing. Hey, why are you talking so much? It's not your fault if you break it."
Su Qing was trying to break free of the rope, and also looking for the best angle for the camera. She inadvertently followed Hua Shang's gaze and quickly interrupted him.
Hey, you can't kick there, kick it in the stomach."
Zhang Qi scratched his head awkwardly as his gaze inadvertently swept over him. Su Qing has a great sense of presence on camera and superb acting skills. In an instant, she presents a broken feeling of ferocity, fear, and helplessness in front of the camera. His brows were deeply furrowed, with a small indentation at the top. His eyes were wide open, filled with tears, yet not a single one fell.
Don't kill me, don't kill me. Who sent you? Was it Li Tian? I'll pay double the price." "No.
I'll pay 10 times the price. Please don't kill me." At this moment, Su Qing's expression and emotions had completely transformed into the fear of a dying person facing a life-threatening crisis. With a whoosh, his neck was slashed open, and blood gushed out. Su Qing's pupils first dilated, then became unfocused, followed by an uncontrollable throbbing in her throat. His handsome face was filled with a confused and dazed expression. His lips were slightly parted as if he wanted to speak, but he could no longer utter a single word. With a bang, his body was kicked into a large pit. His chest heaved violently, and tangled sand flew straight at him. The men in black standing beside him looked like cruel demons. The staff members on the sidelines witnessed the entire scene without missing a single detail. Seeing the gruesome scene of Su Qing's murder, Lin couldn't help but cry. Afraid of ruining the filming, she covered her mouth to make herself cry very quietly. What I was seeing didn't seem like a performance, but a real murder. His performance was truly brilliant and deeply moving. He was incredibly professional. Not only was he willing to film on location, but he also did everything himself. He was slashed with a knife, kicked, and even buried in the soil, but he didn't utter a sound. He's so professional. At this moment, Su Qing, who was buried under the grave and unable to utter a single word, was secretly nodding in agreement with her thoughts through his eye of insight. He was indeed as professional and handsome as Lin had imagined. Well, not entirely. He felt the soil above his head tremble, and felt the sand on his body gradually becoming firmer.
Damn it! Do I not want to talk?
This mouth is full of dirt, I can't even breathe properly.
No, who's dancing on my grave? Chapter 288. Parents. Late at night, the wind was cold and there was silence.
The road in Wangui town was in disrepair, and the second-hand van driven by Li Tian, which looked like a potholed road surface, stumbled. The body also swayed left and right along with the car body. Occasionally, falling blades fell on the front windshield, which made Li Tian frown and feel unhappy. Unfortunately, he could only restrain himself. This car was not as resistant to construction as his previous Jeep. If he used even a little force on it, it would easily fall apart. Unfortunately, such a broken car was finally borrowed from Xinshin's house. Following the entrance to Guigui town, passing narrow paths, and turning several corners, Li Tian finally arrived at the location of the cemetery in the north of the city. The tombstones arranged horizontally and vertically in the cemetery came into Li Tian's eyes. He gave a sneer that perfectly echoed the environment. His longtime enemies are here, and those he hates so much are buried here. Even if he could leave China tomorrow, he could escape the scolding and pursuit when he went overseas and find a way to make a comeback. However, the news of Su Qing's death was too tempting for him, and he was not willing to accept Su Qing's fake hand. He wants to dig Su Qing out with his own hands, dismember Su Qing into pieces. The cemetery is an overall concave terrain. Li Tian stopped his car on the roadside and went down to find Su Qing's location in the video. He frowned slightly. How come every grave looks the same? He rushed all the way inside, and the cold wind blew on him but could not make him feel a trace of fear. What could be more painful than your own setbacks along the way? What could be more abhorrent to him than falling from a pyramid? He already has nothing. Only by being able to see Su Qing's body with his own eyes at this time can he feel happy. The weeds creaked as he stepped on them. After walking 100 meters, Li Tian's eyes suddenly lit up. He saw a tombstone with a big word written on it. Su, Ah. The words below are hard to read, and there is a tall pile of graveyard grass, but the scene in front of me and the photo echo of the location where Su Qing is buried in the video must be this. Li Tian strode towards that place, his face full of pride. No matter what the game between him and Su Qing is, in the end, if Su Qing lies here, he wins. But when Li Tian passed by a grave, he suddenly walked on his feet, took another step back, turned around and looked over. This action was caused by no other reason. There are two tombstones connected together. Although they are covered with dust, Li Tian can still see the names on them clearly. After just a quick glance, Li Tian didn't understand how he noticed those two on these hundreds of tombstones. Li Shengtian, Wang Suifan. Li Tian's eyes were wide open and he was shocked. How could something so coincidental happen? Although he was unwilling to admit his life experience, he read the life experience information that was tightly held in his hand. Although he never went back to see it, his original family, the small village where he was born, is deeply engraved in his heart. These are also the reasons why Li Tian must climb upward. He also always regarded it as something to motivate himself. But why do these two unfamiliar and familiar names appear here? This is him. The names of the biological parents. Is there really such a coincidence in the world? But this isn't Daxin town, this is Wangui. The two tombstones were covered with dust and a few densely knotted spider webs, and the creeping weeds next to them grew tall, without the shadow of a flower in front. It's easy to see that no one has worshipped or cleaned here for a long time. It seems so lonely and miserable. Li Tian was stunned when he saw it. When he was looking down along the tombstone, he suddenly saw a line of small words blocked by weeds. After a long journey in this world, my days are few and far between. My only thought is for my son. May peace and prosperity prevail in heaven. Li Tian was stunned. In the past few decades of his life, he had lived under someone's roof, being cautious, weighing the pros and cons, and going through hard work, but he had always been happy with the struggle full of goals. He had always wanted fame, status, and ability to prove his strength, because he knew he had never had any support. He knew that no one truly cared about him or loved him, the kind of preference that had no expectations but only hoped for his good. For his original parents and family, Li Tian has been breathing a sigh of hatred in his heart. They put themselves in an orphanage and made themselves a solitary person with no one to love or care for. He only now realized that they had always remembered themselves, never forgotten themselves, and even had their names engraved on the tombstone. They died of illness, not abandoned. They always remember themselves. Looking at the two tombstones, the names engraved on them and the small words on them made Li Tian's mood unable to calm down for a long time, and the natural blood and family affection also gathered in his heart. They loved themselves deeply.
But I never thought about coming back to see them, and I have always regarded them as a stain on this world. Li Tian was never an evil person. He had a good heart, but no one had ever taught him how to love. He never knew that there were people who only expected him to be safe and sound. At some point, Li Tian was half squatting and half kneeling in front of the two tombstones, spreading his thick palms on them and quickly wiping away the dust. "Mom and Dad, I'm late." "Mom and Dad, I'm sorry." Of course, Li Tian couldn't hear his parents' reply, but in this quiet space, a voice suddenly echoed, and when he was replying to him, it seemed extremely scary. "It's okay later, just come and wait for you for half a day." Li Tian was so frightened that he felt a surge of emotion all over his body and suddenly looked up at the source of the sound. See only. A handsome man was sitting on a huge rock on the cliff. The man rested one leg on the upper edge of the boulder, and with the other leg he lazily kicked the stone backward. His hands were wrapped around his chest, and he was staring at him with interest. His body was stained with a lot of dust, and there were several blood marks on his neck and cheeks, but he could not show any signs of being down and out. Even in this mysterious environment, he gave people a somewhat bloodthirsty appearance, like the god of killing who sees all things. Who can this person be if he is not Su Qing? Li Tian had just fallen into thoughts about family affection, and even forgot to consider seeing in Wangue town that his parents must have been designed by someone, and the person who designed this must be Su Qing. He suddenly felt sorry. It must be not only Su Qing, but also Li Sheng who guided him all the way. They even went to great lengths to move their parents' graves here just to do their best. Maybe they also filled in the small print above. Chapter 289. Above the cliff, Li Tian gave a helpless yet disdainful laugh, his fist still clenched at his sides. No one in this world has ever loved him or cared about him. As everyone knows, Su Qing is kind-hearted, and seeing Li Tian in distress, he certainly wouldn't kill him for his feelings. "Brother Li Tian, this is Dexin Town, which has been renamed. This is your hometown." Su Qing raised both hands high, as if begging for mercy, but with a roguish smile on his face. "I didn't tamper with your parents' graves. The words on them were there before, and they really were there because they cared about you. How about that? Your brother must be regretting it now. He's one of the few people in this world who loves and cares about you, but you've always regarded it as a shameful thing you don't want to look back on or mention." Su Qing leaped down from the stone wall, clapping her hands lightly. "Brother, don't glare at me. Are you angry because you're embarrassed?" Li Tian had long since reached his limit with Su Qing. Since Su Qing had led him here and conspired with his elder brother to plot against him, then he would personally send Su Qing to her death right here. The two were neither too close nor too far apart. Li Tianjing ran straight towards Su Qing. The wild grass on the ground rustled under his feet. Su Qing was able to react, but he still let Li Tian choke him. "You have everything, so naturally you can do all sorts of sarcastic things and say all sorts of sarcastic things. What gives you the right to look down on me? Haven't you done plenty of dirty things yourself?" Su Qing scoffed. "Did I really scheme anything? If you weren't blinded by lust, even if I schemed, you wouldn't have gotten together with Zhang Cheng. If you didn't see Lin Xie as an obstacle, would you have considered killing her? If you knew how to be content and grateful, would you have transferred money from your adoptive father's house? Did Su Qing really design anything? Everything Su Qing did was merely a result of the baseness of human nature, tempting and inducing him to make that choice. As it turns out, the reason Li Tian became the male protagonist in the original story was simply because wealth breeds conscience, while poverty breeds cunning. When one's future is hindered by the ways of the world, one's utter despicable nature is revealed. Li Tian gritted his teeth, feeling ashamed as if he had been stripped naked. Just as Su Qing said, if he didn't want to do it, then Su Qing wouldn't be able to leave any evidence. Unlike Su Qing, a true villain and an openly evil person, Li Tian wanted to gain the reputation of a righteous gentleman while committing evil deeds. "What did I do wrong? People always strive for better things. You and that sickly Li Shang, why do you think you can climb over me? I'm going to kill you. I'm going to kill everyone who opposes me. I am the strongest, you bunch of bastards." With a loud bang, Li Tian seemed to have used all his strength to smash into Su Qing's face. He didn't want to see Su Qing's nonchalant expression anymore, nor those eyes that seemed to see through everything and look down on everything. His composure and Li Tian's anger and panic formed a stark contrast, which made Li Tian feel a deep sense of disgust. Unfortunately, the punch didn't even touch Su Qing. He simply tilted his head slightly to dodge the heavy blow. To be fair, this considerate villain system does offer very little, but it is very effective. It doesn't have any fancy or complicated settings like speed or agility,
A single combat power stat sums it all up. Su Qing's physique is now 20 points stronger than Li Tian's, so of course she won't let Li Tian gain the upper hand. Su Qing even took a moment to tilt her head and give Li Tian a cute wink, saying, "I love how confident you are, brother. Tell me, actually, even if you're a bad person, I won't dislike you."
I'm not a good person either. Wouldn't it be great if we fought evil together and made this game more exciting?
Too bad, who told you to be so weak?
And your pretentious, sentimental Grandmaster act is pretty boring. It's time for our game to end.
I'll fucking beat you. Li Tian threw a vicious punch at Su Qing's face, the force of which pierced a large hole in the boulder. After dodging Li Tian's attack by turning her head, Su Qing reached up and grabbed the top of the stone tablet, then flipped over it and landed lightly. The large stone tablet completely separated the two people. Su Qing's movement was so swift that Li Tian couldn't even fathom her intentions. Does he have to try to look cool at a time like this? Just as Li Tian was about to walk along the large stone tablet, kill Su Qing, and throw her off the cliff, he realized that things were not going well. Li Tian's eyes widened as if facing a formidable enemy. In an instant, the massive stone monument, which had been firmly embedded in the soil, suddenly lunged at him before he could even raise his hand to block it. The sudden force struck him, hitting his arms and chest. In an instant, the pain spread throughout his limbs and bones. The pain was so intense that he was completely unable to move. Su Qing, however, leisurely squatted down to the side, and through the crack in the stone he had kicked open, she said teasingly, "Brother, I told you, you're too weak." The reason Su Qing preemptively killed Li Tian was simply because he saw in the original author's sequel that this scene was originally supposed to be a fight between the two, with their equally matched strength resulting in no clear winner. However, Li Tian, upon discovering his own formidable fighting ability, lost the will to fight and fled, so this time Su Qing isn't going to fight him. She needs to defeat Li Tian in one move with his last 500 points of luck. Li Tian was so badly hit that he couldn't say anything. He could only let out a series of tight coughs, as if his throat was being twisted. Through the cracks between the stones. A pair of fair, slender fingers were rummaging through the pebbles, seemingly offering Li Tianxing a chance. Unfortunately, Su Qing had had her fill of playing with him, especially in such a perfect place with all the right timing, location, and people. Su Qing dragged Li Tian out from under the rubble and, holding his arm, led him step by step toward the cliff beside her. Even though Li Tian was born with superhuman strength, he was still made of flesh and blood. Now, he was in excruciating pain and had no strength left to fight against Su Qing. The more he struggled to escape and resist, the more painful it became as he was dragged on the ground. Li Tian's face was contorted, and he could only let Su Qing drag him along, feeling the painful friction of pebbles and wild grass on his body. In an instant, he didn't know how far he was dragged, he only felt his body being thrown out. Li Tian's eyes were ferocious. The cliff in front of him was bottomless, and the steep walls were covered with rocks that looked like sharp thorns. Just as he was about to fall, he used his last bit of willpower to quickly grab onto one end of the cliff face in front of him. When he looked up, he saw Su Qing's nonchalant smile, which seemed like a ghost, with his life hanging by a thread. Li Tiankai suddenly realized that he was no match for Su Qing at all. Even his own prized combat abilities were overshadowed by Su Qing.
"Su Qing, please let me go. I'll stay far away. If you let me go, you don't want to become a murderer, do you?"
Chapter 290. Plundering luck. Su Qing casually squatted down, looking down at Li Tian begging for mercy. She couldn't help but chuckle at Li Tian's two-faced appearance, begging for mercy? Li Tian would rather skin him alive than beg for mercy. Yet he raised his hand and pulled up the hood of his sweatshirt, covering his eyelashes, making Su Qing's eyes appear even darker in the quiet, dark environment. He pulled a military knife from his pocket, and as a low, cold voice slowly rose, the blade pierced the stone wall along the edge of Li Tian's fingers, one stroke at a time.
"No way. I didn't kill anyone.
You just accidentally fell, brother." Li Tian, the unfilial adopted son of the Li family in Luoxuan, fled back to his hometown of Wangui town to eke out a living after his various misdeeds were exposed. Deeply remorseful for his actions, Li Tian returned to the burial place of his biological parents to pay his respects and reflect on his life. Afterwards, he jumped off a cliff, committing suicide out of guilt. Su Qing curled the corners of her lips into a very obedient smile.
"Brother, do you have any suggestions for this moving and thought-provoking obituary? If not, I'll post this as the headline on all the major media outlets and news channels tomorrow." The edges of the stone wall gradually cracked under the cutting of the saber, and if you listen carefully, you could even hear the cracking sounds. He could have chosen to pierce the hand clinging to the rock wall, but Xiao Qingqing was too kind to bear the sight of blood. He only wanted Li Tian to experience, little by little, the approach of death and the trembling before his fall. "Oh, right, brother Li Tian, there are a few things I need to tell you, in case you die without understanding why. Do you remember the first time we met? Actually, I planned the kidnapping, and I also caused the villa fire later. Also, Huasheng and Zhang Qi, whom you sent to my side, are actually already my men. They even said you're too stingy, brother." Su Cheng chuckled lightly, and as she spoke, she applied more force downwards with her hand. In an instant, the several small cracks on the stone wall converged into a huge fissure, and the stone wall that Li Tian was holding onto crumbled under the weight. That rock wall, along with Li Tian, plummeted down the steep cliff, and the only sound that could be heard was the man's hoarse voice echoing through the quiet valley. "Su Cheng, I'll haunt you even as a ghost." "TCH, so you knew you'd become a ghost, huh?" Su Cheng stood up and casually dusted off her hands. He walked along the path following the rows of tombstones. He hugged his arms tightly. Li Tian had suddenly disappeared, and he was all alone here, which made him a little scared. Only Huasheng and Zhang Qi remained. After the others finished what they were supposed to do, Su Cheng told them to go back first. In fact, Su Cheng, whose character was always based on kindness and naivety, was not originally intended to be kept by Zhang Qi and Huasheng. That's so damaging to her public image. Pity, unfortunately, he doesn't have a driver's license. Sob. Su Cheng got into the car and called out to the front, "Going home." Huasheng and Zhang Qi responded in unison, but from an angle unnoticed by Su Cheng. They were both secretly trembling. The reason is simple: the two of them clearly saw how Su Cheng swiftly subdued Li Tian, how she dragged him to the edge of the cliff and threw him off, while the two were still reeling from the shock of their young master's hidden, formidable abilities. I still find it hard to believe that astonishing scene, reminiscent of Lin Daiyu uprooting a willow tree. The two eventually came to the same conclusion: you really shouldn't go to a cemetery late at night, you might see ghosts. However, Su Cheng didn't notice the two's wild thoughts, because at that moment a pleasant sound came to his mind. "Congratulations, host, on successfully altering the plot. You have gained 500 luck points and 500 villain points. Congratulations, host. You have successfully plundered all of the male protagonist Li Tian's luck points, and your total luck points have reached 20,000. Now I have obtained the Diamond Fist of Li Tian, the original chosen one." As soon as the system said this, Su Cheng instantly felt a power flowing through his limbs and bones, and a golden light brushed across his originally fair palm. The special effects were so cool that Su Cheng felt as if she had merged with Li Tian's abilities. Su Cheng waved her hand. "Ugh, what bad luck. Stop, get rid of this thing, okay? No special reward? Li Tian and I have been fighting for so long, this is quite a major plot point, isn't it? Don't you consider it villain system have anything to offer? The host is now being rewarded." Su Cheng blinked, her face full of anticipation. "The host is now being rewarded with a driver's license, Su Cheng? Wow, it really is true that what you wish for comes true. Wait, is this something I should be showing off? These are the little gifts you usually give me. Let me think about it some more. The host is now being rewarded with a bottle of highly effective rhinitis medicine, a highly effective rhinitis medicine targeting all allergens in the world. After all this talk, it's still just a bottle of nasal medicine, isn't it? Do you believe I'll jump off this cliff right now and make sure you lose your host forever? Actually, if it were just losing a host, the small system wouldn't find it difficult. After all, finding a new host from the human world would be easy, if not 1,000, then at least 800. What troubled the little system was that with such beauty before her, she feared that the author would never be able to write about such a handsome man again. She hadn't even gotten what she wanted yet, so she could only helplessly fall into Su Cheng's trap and give him what he wanted. A fresh kidney with a 100% match is now your reward. It's in your inventory, Su Cheng smiled and said, "Beautiful." Su Cheng was not in a hurry to remove the fresh kidney. There are two reasons for this. First, he didn't know if opening the option for fresh kidneys would cause the kidneys to fall out of the air, which could not only scare Huasheng and Zhang Qi in front of him to death, but also possibly scare him to death. Secondly, even if none of the three of them were afraid, if it really was a fresh kidney, he wouldn't know how to apply it to his body. Chapter 291. No way, I'm keeping it to save my life. After Su Cheng returned home, she discovered that the author of the original novel had stopped updating after finishing the scene on the cliff that day. No matter how many copies of the original text and its sequel you buy, the result will be the same, he asked the system, and its reply was that since the author had met her performance targets,
The system had given her a short break to rest and clear her head. She wouldn't be writing for a while, and would have to figure things out on her own. Damn, this is really a user-friendly system. But actually, none of this was the most frustrating thing for Su Qing. What left him speechless was that after hesitating for a long time and driven by curiosity, he opened the fresh kidneys in his inventory and was surprised to find that there was a cooling bar on the kidneys that had been sitting still for a while. Su Qing finally realized that while it had been given to him, it seemed it hadn't been fully given to him yet. Let's wait and see. The author has shelved all subsequent installments, and Su Qing can't change the plot or find a new male or female lead, but he was happy to be carefree, with no need to weigh the pros and cons, no need to rack his brains, and he could enjoy being a lazy rich kid for a while. So, for the next period of time, Su Cheng went to school, visited exhibitions, bought cars and houses, strolled around the company when she had nothing to do, did things with her good sisters, or went out for drinks. Although it was just a simple and unpretentious daily routine, it was also relaxing and pleasant. Su Qing was just teasing Li Tian when she told him about publishing his obituary on the front page of news across China. However, rumors about Su Qing's frequenting brothels occupied several gossip sections. Time flies. One weekend in the center of Luochuan City, there is a magnificent and luxurious leisure club. Wolf was sitting on a champagne-colored sofa, surrounded by several scions of prominent families. He had been back in Luochuan for a few days and had arranged to have drinks with Su Qing today. They agreed on a time, but Su Qing hadn't arrived after waiting for over an hour. Several messages he sent to Su Qing went unanswered. Seeing Wolf sitting there by himself, the young master fawned over Wolf and offered him a glass of wine, hoping to liven up the atmosphere and perhaps even get on Wolf's good side and build a relationship. "Brother Xing, it must be so boring being all alone. Let me toast you." Wolf glanced at him twice, clearly not intending to give him any face. He walked around the sofa to the door, just about to go out and call Su Qing, but as he opened the door from the inside, someone else was also pushing the door open from the outside. The force of the two people overlapped, almost knocking him off balance. What a coincidence! The person who entered was Su Qing. Today he wore a chrome hearts black and white tie-dye sweatshirt, loose black sweatpants, and light blue Louis Vuitton shoes. It was his style of dress, and he looked very youthful and handsome. Her loose hair was gathered on both sides, and her straight nose was illuminated by the light from the entryway lamp above, which caused it to curve into a beautiful arc. Su Qing suddenly noticed that Lang Xing was also startled. He had a half-smile on his lips, with a hint of apology. "Ahem, Brother Xing, what a coincidence, to run into you right at the door." Wolf licked his lips, looked Su Qing up and down, then reached out and pulled her into the private room by the shoulder. "Damn it, I told you it was 8:30. Wolf pointed to his watch. "It's almost 10 o'clock now. I thought you'd been kidnapped and was about to go out to rescue you." Unexpected situation, unexpected situation. Su Qing smiled awkwardly and went straight to sit on the sofa, showing no politeness to Lang Xing at all. The two were separated by a transparent coffee table, which was reflected by the crystal chandelier on it. Su Qing picked up a bottle of water from the table, but before he could even drink it, he saw Lang Xing, who was sitting across the table, looking at him with his arms crossed and a scrutinizing expression. "Ahem, Brother Xing, why are you looking at me like that? This is really a special situation. Come over here and let me explain." "No, I don't care whether your situation is special or not. You stood me up for more than an hour, and you even brought your head with you?" Su Qing paused for a moment, then realized what Lang Xing meant and that he was being sarcastic about how he had arrived so late. He raised his hands and made a gesture as if he were holding something. "Tomorrow, the two buildings along the river in Luochuan will be my brother's." "When did it get so big?" Fang exclaimed. Wolf walked past Su Qing, his teasing words abruptly halting, replaced by a look of utter disbelief. "Oh no, those two buildings by the river, aren't they the ones I gave you last time?" "Ha ha ha." Su Qing revealed a triumphant smile. "Brother Xing has such a good memory. I thought you wouldn't remember. As everyone knows, laughter is contagious." Hearing Su Qing's words, Lang Xing couldn't hold back his anger any longer. He waved his hand at Su Qing and said, "Move aside and make room for me." Su Qing moved to the side. "Okay. Why aren't you wearing the signal device I gave you?" Su Qing followed Lang Xing's gaze to her hand, and even stretched it out to show it. "Ah, a ring. I used it to coax a little girl. It doesn't look good on me." "Damn it, are you sick?"
You can't even afford to buy a ring for a young girl that costs tens of thousands of yuan?
The chip inside took the R&D team several months to develop. I'm truly impressed by you. Last month you dug a grave and got a ticket. The boss sent over 50 people over there for you, and it turned out you were filming in someone's cemetery. If you stay there any longer, it'll probably be on the news in that small town. Su Qing recalled that the scene at the cemetery in the northern suburbs of Wangue town was indeed somewhat awkward. It was only when he arrived at the location that he suddenly had the idea that the scene of several people surrounding the pit and pouring soil down would be more intimidating, but when he and the film crew arrived, he realized that calling the boss and the others would take a long time. So he remembered that Wolf had told him that if he pressed the signal button, the boss and the others would arrive very quickly. Finally, it happened pretty fast, but it startled everyone. In just 15 minutes, about 10 helicopters were hovering overhead. To be honest, that grand scene finally gave Su Qing a taste of the thrill of urban fantasy novels, except it was a bit too creepy. That dark mass, like a flock of crows, Brother Xing, I was wrong. I was already there when I suddenly had the idea to make things bigger. I was also thinking of testing that signal device. You're acting like you're sick. Get it back to me right now. Su Qing chuckled twice, then pulled a necklace from her neck, on which hung a gleaming plain silver ring. Just kidding, how could I bear to give it away? I'm keeping it to save my life. A limited time return chapter and a half for Brother Xing. I know everyone wants to reduce Su Qing's abilities and focus more on her intellect. So, what are your opinions on the male lead's abilities going forward? Giving them too many powerful or supernatural abilities feels out of place. Any good ideas? Chapter 292, asking it like that is pointless. Damn it. Wolf punched him. Hurry up, you said you had something upsetting on your mind, tell me so I can have a laugh. At the mention of this, Su Qing's adrenaline was about to surge. He rolled up his sleeves and said, Brother Xing, I went to meet an online friend before I came. I met a girl while playing games before, didn't I? Wolf raised an eyebrow and looked Su Qing up and down. When did young Master Su start chatting with girls online? You wouldn't understand the joy of opening blind boxes, Su Qing continued. She said she liked playing League of Legends, and coincidentally, I do too, so we arranged to meet at an internet cafe. Su Qing pouted. Wolf Walker laughed. Die in the light? We'll grab you and not let you leave? We'll pin you down in the house and execute you on the spot? Su Qing, who was always proud, sighed. No, it's not that. She plays better than me. I was thinking of getting MVP and leaving, but I've been waiting until now. Xinggu, is this a very unavoidable reason? This is about a man's dignity. She actually let me play with my cat, hanging on her. So, did you hang up? Hearing Lang Xing's earnest question, Su Qing gave him a look that said, Why are you bringing up something you don't want to talk about? And said, Asking like that is pointless. Wolf chuckled, You've had quite a fun day. A voice suddenly interrupted their laughter. Brother Xing, Brother Qing, let's toast to you. The four young masters raised their glasses in unison towards the two of them. The private room was quite large, with two large sofas placed together. The lighting was also rather dim. Su Qing hadn't paid much attention to them when she came in, but only now did she notice the presence of these young masters from prominent families. Brother Xing, are these your friends? Su Qing asked Lang Xing in a low voice as she raised her wineglass. Wolf opened his mouth slightly, raised his wineglass and replied in a low voice, No, these guys want to gamble with me, they want to win your brother's money. Su Qing brought the wine to her lips, a smile playing on her lips, and whispered, How pitiful, they probably won't even have their underwear intact when they leave. Now that you mention it, it really is pitiful. Let's leave them a complete one then. Alcohol can make people feel good and can also bring people closer together. Before long, the private room was filled with singing, and even the differences in status and position were greatly reduced. All the bitterness and dregs of life seemed to become hazy under the brief influence of alcohol and dazzling lights. We drank for more than 2 hours, but I wasn't really drunk, I was just slightly tipsy. After all, Wolf Walker and those young masters still had card games, and there was a separate card room upstairs in the club. Su Qing, do you want to play? Lang Xing pulled his chair forward and turned to ask Su Qing. Su Qing is okay at playing Dodiju, a popular Chinese card game, but he's not very good at anything else, and he's too lazy to pay tuition fees for a few people. He pulled up a chair and sat down next to Wolf Walker, declaring righteously, I won't gamble. I'm sworn enemies with gambling and drugs.
Wolf chuckled. What the hell did you say?
Su Qing smacked her lips and said softly, I'm not playing anymore. With my skills, I'll probably have to give back all the money you win. Losing money is a small matter, but losing is so embarrassing.
Wolf nodded. That makes a lot of sense. I'll teach you another day.
Okay. Wolf replied and went to explain the game rules to the young masters. Soon after, the sound of chips hitting the table echoed. A moment later, the bright red notebook landed on the table. Lonely Su Qing did not participate in the card game, but could only sit alone to the side, counting the land deeds and house certificates that the young masters had lost to Lang Xing. It is well known that people tend to overthink when they are lonely or feeling isolated. For example, Su Qing seemed to be doing nothing at the card table, just casually looking at the bets left by everyone in the center of the table, but actually, he was considering and choosing, thinking about which one he would want. When Wolf gave him half, I received another gift. Time ticked by, and Su Qing leaned back in her chair, propping her head up as she nearly fell asleep. His arm nearly slipped off the handrail, which startled him so much that he jumped up. If you're sleepy, go back to sleep. Su Qing rubbed her eyes and yawned. It's all right, but the mixed drinks are still a bit strong.
I'm going out for some fresh air.
A pale pink gauze curtain hangs down from the top of the wall. The walls were bathed in a dim, yellowish light. Through the half-drawn curtains, a beautiful woman could be seen with chestnut brown hair and delicate eyelashes that looked somewhat lost in thought. Lin Sierre squatted against the headboard, looking at the gossip on her phone, and at the various women standing next to Su Qing. Her heart ached. Hasn't Su Qing already made up his mind to be with her? Why are you getting involved with other people again? Lin Sierre flipped through the text, carefully reading it, trying to find any clues to prove Su Qing's innocence. She thought that, logically speaking, given the Su family's power and status in the entertainment industry, if they wanted to eliminate those scandalous rumors, it would be a simple matter of lifting a finger. There was no need to leave those things that damaged their reputation there. Lin Sierre smiled, biting her lip, and finally found a perfect reason for Su Qing. That is why Su Qing didn't take down those messages on purpose. Those beautiful girls of all kinds were people that Dingfeng wanted to promote, but she scrolled through her phone screen, scrolled to WeChat, and looked at the profile picture that hadn't popped up in a long time. Her smile suddenly froze in place. It seems like nothing has changed. Su Qing would often say good morning and good night to her, but it seems something has changed. Su Qing hadn't shared the joys and sorrows of life with her, shared the trivialities of daily life, or had a long chat in a very long time. It seems like it was on that day. Everything changed after Su Qing left early at the Longzhou Hotel. She was thinking, was it her eagerness to make her relationship with Su Qing public and her desire to keep him by her side that scared him? Is it possible that Su Qing harbored resentment about having a fiancé in the past, and that her love for him disappeared over time? Was it true that Su Qing actually just enjoyed taking life for granted? She wasn't wrong back then. Su Qing was only doing it for fun. A myriad of thoughts swirled in her mind, and 2 teardrops slowly trickled down the delicate face reflected on the phone screen. Lin Sierre wiped away her tears and quickly got out of bed. She wanted to find Su Qing and ask her for an explanation. Crow loves his babies. Degree. I've outlined the timeline briefly, I won't spoil why, it's necessary for the plot. Chapter 293. Couldn't you have come up with a better reason to lie to me? Lin Sierre didn't know Su Qing's exact location, but fortunately, she had just come across the posts of several young masters from aristocratic families while browsing her WeChat moments. The location in the video is Longding Club Point, one of the top venues in Luochuan. Bright lights, revelry, and extravagant entertainment are the hallmarks of that place. Lin Sierre originally intended to skip it, but she accidentally saw Su Qing's face in the post and stopped to look. She saw Su Qing sitting there, her emotions restrained, singing a Cantonese song. Her deep voice, combined with the dim lighting, was so profound and beautiful. Even late at night, the city center of Luochuan is still brightly lit, with neon lights all over the streets as if they were just coming on, and colorful lights falling on the windshields of cars speeding along the road. Lin Sierre, sitting inside, was anxious. She was about to arrive at the Longding Club, and what should she say to Su Qing as her first words? What should we ask him? Half a day passed. Lin Sierre parked her car in the parking lot of Longding Club. The waiter at the door recognized Lin Sierre's license plate as soon as he saw it. If a top-notch entertainment venue couldn't even recognize the license plates of some of the city's leading families, it wouldn't be worth keeping its job. The waiter quickly ran over to Lin Sierre. Miss Lin, how many people are coming here? Would room number 888 be suitable? I'm here to find someone, no need to make arrangements. Do you know which private room Su Qing is in? The young masters are in the card room on the 4th floor.
Go upstairs to the third private room on the right. After saying thank you, Lin Sierra headed to the fourth floor. She followed the path to the right of the entrance hall to find the elevator. After hearing the news that Su Qing was in the card room, Lin Sierra felt much more at ease. It turned out that Su Qing hadn't come to Longding to seek pleasure, but just to play cards. The whole process went very smoothly. The elevator went up floor by floor without anyone pressing the elevator button on a middle floor. We reached the fourth floor in one go. She felt that her meeting and conversation with Su Qing would go smoothly this time, but if Su Qing feels that she is doing something wrong, she can change it. If Su Qing wants more personal space, she can give it to her. She didn't want her relationship with Su Qing to be so distant and cold anymore. A ding sound, the elevator doors opened, revealing a gleaming golden wall that reflected her image. Lin Sierra raised her hand to smooth the stray hairs at her temples and smiled slightly to compose herself. Her hand, which was resting on her temple, suddenly stopped. The fourth floor is designed in a U shape, with the elevator in the middle. There is a sofa next to the elevator, which should not be visible from Lin Sierra's angle, but at this moment, the hazy view of the sofa behind her was reflected in Lin Sierra's eyes by the reflective wall. Several people were sitting on the sofa, chatting and laughing. The women's voices were all different, but a deep male voice mixed in sounded particularly familiar. The laughter and chatter seemed jarring, and the hazy shadows reflected on the wall were like ghosts dragging her down to hell. Lin Sierra simply didn't dare to look back. She slowly moved her body, forcing her gaze towards that direction. All I saw was, in the center of the black sofa against the wall sat a handsome young man, dressed in a youthful and dashing manner, his lips slightly parted, revealing a hint of a smile. With his legs wide open, he looked dashing and unrestrained, young and energetic. Several elegant and beautiful women, each with their own unique charm, sat on the sofa next to them. Some of them were covering their faces and laughing, some were holding Su Qing's arm, and others were raising their wine glasses to toast Su Qing. Lin Sierra recognized these people. Weren't they the school beauties that Li Tian had sent to frame Su Qing? Why are you all together? Lin Sierra's voice echoed in the hall. Hearing this sound, the people on the sofa all turned around to look at her. That shout really made Su Qing rin numb. Luckily, he wasn't drinking water, otherwise he probably would have sprayed Joey, who was sitting on his left, all over his face. He didn't know what to say. It was the kind older sister next to him who spoke up for him. Sierra, come and sit down. What a coincidence. Su Qing pursed her lips. What a daring little sister. He saw through his insightful eyes what Lin Sierra was thinking. She wanted to drag those school beauties out and beat them up. Admittedly, Su Qing was always chivalrous and gentle, so how could he let such a thing happen? He coughed twice and whispered to the three school beauties beside him, you guys go back first. The three school beauties obediently left. Su Qing patted the empty seat next to her. Sister Sheer, let me explain, why are you still in contact with them? They were clearly the people Li Tian sent to frame you back then. Lin Sheer felt like she was being stabbed in the back when she mentioned Li Tian, and it took her a long time to finally say those two words. Su Qing took her hand reassuringly and patted it gently. Sister Sheer, you don't know, those girls are all unfortunate. The reason they helped Li Tian in the first place, it's all because Li Tian kidnapped their family. Later, when Sister Sheer thwarted his plan, Li Tian prepared to massacre their family, but because of the engagement banquet, he postponed the slaughter. They were few and far between, and they only helped Li Tian because they had no other choice. They came to me today just wanting me to help them. Sister, you know I'm soft-hearted. Li Tian got someone into trouble, and now they've come to me for help, so I have to help, right? Su Qing turned to look at her and saw that she was nodding in response to him. Her hair, which was hanging down, covered her beautiful face, so he could not see Lin Sierra's expression. When Lin Sierra raised her head, a bitter smile appeared on her lips. I see. Yes, that's it. Before anyone knew it, Lin Sierra's eyes had already reddened. Actually, Li Tian told me before that you had bribed these women in advance, but I didn't believe him. However, I belatedly realized at the time that something was wrong. Why did they happen to say those things in the bathroom, and why did I happen to overhear them? But it was put on hold because of the engagement party, so I didn't investigate. Lin Sheer sighed and then chuckled. I was probably bored during this time, so I had someone investigate them. I found that since that incident, they have been frequently appearing in your companies. And their family's small businesses are doing better and better. Su Qing, you said their whole family disappeared, kidnapped by Li Tian, the kind of disappearance that appears in business magazines? Couldn't you have come up with a better excuse to lie to me? This cute little crow loves everyone, hee hee. Chapter 294. Gossip. Su Qing covered her head, using her icy palms to cool herself down a bit. Sister Sierra, if you're being so blunt, then the fun is over.
Lin Xier watched as his lips, flushed red from the alcohol, slowly curved upwards. His gentle and obedient appearance, even his eyelids were slightly red, his eyelashes were narrowed, and he seemed to be full of affection, but the words that came out of his mouth were so heartless, as if a huge stone had been thrown into her heart. She didn't want to say these things, but by sheer coincidence, she ran into them and saw them, and then, Su Qing gave her a reason that couldn't be more fake, a reason that wasn't even cleverly designed. She truly hadn't expected that Su Qing could even coax and deceive her, and she could even find a way to cooperate with Su Qing to complete the deception. But everything was too obvious. It was obvious that Su Qing didn't even want to lie to her anymore. She pulled her hand away from Su Qing's, pointed at herself, and even her fingertips began to tremble. Su Qing, you've been setting me up all along, haven't you? You haven't seen me since the engagement party ended. You weren't actually busy, you just didn't want to see me, right? Sister, you've become smarter. You. Lin Xier froze for a moment, her lips trembling as two large tears fell, and a voice suddenly welled up in her throat. Why are you doing this to me? Lin Xier's high-pitched voice echoed throughout the hall. As well-known, Longding Club is a high-end club, and the people who come here are basically prominent young men and women, or outstanding individuals from various companies. At that very moment, several young masters and ladies who had come here to play had just walked out of the innermost private room and made their way to the crossroads in the main hall. The group of people, who had just finished a massage and were stretching their arms with sore backs and arms, were discussing where to get a massage next when they were drawn to a sound coming from a sofa not far away. Isn't that? The pretty girl squinted at the sofa. Isn't that the young master of the Su family? What a coincidence, I didn't expect to see him here. He's so handsome. You too, could you help me get his contact information? She nudged the young man next to her. They were childhood friends and had a very good relationship. They often helped each other get each other's contact information, but the man refused, he said in a low voice. He's obviously a womanizer. Didn't you see that girl over there asking him? Why did you treat me like this? The man imitated her in a high-pitched voice quite well, which made the group laugh a few times. However, the laughter suddenly stopped because they noticed that the woman, who had been turning her head away and couldn't see her face clearly, had just glared at them, and she looked very familiar. That's exactly it. Holy crap, that's no ordinary girl, that's Lin Xier from the Lin family. The man covered his face, quickly shoving his friend aside and gesturing for everyone to head towards the elevator. My family's business still relies on the Lin family, so don't let Lin Xier remember my face. The four people left, but they weren't completely gone yet. The elevator lobby was a separate building with a wall next to it, and several people hid on one side of the wall to continue watching the excitement. With four heads peeking out from the bottom to the top while watching the gossip about the big family, they whispered among themselves. Didn't Lin Xier get engaged to Li Tian just a month ago? You weren't in Luoxuan for a while, but I went to attend the engagement banquet. I saw everything clearly. That Li Tian is a beast in human form. He not only keeps women outside, but he is also suspected of murder. It was exposed on the big screen at the time. He's a fugitive now. What kind of engagement is this? Damn, I missed such a big commotion. But Lin Xier and Li Tian are childhood sweethearts, right? Why did she turn around and go to find that Su family girl so quickly? She's quite fickle. It's a bit too fast. They've already gotten in touch with Su Qing, so they've probably been in contact for a while. But these families will eventually have to form a marriage alliance, since they're just a few major clans. There are only two men among the younger generation, Su Qing and Li Shang. I've never met Li Shang. I heard he's been in poor health since childhood and won't live much longer. Although Su Qing's health isn't great, he's handsome. He's the best choice for a marriage alliance. It's understandable that Lin Xier is so anxiously holding on to Su Qing. But Lin Xier, regardless of whether your relationship with Li Tian was good or bad before, isn't Su Qing taking over this mess? The head of the 5 major families, it can't be that bad, right? The group got more and more excited as they talked, but when they looked up suddenly, they saw a shadow slowly rising from the ground. The group of people were so startled that they jumped in fright. Are you having a good time chatting? Should I have someone bring over some chairs and a fruit platter for everyone? A tall, handsome man appeared before the four of them, a smile playing on his lips, exuding a somewhat bewitching charm. However, his eyes held no hint of a smile, instead radiating a chilling aura that sent shivers down their spines. The gossipmonger has arrived.
Young Master Su, we'll leave right away, right away. I'll be right there. I'll be going. The group of men looked like sycophants, their smiles more like cries. Su Qing slowly turned around, walked back to Lin Xier, and sat down on the single sofa next to her. Sister Xier, you've seen it too, haven't you? We're all from respectable families. If people see us together, they'll start gossiping.
I don't care, Su Qing, I don't care.
Even if you've been deliberately plotting against me all along, it doesn't matter.
I know you fought against Li Tian because you liked me. I know you schemed all those things because you like me. Now that I have nothing to do with him anymore, we can. Lin Xier spoke very quickly, grabbing Su Qing's hand as she spoke, but he slowly pulled it away little by little. His voice was so calm and collected. Sister, I do care.
Didn't you hear what they were saying just now? They said I was the one who took over. Sister, do you think these people and these rumors are just coincidences? No, if 100 people were standing there, 100 people would be talking about us. Lin Xier frowned and said absent-mindedly, you didn't say that before. You used to say you didn't care about these things. And, if that's the case, why did you save me when the unfinished building in Luochuan exploded?
Why, risked your life to save me, Su Qing said casually. I still have some humanity left. I can't be as ruthless as Li Tian, watching a woman about to die and then wanting to smash her head with a rock. Lin Xier stared wide-eyed in disbelief. You saw it back then? Su Qing realized he had spoken too quickly, but since he had already said it, he was too lazy to make amends. Li Tian was gone, so why should he bother with Lin Xier, this pawn?
Yes, I went in just as he was about to kill you. A little twist.
There's a plot twist. Crow loves you all. Degree, go to sleep early, my darlings.
Chapter 295. This isn't enough of a punch. So, you were the one who witnessed it, you were the one who took those photos, you deliberately placed them at the engagement banquet, deliberately fell into the water to attract everyone's attention, all to ruin Li Tian's reputation?
It was all because of Li Tian, all because of the struggle with Li Tian. Lin Xier suddenly realized that the struggle between the two of them actually had little to do with her. His mind raced through the whole incident, and his internal organs felt like they were bleeding. Su Qing cleared his throat, feeling somewhat embarrassed to bring all of this up in public.
You can't say it all like that. Back in Los Angeles, we even had a fight.
It's an unlucky thing to say, but he ambushed me, and he hit me in the chest with a rock. He didn't care about you at all, and even wanted us both to die there. In the end, I was the one who carried you out. My sister saw the wound on my back, and I really shielded you from it back then. I'm not a good person, but putting aside the design aspect, I've been pretty good to my sister, so I'm just a pawn in your fight, right?
Su Qing, did you never like me at all? Su Qing frowned, then chuckled softly. Of course I like it.
My sister is beautiful, of course I like her to bits.
But, my sister wants too much.
I don't only have relationships, I have many other things to do. Actually, sister, you don't need to be so upset for me.
If it weren't for
the fact that my luck is higher than Li Tian's now, if it weren't for the fact that you have a higher level of affection for me, if it weren't for the fact that I defeated Li Tian step by step through careful planning, you wouldn't even bother to look at me in the original story.
What's the point of talking about feelings?
Su Qing didn't say what she was going to say next, she kept it to herself. Actually, over the past few months, my sister has been hesitating and choosing between me and Li Tian for a long time. I wasn't the one she had decided on from the beginning. It's just that Li Tian changed step by step, and you changed step by step too, so I became the best choice.
How about we each compromise?
I don't mind having my sister around, but you've been sending me way too many messages.
You should probably tone it down. It's giving me a headache.
I'm a wild person, I can't be your possession. Lin Xier stared at him blankly, at the man she loved so deeply, who had spoken of his love for her in a teasing tone, saying everything about it. The word hesitation that Su Qing used seemed like a kind of linguistic embellishment. It was practically a verbal attack on her own indecisiveness and wavering between the two men. She suddenly realized that Su Qing was right, and it seemed that she was reaping what she had sown, hesitating between the Two of them, but isn't this also the result of Su Qing deceiving herself step by step, making herself sink deeper and deeper into trouble? She truly loves Su Qing with all her heart now, so why can't he forgive himself for what he did in the past? She didn't want to either. She didn't want it to take so long to get to know Su Qing, nor did she want it to take so long to discover Li Tian's true colors. Everything was beyond her expectations. How did she become the bad person who was about to suffer the consequences of her actions? She finally understood. Putting everything together, she realized that Su Qing had never liked her at all, and that she was just a pawn in their power struggle. Lin Xier was completely stunned, her gaze seemingly fixed on Su Qing, yet also blank, unsure of where she was looking. Lin Xier suddenly laughed and said, "Su Qing, you really are heartless and cunning. I wish you a smooth, happy, and successful future." Her voice wasn't loud, and the mist in her eyes held a touch of desolation. The fog around her eyes affected her vision, making it difficult for her to see Su Qing clearly. She could only see a hazy white figure, and there was a faint scent of perfume in the air, the scent of Su Qing, exuding youthful exuberance. Perhaps it was because Lin Xier looked so pitiful that Su Qing was also somewhat distracted. "Don't say that. Sister. I've had a bit too much to drink. Let me calm down. I really didn't mean to hurt your feelings, Su Qing. Can I hug you again?" "Ha, ha." This time, Lin Xier didn't wait for Su Qing to come to her senses before standing up and putting her arms around Su Qing's shoulders. Those broad shoulders made Lin Xier feel safe and at ease. "Even now, when I hug him, I can still feel the intense warmth he gives me flowing through my body. This man is so captivating, so alluring, and yet, so irresistible." Lin Xier hugged him tightly and even raised her hand to stroke his hair, which was soft and fluffy. Especially since Lin Xier was now standing taller than him, Su Qing even felt like a fluffy big toy, which was extremely cute. She started crying again as she thought about it, tears falling steadily into the brim of Su Qing's hoodie. "Su Qing, I'm leaving now. Have fun." Lin Xier turned and left, leaving Su Qing with only her back view, which looked somewhat frail and desolate. When she reached the elevator, she could only see Su Qing's shadow on the reflective wall opposite the elevator. She pressed the button next to the elevator repeatedly. For some reason, time seemed to stretch out infinitely as the elevator went up from the first floor. It's so slow, so incredibly slow. With her beautiful eyelashes drooping, she wondered if, half an hour ago, when she was standing here and saw that group of bewildered, ghostly figures, she should have gone back into the folding fan elevator. Go downstairs, go home, and go to sleep, act as if nothing ever happened. Pretend you've never seen anything when you haven't done any research. Then I wouldn't have spoken so clearly to Su Qing today. At least she can say good morning to Su Qing when dawn breaks tomorrow. But she still held on to a sliver of hope. Maybe Su Qing was busy, or maybe he was out having fun with his friends. He'd been so withdrawn for so many years, perhaps he'd suddenly become playful and lost control of his nature. Unfortunately, there aren't that many lucky breaks. With the elevator dinging and the sound of footsteps, Su Qing's heart skipped a beat. The alcohol he had been drinking earlier was making him feel a bit tipsy, and he was feeling unwell, dizzy, and confused. He raised his hand to cover his head, clearly not wanting to make things too awkward. Now that he had said it, he felt somewhat powerless. Things just kept happening one after another, and I almost forgot what I had said to Lin Xier. In fact, he didn't even understand what he was thinking. In the world of this book, he once regarded himself as a player and everyone else as two-dimensional characters. For him, the struggle was like a highly immersive game where winning or losing was all that mattered. He has never been sentimental about relationships. He only cares about being happy and using the most effective methods to achieve the best results. He has always done things this way, and he has never had to go through so much trouble. I didn't want to write this complicatedly, it's giving me a headache. For the past 2 months, everyone's been saying how annoying Lin is, telling me to kill her, and I've been getting yelled at along with her, so I just wrote it down. But then, everyone felt sorry for her. Help. Some people are annoyed by her now, while others aren't, so I can only try to find a solution that suits everyone's needs. Chapter 296 Gathering Stars Fail. Su Qing has always needed someone who asks nothing of him and is wholeheartedly devoted to him to be by his side, and coincidentally, the people who have come to his side all along have never required much of his effort. Lin Xier's feelings for him were clearly too much of a burden, especially considering that for a long time she had been weighing her options between him and Li Tian, and had even genuinely shown her admiration and feelings for Li Tian in front of him. Even though he knew that the concept of favorability was constantly controlling Lin Xier, he simply couldn't empathize with her. His empathy was directed at the villain who was using his body, at his unrequited love, at being repeatedly killed and subdued by Li Tian in the original story and the sequel to the earlier parts, and at being bossed around by Lin Xier in prison. Su Qing held onto the sides of the single sofa, his fingers rubbing against it rhythmically. He tilted his head back, looking at the crystal dome above him that had been tilted to display a dazzling array of colors. He felt as if his mind was a hollow vortex, numbing his nerves and making him not want to think about anything. He sat there for quite a long time, agonizing over whether to go find Lin Xier or just let it go, but in the end he didn't go. That's it, let's just forget about it. Since the words have already been spoken, it's not like I can bring Lin Xier back and say I'll be with her forever. It's better that she's gone, it saves me the trouble. Su Qing, you haven't gone home yet? A series of crisp footsteps, along with a voice, reached Su Qing's ears. He turned his head and looked, with a pair of upturned eyelashes, exuding a sinister aura, a straight nose, and thin lips. The man was extremely tall and walked towards him with an upright gait. Who else could it be but Wolf Walk? Today, Wolf was wearing a pure black cardigan, paired with jeans and marten boots. He looked less roguish and more refined if you didn't look at his face. However, his actions at this moment were quite comical, as both his hands were filled with things, including several small red notebooks, many white slips of paper, and several transparent folders. I didn't go home. Su Qing looked the things up and down. Quite a haul. With a smack, Wolf Walker shoved the items aside in front of Su Qing. We'll split them in half when we meet. Pick some, I saw you had your eye on quite a few when they were on the table. No way, Su Qing raised her eyebrows, looking like she didn't want it, but his body betrayed him, and he ended up buying the few marriage certificates he had his eye on. Wolf chuckled. Kid, you're as cunning as a chicken. No. Su Qing said, flipping through a transparent white document in her hand. It was a contract, or more precisely, an equity transfer agreement and an asset package. The name above looks familiar, Juxing Media. He flipped through the file page by page. The above-mentioned real estate is minimal. It's an entertainment-related asset package, including various shares of Juxing, numerous events and brand endorsements, as well as some TV dramas and celebrity endorsement contracts. Juxing Media. Juxing, Su Qing thought for a moment, then suddenly smiled. Isn't this the media company I had people bring down back then? Wolf sat on a sofa seat to the side. Their company used to be at odds with Dingfeng, competing for resources and popularity. Later, Dingfeng suppressed their company to the point of collapse. Why are you still thinking of ruining their company? As Su Qing flipped through the documents, she said, it's because of my teacher. She was bullied and even blacklisted at Juxing. I thought I'd help her, and I didn't expect it to happen so quickly. I heard Jin's kid say at the poker table that Juxing was covered in scandals, and its stock price plummeted. So Juxing's directors quickly sold off their shares and contracted businesses. I heard they went and started a technology company. Huh? A media company switching to tech? That's interesting. Let's see how long they can keep this up. That company is just starting out, so it probably won't make much of a splash yet. But it still has the same old shareholders. If you want to take them down in one fell swoop, I'll help you. Sure. I love making things lively, thanks brother. Wolf saw Su Qing winking and smacked her with a stick, saying, damn, where did you learn that? Hurry up and take it back. Would you like to do it again? Thank you, brother. Su Qing winked again. Wolf rolled up his sleeves, looking like he was about to punch him. Su Qing, it's been a long time since I've taken you to boxing practice, hasn't it? Come on, let's go back to the Bai family. Wolf's words nearly sobered Su Qing up. Although Su Qing's current combat strength had reached 320, she still vividly remembered the painful scene of being pinned down in the boxing ring by Wolf at Wolf's house and trained for a whole day. He certainly didn't want to experience it a second time. No, brother Xing, you know I'm not feeling well. My mom wants me to go home and have some chicken soup, so I won't go. Wolf crossed his arms and looked at him. Why don't you tell me that your third cousin's fourth aunt has lost all her teeth and you're going home to eat sunflower seeds? Su Qing smacked his lips. This line sounded so familiar. Wasn't this what he said to the system on the day he first arrived? Brother Xing, I think I'll skip this. I really don't want to become a bullfrog. Hey, brother Xing, don't pull me. I'm still drunk. Boxing can easily lead to sudden death.
Wolf grabbed his sleeve and pulled him towards the elevator. I'm not taking you to boxing. You like playing video games, right?
Those guys who just lost money to me are getting together to play a game.
Let's play a 5-man team.
Ha? Then you don't need to drag me along, brother.
I'm good at playing games. What positions do they all play? Top lane, mid lane, jungle. Hey, Xingji, what position do you play? As the elevator dinged, Wolf's words came out, I'll play AD.
The elevator doors were like a gate between life and death, causing Su Qing, who was smiling 1 second, to cry even more painfully than smiling the next, as Lang Xing pulled her into the elevator.
No, you want me to play support? Wolf took a large step, trapping the weak and helpless Su Qing in the elevator. Don't you like playing with kittens?
I didn't enjoy playing it, that girl forced me to play it.
Fine.
Wolf stood across the doorway with his arms crossed, I'll force you too.
The crow loves everyone.
Go to bed early, everyone. Those of you who are going to school, be good and come back to study during the holidays.
Good boy/girl.
Chapter 297. Filming. A few days later, in the afternoon, the chairman's office on the 18th floor of the Dingfeng Group building, sunlight streamed through a huge floor-to-ceiling window, illuminating the face of a handsome man through the gap in the curtains. His eyelashes were slightly squinted as he looked down at the endless stream of pedestrians on the street. Su Qing shook her head and couldn't help but sigh. They were busy and hardworking, but they were fulfilled. She was born at the top of the pyramid, so how could she not work hard? He spent over a month drinking, going to bars, getting flirted with by girls, or playing video games, which made him feel deeply regretful. Even without the hint from the author's original postscript, would he have given up on striving for a better life? That's obviously wrong. He was such a positive, hardworking, and exemplary student. He simply couldn't stand this kind of lazy life. He had long been fed up with this corrupting and will-destroying kind of play that was torture for him, so today he came to Peak Media and thoroughly investigated the company. Peak Media's headquarters are located in the city center, where land is extremely valuable. The building has 18 floors in total. The overall decoration is simple yet has a touch of technology, and it is composed of dark gray and milky white. The first floor is the reception hall. The departments located on the 8th floor and below are customer service, human resources, finance, operations support, technology, brand promotion, and information technology. The 9th floor is the main conference hall, which can be used for organizing events, company annual meetings, employee dinners, etc. Floors 14 and 15 are where the group's senior executives and finance department employees work. The 16th floor is for shareholders. Of floors 17 and 18 are separate and are exclusive floors for the Su family at Dingfeng Group. Admittedly, Su Qing didn't investigate the floors mentioned above the top. He mainly investigated floors 10 to 13, which were where agents and celebrities worked. As everyone knows, Su Qing is not a lecherous man. It's certainly not because there are many beautiful women in the story, surrounded by beauties. He has long been tired of that kind of tender and affectionate feeling. It was because some of the minor celebrities who came to the company today were invited by him. They turned out to be from Juxing Media, and Su Qing had selected some with good potential to add some fresh blood to the company. Those who use Juxing's resources, fashion and film resources, are all branded with the name of Dingfeng. This was also Su Jinghua's idea. Xinger, you did a fantastic job this time. Su Jinghua sat on the sofa beside Su Qing, flipping through the documents about Juxing Media. You don't know, back then Juxing and Dingfeng were sworn enemies, with comparable resources. If Dingfeng hadn't quickly shifted its strategic focus, it wouldn't have been impossible for it to be swallowed up by Juxing. Su Qing was somewhat puzzled. In reality, she had only used the Su family's resources to bring down Juxing, so how could her father, a media tycoon, not have thought of this? And he was even here applauding her? Dad, Dingfeng was already far stronger than Juxing, so why didn't you think of destroying Juxing later? Su Qing asked in confusion. Su Jinghua hesitated for a moment, his posture straight, a hint of vicissitude in his eyes. Perspective, I suppose. Su Qing, good grief, I really am the villain, resorting to any means necessary. I have no sense of propriety whatsoever. Previously, Su Qing was aloof and didn't like to get involved in company affairs. The media companies she owned were basically just nominal entities.
Now that Su Qing has started to take her own businesses seriously, the Juxing project naturally became Su Qing's first project at Dingfeng Media. Su Jinghua personally led Su Qing and 2 members of the gold medal project team into the conference room and made some strategic arrangements. Su Qing's appearance at Dingfeng Media caused quite a stir within the group. For example, when he was talking to the project manager in the office, Su Qing could feel countless eyes peering at him through the gaps in the blinds. Things went very smoothly, and the project team eventually settled on an advertisement shoot that was vibrant, energetic, and nature-themed. The time is 3 days later, and the location is a natural scenic garden in the northern suburbs of the city. On that day, Su Qing also came with the project team, along with 3 photographers, 2 lighting technicians, and 4 minor celebrities. Amidst the blooming flowers and lush green branches, a man lay on a fabric folding lounge chair, legs crossed, face relaxed, eyelashes half closed as if taking a nap, holding a square glass in his hand, slowly sipping bright red watermelon juice. Su Qing tasted the flowing juice, but her glossy lips were the object of the desire of the female agent standing beside her. The female agent had a pretty face with wispy bangs and crescent-shaped eyes. Young Master Su is so handsome. I never thought that he could be sold off at the top of the market after being packaged and resold by that bankrupt company, Juxing. Young Master Su, do you have any comments on the costumes and overall styling of the artists? Su Qing didn't plan to follow the filming or give the professionals any pointers, but since they'd gotten the point, she still had to take a serious look. As a top student in the performing arts department, Su Qing is naturally very proficient in fashion, photography, and other related fields. He suddenly opened his eyes and looked into the sea of flowers, and was instantly startled. The once vibrant sea of flowers was now a gloomy gray, while the 4 people standing in the center had jet black hair and deathly pale faces, creating a stark contrast. Their clothes were also made of a flowing gray-black fabric, and the once lush green trees behind them had turned a desolate gray. The whole scene before Su Qing made her feel as if she had entered a time tunnel, with each scene appearing extremely eerie. Holy crap! Su Qing exclaimed in surprise, almost jumping up from the recliner. The agent was shocked by his young master's expression and stammered, "Young Master Su, is there something you're not satisfied with?" Su Qing was filled with unease, wondering how this scene from the underworld had been staged. He glanced at his manager out of the corner of his eye and realized, sunglasses not removed. He smiled awkwardly, raised his finger and pulled the sunglasses on his nose down a little bit along the edge of the lenses, and the bright world returned to his eyes. It has transformed into a colorful natural landscape. Phew! Su Qing breathed a sigh of relief and began to seriously examine the combination and composition. The sea of flowers, made up of yellow, white, and purple colors, was colorful and splendid, and it exuded a charming fragrance under the morning sun. The celebrities were all dressed in stylish white chiffon mixed with silk, with wide-brimmed hats on their heads, allowing the sunlight to cast shadows on their faces. It implies that the sun is shining brightly. Su Qing nodded and said humbly and politely to the agent next to her, "It's very good in terms of lighting, matching, and composition. Thank you for your hard work." "Of course, young Master Su. I'm not a professional in this area. I'm just here to learn. Sister, you don't need to ask me. It wouldn't be good to ruin your ideas and inspiration. Crow loves everyone. Degree, I'm sick today and not in the mood at all. I'll revise the post when I'm better." Chapter 298. Li Tian is not dead. I brought several outfits, and the photoshoot lasted for several hours. As the sunlight gradually faded, the afterglow of the setting sun fell upon the sea of flowers. The light was no longer so dazzling, but it made the whole scene beautifully hazy. They were in a depression in the terrain, with a hillside to their right. As Su Qing lay there, for some reason she sensed the sound of a motorcycle nearby. The sound was neither too loud nor too soft, and the rhythmic roar seemed to remind Su Qing of something. "Is there a racetrack nearby?" Su Qing asked the female agent next to her. "Yes, young Master Su, there is a racetrack after this hill." "I understand. You guys keep filming, I'm going out for a walk." Su Qing smiled. He hadn't expected it to be such a coincidence. Wasn't this the place where he used to bet on the outcome of Wolf's competition? He vaguely remembered that Wolf had always been the runner-up, but he got up and walked towards the stairs leading up the mountain. He was already quite bored here, so watching the game would be nice. The hill wasn't short,
but with Su Qing's martial arts strength of over 300, climbing it wasn't difficult at all. It was a good opportunity to exercise and loosen up his muscles, but what Su Qing didn't know was, another group of people is coming this way, and it's Li Tian, whom he thought had fallen off the cliff and died, a few hours ago. Further north from the city are two small cities, and then further north is a border line. Beyond that border lies another country. Unlike the security of China, J country is a lawless zone, a place where armed groups hold sway, countless shady industries are scattered, and constant warfare is the norm. At this very moment, two well-hidden green military jeeps drove out of a city in country J. We drove along the barren, gravel road, facing the sunlight. One vehicle led the way to I in the second car. Everyone inside was dressed in black. The man in the front driver's seat was wearing sunglasses. If you look through the sunglasses, you would see a terrifying look in his eyes that belonged to someone who had killed people and whose life was on their hands. A woman with short hair reaching her ears sat in the passenger seat, her arms crossed over her chest, her expression as cold as ice. In the back seat sat a handsome man with sharp eyebrows and bright eyes, dressed in black overalls, arms crossed, his muscular physique seemingly about to burst forth from the fabric. In this war torn, barren region, bullets would occasionally ricochet off the vehicle. Meanwhile, the people outside who had accidentally damaged their vehicle seemed to be used to it, and were holding up their guns, swaggering up behind some cover. The man's already cold eyes darkened even more as he turned around. He dragged a gun from the side, lowered the car window slightly, and then extended the gun through the window. Before the person outside could react, bang, he shot the man in the head, smashing it to pieces. The vehicle was still speeding along. Even though he had killed the man with his own hands, Li Tian showed little emotion, as if it were none of his business. When he turned back, he was looking straight ahead through the windshield at the scenery. "Minister Li, your marksmanship is excellent," the woman in the passenger seat said, turning her head slightly to offer her a compliment. Li Tian shook his head. "No, yours is better." The woman glanced ahead and said, "Minister Li, we need to sneak across the border via a small path. It'll be a long detour. You can take a nap and recharge your energy." Li Tian did not respond, but simply nodded slightly before leaning his head back in his chair to take a nap. He crossed his arms over his chest, appearing calm and handsome, but his fists, clenched tightly inside, were actually extremely clenched. Although more than a month has passed, he can still recall Su Qing's cunning, alluring, and disdainful smile as soon as he closes his eyes. The image of him slowly tearing apart the last creature he had grabbed with a knife. He admitted that he did. Everything not as Su Qing's appearance kept Li Tian awake at night, like a thorn in his heart, even though he considered himself shrewd and strong. But Su Qing's physical strength, his power, his intelligence, and in the end, his fierce battle with himself, all resulted in Su Qing overwhelming him, especially Su Qing's strength. Even though his injuries have almost healed, the force that attacked his chest and limbs, the force with which Su Qing dragged him to the ground, and the power he exerted on his wrists, still makes Li Tian feel lingering fear. In fact, Li Tian was already disheartened when he fell off the cliff. The bottomless drop in the babbling brook dozens of meters below made him unable to control his weight. He thought he would just die like that. He genuinely believed he had been defeated. But, coincidentally, when he was halfway down the mountainside, the lush leaves on a thick tree branch clinging to the cliff gave him a cushion, although it didn't hold for long before breaking. Who would have thought that there was a large tree that could cushion his fall just 5 meters from the stream? Falling from 5 meters wasn't actually fatal for Li Tian, but when he landed in the stream, the protruding corpse pressed hard against his shoulder. The time between the initial injury to his arm during the explosion at the unfinished building and the subsequent new injury was not long. The combination of the old and new injuries caused Li Tian excruciating pain. He was in that stream at the time. It was a cold night, and the icy water was washing over him. The only thing that kept him going against the pain was his belief that he wanted to kill Su Qing, but Li Tian already knew about Su Qing's schemes, strategies, cunning, and physical strength. He not only knew about them but had also experienced them firsthand, so he could no longer act rashly. He knew he needed to recover his health before finding some help. If he couldn't handle force, he would look for guns. In the end, he set his sights on a certain leader in Japan. He was the head of a regional armed forces. He had seen videos of Li Tian fighting on a gray website and even sent someone to challenge Li Tian at Lingyan Peak's underground boxing gym. He discovered that Li Tian was a rare talent with innate fighting ability and extended an olive branch to him. Li Tian liked to build connections with people from all walks of life, knowing that he might need them someday. So he didn't directly refuse the person at the time, but just kept talking to him. Li Tian was focused on climbing higher, and had no desire to be someone who fought for others or carried out missions in a chaotic region. At the time, Li Tian could be said to have scorned that group of desperados, but he never expected that he would eventually be reborn here.
Chapter 299 Multiple attacks. Li Tian clenched his fists tightly.
He had been recuperating in J country for more than a month, and this time he was going to take Su Qing's life. Admittedly, he was not acting rashly this time. He first investigated Su Qing's recent life trajectory and finally set his sights on today, at the garden in the northern suburbs of Luochuan City. Today, Su Qing is leading her team to shoot an advertising campaign here.
The area will be cleared out, and there will be no tourists.
The terrain of that natural scenic garden is quite complex, with flat land at the bottom and high mountains at the top, forming a high slope that is easy to hide on. Li Tian made two preparations today. They not only brought several assassins with strong close combat skills, but also a sniper. If Su Qing were in the crowd, at the foot of the hill, Li Tian would send a sniper to snipe him. If Su Qing were to act alone, then so be it, he could do it without anyone noticing. The journey was long, and Li Tian actually fell asleep in the back. Time passed, and when he woke up it was already 5 o'clock in the afternoon. He had just entered the northern part of Luochuan City, very close to the suburban gardens.
Minister Li, what do you think about deploying manpower at these locations?
The woman in the passenger seat turned to Li Tian and handed him an iPad with a very detailed map of the gardens in the northern suburbs of the city. This includes the open space below, the location of the flower field, and the height and distribution distance of the garden trees above. After careful consideration, Li Tian marked several small flags at several high positions, and arranged snipers at these high positions. He then pointed twice in the up and down directions, saying, "Send 2 people each to the top and bottom of the mountain, and kill Su Qing on sight." The man in the driver's seat turned his head and said, "Minister Li, Su Qing came with the filming today. He should stay in a relatively crowded area.
Should we send someone to lure him to a secluded place first, perhaps using a honey trap?
According to our investigation, he is very lecherous.
Why don't we send Koizumi?"
Koizumi, in the passenger seat, showed no fear or hesitation when she was mentioned. Having grown up in Japan, she had been deeply attracted to Li Tian's bravery, handsome appearance, and extraordinary physique ever since he came to Japan. When Li Tian said he wanted to borrow members from his organization to take revenge, Koizumi was the first to stand up. She wanted to stand shoulder to shoulder with Li Tian and was willing to do anything for him. Koizumi nodded and said, "I can do it, Minister Li."
Li Tian shook his head and resolutely refused, "No way." Koizumi suddenly felt a little shy.
It seemed that even the seemingly indifferent Minister Li couldn't bear to part with her.
This thought made Koizumi want to be someone who could help him even more.
"Minister Li, you don't need to worry about me. I have undergone rigorous training since I was a child.
I will definitely be able to complete this mission.
I will not let him hurt or violate me." Li Tian was always meticulous, and he naturally knew that Xiaochuan's willingness to dedicate herself to him was not feigned. In fact, after he rejected her, she might think that it was because he cared about her and couldn't bear to lose her. Li Tian pursed his lips helplessly. He was only focused on revenge, so how could he hesitate to take it? He had used the honey trap before, but the female assassins he sent died mysteriously, and the school beauties he sent turned against him. He glanced at Xiaoquan. The girl looked cold and aloof, but that was just a facade. This woman was extremely lustful. If she were assigned to Su Qing's side, she would probably turn against him in a heartbeat and point her gun at him. Li Tian shook his head and said seriously, "There's no need. If Su Qing is in a crowded place, then kill everyone there, leave no one alive." The 2 people in front of him were stunned. Even though they had received years of rigorous training and had grown up in a terrifying and war-torn region like Japan, they had never expected Li Tian to be so ruthless. "Minister Li, China is not Japan, we..." Before Koizumi could finish speaking, Li Tian firmly said, "Hide in your concealed position, complete the mission, and then return to Japan via the same route. Trust me, the pursuit can't keep up with our return speed."
"Minister Li." Koizumi frowned, still preparing to persuade Li Tian, but before she could finish speaking, there was a bang and Li Tian had already gotten out of the back seat, leaving an undeniable look through the gap in the passenger window.
"Get off the bus and let's go." The group walked along a small path in the northern suburbs of the city toward the garden. Although there were many people, they walked lightly and were scattered, so they did not attract much attention under the hazy sky. The sniper's rifle was also concealed by a specially made holster, which was a cello cover. Li Tian stood in the middle of the group and said, "Everyone, let's split up and test the walkie-talkies to see if they work." What Li Tian didn't know was that another group of people was also heading this way. 3 hours ago. In the very center of the Lin family's secret room is a rectangular transparent display screen embedded in a table. Lin Outyan was standing to one side of the display screen when he tapped a button on the table, and the display screen slowly rose up. He pressed something on it, and suddenly a dense array of red lines appeared on the screen, some straight and some winding. In the dimly lit room, the lines resembled spider webs entwined on the ceiling. Lin Xier, who was sitting to the side, stood up and stared blankly. This was the Lin family's heavily eye insight that revealed everything, no matter where one was or how well one hid, as long as one was within the territory of China. Lin Sierra exclaimed in surprise. Dad, Lin Outyan tapped the screen with his finger as he spoke. The social impact of Li Tian's case is too great, especially since it is linked to the scions of powerful families who disregard human life. Now that Li Tian has fled without a trace, the people feel powerless and fearful. Therefore, the higher authorities must investigate Li Tian's exact location, arrest him, and bring peace back to Luo Xuan. Lin Sierra knew what Lin Outyan meant by treating human life like dirt. It was the unfinished building in the scene where Li Tian tried to hit her with a stone. Since Li Tian had fled at the time, the public naturally connected the two images together, that Li Tian was trying to kill the woman he had cheated on with. In 01 to the higher authorities instructed the Lin family to use Sky Eye surveillance to pinpoint Li Tian's location. Dad, actually, Lin Ao slammed his hand on the table. You're still defending that kid Li Tian? Didn't you say you were already with Su Qing? How come you're trying to juggle both? Lin Sierra quickly shook her head. When Li Tian was at the unfinished building, the person he wanted to kill was me. When Lin Sierra said this, she was not emotional at all. She was just stating the facts. If Li Tian were to be interrogated by the higher authorities and he told the truth, it would be detrimental to the Lin family. The timeline and character storylines have finally come together. They're absolutely interconnected. Chapter 300. Wow, 300 chapters. What? Lin Outyan stared at Lin Sierra in surprise. The person Li Tian wanted to kill was you. Why didn't you tell me this sooner? When I first saw it, I was stunned and didn't know what to do. Later, it dragged on until now, and I never expected him to run away. Is everything you said true? Lin Sierra nodded. It's true. Then. Sheer, remember this now, the person who was trapped in the unfinished building and killed by Li Tian wasn't you. You never went to Los Angeles. The person who died was called. Lin Outyan reacted quickly, opened the documents next to him, and continued. That woman's name was Zheng Qing. She was Li Tian's mistress. She was murdered by Li Tian in the unfinished building, and he disposed of the body by sending it abroad. Dad, the surveillance system has been activated. The higher-ups will be investigating. With a wave of his hand, Lin Outyan found Zheng Qing's movements in Luoxi and directly used his restricted access to erase all information about her from the construction site in Luoxi to the hospital and then to her getting on the bus to go abroad. Lin Outyan raised his eyes and said seriously, Zheng Qing's trail has disappeared. She is the one who died. Sheer, you can no longer have anything to do with Li Tian, and you can no longer bring shame to our Lin family. Okay, Dad, Lin Sierra said. Lin Outyan sighed, but his expression was not particularly serious. Your father is getting old, and I don't want to get involved in the affairs between you younger generation. I've told you long ago that Su Qing is far superior to Li Tian in every way, personal character, looks, she's top-notch. Since you're already with Su Qing, why did you still help Li Tian hold an engagement party? Fortunately, it's just an engagement, and Li Tian's crimes have been exposed. With some time, you and Su Qing will be able to get married. So you can't be soft-hearted and help Li Tian anymore, understand? Lin Outyan was already more inclined towards Su Qing. The Su family was of a higher status than the Li family, and Su Qing was the only son of the family. When the two families were united by marriage, their position would be unshakable, but Lin Sierra was clearly stunned. She had indeed told Lin Outyan about her relationship with Su Qing, but that was more than a month ago, right after the engagement banquet, but a few days ago. Su Qing said those things to her, revealing the design he had made and that she was just a pawn. Even if she liked Su Qing and loved him deeply, under those circumstances, was she really going to give up all her dignity and beg him to stay by her side? Lin Sierra gave a wry smile. Su Qing hadn't contacted her for so many days, so she probably didn't intend to have anything to do with her anymore. Their relationship is no longer the same. Dad, actually, we broke up. The last three words were too difficult for Lin Sierra to utter. What, Sheer, you don't actually like Su Qing anymore, but you still have feelings for Li Tian? Lin Outyan asked suspiciously. Lin Sierra quickly waved her hand. No, it was just Su Qing and me. You had a fight? Stop overthinking. Just spend time with Su Qing. Sheer, you're a girl, so you're probably more perceptive than men. Su Qing has had a tough childhood, he's physically weak, and it's normal for him to have a bit of a temper. He's only 19, so be more accommodating. Abandoning the Su family, such a big fish, was not what Lin Outyan wanted. He opened the drawer on his right and took out a sealed bag. Here you go. With this, Su Qing will be even more grateful to you. This is? Lin Sierra opened the document and was completely dumbfounded. The above clearly records Su Qing's kidney donor matching and the found matching kidney donors, stating that there is a 99% match rate. Lin Sierra's hands trembled as she held the document. Dad, is this true? Why would your father lie to you? But it was brought back from overseas. The incubator won't last long, so it's been placed at the Central Hospital in Le. After we finish dealing with Li Tian's matter today, we'll call the hospital in Le to get the kidney back. My son-in-law, Lin Outnan's son-in-law, can't be dragging around with a half-crippled body. In fact, Lin Outnan had not initially planned to help Su Qing find a kidney donor. He had simply handed over Su Qing's matching to his subordinates overseas. He never expected that he would find a kidney donor so easily, and with a near 100% match, even if Su Qing and his daughter didn't end up together, he was still prepared to give the kidney to the Su family as a favor. And now that they're about to become in-laws, there's even less reason not to give it to Su Qing. Lin Xier's reaction was clearly as excited as Lin Outnan had anticipated. Her hands trembled as she held the documents, and her eyes were filled with tears. To be honest, she did remember the heartless things Su Qing had said to her, but in the face of Su Qing's life, death, and health, those things seemed to become unimportant, as if they had exploded in her mind like fragments, and then slowly disappeared without a trace. For a fleeting moment, a wicked thought crossed her mind. Could she use this hard-won kidney to keep Su Qing by her side? But she quickly gave up on it. This is something I promised Su Qing. Dad, I'm going to find Su Qing right now. Lin Outnan gave her a look that said, a daughter is no longer meant to be kept at home once she grows up, and said, go. Lin Xier trembled as she quickly walked towards the door. Long Yi and Long Air were standing at the door. They nodded to Lin Xier and said, Mississippi. Uncle Long Yi, Uncle Long Air. Lin Xier found a quiet place to call Su Qing, pacing back and forth anxiously. Pity, after each ring, the call automatically ended. She called everywhere she could find Su Qing, but no one could give her the exact location. Lin Xier was like a headless fly, not knowing where to find Su Qing. That kidney donor could make Su Qing whole and restore his health. Su Qing, please answer my call. I'm not trying to bother you, but I found what I promised you. I haven't broken my word, Lin Xier muttered to herself, lost in thought as she walked out of the small reception room. She planned to go to Su Qing's house and tell Lin Qingyun and Su Jinghua about it directly, but as soon as she reached the corner, she saw Lin Outnan walking out the door, chatting with someone. Director Zhang, Li Tian's route was from J country. The infrared detection results show that he and his group also carried a lot of firearms. It seems that he has been hiding for so long and brought so many trained people with him. He must be planning something when he returns to Luochuan this time. Lin Outnan said it. Director Zhang said angrily, Li Tian is a wolf in sheep's clothing who disregards human life and commits all kinds of evil deeds. He must be brought to justice, and we cannot let him wreak havoc on this pure land of Luochuan. His driving route led all the way to the north of the city, and judging from the direction they were heading, it was towards the gardens in the north of the city. We must send men to the north of the city immediately, before Li Tian makes a move, and prevent him from causing any major trouble in Luochuan. 300 chapters already. I'm so happy, this is a historic moment. Degree, Crow loves all the readers. Thank you for your company and support.